Anyone in this world can be messed with, but absolutely do not provoke this guy. He's battled through sun and rain, day and night, enduring countless and intense battles. The moment someone charges at him, he'll immediately plant a kiss on their face with the ground, sending them straight to the altar to admire a naked chicken. He's been dubbed the Child of Death. He takes on every kind of monsoon single-handedly, fearing absolutely no one. So who is this guy? What's the deal with his journey of being reborn into the past to serve revenge to his enemies, reclaim justice, and conquer his harem of super hot, sweet, and misty girlfriends? So please, everyone, lie down with your girl Suka and get ready to watch this super explosive blockbuster that once caused terrorists to blow up the box office just to get in and see it. The world outside the Holy Orchid Mountain Range has been taken over by the demon race. The people here have had no contact with the outside world for over 100 years, and no one knows what the outside world is like. Legend says that in its heyday, mankind built a powerful empire, but it has now been almost completely destroyed and can no longer survive. This city has been able to survive the darkest times thanks to its secret location. Inside, at Holy Orchid Institute, in the beginner warrior class, all the students were present. A teacher walked in and stood on the podium. The students below looked at the beautiful, curvy teacher with their mouths watering and started gossiping eagerly. Rumor has it that this teacher comes from a divine family and is also a silver-rank spiritualist, another student asked in surprise. A divine family? As in, one of the 3 strongest families of Glory City. The teacher above began to lecture. Spiritualists and warriors are both divided into 5 ranks, namely bronze, silver, gold, black gold, and legend. Each rank is further divided into 5 stars. Unlike warriors who use their own strength, spiritualists can absorb demon spirits into their soul realm for support. In battle, they can activate demon spirit possession, making their strength far surpass that of a warrior. Just like me, my demon spirit is a scarlet flame fox. As she said this, she unleashed a powerful aura. Claws began to emerge on her hands, and her body mutated, turning into a fox's tail. She continued, "After the demon spirit possession, I can gain the power of the scarlet flame fox and its flames. The scarlet flame fox is a gold-rank demon beast, which means I can cultivate to the highest level of a gold-rank spiritualist. Of course, I can then replace it with a stronger demon spirit." Hearing this, the students began to stir, exclaiming excitedly, "Awesome!" But next to them, one student was silently lost in thought. Suddenly, a crack appeared outside the city walls. Then his eyes suddenly widened, filled with horror. He looked around in confusion, asking, "Where is this?" Suddenly, he looked down at his small hands and asked in surprise, "Why are they so small?" He looked up at the podium and saw the teacher displaying her mutated body, and he recognized her in shock. "She's Shen Zhu. Am I at Holy Orchid Institute?" He thought in surprise. "I was clearly surrounded by the Holy Emperor and 6 god-level demon beasts, and ultimately lost my life, but why am I back at Holy Orchid Institute? Could it be that I have been reborn?" Unexpectedly, he turned to look around and saw familiar faces. "My classmates, Lu Piao, Duze, they're all still alive." Then he looked ahead and saw the cute purple-haired girl and recognized her as Yezi Yun. His eyes suddenly welled up when he saw that she was also still alive, and he reached out to pinch his cheek to see if he was dreaming. He never expected that he could return to this time. Suddenly, he remembered the temporal demon spirit book and immediately searched his body for it, but it was nowhere to be found. He recalled that after obtaining it, he always kept it carefully hidden, and it was even soaked in his blood after many battles. It must have been that book that brought him back to this 13-year-old self. In his past life, Glory City was attacked madly by the Snow Wind demon beasts. Yi Mo, a legend-rank spiritualist, died protecting Glory City. The survivors fled back to the desert area east of the Holy Orchid Mountain Range. On that escape route, how many people were killed? The stars and moons seemed to have fallen, and everything was plunged into darkness. Under the threat of death, we relied on each other, accompanying each other in the desolate desert, living happily day by day. Of course, happiness was short-lived, and we were separated by life and death in the blink of an eye. In the end, Ni Li survived the long days traveling across the Holy Spirit continent. He traveled all over the Holy Spirit continent, met many like-minded people who resisted the demon race, learned many secrets, and also found the temporal demon spirit book. It's just a pity that the Ni Li of that year was too weak. Glory City was destroyed, his parents and everyone else died, and so did Yezi Yun. As he was dying, he seemed to have hoped to see the scene when he first met her again, if only God would give him another chance. But who knew I'd actually come back? Heaven gave me another chance. I definitely won't let Glory City be destroyed again. If Glory City hadn't been destroyed, Ye Ziyun, as the City Lord's daughter, would never have liked a loser like me. But now that I'm reborn, none of that matters. Even though Neely's talent is low, With the knowledge from my past life, and the cultivation from the temporal demon spirit book, improving my talent will be a piece of cake. The green-haired dude next to me saw me grinning and asked, confused, "What the hell are you smirking about?" I grabbed his neck and said gleefully, "Nothing, bro. Meeting you is awesome." The green-haired dude went berserk and yelled, "Who's your bro, you perverted weirdo? Let me go." I just kept smiling friendly-like, "No matter what you think, in my heart, you're my bro." That attitude stunned Lu Piao for a sec. Then he blurted out, "He's a total freak." Giving me a side-eye, he said, "I know you're probably from one of the big families here, but I'm telling you, don't go after that girl." Looking at the purple-haired girl, he continued, "Her status is super high and mysterious. I heard the headmaster himself arranged her dorm when she enrolled." I declared flatly, "She's my girl," I then thought. "That little brat Ziyun, I wonder when she'll become a beautiful, gorgeous woman." I smiled slightly, thinking, "I'll grow up with you." The girl on the side got worried because I was staring at her. "This dude's been staring at me this whole time. If he dares to mess with me, he's gonna regret it." At this moment, the guy sitting next to Ye Ziyun also noticed that I was checking out the girl next to him. He glared back at me with a murderous look. I suddenly remembered he was Shen Yu. He's the son of one of the 3 most powerful families here, and the genius of his generation, Shen Shu, is his aunt. In my past life, he was madly in love with Ye Ziyun. I heard they were engaged before Glory City was attacked. In terms of family background, they were a perfect match. If Glory City hadn't been attacked, they definitely would have gotten married. But when Glory City was attacked, the sacred families betrayed Glory City and abandoned the city lord. The worst part is that Ye Ziyun probably has a good impression of Shen Yu right now, and doesn't like me, maybe even sees me as just some normal student with nothing special about it. Suddenly, memories from my past life flooded back, remembering the scenes of them together and the scene of Ziyun's death. I couldn't help but smile slightly. Secretly thanking the temporal demon spirit book for giving me the chance to pursue her again, Ziyun glanced over and thought, "What a weirdo." At this moment, Shen Shu looked at the student, thinking, Ye Ziyun is the daughter of the city lord, the granddaughter of the legendary demon spiritist Ye Mo, and she's also condensed the Saiyan soul realm. She's an extremely rare genius. If Shen Yu can marry Ye Ziyun, he'll have a voice among the sacred families in Glory City. At this moment, she also stopped her cultivation technique, and the fox ears disappeared, her body returning to its original form. She continued teaching, saying, "For the next 2 years you will all be my students. Although the academy has rules that all students are equal, I can't help but tell you a cruel truth. There is no such thing as equality in this world. You'll understand these words when you grow up. You can't live in your fairy tale world forever." Glory City is the only city that survived the darkest period. We are the survivors of Glory City, and there are 2 most powerful forces, warriors and demon spiritualists. Moreover, only one powerful demon spiritualist is chosen from thousands, even tens of thousands, of the strongest warriors. Demon spiritualists are the most noble beings today. Glory City only has a few thousand demon spiritualists. We are all protectors of Glory City. Warriors and demon spiritualists are divided into bronze, silver, gold, black gold, and legend. The higher the level, the stronger the power. In a family, having a gold-ranked demon spiritualist is considered a noble family, and having a black gold-ranked demon spiritualist is considered a powerful family. To become a peak family, you need to have 3 black gold-ranked demon spiritualists or 1 legend-ranked demon spiritualist. Among the 36 of you, some are commoners and some are from noble backgrounds. Although you have the same starting point, your status is different. I hope you're all smart kids who know their place. A commoner will always be a commoner. It's impossible for you to become nobles, so don't hope for a chicken to become a phoenix. Even among the nobles, there are huge boundaries, and no one can cross those boundaries. I felt uncomfortable hearing this. But when I looked over at Duze, who was feeling guilty and trembling with anger, I remembered Duze from my past life. Although his family background wasn't noble, he worked incredibly hard in his past life. He didn't have the support of his family, nor did he have amazing talent. He only relied on his own strength to become a gold-ranked demon spiritualist. The night before Glory City was destroyed, many nobles were thinking about how to escape, but a commoner like Duzi fought to the end for Glory City. Fighting to the end. Looking up at Shen Shu in front of me, I remembered that the first ones to run away were you sacred families. Thinking of this, I was itching to speak. I raised my hand and announced, "Teacher Shen Shu, I have a question." She looked at me with disdain, thinking, "This kid's been eyeing Ye Ziyun, and now he's coming after me." She asked sternly, "What is it?" I asked. Teacher Shen Shu said that Glory City is the only city that survived the darkest period. We are the last survivors. What proof is there of this? May I ask? Teacher Shen Shu, have you ever left the Saint Ancestor Mountains? cross the endless desert, the extremely poisonous deep forest, the blood moon swamp, the eternal sacred heaven, the Z mountain range, the northern heaven snow plains. This question made her frown as she asked, "What's the Z mountain range, the northern heaven snow plains? I've been in Glory City since I was born. How could I have gone to those places?" I smirked and said, "Haha. If you've never been there, how can you be sure there's no one else?" This logical question made the whole class buzz. Even Ziyun looked at me, and that Shen Yu was glaring at me with a murderous look. Shen Shu, annoyed at being led around by the nose by some punk, scoffed. "So what, do you have any proof someone's even there?" Neely grinned smugly. "Proof? Let me tell you a story. There was a frog who lived in a very deep well. Since it was born, it could only see a patch of sky through the well's opening. So, it said the sky was only that big." But is the sky really only that big? That's why we call it a frog in a well. The students burst out laughing, unable to stop themselves. "That's a frog in a well, haha." Shen Shu's blood rushed to her head as the kid mocked her. Ziyun, on the other hand, smiled, thinking, "This Ni Li is really something." Ni Li turned and saw Ziyun looking at him, so he winked. Acting cool, Ziyun, flustered, quickly turned away. Lu Piao, seeing this, gave a thumbs up. This dude's hitting on the teacher, and even flirting with Ye Ziyun. Ni Li's got balls. Ni Li then added another question. "Teacher Shen Shu, I have another question. You said commoners will always be commoners, but I doubt that. Wasn't Great Master Ye Mo of the Tale of a Demon Spiritist just a commoner when he was young? Don't you even know that?" The whole class seemed enlightened, and suddenly remembered the old man with the long beard, exclaiming, "Great Master Ye Mo! That's right, Great Master Ye Mo was just an ordinary person back then." Shen Shu blankly replied, "In the past few hundred years in Glory City, only Ye Mo reached the peak." Ni Li scratched his head and laughed. "Didn't you say it was impossible? Why are you contradicting yourself? Great Master Ye Mo is a prime example. No matter your background, no one can predict the future. Nothing is impossible if you put your heart into it." Shen Shu was speechless, lectured by a kid. The people in the class looked at Ni Li with different eyes. Shen Shu angrily yelled, "Smooth talker! You think saying that will change the cruel reality? You only see Great Master Ye Mo, but you don't see the tens of thousands who can't even become warriors. Ni Li, you're considered a descendant of the aristocracy, yet you don't know your place. I really want to see what your talent is." Saying this, she opened the scroll to see Ni Li's information. "He is currently a Red Soul C. Current Soul Force is level 5, Strength is 21. She mocked. "With your talent, the highest you'll ever reach is Bronze Rank Warrior. Becoming a Demon Spiritist is impossible. Worse than even commoners. No wonder you talk like this. Just trying to hide your own mediocrity." Shen Yu sneered, thinking, "With such poor talent, he's only fit to live the lowest life in Glory City. If it weren't for Ye Ziyun, I would never sit in this class. Just a bunch of trash." Shen Shu loudly said, "With this kind of talent, even in your own family, you wouldn't be taken seriously. Yet you dare to be so loud, truly ignorant." Ni Li said sternly, "Teacher Shen Shu, do you think a person's soul force talent determines their fate? With your terrible character, will you protect the students with good talent and attack and ridicule those with low talent? You spout all kinds of principles. But isn't it just to hide your terrible character?" These words were like a bucket of cold water thrown on her face, and she yelled in frustration, "Shut up! Who do you think you are, being so disrespectful to your teacher?" Ni Li pouted, "I'm ashamed to have a teacher like you." I'm sure many students from humble backgrounds in this class will achieve success far beyond your imagination. You've decided not to teach them, and instead deliberately attack and satirize them. Even though my talent is low, so what? One day I'll become a legendary demon spiritist like Great Master Ye Mo, and what's more, I'll marry the most beautiful girl in Glory City, he declared bluntly, and turned to look at Ziyun, making her blush shyly. Shen Shu burst out laughing. "Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. A guy with only a Red Soul C loudly says he'll become a legendary demon spiritist like Great Master Ye Mo. You think success is based on confidence? Ridiculous," she continued. "Instead of standing there and bragging, I think you should obediently study," Ni Li replied. "I know you're laughing at me, but one day I'll use the truth to shut your mouth. High or low talent cannot determine someone's success. Overcoming the weak, man will conquer the heavens. We cultivators are already challenging the limits. This is fundamentally going against reason. Without the will to strive, without courage, no matter how high your talent is, it's just trash. Teacher Shen Shu, how about we make a bet?" she arrogantly asked. "What bet?" Ni Li said. "I bet I can reach bronze rank demon spiritist in 2 months. If I don't, I'll drop out, but if I do, you automatically resign." "How's that?" Everyone in the class was shocked. Then she laughed loudly. "Haha, that's really ridiculous. I didn't expect you to be so loud. Do you really think you can do that in 2 months?" Ni Li challenged. "Dare to bet?" Shen Xiao replied. "If that's the case, then what do I have to be afraid of? I don't believe a conceited fool like you can do it. Who do you think you are, daring to say such things? with no one else in your eyes. For the next 2 months, you can go sit in the back row and listen to the lectures. Ni Li stepped out from the desk and said, "If you've agreed to this bet, then don't regret it." She said, "Me regret? How ridiculous. Don't come crying and begging me then." The other students, seeing Ni Li standing at the back of the class, mocked. Future legendary demon spiritist is being punished to stand, haha. So he's also scared of getting expelled, huh? Wasn't he all cocky just now? Suddenly, Duzine didn't say anything, stood up, and thought, Ni Li can be considered a descendant of a prominent family. Yet he's willing to be punished for the sake of the commoners of the battleground. How can I just sit here? In a flash, he was standing next to Ni Li, making the latter smile. Seeing this, Shenju glared and said, "If you also want to stand as punishment, then you two can stand together." Unexpectedly, another person came over. It was Lu Piao. The three of them lined up together. Ni Li turned and asked, "Haha, what are you doing here too?" Lu Piao replied, "I was bored sitting. Can't I stand for a bit to cool off?" Ni Li burst out laughing. "Haha, suit yourself." Suddenly, a few others stood up and said, "Hey, this kid risked it all to defend us lowlifes." Turning to Ni Li, he said, "Looks like he's trustworthy, haha, I'll support him all the way." After that, the squad stood behind the class with Ni Li. He thought to himself, "Not bad, at least I have these brothers standing here with me." Seeing Ni Li's defiant expression left Shenju speechless, but he still had to start the lesson, so he said, "Let's start the lesson." The results of the Soul Force test for the students in the class are out. Among all those sitting here, Ye Ziyun has a sky blue Soul C with a Soul Force of 86. Shen Yu and Zhao Ning'er have a green Soul Force with a Soul Force of 78 points. They'll soon reach the Bronze Rank 1. Congratulations, everyone. The other students were shocked and started discussing. A sky blue Soul C with a Soul Force of 86. With such talent, she might even become a legendary demon spiritualist. They admired, "I can't believe there's someone so outstanding in our class." At this moment, Ni Li looked at Xiao Ning'er and remembered. She's the daughter of the Xiao family, one of the 10 great families. Her talent and soul force is second only to Ye Ziyun. In the previous life, she even reached silver rank 5 demon spiritualists, and along with Ye Ziyun, they were known as the most dazzling twin stars among the young demon spiritualists. It's just that back then, the Zhao family, wanting to curry favor with the 3 major peak families, forced Zhao Ning'er to marry someone from the sacred family. Capturing Shen Yu's brother, Zhao Ning'er refused at all costs, and finally severed ties with her family, alone entering the deep black magic forest within the Shengzu Mountains, and from then on there was no news of her. Ni Li thought to himself, "If I have the chance, I must help her." Suddenly, Shen Xu announced, "In 2 months, there will be an exam for martial artists and demon spiritualists. I hope that by then, some of you will become bronze rank 1 martial artists or demon spiritualists. Whether it's me or the Holy Orchid Institute, we'll be very proud of you," Du Ze reminded from below. Ni Li, "Only by reaching a strength of 100 can one become a bronze rank 1 martial artist. And likewise, only by reaching a soul force of 100 points can one become a bronze rank demon spiritualist. This is just the basics. But many people never achieve that strength in their entire lives. Being able to lift a 50-kilogram rock and break a thick tree trunk with one punch is how you achieve bronze rank martial artists. And demon spiritualists are even harder. The Soul Sea is divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, sky blue, and purple. Ordinary people only achieve red, and cultivating the Soul Sea is extremely difficult. Those with an orange or yellow Soul Sea are suitable for cultivation, but those with a green or even blue Soul Sea are already geniuses. In the class, everyone whispered to each other. In the past half year, there are probably only 3 people who can achieve bronze rank 1 demon spiritualist. By then, they can enter the official martial artist class or demon spiritualist class. Shen Yu thought to himself. As a descendant of the sacred family, I've been enjoying spiritual herbs since I was young. My level of cultivation has already surpassed those of my peers. Reaching a soul force of 100 in 2 months is simple. Just wait and see in 2 months. Only I am worthy of Ye Ziyun. What's that brat Ni Li? Daring to bet with her so loudly she's really arrogant, he thought. Is achieving bronze rank 1 easy? A waste with only a red Soul Sea is acting so cocky. Shen Zhu glanced at Ni Li sarcastically and said, "As for those who boast about achieving bronze rank 1 demon spiritualist in 2 months, I also want to see if he can do it." Meanwhile, he snickered to himself. 2 months seems a bit long, right? So he acted nonchalant, causing Lu Piao to turn and ask, "Ni Li, do you like Ye Ziyun?" He bluntly said, "That's right." Making Lu Piao stunned like a vegetable, he sighed and said, "Ye Ziyun is indeed very beautiful. As bros, I won't compete with you, but as your brother, I can't help but remind you, her status is too high. She's not a suitable match for us," Du Ze said annoyedly. Can you two be a bit more realistic? Ye Ziyun is a genius. She's about to become a bronze rank 1 demon spiritualist, and in 2 months she'll enter the official demon spiritualist class. She'll achieve even greater things in the future. By then, whether she remembers who you two are is already a problem. So what I hate about you descendants of noble families is this. Always thinking about girls, and not training at all, Lu Piao quickly retorted. What do you mean all day? You're slandering me. I've always wanted to cultivate diligently. I only think about girls for half a day. This made Du Zhen speechless, not understanding what kind of people he was friends with. He whined and complained to the heavens, then advised Ni Lina to stop chasing girls and focus on his cultivation. He chuckled lightly, saying with certainty, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If I want something done, I'll make it happen." Du Zi immediately chimed in. "No matter what you do in the future, we'll support you," Ni Li declared grandly. "Du Zhen, Lu Piao, I will definitely help you both become the strongest spiritualists in Glory City." Lu Piao waved his hand, saying, "Nah, I only have a red soul realm. With the help of elixirs from my family, becoming a martial artist is easy, but becoming a spiritualist is too hard." Du Zhen said, "What's the point of becoming a martial artist? The higher the realm, the harder it is for martial artists to cultivate. Even at the same level, martial artists are no match for spiritualists. On the battlefield, a legendary martial artist is still no match for a black gold spiritualist. Spiritualists are powerful weapons of war." But Lu Piao, lacking ambition, stroked his chin and thought, "I don't need to become a legendary martial artist. A gold-rank martial artist is enough," leaving Du Zi speechless. At this moment, Ni Li patted his shoulder and said, "So what if you only have a red soul realm? Mine is red too." Making Du Zhen wonder, "Ni Li, do you have a way to cultivate soul force?" He replied, "Just listen to me. As long as you don't lose heart, you can definitely become powerful spiritualists," Du Zi firmly said. "Lose heart? Never," Lu Piao asked weakly. "Is it very difficult? If I become a spiritualist, my dad won't beat me anymore." Du Zi pointed, annoyed, and said, "You want to become a spiritualist, but you're afraid of hardship. Is becoming a spiritualist not difficult?" Ni Li laughed awkwardly and said, "Of course it's difficult, but it takes a lot of money." Lu Piao asked innocently, "As long as you have money, it's okay? Haha, that's easy. I've saved 2,000 spirit coins in the past 3 years, which is enough for an average person to live on for a year. If I can become a spiritualist, I'll give it all to you." Ni Li smiled faintly after hearing this, saying, "What is 2,000 spirit coins? Of course it's not enough. You'll need at least 1 million, or even 10 million. Hearing this terrifying number, his 2 poor friends, Du Zi, were shocked, and their faces turned dark. Ni Li's family, the Tianhen family, is just an ordinary noble family. The family only has the patriarch, Ni Yun, who is a gold-rank spiritualist. The annual profit is 600,000 spirit coins, of which 300,000 is spent on tuition fees for their children to study at the Holy Orchid Institute. Sometimes, they even have to sell the family's assets to maintain it. Even so, they always send their children to study at the Holy Orchid Institute. Only by making the next generation more outstanding can the entire family rise up. Finally, the class was over, and the students happily ran home. Ni Li was the same. He strolled down the street with his friends, the sound of hawkers selling their wares ringing in his ears. The students stopped in front of the latest bronze armor, engraved with frostwind flowers, which everyone liked, but it cost as much as 60,000. This price made the young man gape. "That's so expensive." Making the seller annoyed, "It's engraved with frostwind flowers. It's made from the spirit and demon blood of the frostwind demoness, and that frostwind demon beast was still very young when it was killed. It's not easy to kill it like that. Moreover, its characteristics make this pair of gauntlets very powerful, absolutely suitable for martial artists or ice and snow spiritualists." At this time, Lu Piao also passed by and was lost in thought by these words. He sighed. "Bronze battle armor already costs 60,000. How expensive are silver and gold battle armor? My monthly allowance is only 500 spirit coins. Don't even think about it." At this time, Ni Li was still looking around. Lu Piao next to him turned to ask, "Hey Ni Li, what are you looking for?" Suddenly, Lu Piao saw a familiar figure in the crowd gathered in front. He recognized Shen Yu and signaled to his friends, "Look, Ye Ziyun is also there." Hearing this, Ni Li also quickly looked over and saw Ziyun, beautiful and radiant among her friends. She seemed to shine among the crowd. Meanwhile, Shen Yu looked at the weapon below and said to the seller, "It just so happens that I'm missing a pair of bronze gauntlets. Pack this pair for me." The seller packed it quickly, very professionally, and handed it to him. At this time, the ring on Shen Yu's hand lit up, sucking the item into it instantly. Then he handed over 60,000. "Here, take it," making the sisters nearby dazzled by his handsomeness and wealth, and because of this, Shen Yu grinned very pretentiously. On this side, the poor people were extremely jealous of his generosity. Du Zi sighed. "That's a spatial ring. Although it's very small, it has a very large space inside, and it can be worn on the body. Lu Piao also yelled jealously, saying, "He even has this? He didn't even look at the pair of bronze gauntlets just now. Directly put it into the spatial ring. How despicable. He pulls out 6 spirit coins like this. He's like a sugar daddy." Seeing this, his friends dissuaded Ni Lai. "This guy is handsome and rich. What are you going to compete with? Give up early." But Xu Feng just laughed and said, "Ye Ziyun isn't like that." Xu Feng naturally knew that what Ye Ziyun needed most right now was friendship. Because of her different status, she had very few friends, and even close relatives were becoming more and more distant. Lu Piao asked, full of doubts. Maybe Ye Ziyun really doesn't care about how much money there is. What kind of person is she anyway? He turned to Xu Feng with a grin. Could it be she likes girls? Then you're totally screwed. Which made Du Zi burst out laughing. Xu Feng said, "Let's go, I need to start my plan." He said, "Lu Piao, go buy 2 crossbows and 5 boxes of arrows. 1 crossbow costs 150 demon spirit coins, and each box of arrows costs 30 demon spirit coins. Don't get ripped off. After you're done, meet us at the training ground." Lu Piao asked in surprise. Did Xu Feng buy these things before? How do you know the prices so well? Xu Feng thought. Although it's my plan, I should buy them myself, but I only get 50 demon spirit coins a month, so sorry. After that, he turned to Du Zi and said, "Let's go buy some black swamp grass." The two quickly went to the stall. After buying the black swamp grass, Xu Feng continued to buy some low-level fusion herbs. Then the two of them, laden with stuff, went up the mountain outside the city to get some knotweed grass as well. Du Zi blankly asked, "Black swamp grass, knotweed grass, and fusion herbs. What exactly are you planning to do?" Xu Feng just smiled lightly and explained, "Black swamp grass has a certain anesthetic effect, but the effect is very low. It's only used to apply to wounds to relieve pain. Knotweed grass is a very common grass, and no one knows if it has any special effect. But if you use it with fusion herbs to fuse with black swamp grass, you can greatly increase the anesthetic effect." Du Zhen asked in surprise, "How strong is the effect?" Xu Feng said, "It doesn't have much effect on ordinary demon beasts. It's no different from low-level anesthetics, but have you noticed that goats never eat knotweed grass?" Du Zhen was surprised to hear this, and laughed. "Why goats, Xu Feng? Could it be that you're a spiritual alchemist?" Xu Feng had been to the extremely poisonous deep forest before and learned some alchemy methods from the natives living there. Those people who dealt with poison every day and had to deal with the attacks of extremely poisonous demon beasts were the real spiritual alchemists, and the spiritual alchemists of Glory City were too poor. In Xu Feng's eyes, he thought to himself, if I were to compare myself with the spiritual alchemists of Glory City, I would be among the top. Soon the sky turned dark. Xu Feng had created 6 bottles of medicine and said, "It's time to go to the training ground. Lu Piao must have been waiting for us for a long time." Immediately, the two quickly arrived in front of the huge gate. Du Zhen looked at the gate and immediately sighed. "It's so tall. Is this the training ground built by the legendary demon spiritualist Ye Mo and the black gold demon spiritualist Gao Yuan, the dean of St. Orchid Institute?" Xu Feng thought to himself. "The training ground? I've only been here a few times." At this time, Lu Piao also came flying over. Du Zi asked suspiciously, "Lu Piao, why are you even later than us?" Unexpectedly, Lu Piao appeared badass with 2 crossbows in his hands, fully equipped with a helmet and armor, which made Xu Feng annoyed, and he shouted, "Take it off quickly! We only need the crossbow and arrows." Lu Piao sulked. "What? It was so hard to get the whole set," Xu Feng explained. "This place is the hunting ground of St. Orchid Institute, exclusively for those below the silver rank. The strong people in Glory City capture a number of low-level demon beasts every year and release them here, and the students can freely capture and kill the demon beasts to cultivate. Things like demon essence and demon spirits will belong to the students." He went to the guard room and said, "To verify that we are students of the institute, we can go in now. With our current strength, we can just hunt in the outer area. Although these goats are herbivores, we still have to pay attention." Immediately after that, there was a goat standing there panting, its eyes full of ferocity glaring at them. The horned sheep is a low-level herbivorous demon beast. Normally they will not actively attack humans, but their temperament is extremely irritable. They have a very high sense of territory. When they discover an invader, they will immediately attack. At this time, it saw Lu Piao standing in front of it, and his whole body was furious, full of ferocity, which frightened him. Holy crap! He ran away for his life. While this goat was chasing wildly behind, he ran and complained to Xu Feng, "I didn't expect him to let me be bait, how annoying." He shouted, "Mom, the horned sheep is so scary, shoot quickly, hurry up." Meanwhile, Xu Feng was lurking in the bushes, annoyed, thinking, this kid was told not to run. As long as you stand still, the horned sheep will obediently run into the trap that has been set up. As long as it steps on the trap, it will break its leg, and we can deal with it. At this time, Du Zi picked up the crossbow, aimed, and shot an arrow straight at the goat. But this goat's actually pretty smart, dodged the hit real quick. Seeing that, Du Zhen fires another arrow, but dang, he totally misses. Lu Piao books it, screaming, "Seriously, you're messing with me!" Table flipping rage. When Lu Piao glances back, he's scared SHT less, cause the goat's gone berserk. Radiating killer intent, he shouts. Terrified, it's seriously pissed, Duze, worried from the bushes. We're screwed. No time to change our names now. He turns to Ni Lin, but finds him silently observing, then knocks an arrow, ready to fire. Meanwhile, the enraged goat accelerates, charging at Lu Piao, almost catching up. It's a now or never moment. Ni Li's arrow shoots out, heading straight for its butt. Bullseye. The goat gets a dose of the good stuff. The tranquilizer kicks in, and it slams face first into the ground. Lu Piao just stands there, staring at the goat, panting. The goat lies on the ground, trembling, lets out a few bleats, then suddenly passes out cold, leaving him totally bewildered. Duzi comes over and pats him on the shoulder, saying, "Didn't expect that stuff to be so strong." Lu Piao asks, surprised, "What stuff?" "That's a horned goat. It could take on 2 bronze-rank warriors." Ni Li appears, smiling. "That's a tranquilizer arrow, specially designed for horned goats." Lu Piao angrily points at Ni Li. "Dude, you know how scary being bait is? Thanks to you, my butt almost got wrecked," Ni Li retorts. "If you hadn't freaked out and ran, it would have been over ages ago." Duzine chimes in excitedly. "But Ni Li, your archery skills are insane. To hit a horned goat from such a blind spot, normal people couldn't do that, even after 10 years of practice." Ni Li scratches his head and laughs it off, thinking to himself, "Maybe I showed off a little too much. I'm only 13 right now." Ni Li goes over to the goat. "Let's clean up. Besides the horns, we only need the neck hide and the demon spirit." He immediately starts harvesting the goods. Duzi holds the horns and says, "A pair of horns sells for 5 coins, the neck hide for 3, and the demon spirit for 5. We can kill them in less than 15 minutes. If we keep hunting horned goats like this, we'll easily make over 1,000 coins a day. At this rate, I can pay for my own tuition, and even pay back the debt from before." Ni Li smirks. "We gotta speed things up. No sleep for us tonight." Lu Piao is shocked. For people who've trained since they were kids like us, staying up for a few nights is nothing, even if we haven't hit bronze rank yet. Hours pass by, and the moon rises. They're still tirelessly hunting horned goats. Thanks to Ni Li's tranquilizer and their skillful teamwork, the goats quickly succumb to the drug, and they get their loot for cash. After a sleepless night, the sun rises. Ni Li grins. "It's almost dawn. Let's head back." Lu Piao plops down on the ground. "We got over 120 goats last night. If we sell everything, we'll make over 1,400 coins. That's over 400 each. Haha." For the next 7 days, Ni Li and his friends continue hunting horned goats in the training grounds. And during the day, they return to Holy Orchid Institute for class. The bearded teacher lectures at the podium, while the 3 of them, with dark circles under their eyes, barely keep them open from sleep deprivation. The students below gossip. "Did you notice? The number of horned goats in the training grounds has dropped a lot. Did a tiger get loose or something?" Another one replies, "I heard the academy sent people to check, but they didn't find anything." Scene changed to the 3rd watch on the 8th night. Ni Li says, "We've earned over 1,600 coins in the past few days. That's a huge amount. We can do a lot with it," Lu Piao complains. "Ni Li, I'm so sleepy. It's been 7 days. I want to get some sleep." Duzi yawns and says, "I want to sleep too," Ni Li says. "You guys find a safe place to sleep. You don't have to come tomorrow. I have another plan." Hearing that, Lu Piao immediately jumps up a tree to find a place to crash, saying, "Finally, I can sleep." Then he starts snoring super loud. Over here, Ni Li quietly ventures deeper, scouting the area, thinking, "Maybe I'll find something interesting." Suddenly, he hears some movement and realizes it's people. He quietly sneaks over to take a look. Who else would be here at this hour? Dude was hiding in the bushes, peeking through the leaves, and saw this chick radiating a green glow. That's light attribute soul force. She's probably about to hit bronze rank. When he got a clear look at her face, his jaw dropped. It was Zhao Ning'er. Xu Feng remembered something from his past life. Lu Piao asked him, "You hear the news? Zhao Ning'er's back at the academy, and she's in our bronze class." Hearing the name, he'd asked, "The Zhao Ning'er who was in our class before, she suddenly dropped out 3 years ago right after reaching bronze rank. Heard she was seriously ill, like, sick for 2 whole years. Her cultivation level took a major hit, and she's been constantly sick ever since. Didn't expect her to start cultivating again." Lu Piao next to him had chimed in, "Talk about a tough cookie." Xu Feng smirked slyly and said, "It's fate, man. She's known as the twin goddesses, beauty." Lu Piao warned, "Don't even dream about it. She's been engaged to Shen Fei from the sacred family since they were kids. The Zhao Ningquer's winged dragon family always wanted to suck up to the sacred family," Xu Feng exclaimed. "That playboy Shen Fei? What's he got that I don't?" Lu Piao snarked. "How else are you going to get stronger? Duzi's already in silver class." Xu Feng whined, "Aren't you in the same bronze class as me?" Back to the present. Xu Feng thought to himself, Still cultivating soul force at this hour, she's definitely pushing herself. Which also means that sickness of hers is about to flare up. If I know about it, I can't just ignore it. If she keeps training like that, she's gambling with her life. Thinking this, he walked straight up to her. Ninger, hearing the noise, was startled and opened her eyes, summoning a dagger. "Who's there?" She glared at Xu Feng approaching. He quickly raised both hands with a forced smile. "Wait, let's talk this out, and maybe put the knife down first." Recognizing him, she put the dagger back into her ring and asked, "You're that Xu Feng in the class." "What are you doing here?" he countered. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Ningir answered bluntly. "I'm cultivating soul force," Xu Feng chuckled. "Just killing time, you know." But she immediately called him out. "Don't lie. Don't think I don't know anything. You guys have been hunting horned sheep these past few days." Xu Feng was speechless. "So you knew all along," he thought. "Women are such a pain in the ass." Then, he remembered Ye Ziyun and smiled to himself. At this moment, Ning Sur said, "I need to continue training." He propped his chin up. I'm leaving. But Ninger was annoyed that he dared to stare directly at her. "How rude," she angrily snapped. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Xu Feng looked down at her bare feet, which were red and had blue vortexes, and asked, "Is it like your feet are burning every night?" Ningir was shocked, turning to ask, "How do you know that?" He glanced at her feet. "I know even more than that. Even though your feet are burning hot, your body is ice cold. Every night at midnight, it's like falling into an ice pit, and it's incredibly painful." Trying to cultivate soul force is also a struggle, right? Seeing Ninger stay silent, Xu Feng affirmed, "Just as I thought. That's the extreme cold phenomenon. It's because you cultivate so much at night, causing cold energy to invade your body, blocking your meridians. Plus, your body is naturally cold. If you cultivate to bronze rank, at best you'll be bedridden and your cultivation will regress. At worst, you'll die. I bet there are a lot of blue vortexes all over your body right now. It's incredibly painful and persistent as your cultivation gets higher." She was hit right in the heart, clenching her fist and blurting out, "I'm desperate. I don't want to be forced to marry that Shen Fei. To take control of my own destiny, I've been relentlessly training, wanting to become stronger. I'm finally about to reach bronze rank 1 star, and you're telling me that everything I've worked for will be wasted and I'll die." Xu Feng was stunned, frozen like a statue. Ningir asked Xu Feng, "If you know what's wrong with me, you must know how to cure me, right?" Then, she bowed sincerely, tears streaming down her face. "Can you help me?" He pondered for a moment and said, "This illness is recorded in the Academy's library. It's not incurable." Hearing this, Ninger asked in surprise, "Is that true? Then how can it be cured?" He said, "You need to use the meridian guidance technique, using meridian nurturing, to reharmonize your body and dispel the blue vortexes. You'll also need to take medicine made from golden thread grass and heavenly pattern grass daily. With your current condition, you should recover in a month." Xu Feng added, "The important thing is that you absolutely must ensure that you never cultivate soul force at night again." Ninger lowered her head and agreed to this. Suddenly, Xu Feng remembered something and reached his hand out towards Ninger, saying, "Give me your soul force cultivation technique." Seeing her surprised, but looking at his sincere face, she thought, Xu Feng probably ain't lying to me. So she grabs the technique from her ring and hands it over to Ni Li right away. Their hands touched, making Ninger a bit shy, and she quickly pulled her hand back, blushing. At this moment, Ni Li looked at the technique, his face serious, and said, "I can't believe even a prestigious clan like yours practices this low-tier soul force cultivation technique. No wonder Glory City is doomed later on." Ninger asked in surprise, "What did you just say?" Ni Li paused, and said, "Nothing. This cultivation technique is just too low grade. So practicing it will damage your meridians. That's what caused your condition. You have to change. Enlightenment of the mind. 2. Penetration of the spirit. Then change this phrase to soul and spirit unite. Heart and spirit penetrate." He rambled on, leaving Ninger dumbfounded, thinking, "This is my family's ancestral technique," she said sternly and suspiciously. "It's the 6th most important technique in the family's treasury. How can you just change it as you please?" At this moment, Ni Li yawned after talking for a while, then nodded and said, "Changing it like that is all right, I guess." He asked Ninger, who was still frozen, "Why are you spacing out? Did you hear what I said?" Then she widened her eyes and said, "Wait, Ni Li, can you say it again?" "I'm writing everything you say down," making him shake his head in frustration. "Just as I thought, you weren't listening." Ni Li patiently stood and read it all over again for Ningir, but she didn't understand a single thing he said. But looking at him, she thought, from the perspective of a cultivator, I think the changes he made when using it to practice would be very suitable. Compared to what I've learned, these changes are much more profound. How much profound knowledge does one need to fix such a high-level technique? Even the family head probably isn't skilled enough. How ridiculous. I used to think of him as a useless guy. Maybe his understanding now even surpasses black gold rank demon spiritualists. But Ning Krayer remembered the scene in class earlier, thinking to herself, we're the same age, yet the gap between Neely and me is so big. The teacher and the others mocking him back then is so laughable now. Neely will definitely become a legendary demon spiritualist. She remembered what he had proclaimed before, the most beautiful girl. Suddenly thinking of Ye Ziyun, Neely suddenly asked, hey, I've said everything, what are you thinking about? You didn't zone out again, did you? Ninger quickly shook her head and said, no, I'm not thinking about anything. Do you know about the Tao guidance technique? He replied, I know it, blushing and saying, but it requires massaging the patient. I don't think I'm suitable for that sort of thing. But she blanked out, then said shyly, I don't care. Aren't you just helping me treat my illness? I don't want to become a useless person. Neeli reluctantly agreed. All right then. You keep this book for now. From now on, I'll help you once every 3 days massage. Just do as I say, and using certain herbs will help you recover soon. He asked, right, where's the swirl located on your body? She looked down, pointing to her foot, and said, here. There's one here. Neeli looked at the blue mark and thought seriously, is that so? Then he said, good thing it's on the back of your foot. It would be troublesome if it was somewhere else. This mark will be gone in a little while. She hesitantly sat down to let Neeli treat her. He saw her blushing face and thought to himself, embarrassed, huh? Girls at 13 or 14 years old sure think a lot. Then, Neeli channeled his energy into his 2 fingers and brought them to the wound. Suddenly, he spoke up. Don't get me wrong, I'm just helping you. The person I like is Ye Ziyun. It's nice to meet you. I hope we can become good friends. Ningxia nodded in agreement. When Neeli pressed on the wound, causing Ningxia to cry out in pain, he reassured, it'll be quite painful the first time, just try to bear with it. Looking at Ningxia, who was struggling and enduring with her head down, this posture made Neeli think, she really lives up to being on par with Ye Ziyun in beauty, only 13 years old and already showing the beauty that can topple empires. After getting used to the treatment, she felt less pain and felt itchy, as if there were 10,000 ants crawling around. Ningrayer's expression made Neeli break out in a cold sweat. Ninger looked at the wound, thinking, this swirl has been there for 6 or 7 months, and it's always been extremely painful. Although I can use my willpower to endure the pain, the constant, everywhere pain is really terrifying, yet after just a short massage it's already much better. She thanked. Thank you, Nikolai. He looked at the wound that had improved and smiled. All right, but next time there will still be some pain, but less. Just pay attention to resting and you'll be fine. She quickly bowed her head to thank him. Looking at him, her face suddenly flushed red, leaving Neeli utterly confused. Ningxia said, I still have another birthmark, Neeli. Could you help me again? Causing him to wonder. That's right. If there was only one on the back of her foot, it wouldn't have led to her being bedridden for 2 years, would it? He immediately asked, where is the location of the other birthmark? Ningxia stalled, making Neeli scratch his head and say, if it's inconvenient. Suddenly, Ningxia interrupted. Neeli, you said you like Ye Ziyun, right? He immediately nodded. Yes. She hurriedly asked back, does Ye Ziyun like you? He immediately thought of her attitude and shook his head. But a second later, he resolutely said, she will like me. This made Ningxia burst out laughing. Ha. So it's unrequited love. Why is he so confident? She thought to herself. Right now, no one knows Ning Li's true talent, but there will come a day when Ning Li's name will resound throughout the land, and Ye Ziyun will also be captivated by him. If my illness never gets better, I will definitely be left behind by my peers. I have to treat my illness. If Neeli can cure me, that would be great. She immediately stood up and took off her clothes, reassuring herself. It's not like it's anything unacceptable, causing Neeli to be stunned, and he hurriedly covered his face and turned away. Then, turning back, he saw a pair of full, ripe breasts before his eyes, making him jump back in shock. Ningxia at this moment closed her eyes and used her hand to pull down her clothes, revealing another birthmark, located in an extremely sensitive spot. Neeli asked awkwardly, is this okay? I'm a very upright person, causing Ningxia to be annoyed to the core. But Neeli then declared, for the sake of treating illnesses and saving people, I can't worry about so much. Then, before his eyes was an image of a flawless beauty, but Neeli immediately focused on his professional task, looking at her chest and thinking, the color of this birthmark is even darker than the one on the back of her foot. How can a girl who's only a teenager endure this much? He then channeled his strength into his 2 fingers and gently touched Ningxia's body to treat her. This was the first time since she was young that Xiao Ningxia had allowed a boy to touch her body like this. The pain caused her whole body to tremble, while Neeli focused on treating her injuries to the point of breaking out in a sweat. The coldness of her family, tormented by pain, made Xiao Ningxia become increasingly resilient. But there were also times when she felt very lonely and tired. Neeli at this moment gave her a sense of being able to rely on someone. A moment later, Neeli was done, and he smiled brightly and said, all right. Ningxia hurriedly put on her clothes and said, Thank you, Nila. He instructed her to rest for the next few days and she would recover very quickly. Every 3 days he would help her with a massage once, and just a few times would be enough. Before reaching the bronze realm, she absolutely must not practice at night, because absorbing too much moonlight essences without being able to regulate it would cause enormous consequences. After speaking, he stood up, stretched, and warmed up his hands and feet, saying, I have to go, Ningxia said emotionally. Thank you so much, Neely. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have happened if I had continued practicing like that. Neely, you have helped me. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely do my best. He turned his head and smiled, saying, If I need your help, I will definitely come find you. Then he turned and dashed off. She looked at his departing back and smiled slightly, thinking, Neely, what kind of person are you, after all? Then she also turned and left. The next morning, when the sun rose and the little birds chirped merrily on the branches, all the students quickly dragged their asses to school. In class, everyone was gathered together to practice bullshitting. Shen Gong Lu Piao frowned and said, Today is Miss Shen Shu's class, and we're being punished to stand again. All she talks about is the affairs of the nobles, and we don't learn anything. Du Zi laughed and said, The exam is in 2 months. When Neely reaches Bronze Eye Star, he won't need to study with her anymore. In just a few days, he led us to earn 16,000. I believe he can do anything. Over here, Shen Yu sneered. What are you dreaming about? Reaching Bronze Eye Star in just 2 months. You believe this trash can do it. Then the sun will rise in the west. Meanwhile, Ye Ziyun was sitting on the side, chatting happily. At this time, Du Zi asked Neely, We're not hunting horned sheep anymore, so what should we do next? But all he can think about right now is scoring with a hot girl, scheming, how do I get close to Ye Ziyun, how do I make her fall for me, without a second thought. Suddenly, Ninger stands up and heads towards Neely, catching everyone's attention. They're all thinking he must have pissed her off, and now he's toast. This also makes Ziyun curious. Did Neely actually provoke Xiao Ningxia? That guy really needs to be taught a lesson. Everyone else is watching too, whispering, How do you think Xiao Ningxia is going to punish him? Someone else says, Neely's got like 5 spirit power, he's going to get tossed out of here. When Ningxia reaches Neely's desk, Lu Piao and Du Zi are sweating bullets and jump to their feet. They're both pale, thinking, if Ningxia throws down, the 3 of us can't even fight back. What the hell did Neely Li do this time? Meanwhile, Neely's totally chill. He sees Ningxia and waves, but he's still kinda awkward about yesterday. Out of nowhere, Ningxia pulls out a lunchbox, saying, This is my breakfast. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made a few different things. Everyone's jaw drops. They're totally stunned. Lu Piao squints, thinking, Is this a breakfast attack? Then it clicks for him, and he looks up to see every eye in the class glued to them. His jaw hits the floor, and he lets out a silent scream. Everyone around them is speechless at the sight. The guys in the class start freaking out. No way the goddess Zhao is giving that loser breakfast. Is it because of the face-in-the-wall punishment for talking back to the teacher? I want to talk back to the teacher too. Another guy's like, no way, man. Shen Yu's eyes are wide with confusion, thinking, what's going on? Why does Xiao Ninger like that trash? And she's making the first move. Isn't she engaged to my brother? Ye Ziyun's also shocked, thinking, that's weird. Why is she going after a guy like that? Meanwhile, Xiao Ningxia asks softly, Can I sit here and eat with you? This makes all the guys jealous, sending death glares at Nilai, saying, Just say yes, man, which makes him nod dumbly. Ninger shyly sits down next to Nili. The lunchbox opens up to reveal a bunch of beautifully arranged and varied dishes. Ninger turns to Lu Piao and Du Zi. You guys can eat with us too. The 2 of them are so touched, they could cry at being called by the goddess. Lu Piao immediately grabs a handful of food and shoves it in his mouth, and Du Zi yells, Use chopsticks, dude! They all eat breakfast together, laughing and having a good time. After eating, Ningxia goes back to her seat. Lu Piao asks Nili, Since when did you get the goddess Ningxia like that? Spill the beans. Nili denies it, saying, Nah, we're just regular friends. Lu Piao scoffs. Not buying it, Du Xin chimes in. Regular friends who bring you breakfast. Nili rests his chin on his hand, saying, Maybe she needs me to help her with something. Then he gets up and heads to the back of the class, saying, Quit making a ruckus. Class is starting. We're gonna get stuck facing the wall. At this moment, his annoyed gaze shifts towards the podium, where Shen Shu walks in looking pretty chill. She tells Neely's group to get back to their seats, thinking, We got a big shot visiting today. This makes Neely's crew wonder, as they go back to their seats. What's up with the weather change? Are we not getting facing the wall duty? Did something good happen? While Neely and the gang are curious about Shen Shu's attitude, a bunch of old geezers with beards walk into the classroom and sit at the back to observe. Shen Shu starts the lesson, saying, Today we'll be talking about inscription patterns. Whether you're a demon spiritualist or a martial artist, inscription patterns are super important. There are 2 types of inscription patterns, chi patterns and battle patterns. Chi patterns are engraved on battle armor and weapons, increasing their power, especially for demon spiritualists. Using weapons and armor with inscribed Q patterns can give you power beyond your limits. As for battle patterns, they're printed on scrolls. Using your soul force to activate them can unleash massive combat power. Inscription patterns are the crystallization of ancient wisdom, passed down since the Snow Wind Empire, gradually perfected over thousands of years. But during the Dark Era, when human civilization was destroyed, Glory City can only use a small portion of the remaining inscription patterns. There are 3 types of civilizations: Snowwind inscriptions, Sacred Fire inscriptions, and Warwind inscriptions. And they're divided into Snowwind Fire and non-attribute types. Shen Zhu says, "Now let's talk about Q patterns first." At this moment, the vice principal of Holy Orchid Institute, named Ye Sheng, strokes his beard, saying, "The descendants of the divine families, their knowledge is quite good. Enough to teach these kids." The dark-skinned guy next to him, a professor at Holy Orchid Institute named Lu Ye, chimes in, "There are some pretty good kids in this class too, whether it's Ye Ziyun, Shen Yu, or Zhao Ningye." Zhu Sheng turned to the dude with the many whiskers next to him and asked, "What do you think?" The old guy just nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Ye wondered, what's with this old codger? Ignoring Deputy Dean Xu Sheng like that, is he even more important than the dean? Returning to Shen Shu's side, she continued lecturing, saying, "First, I want to talk to you about the Saint Flame inscriptions. When it comes to researching Saint Flame inscriptions, the Sacred Family are the ultimate OGs. There are a total of 66 basic Saint Flame inscriptions. For example, this one here is a Scarlet Blaze Inferno inscription. It's an inscription created by the first family head of the Sacred Family, the strongest bronze-level inscription. It's composed of 36 basic inscriptions, making it the most complex bronze-level inscription. Now let's talk about the 36 basic inscriptions." At this moment, Ni Li sighed, thinking, there are clearly over 600 basic Saint Flame inscriptions. Ni Li had traveled the continent, mastered 7 languages, and cultivated in the temporal demon spirit book space for over 100 years. Naturally, his knowledge far surpassed Shen Shu's. He face-planted on the desk, thinking, 7 days without sleep, guess I'll catch some Z's. Zhu Sheng, seeing Ni Li sleeping, frowned. Sleeping at the start of class? He's embarrassing the academy. Good thing the big shot didn't say anything. Lu Ye looked down and added, "He's just a beginner martial artist student. Can't blame him too much. I'll definitely tutor him later. Parents pay good money for their kids to study here, and he just comes to sleep." Xu Sheng nodded in agreement. Shen Shu looked down, annoyed, thinking, "Ni Li, it's you again. You're not taking me seriously. Even with the big shot present, you dare to doze off." Irritated, she called out Ni Li's name. He was mumbling in his sleep, drool dripping from his mouth, then looked up, asking, "What's up?" making Shen Shu furious. The other students laughed, thinking Ni Li was in deep trouble this time. Shen Shu walked down to Ni Li, scolding him, "Daring to sleep in class? Do you understand everything I'm teaching?" But he answered bluntly, "Yep," making Shen Shu snap, saying, "All right then. Tell me about this inscription." He calmly looked up and replied, "This is a low-level fire-type inscription, barely bronze level. It's made up of 38 basic inscriptions, weak as hell, but it's all right for boiling water." Hearing this, the whole class burst out laughing, saying, "That's hilarious. He's totally clueless. It's clearly 36 basic inscriptions, and he says the Scarlet Blaze Inferno inscription is for boiling water. Haha," Shen Yu thought angrily. He dares to say our family's ancestral inscription is for boiling water. Beside Ning Er, she wondered, Ni Li was clearly so talented. Why is he hiding it? Meanwhile, Lu Ye laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xu Sheng said sternly, "Nothing to laugh about. The Scarlet Blaze Inferno inscription is indeed made up of 38 basic inscriptions, but for what you guys know, saying 36 isn't wrong." Suddenly, Shen Shu on the platform sneered, saying, "Know-it-all?" Xu Sheng asked, puzzled. "When you research inscriptions to a certain level, you'll see that 2 of the inscriptions in the Scarlet Blaze Inferno are combined from 2 other basic inscriptions. How could this student see that? Did he just guess?" Ni Li, hearing this, pointed out, "Those 2 inscriptions are originally recorded in the 7th volume of the Thunderfire Codex, composed of 60 inscriptions, which are quite complex. But some dumbass reduced the number in the Thunder system, changing a few strokes to create this Scarlet Blaze Inferno inscription that's neither here nor there. It has practically no combat power." The other students were stunned, not understanding a thing. Shen Shu yelled angrily, "There's no such thing as the Thunderfire Codex in this world." Ni Li mocked, "Shen Zhu, so knowledgeable, if you haven't read it, it doesn't exist." Suddenly, a student said, "Thunderfire Codex, I think I borrowed a volume from the library. I'm carrying it with me." Hearing this made Shen Shu's face darken. The student quickly opened the book to investigate, saying, "This is a transcribed version. Only 1 volume is translated. The others are written in the Snowwind Empire's language. Because I couldn't read it, I just kept the book and forgot to return it." The silver-bearded elder below glanced over. Tell Xu Sheng to quickly send someone to retrieve a volume of the Thunderfire Codex. He immediately ran off. Over here the student was also searching the book, opening to the 7th volume of the Thunderfire Codex, but was dumbfounded as the book was full of ancient Snow Wind Empire text, so he couldn't read a thing. Shen Shu said sternly, "Perhaps you just glanced at this book and claimed the Scarlet Blaze Inferno came from it. You ignorant fool. How can the sacred family allow you to humiliate us like this? If we can't find it, I'll take you to the Hall of Talents and accuse you of slander." Ni Li chuckled. "Shen Shu, isn't it too early to say all this?" Then he turned to said, "Yuan Zhao, can you turn to page 30 of volume 7 and look at the 6th image on that page?" Then he looked at her. "Chao Yuan, Miss Shen Zhu, this Thunderfire Codex is more ancient than your family's first head, right? The sacred family is just buying fame and reputation, always telling everyone in the family that the ancestors' talents were extraordinary, and they created inscriptions themselves to save Glory City in its time of crisis. When Glory City was breached, all the families fought for Glory City, but the sacred family was the only one who wanted to preserve their family's strength, and allowed the strong members to hide in the Saint Ancestor Mountains, making the sacred family's west gate guards get easily defeated. The Snow Wind demon beasts advanced at will and wantonly killed. Those who survived had to go into exile. He gnashed his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Traitors! I want everyone in Glory City to see the true face of you sacred family bastards." The students gathered around Yuan Zhao's book to understand and were surprised that everything was as Ni Li had said. Shen Yu realized that Ni Li was trying to humiliate the sacred family. When Ni Li saw Shen Yu glaring at him, he snorted coldly. "Mad, the sacred family is all the same, never willing to look at themselves." Shen Shu asked, "So what if our first family head took it from that book?" Ni Li burst out laughing. "Haha, seems like you, Shen Shu, don't really understand the rules of spiritualists. Need me to tell you? The rules of spiritualists are based on the ethics of spiritualists as the standard, passed down for 3,000 years. All spiritualists follow this rule. Rule number 161. If you want to take inscriptions from other spiritualists or from books, you must clearly state it, and not claim it as your own creation." Shen Shu was rendered speechless, unable to refute him. "Not finished yet," Ni Li continued. "If it's borrowing for reference, based on the inscriptions in the Thunderfire Holy Codex to create your own, then fine. But the first family head of the sacred family copied half of it and then claimed it as his own creation. Then it's drinking water without remembering the source. Shameful. Shameful. Could it be that the first family head of the sacred family had an unspeakable secret?" The others, hearing this, immediately criticized. "I can't believe the first family head of the sacred family was this kind of person." It's said that although he was only a gold-rank spiritualist, he was a grandmaster in the field of inscriptions, creating many fire element inscriptions. The sacred family was also revered as the successor of the sacred fire inscription. Others added, "Looks like the Scarlet Blaze Blast inscription was just copied from an ancient book." One person stood up and said, "Now that I think about it, in the Wind Snow inscription record, there are also many inscriptions copied from ancient books, but those inscriptionists clearly recorded it and didn't say they created it themselves." Another said, "This is the basic morality of a spiritualist. Every noble spiritualist would do the same." Shen Yu, furious, stood up and yelled at Ni Li, "My sacred family has been passed down for 300 years, one of the 3 great peak families in Glory City. How can we let a nobody like you humiliate us?" This Scarlet Blaze Blast inscription is recorded in the notes of the first family head. We descendants misunderstood, thinking that he created it. This is normal. Nude you, Ni Li coldly thought. As expected of the descendants of the sacred family, still arguing, "You're so loud now, but in the previous life, when you were about to get engaged to Ye Ziyun, you were the first to run when the Wind Snow demon beast attacked." He scoffed in his mind. "And you're emphasizing what peak family means? And I'm just a commoner. You want to use that empty title to threaten me?" Thinking of this, he said, "My friend Shen Yu, why are you so hot-tempered? Glory City has a very strict legal system. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that the sacred family wouldn't do anything to me, right? If something happens to me, it'll become an indelible stain on the sacred family." Finishing speaking, he grinned, making Shen Yu's blood rush to his head. Zi Yun and Ning smiled lightly at the sight. At this time, Ye Sheng had already brought the Thunderfire Holy Codex. The old man with the beard opened the book to understand the situation. Ye Sheng sat on the side, glancing and thinking, "If it's copied, this is indeed the most laughable thing for the sacred family." Meanwhile, the old man, while reading the book, thought to himself, "This Thunderfire Holy Codex uses ancient script. I can only understand a small part. I wonder what talent that Ni Li has." So he called Lu Ye, who said he had seen that Ni Li only had a red soul C. Hearing this, the old man lowered his head and said, "What a pity. He's learned and knowledgeable, but his talent is too low. Otherwise his future would be bright." So he told Ye Sheng to arrange for him to be a storage manager. Ye Sheng bowed and accepted the order, thinking to himself, Does the master want to protect Ni Li? That's right. In Glory City today, everyone only values cultivation. No one is willing to put in the effort to study books. Although Ni Li's talent is very poor, his knowledge is profound enough to understand the Thunderfire Holy Codex. Keeping him as a storage manager would be a good opportunity for him to read more books. Moreover, working in the Orchid Academy means no one would dare to cause trouble for him. On Shen Shu's side, she was extremely bitter, holding on to this grudge, while Ni Li secretly laughed. Ha ha! A teacher directly threatening students in class. How ridiculous. I won't wait for you to come looking for me, I'll go looking for you. But I can't offend them too much right now because I'm still too weak. After class, the students gossiped. Did you hear? A kid in the beginner warrior class discovered that the Sacred Family's Scarlet Blaze Blast inscription was copied. The teacher was teaching inscriptions that day, and her face looked terrible. Another replied, it said that the head of the Sacred Family went to visit the City Lord, and they were rejected. Ni Li happened to pass by and heard this, laughing to himself, haha, looks like their engagement was cancelled. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Shen Shu stormed in, shouting, that brat Ni Li doesn't respect anyone. Daring to confront the teacher in class, he's useless. I asked the vice principal to expel him, but Ye Sheng had a different idea. With his knowledge, even if he doesn't become a spiritualist, he'll be a significant figure. Moreover, he has the master's favor. But Shen Shu was a descendant of the Sacred Family, so he still had to show some respect, so he said, I'll consider this further. After all, expelling a student is a big deal. This made her frustrated, saying, Vice Principal, what else is there to consider? I demand that he be expelled immediately, or I can't continue teaching. Seeing this, he knew Shen Shu wouldn't budge, so he laughed and said, if that's the case, then I'll switch you to another class, making her annoyed. Realizing that the old man wanted to protect Ni Li, so she said, then there's no need. Let's leave today's matter at that. The examination is in 2 months. If he's in the bottom 3 of the beginner martial artist class, he'll be expelled, according to academy rules. Ye Tang was a bit surprised to hear this, and said with a forced smile, that won't be a problem. Shen Shu also snorted coldly and left, making him think, Shen Shu always relies on being a descendant of a godlike family. She's really going too far. With Ni Li's knowledge, there's no way his grades will be in the bottom 3. Even if they are, that great figure will definitely step in. And then Ni Li accepted the academy's offer and became the librarian. Basically, he doesn't have to do anything, and he still gets a salary of 300 demon spirit coins each month. But Vice Principal Ye Tang never knew how much benefit this arrangement, made at the behest of that great figure, would bring to the academy. Du Zhe, while reading a book, asked Ni Li, aren't you going too far offending the godlike family like that? Lu Piao laughed and said, don't worry about it. If it feels right, it's right. Ni Li replied with a smile, I know what I'm doing. We shouldn't go to Shen Shu's class these next few days. She definitely hasn't let it go. 3 other students, Wei Nan, Zhao Chengming, and Zhang Ming, were also punished to stand with Ni Li's group. Although they only had red soul realms, they were very determined. In the previous life, they died alongside Du Zi in the battle that destroyed Glory City. Although they weren't close to Ni Li, they were trustworthy friends. Ni Li took out 6 stones and placed them on the table, saying, I bought 6 elementary soul crystals. Now I need to test your physiques. Du Zhe asked in surprise. Physiques? Wasn't that tested? When we first joined, Ni Li smiled and said, my testing method is different. An unused soul crystal is extremely sensitive. If each crystal is used to test only one person, the results are incredibly accurate. If 2 or more people use it, it will be affected. And you can only barely tell the rank of the soul realm and whether the soul force is strong or weak. Lu Piao folded his arms and asked, besides those 2 things, what else can you test? Ni Li replied. The shape of the soul realm and the attributes. Hearing this, they were all dumbfounded. Ni Li then handed over a stone, explaining, everyone must protect each soul crystal. Before reaching 500 soul force, it can be fully utilized. If you exceed that, you'll need a mid-level soul crystal. When he handed the stone to Wei Nan, he was afraid to accept it because each one cost over 1,000. It's so expensive, how can we accept it? Zhu Chengming and Zhang Ming also said, yeah, we can't accept it. Du Zhen said with dissatisfaction, if Ni Li gives it to us, we just accept it, unless we don't consider each other brothers. Hearing this, they could only accept it. Thank you, Ni Li. From now on, we'll call you Big Brother and listen to you wholeheartedly. Ni Li grinned and said, with brothers like you, I'm already halfway to success. Du Zine, you go first, just like when we tested when we first entered the academy. So Du Zhe did as he was told, circulating his soul force, and a beam of light emitted. Lu Piao praised, Du Zhe, you've improved so fast, you already have 52 soul force points. Ni Li looked at the stone and said in surprise, I didn't expect it to be lightning fire attribute, and it's in the shape of a Qilin lightning cloud. No wonder Du Zhe cultivated so quickly in his previous life. A soul realm in the shape of a Qilin lightning cloud, plus the innate talent of lightning fire attribute, is truly a perfect combination. It's just a pity that in his previous life, he cultivated the sacred fire inscription, so reaching golden rank 1 star was his limit. Duze asked in confusion, so Nili explained, the soul realm has 7 colors, representing that each person has a different personality and talent. Some soul realms are easier to cultivate than others, but it can't be said that red is all trash. As long as you choose the right technique, even a red soul realm can unleash great power. Those who want to use that to divide people into 5 or 7 categories are just a bunch of idiots. Hearing this, they were all stunned and thought, could it be that the creators of Glory City were all idiots? Nili turned and said, Duzi has a yellow soul realm with lightning fire attributes, so it's suitable to cultivate techniques and inscriptions of this attribute. The most suitable demon spirit is a war-scale demon beast. If everything is as it should be, it will amaze people. But if you cultivate a different inscription, the speed will be much slower, Duzi said with a frown. But the lightning fire attribute techniques of Glory City are all remnants. Even if there are ancient records, they can't be understood. Suddenly he thought of Nili in front of him, and Duzi's eyes were filled with hope as he thought, Nili even read the lightning fire scripture in the library. He then opened his mouth and asked, Nili, do you know about other lightning fire techniques that you mentioned in class? Nili laughed out loud. Of course, with me here, there's nothing to worry about. I know 69 lightning fire techniques, all of which are very powerful. He thought to himself, Crimson Lightning Heavenly Fire Decision is no good. That technique is too overbearing, and it will damage the meridians when cultivated to the later stages. Cale Decision. This technique is really suitable for his physique, but even the creator of this technique has never cultivated it. The mantra for the first 9 layers is completely fine, but the 3 layers after that. He then said, let's just learn the Cale Decision. This is the 3rd-ranked lightning fire technique that I know. I'll teach you the mantra, and later I'll find time to write down the martial arts techniques for you. Thinking to himself, it's already terrifying to cultivate to the 9th layer, and the 3 layers after that will depend on your fate. Nili immediately recited the mantra so that Duze could memorize it instantly. Duze immediately began to practice, and suddenly a powerful source of energy surrounded him. Suddenly, Duze woke up and exclaimed, the technique is too powerful. Just reciting the mantra has already activated the soul realm. The soul force has begun to become stronger. I can feel it, Nikili added. In a few days, I'll write down all the components of this technique for you in detail. Duzine excitedly thought, great, I can cultivate it to change the fate of my parents and my family. As long as I diligently cultivate the Cale Decision, everything will no longer be a problem. With tears in his eyes, he said emotionally to Nikli, Duzi will remember in his heart the kindness of you giving me this technique. If Nili ever needs my help, I'll go through hell and high water for him, I swear on my life. Seeing this, Nili patted his shoulder and said, don't say that, we're brothers. It's just a cultivation technique. Lu Piao, trembling in disbelief as he heard them talking like brothers, chimed in. We should share the blessings and endure the hardships together. He then asked Nili, I only have a red soul realm. Is it suitable for cultivating soul force? Nili smiled and replied, of course, anyone can cultivate, even with a red soul realm. It's just that different cultivation techniques are more suitable. Full of determination, Lu Piao used all his strength to test the stone. Then, he stared blankly at the stone, shocked at how pitifully little his soul force was. Disheartened, he presented the results before him. Seeing this, Nili said, here, this soul realm is red, chaos attribute, and in the scorching sun state. Nili paused. The scorching sun state is common, but only 1 in 10,000 people has a chaos attribute. Immediately thinking of, maybe he should cultivate the chaos sacred spirit art. Hearing this, Lu Piao excitedly asked, is that powerful? Nili replied, of course, it's not inferior to the heavenly scales art at all, and you don't even need to work hard to practice it. You just need to cultivate the chaos energy in your body, which is perfect for you. But whether you can reach the highest realm depends on your destiny, Lu Piao replied. I don't need to reach the highest realm. Just the silver rank 1 star is enough. Nili thought to himself, I wonder how the creator of this cultivation technique would feel after hearing this. With the accumulation of chaos energy in the body, the cultivation speed will become more and more insane. Even if you want to stop at the silver rank 1 star realm, it's impossible. Next, Wei Nan volunteered to be tested. Afterwards, Nili gave an exam for Wei Nan and his friends, then passed on a very powerful cultivation technique to them. Although not as good as the Heavenly Scales art and Chaos Sacred Spirit art, they are all top-notch cultivation techniques and are also very suitable for each person. Finally, Nili picked up the stone and thought, it's my turn. In my previous life, I practiced too much soul force, practiced too many kinds of cultivation techniques, which led to more and more difficulties in cultivation later. In this life, I have to start over, and find the most suitable cultivation technique for myself. Immediately, he used his strength to test himself, making Duze and Lu Piao full of curiosity, eagerly anticipating what was about to happen. However, life is not always as one wishes. Lu Piao wanted to burst out laughing when he saw the results, but Duze quickly frowned and stopped him. Ni Li quickly opened his eyes to look at the results, and was a little disappointed that this soul force had only 5 points of light. This is a red soul realm, a scattered state, without any attribute, which made him laugh awkwardly in his heart and think, haha, so my soul realm is like this. It doesn't condense into a state, nor does it have any attributes. It's even called the weakest soul realm. Afterwards, I practiced all kinds of soul force techniques, which caused things to become more and more chaotic. No wonder I cultivated in the temporal demon spirit book for so long in my previous life without any breakthrough, so that's why. He then speculated in his head that a soul realm without attributes is the most unstable type, and the easiest to be changed, so the 3 cultivation techniques most suitable for this type's attributes are Heavenly Tao Divine Art, Battle God Art, and Void Divine Art. As for achievements, cultivating the Heavenly Tao Divine Art is the highest. The boundless Heavenly Tao is just like a soul realm without attributes. If you successfully cultivate the Heavenly Tao Divine Art, you can cultivate all other attribute cultivation techniques, obtain boundless power, and create the Heavenly Tao yourself. Cultivating ordinary cultivation techniques, the soul realm can only accommodate 1 demon beast at most. If you get a stronger demon spirit, you can only push out the old demon spirit and replace it. But if you cultivate the Heavenly Tao Divine Art, the soul realm can accommodate 7 demon spirits of different attributes. Each time they fuse, the power will increase exponentially, and the final strength will reach an unimaginable level. He was then hesitant, thinking, what should I do? If I cultivate the Heavenly Tao Divine Art, the speed will be slower than other things, but he immediately accepted it because haste makes waste. So I'll choose it. I need to build a solid foundation, strengthen it to achieve a state of spiritual harmony. Seeing this, Dunze said, Ni Li seems to have started cultivating. Let's start too? Everyone agreed. We shouldn't talk about speed now. We need to stabilize and strengthen the foundation first. In the next few days, Ni Li and his friends stayed in the library, only resting when eating. On the 3rd day, Ni Li was still diligently cultivating, and the aura around him gradually brightened. He quickly took out the stone to test himself, and saw that the points of light on it had reached 30 points. He happily thought, I wonder what Shen Shu would say if she saw this. At this time, in the elementary warrior class, Ning'er was anxiously thinking in class, they haven't come for several days. It's almost time for treatment, won't Ni Li forget? Thinking of this, she suddenly blushed. Xingyun sat next to her, puzzled. Why is Ning'er so distracted in class these days? She suddenly thought in surprise. Could it be that she's secretly in love with Ni Li? What's so good about such a kid? At this time, Shen Shu on the podium also turned her head to look down. She didn't see Ni Li and his friends, secretly happy, and guessed, are those guys cultivating? Does he think that he can increase his soul force from 5 to 100 by cultivating hard for a few months? It's a pity you only have a red soul C. You'll definitely be kicked out in 2 months. How dare you fight me? This is the price, she said. Among the 7 types of soul Cs, the red soul C is the lowest. In Glory City, over the past hundreds of years, only a few people have been able to cultivate a red soul C to silver rank demon spiritualists, unless they have some kind of special encounter. The soul force that a red soul C can absorb is limited, like 600. The more you want to cultivate, the harder it will be. Someone below asked, the most you can achieve is 600, so the most I can achieve is bronze 5-star. The others also snorted coldly, she continued. Some things are decided by fate and cannot be resisted. For example, some people are born into wealth and glory, while others are born as the children of commoners. Xingyun looked up, thinking, Glory City is in turmoil, yet this Shen Shu is trying to create more distance between the nobles and the commoners. This isn't good at all. Meanwhile, someone who was extremely annoyed by Shen Shu's arrogant attitude thought, if Ni Li were here, he would definitely help us resist. After class, 2 commoner students lay on the grass to look at the vast sky, Ni Li said, raising soul force from 5 to 100 in 2 months. Honestly, isn't that a bit too ignorant of one's limits? The nameless guy also agreed. Right, even if he were a genius with a blue soul C, he might not be able to do it. However, they both still hoped he would win, because they all hated that old hag. On the other side, 2 noble students walked on the road, saying to each other, Ni Li dares to go against a peak family. What a degenerate noble. There's nothing we can do about those who like to hang out with commoners. Quickly, the sky gradually turned to dusk, and Ni Li and the others went to eat their fill. Dunzen said, Ni Li, my soul force has reached 89. I should be able to reach the bronze 1-star realm in about 7 days, he praised. Not bad. I feel like everyone can reach the bronze 1-star realm in 2 months. He supported his chin and said, we need to make some spirit medicines. With spirit medicines, the speed will be much faster. Lu Piao also happily agreed. Our speed is already so fast without using spirit medicines. If we use spirit medicines, wouldn't the speed be terrifyingly fast? Zhao Chengming asked curiously. But where can we find spirit medicines now? A spirit medicine that increases cultivation level costs at least 10,000 to get one, Du Zane also said. Right. Although we earned 16,000 from hunting horned sheep, after buying soul spirit stones, we only have about 10,000 left. Nilil then spoke up, saying, how about this, everyone go to the 3rd floor to continue cultivating. I have some things to do tonight. I need to think of a way to get that money. Lu Piao sighed and asked, are you sure you'll be okay alone? Do you need me to go with you? But he shook his head, saying, no need. Thinking to himself, tonight I also have to help Ning'er heal her injuries. If I can heal her, it would be a great good deed, Lu Piao nonchalantly said. Okay then, don't say we didn't help when the time comes. But Du Zhen jumped in and said, what kind of cultivation are you doing that you dare to talk about Ni Li? The two arguing caused everyone to burst out laughing. Suddenly, Ni Li saw Ye Ziyun in front, which made him remember the scene of overcoming hardships with her in his previous life. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him made Ni Li's heart flutter. He calmed himself down. Calm down, use your brain to think of a way to approach her without bothering her. He quickly turned around and said, you guys go ahead, I have something to do. The others looked curiously. As he walked towards Ye Ziyun, they immediately bet he'll be back in defeat in 15 minutes. There's no way the class beauty would pay attention to him. Du Zhe also sighed. I hope he won't be too discouraged. At this time, Ni Li looked at the book in Ziyun's hand and recognized that she was reading the Thunderfire Holy Scripture. She was focused on thinking. After the 2nd volume, it's all ancient text. I can't read it at all. Ni Li can still remember it. I thought I was considered the best among my peers, but compared to him, I'm far behind. Ni Li, seeing this, laughed to himself, haha. Looking at how she's holding the Thunderfire Holy Scripture, she must be comparing herself to me. I know her too well. He immediately approached and asked, what's wrong? Are you also interested in this Thunderfire Holy Scripture? She gently stepped back and smiled slightly, saying, this book is too profound. I've only flipped through a few pages, and there are already too many things I don't understand. The others behind were dumbfounded that Ni Li's approach didn't hide the fact that he didn't understand the Thunderfire Holy Scripture. Moreover, she didn't back away, but maintained a normal distance. Ni Li won half of it already. So awesome. Ni Li reached out and said, this Thunderfire Holy Scripture uses the ancient script of the Fengshu Empire. It's been quite a while since then, so it's very difficult to understand. But if you learn the script of the Haijin Empire first, it will be much easier. Hearing the Haijin Empire, Xingyun was surprised, thinking, before the Dark Era there were 3 eras recorded quite completely, all named after the strongest empire of that time. The Holy Spirit Empire era, the Fengshu Empire era, the Holy God Empire era, Haijin Empire. It must be a fairly large empire in the Fengshu Empire era. Looking at Ni Li in front of her with admiration, he really knows a lot. He must come here often to read books. Ni Li then said, but to know a book you have to learn a language, which is not necessary. Moreover, with your constitution you're probably not suitable to practice it. Xingyun was surprised and asked, then what am I suitable to practice? He bluntly said. The Fengshu system, causing Xingyun to be shocked and stunned, thinking, how does he know my constitution? My dad used a family secret manual to find out. This is a secret manual that is never passed on. Each test costs a large amount of soul force. Ni Li spoke up, saying, with your family background, your family must have already tested it. They just haven't tested your soul C state, so the cultivation technique chosen for you may not be suitable. What Ni Li said confused Ziyun because she'd never heard it before. He then said, if you have time, can I help you check on this? Xingyun suddenly thought, if he checked it like her grandpa did, there would be physical contact, so she shook her head and refused, saying, no need, making Ni Li surprised. The group behind them saw this, and worriedly said, oh no, Ni Li got rejected straight up, he's done for. But suddenly he laughed and said, you're overthinking it. The checking method is very simple, just need a soul stone, just pour all your soul force into it, and I can tell with just one look. Making Ziyun full of surprise that it was so simple. Ni Li turned his back at this time, and said, I'll still be here tomorrow. If you want to know, you can come find me tomorrow. Lu Piao saw this and exclaimed, usually, when getting to know a goddess, you want to talk as long as possible. But Ni Li actually turned away. Is he using a strategy? He's really amazing. Unexpectedly, Ziyun called out, Ni Li. He turned around and asked, what's up? This action made the group behind them noisy. Ni Li wanted to leave, but Ye Ziyun took the initiative to call him back. Even Du Zhe looked at Ni Li with different eyes. And Wei Nan marveled, as expected of the boss. First, Xiao Ningye, now getting to know Ye Ziyun, she said. You have a very broad knowledge of inscriptions. I want to ask for more guidance. Is that okay? He heard this and happily agreed. This is simple. Zinyun then used her ring to take out 2 cyan scrolls, saying, These are all Frostwind inscription scrolls. One scroll alone is worth thousands of demon spirit coins. She handed them to Nili, saying, Neither of these inscriptions can be activated. Probably not drawn correctly, but I can't find the mistakes. Nili looked down and realized that there was indeed a problem, but he feared that even the professors might not be able to recognize where the problem lies. Actually, you can find your grandpa to ask. He definitely knows. Suddenly these words made Ziyun's face darken, reminding Nili, that's right, Ye Ziyun has been without a mother since she was little. Her father is the city lord with many things to do, and her grandfather is a legendary demon spiritualist who often leads his subordinates to explore the holy ancestral mountains. Of course there is no one to answer her questions, so he said generously, How about this? If anything comes up in the future, just come find me. Making Ziyun excited, Nili held out his hand and said, This scroll is a cyan frostwind inscription, frostwind like a blade. The structure of the inscription is not wrong, but it is a poor quality scroll, he continued. This person is quite clever, but it is understandable to buy such a scroll. This inscription uses the blood of the frostwind spirit insect to write. The blood of the adult frostwind spirit insect is normally silver gray, but this inscription is silver red, so this scroll must be written with the blood of the larvae. The larvae of the frostwind spirit insect are not strong enough, so this scroll cannot be activated. Hearing this made Ziyun suddenly enlightened. So the problem lies here. No wonder I have consulted many professors before, and even the vice president did not know, because this cyan inscription is inherently very complete, she thought to herself. Nili recognized it with just one look. Could it be that what he knows is even more than the vice president? It seems that he is not as hopeless as I thought, she shyly said. Let me take a look again. Nili held the scroll in his hand, saying, The Frostwind Howling Snow inscription of the Frostwind system was originally a silver grade inscription, but after the dark period, what remains is only the remnants of it. After being studied again by people, this inscription was lowered by 1 grade, only reaching the cyan inscription. Ye Ziyun stood blankly, thinking. The Frostwind Howling Snow inscription was originally a silver inscription. Never heard of it, Nili said. After being fully restored, its layout has encountered some problems. Let's go to the table and talk. I have to change the structure of the inscription. Ziyun asked in confusion. What kind of change? Thinking. He is a legendary demon spiritualist who can create inscriptions, but he doesn't dare to say that he can change an inscription at will. Nili sat down at the table and rummaged for a pen. Ziyun handed him the pen. Nili looked at it and said, This is a silverhorn pen, good stuff. Nili then reached out to take it, and the 2 hands touched each other. This collision made Ziyun frightened, thinking that touching hands would lead to having a baby, thinking that maybe Nili did it on purpose. But she looked at his focused appearance now and realized that she had been overthinking it. Nili at this time, after a few seconds of contemplation, began to put the pen down and draw in 1 gu. When the pen was lifted, he smiled and said, This is the complete Silver Frost Wind Howling Snow inscription. It is composed of 36 basic inscriptions. This structure is stable. Ziyun looked at it in a daze, thinking, It's twice as complicated, but he drew it so quickly. After the modification, I can no longer understand the inscription. She then put the scroll away, thinking, Keep it first. When I get back, I will find someone to make it into a scroll for experimentation. The guys in the back are watching their every move. Duzi's like, damn, they're really hitting it off. Ye Ziyun's even asking Nili about cultivation and inscription patterns. Impressive. Then Ziyun gets up and says, Nili, thanks a bunch. Don't forget what we promised each other. She winks as she leaves. Same time tomorrow, don't be late. Her innocent beauty leaves Nili stunned, smiling blankly. Lost in admiration as he watches her go, he smiles to himself, thinking, first time talking to Ye Ziyun. Not bad at all. Then, as he turns to leave, Shen Yu pops out of nowhere and grabs his collar. The crazy look on Shen Yu's face has Nili confused. Shen Yu yells, What the hell were you just talking about with Ye Ziyun? Nili growls, Let go, or you'll regret it. Shen Yu sneers, Oh yeah, you think I should respect you? What are you, some big shot? You know a little about inscription patterns, so what? Stay away from Ye Ziyun, or you'll be sorry. Just then, Lu Piao and the gang rush in, looking fierce, but suddenly, they all get a little scared, because a bunch of upperclassmen, looking tough, block them, asking, What do you guys think you're doing, underclassmen? Duzi thinks nervously. Shen Yu's goons, looks like they're all bronze ranked already. People around them start buzzing when they see what's happening, whispering, Looks like Shen Yu and Nili are fighting over the goddess. It's about to go down. Someone else says, Ni Li's actually messing with Shen Yu. Shen Yu's about to reach 1-star bronze rank, he's gonna get wrecked. Meanwhile, Ni Li smirks, thinking, amateurs. Even though my strength is only 38 right now, and my soul force is only 32, it's still enough to beat him. He twists Shen Yu's arm and asks, you wanna mess with me? Making Shen Yu cry out. Ni Li puts more strength into it, asking, just because you have the sacred family backing you, you think you can do whatever you want? Is a blue soul realm so amazing? Shen Yu screams in pain, shaking all over. He thinks in shock. What's going on? I can't even use any strength in my arm. His strength is only around 22. I should be able to take him down easily, right? What kind of demon art is Ni Li using? Suddenly he lets go. Shen Yu hugs his arm, scoffs and fakes a laugh. Haha, Ni Li mocks. Hard to believe, huh? The way you control your strength is like some crude prehistoric man. Finger controls strength, attacking acupoints and key points. I can not only make your hand unusable, but even your legs. At this time, the subordinate on the other side looked confused, thinking, Shen Yu looks like he's in a lot of pain. Dunzi thought to himself. Ni Li's cultivation technique must be much stronger than ours, although I don't know what level he has cultivated to. Anyway, young Master Shen can't do anything about it. Over here, Ni Li points his finger and says, Ye Ziyun isn't someone you can just call by her name. Next time I see you stalking Ye Ziyun again, don't blame me. Shen Yu suddenly shrinks back from Ni Li's threat, surprised. What? How did it turn out like this? I am the genius of the sacred family. How could I be defeated by you? He immediately bursts out with a blue aura, going crazy. You're forcing me to do this. Ni Li realizes that he wants to use his soul force to attack him directly. Dunzi looked worried and said, oh crap, Ni Li is only starting to cultivate. His soul force is still weaker than Shen Yu. He was about to rush in to help but was suddenly blocked by the group. Meanwhile, Shen Yu's aura is flaring up. Seeing this, Ni Li also used his weak soul force, but how could he be a match for Shen Yu? He released a powerful force and lunged forward. Ni Li struggled to block, thinking, his soul force must be double mine. As expected of the descendants of the sacred family, they eat a lot of spiritual herbs, but you can't use soul force like this. At this time, Shen Yu laughed loudly. Ha ha, you dare to act tough with such weak soul force. Suddenly, Ni Li took a few steps back, making Shen Yu complacent. Thought he couldn't resist anymore. Suddenly, Ni Li coldly snorted. You know nothing? He glared, focused his spirit, and unleashed a move. Use a point to break the surface. A blazing source of power clashed against Shen Yu's soul force, quickly piercing through Shen Yu's soul force with a beam of energy. It shot straight into his forehead, making it impossible for Shen Yu to resist. He broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in pain as his soul force rapidly dissipated. Shen Yu collapsed on the ground, trembling in agony, as he looked up at the approaching Ni Li in terror. He suddenly saw a bizarre and terrifying crimson power emanating from Ni Li, making him jump. Ni Li had faced too many life-and-death situations in his past life. Many powerful figures had died by Ni Li's hand. The soul force collision earlier had fully conveyed the killing intent of his soul force to Shen Yu. Suddenly there was the sound of liquid dripping onto the floor. The subordinates were stunned when they saw that Shen Yu was so scared he had wet himself. That terrifying feeling was more than Shen Yu could handle. Ni Li coldly said, so scared you pissed yourself, and you dare to threaten me. He approached, saying, I don't want to waste time with you. He grabbed Shen Yu's collar and said, get lost? He didn't forget to remind him, next time, stay away from me. Ni Li took a stance and tossed Shen Yu out the door like he was bowling, causing him to fall outside in a pathetic heap. The subordinates rushed outside to their boss's side. He hastily said, get me out of here, Lu Piao mocked him. Ha. Has young Master Shen wet his pants? Shen Yu, on the other hand, wanted to find a hole to crawl into out of sheer humiliation. Everyone immediately started discussing in shock as Ni Li threw Shen Yu out. Even though he was about to reach 1-star bronze rank, another person said, I thought Shen Yu would give Ni Li a beating. The red-haired guy laughed and said, ha. Looking at his state, it's obvious his soul sea was shattered. The purple-haired guy blankly asked, isn't Ni Li the guy who went up against the teacher? He said he'd reach 1-star bronze rank in 2 months, and Shen Yu would have to resign. Looks like he's stronger now. On Ni Li's side, everyone was cheerfully laughing, enjoying the lesson they had taught him. Duzi praised, Ni Li didn't think you were this awesome. He definitely won't dare to brag again. Afterwards, Ni Li told everyone, let's go, it's getting late. He had to leave immediately. Ni Li hurriedly went to the Jiaoyang training ground. Over there, seeing him arrive startled them. He rushed like the wind to his meeting with Ning'er. Just as he arrived, Ning'er was already waiting. She was happy to see him. Thinking Ni Li wouldn't come anymore, he smiled and said, how could that be? I keep my promises. No matter what happens, I will take the blame for you. Hearing that, Ning'er lowered her head and said, thank you, Ni Li, she quickly said. Let's start. He looked at her vortex and said, the swirl is fading. Ninger shyly said. And it's been much better these past few days, Nilai then said. There's something I want to ask you. I don't know if you'll agree, she replied. Anything is fine, as long as I can do it, he said. I have 10,000 demon spirit coins. I want to ask you to go to the pharmacies to buy Zifeng grass. Tue. Untranslatable without more context, assuming it refers to some item he needs. Hearing this surprised her, since you could buy a handful of this stuff for just 1 demon spirit coin. How much did he need? Nili replied. The more the better. I'll take all you can get, making Ninger confused, thinking, besides repelling insects, what else does that stuff do? What was Ningsli planning to do? But Ninger still agreed, saying, leave it to me. It's nothing for me to buy 10,000 demon spirit coins worth. You can keep the money for now. Nilai agreed. Alright, you buy it for me first, and I'll pay you back many times over. This made Ninger quickly wave her hands, saying, no, it's really not much. Nilai laughed and said, but it's not a small amount for us. Besides, a real man has to pay back what he borrows, or he'll be looked down upon by the world. Then he looked at her chest and said, but we have to heal the second mark now. On the St. Orchid Institute side, in the teacher's office, Shen Shu scolded, Nili threw you out of the library. Your strength has reached 63. Your soul force has reached 78. Is Nili really stronger than you? Shen Yu sulkily said. Aunt, Nili, that guy, knows black magic. As soon as he grabbed my wrist, my whole arm lost all its strength. Your soul force is indeed stronger than his, but the moment it touches his, it's like it gets crippled. Shen Yu gnashed his teeth in frustration. How dare he humiliate me like this, Nili? You're so dead. Shen Shu immediately asked. What's his strength and soul force? He replied. His strength is probably around 30, and his soul force is at most 10. This made Shen Shu slam the table in anger and yell, and you lost to such a piece of trash. Maybe this kid knows how to control his strength and soul force? Some people have weak soul force but a natural talent for control. You're still young and haven't learned how to use your soul force, so he was able to win despite being weaker, she snorted coldly. But it won't be easy for him to reach bronze rank in 2 months. Shen Yu nodded to himself, thinking, he better drop out soon and disappear. See if he dares to touch Ye Ziyun again. Cut to Ni Li. He was healing Ningzher's assets, thinking, pink, huh? Is that the color of a maiden? Then he asked, have you been taking your medicine these past few days? Ningzher said, yes, I also practice the cultivation technique you modified for me. When I get home, I feel like my soul force has increased a lot, she praised. I think you're the real genius. No one pays attention now, but when you truly show off your talents, you'll shine everywhere. Nilai smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Family, in the council hall, Shen Ming, the deacon elder and silver-ranked demon spiritist, received a report. Shen Ming asked in surprise. Is that so? Some rookie martial artist apprentice dares to challenge someone from our sacred family? Nilai revealed the origin of the Scarlet Flameblast inscription before, and I had to spend a lot of effort to clear up the influence among other families. And now, after only a few days, he dares to hit my descendants. Is any big shot backing him? It'll be easy to find trouble with him then, Shen Ming asked. Isn't young master Shen Yu about to reach bronze rank? How could he not be Nili's match? The subordinate stuttered in fear. This subordinate doesn't know. Young master said his strength and soul force were clearly stronger than Nili's, but he doesn't know what kind of sorcery Nili used to defeat him, Shen Ming said unhappily. How strong can a beginner martial artist apprentice be, sorcery? That's just an excuse for being inferior, the subordinate asked. Should this subordinate report this to the family head? Shen Ming shook his head. No need. The family head is currently attacking the legend-ranked demon spiritist. We shouldn't bother the family head with these small matters. Have you found out which family that Nili belongs to? The subordinate replied. We've investigated. It's the Sky Origin family. Shen Ming curled his lips into a faint smile. The Sky Origin family, a normal aristocratic family, wouldn't even dare to provoke our family. That Nilai is probably just an ignorant kid in his teens who accidentally discovered the origin of the Scarlet Flameblast inscription and doesn't dare to show it off recklessly. If we deliberately deal with the Sky Origin family, wouldn't we be seen as too petty? Just let young master Shen Fei take care of that Nili. It's normal for kids to have conflicts and fight in school, Shen Ming reminded. Wait until this matter has passed, before letting young master Shen Fei make a move. To avoid gossip. The subordinate immediately acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, on the city lord's side, in Ye Ziyun's room, the lights were on. She was sitting and studying at her desk. Xingyun looked at the scroll with a puzzled face, thinking, where did Nili find this carving script? At this moment, Aunt Shu came and asked, did young miss call for me? She asked. Aunt Sue, you're a carving teacher. Do you know what era this writing is from? Aunt Shu looked and replied. It looks soft, but it seems a bit harder. I've never seen it before. But the proportions are uniform and the layout is tight. Then she asked, Has young Miss Zi Yun met this carving master? I wonder whose work it is. I would like to learn from them. This left Zi Yun speechless in surprise. On Ningju's side, Neely had finished treating her, and she quickly pulled up her clothes, reminding, "By the way, Neely, you've offended the sacred family. You need to be careful. This sacred family is shameless and despicable. Our winged dragon family was destroyed by them. 8 of our family's businesses are controlled by them. We have to depend on them now." Neely replied in his heart, "I have my own plans, don't worry. The sacred family values face a lot. They probably won't cause trouble for me in the short term," he thought to himself, "but when they come looking for me, I'll have ways to fight back." Seeing Ning Li's confident expression made Ningzhi stunned. He suddenly asked, "Do you have a beginner soul crystal? I'll help you check your physique." Thinking, Xiao Ningzhi is truly a trustworthy friend. She has good talent, so I should teach her a powerful cultivation technique. She took a stone from her ring and said, "Never used it. I have 3 of these," and handed the stone to Nilai. He immediately said, "So you already have one. Great, you don't need to give it to me. Just channel your soul force into it." Ningxi was a little surprised but did as he said. Suddenly, a blinding soul force shone, and then the stone showed a brilliant blue color. Nilai looked in surprise and said, "Soul force is 83. The soul attribute is wind and lightning. The form is winged dragonfish." Ninger didn't understand anything, Neely explained. "Simply put, you should choose wind and lightning type cultivation techniques." Then he thought, no wonder she suffered from extreme cold disease in her previous life. After 2 years of recuperation, she could still cultivate so quickly. The winged dragon form is a unique and unparalleled innate talent. The water element soul realm makes training in any technique super fast for the winged dragon form. And, if the attribute matches, it's even more OP. He started thinking about a technique that would suit this soul force, and he remembered a technique he'd encountered in his past life in a city, one that would be perfect for her. He grinned and said, "I have a wind lightning technique that's perfect for you. This technique is way stronger than the previous one." He thought with a tinge of envy, "If only I had a winged dragon form." Then he instructed Ninger, "Listen carefully," and then recited the technique to her. Suddenly, what Neely said flooded Ninger with power. Shocking her, Neely chuckled and said, "This technique is called the Wind Lightning Winged Dragon Seal. It's the most suitable technique for you," Ninger happily said. "Thank you so much. First, you cured my illness. And now you're giving me such a powerful technique. I really don't know how to repay your kindness," Neely replied with a smile. "We're all friends. Helping each other is only natural. Haha, don't worry about it. Your extreme ice disease is much better now. Practice this first." "Ha ha ha." Ninger nodded in agreement. Soon, it was dawn. Neely was stunned when he saw a golden light emitting, and he exclaimed, "This light is soul force. It's almost 100 already, so fast." Then he smiled and thought, maybe Xiao Ningir won't have to endure so much in this life. Currently, Ningir was still focused on cultivating, suddenly startled, and exclaimed, "I'm about to break through." When Xiao Ningir opened her eyes, she no longer saw Neely. The next morning, someone ran frantically to the pharmacies. He wanted to buy purple orchid grass, which surprised the shopkeeper, who asked, "Are you also a servant from the winged dragon family?" "Your people just bought all the purple orchid grass here," the servant said. "Even herbs from the garden will do." The young lady said to buy as much as possible, or as little as possible. Then, puzzled, "A few dozen pounds of purple orchid grass are enough for our entire mansion." Never mind. Recently the young lady's cultivation has suddenly advanced greatly, and the whole family is happy, and gave the young lady several 100,000 demon spirit coins and precious materials. To spend a little, it doesn't matter, as long as the young lady is happy. On Ni Li's side, he was sitting drinking tea, and he asked in surprise, "Oh, it's done in just a few days. Your servants are so efficient." Ninger replied, "All the purple orchid grass is in here, only about several 100,000 pounds. Nilai happily accepted the ring, but a second later he spat out the water in his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Several dozen pounds! Several 100,000! Seeing this, Ninger smiled and said, "Compared to the wind lightning winged dragon seal that you gave me, is this little bit even worth mentioning?" Later, when he returned to the library, he sat down and wrote busily for a long time, confusing everyone with Nilai's mysterious appearance. But Duzin said, "Just leave him alone. Let's study some combat techniques. If you want to cultivate to a higher level, you must first equip yourself with broad knowledge." However, despite what Duzin said, everyone was focusing on something else. Their eyes were fixed on the handsome young man with the cool-looking battle armor. He was from the sacred family, 15 years old, a bronze 5-star cultivator named Chen Linjian, he boasted. "This battle armor of mine is called the Flame Light Armor. The lowest market price is 100,000 demon spirit coins. Wearing this battle armor, I am invincible below the silver rank, making all the girls crazy about me." He sneered and took off the battle armor and threw it to someone else, then took out a bag and said, Here are 6 5-year-old sacred orchid grass that I took from home. As long as you work well for me, you will not lack benefits. Lu Piao was also surprised by his generosity. At this time, everyone shouted crazily, "We listen to young Master Chen. Young Master Chen, go." Everyone volunteered to follow young Master Chen, Lu Piao said at this time. If there is sacred orchid grass, Du Zi can break through the bronze 1-star. When Ni Li heard the name young Master Chen, he remembered his previous life, when he discovered a secret passage near the city, and excavated many treasures. If he remembered correctly, Ziyun also participated in that event, and Shen Yun won a spirit lamp, and then auctioned it off for 110,000 demon spirit coins. 110,000 is not important. What is important is that the cup is effective for my future cultivation. That small spirit lamp must be obtained. Thinking of this, he stood up and hurriedly reached out and said, "Hello, I want to join your team." Nelia appeared and said, "I don't know if young Master Chen agrees." Seeing his small appearance surprised young Master Chen, and a subordinate asked, "This kid hasn't even reached the bronze rank, don't mess around here." But suddenly young Master Chen raised his hand to signal. "Hold on," he asked Nili. "You said you want to join our group, do you know what we're going to do?" Chen Linjian, a direct descendant of one of the Three Peak families, neither Nili knew him in his previous life nor this one, only heard that he almost became a black gold demon spirit master and was the most outstanding disciple among the family disciples. Conversely, remember in Guanghui City's last battle, when Chen Lin's sword caught up to Shimen and silently killed all 6 members of the sacred family, who abandoned the fight, he thought to himself, "So, you at least know right from wrong," Nilai bluntly said. "I know you guys want to explore the ancient Orchid City ruins, right?" Hearing this, his face darkened, and he asked, "How do you know about this?" "I haven't told anyone, not even my family." He thought, if my family knew, they definitely wouldn't let me go. Seeing this, Nilai laughed. "Hey, don't get all gloomy. Some time ago, the ancient Orchid City ruins were discovered near Guanghui City, and I heard whispers that many experts were searching for them. Qian Xiao, you gathering so many subordinates at this time, the purpose is too obvious. It was just speculation before, but seeing your expression, I'm sure of it now." Chen Linjian chuckled and said, "Interesting. What's your name?" After hearing the name Ni Li, he said, "I know you. You're the one who discovered the sacred family's fake inscriptions. Ha ha, you fooled the sacred family. I heard you read a lot of books." Neely nodded, saying, "That's right." Suddenly the group burst into laughter, and one of them patted his shoulder, saying, "How many books can a newbie read in just a few days of school?" He crossed his arms and replied, "I'm not saying it's a lot, but it's definitely more than you guys." Which made that guy angry and yell, "You little brat, what did you say?" At this time, Chen Xiao laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, reading so many books you must know which era the Orchid City ruins are from." Ni Lia began to introduce. According to the clues so far, the architecture of ancient Orchid City is mostly stone arch structures, and the roads in the city all run east-west and north-south. That's the architectural style of the Fengsu Empire and the Sacred Empire periods. In addition, I heard that a huge lotus wall was also discovered in ancient Orchid City, the god of mountains bestowing blessings, the son of the god of water bestowing wealth, and the lotus flower symbolizing harmony bringing wealth. That was a very popular style of mural painting in the late Sacred Empire period, Nilin added. Combining the current information, it can basically be determined that ancient Orchid City was probably built from the late Sacred Empire period to the mid-Dark Age. These words stunned the arrogant youths. Although they didn't understand anything, it seemed very impressive. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao clapped and praised, then said, "Follow me from now on. I will provide the best learning conditions for you. How about it?" Ni Li frowned, thinking, "You want to make me your little bro? Are you kidding me?" He immediately said, "This cooperation should benefit both sides. However, if we get treasures, I want to choose one first. If I don't get one, I'll find one myself." These words made the others uncomfortable. He said, "I guarantee that as long as you bring me along this time, there will definitely be gains." Chen Xiao thought, Ni Li is so confident he must have a secret map in his hands. Although I also have a map, it's not enough. Then he pondered and agreed. "Okay, that's decided. However, I still have to tell you, if you follow me, I will definitely not mistreat you." Nilai waved his hand and said, "Happy to cooperate." 3 days later, at sunrise here, no returns until we meet. The deal was made. Cut to the afternoon. At the Alchemist Association, a girl was sitting dejectedly in her room, sighing. As the Alchemist Association became increasingly bleak, she was the association's deacon, Yang Xin, 25 years old, of the Golden Demon Spirit rank. She was staring blankly at the letter, wondering, "What is this?" Then she threw it away, saying not to reduce the price of pills or increase their effectiveness. No one will want to be an alchemist in the future. I wonder if today's letter of recommendation has any worthwhile alchemic insights. Suddenly, she saw a very long letter, and opened it with some curiosity. Yang Xin read the letter, and was surprised when it talked about the use of purple orchid grass in alchemy. Adding a little purple orchid grass when refining spirit-gathering pills and nourishing spirit pills will triple the effectiveness of the pills. Using purple orchid grass, together with 100 moss bark, sophora leaves, and diphtheria seeds, and soaking them together can increase the strength of the soul. Reading this, she laughed. Haha. No wonder someone has been buying purple orchid grass these past 2 days. They didn't even want to spare a little herb to borrow the purple orchid grass that I personally dried. But then she pondered. It really does list more than 60 uses for this grass, a disinfectant herb. If it's as useful as this, then it would be great for the development of the alchemy profession. I have to try it to know. Maybe there are some effects. Thinking this, she shouted, "Young gang, bring me 5 jin of purple orchid grass here." Young gang entered and said, "Deacon, we only have 3 jin left." Hearing this, Yang Xin was a little puzzled, thinking, how much purple orchid grass did they buy in the end? The formulas for making spirit-gathering pills and nourishing spirit pills took hundreds of years to perfect. Even if Huatuo were reborn, he would still face considerable failures and exorbitant costs, but they bought such a large quantity of purple orchid grass. At this time, Yang Xin focused on refining pills, emitting surging energy. Young Gang stood aside and admired, thinking, as expected of the deacon, her temperature control is very stable. I have to learn more. After an hour quickly passed, the pills were refined. She looked inside and was a little surprised, saying, "Look at this, Young Gang. The yield is half more than before," he confirmed. "That's right. The success rate of alchemy is higher now. The cost will be reduced, and there will be more spirit-gathering pills and nourishing spirit pills." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Xin threw a pill into his mouth, saying, "Taste it. It's very expensive." When Young Gang swallowed the pill, a surge of power caused his cultivation to be absorbed faster. Yang Xin curiously asked, "How do you feel?" Which made him scream, "Deacon, Young Gang is absorbing the power of the soul. Please don't scare me." After saying this, he took a deep breath and felt it, then expressed his feelings, saying, "Feels way stronger than even a high-grade soul convergence pill." Yang Xin was so shocked her jaw dropped, saying, "It's for real. There's still some purple haze grass left. Let's try the other stuff. Oh yeah, tell everyone to make more pills for me. And tell them I've already checked them." This is the first verification under the name of Glory City, and the Alchemist Association got it. Young Gang immediately ran off to do as he was told. An hour later, Yang Xin was soaking in the tub, experiencing it herself, thinking, this is seriously unbelievable. The next day, Ni Li and the gang were out bright and early, hiking and climbing. Lu Piao got back and immediately whined, "Hiking and carrying heavy stuff. I'm gonna die," which made Duzi grab his backpack and yell, "We gotta carry like 50 jin, you're the strongest and you only got 20 jin and you're complaining." Ni Li laughed and said, "That's it for morning training, but listen up. We're cultivating a top-tier technique now. If you don't work hard, your bodies won't keep up with your soul force, and you'll go berserk." Hearing that, Lu Piao got scared shitless, hugged his head, and screamed, then anxiously poured all his energy into training his body. The gang quickly got back to the city gate when someone suddenly came up and said, "Hello there, young men. I'm from the Alchemist Association." Ni Li felt a twitch, thinking, getting called young man by someone younger, it's kinda irritating. He then said, "Judging by your clothes, you're probably a farmer, right? Do you guys have any purple haze grass? We're offering 3 demon spirit coins per jin right now." Hearing that, Duzi and Lu Piao were overjoyed, thinking, doesn't Ni Li have purple haze grass? Just then, Ni Li stopped his buddies and stepped forward to ask, Uncle, what do you guys need purple haze grass for? I thought purple haze grass was super cheap." The guy suddenly burst out laughing, then leaned in and whispered to Ni Li, "Yesterday we got a letter listing over 60 uses for purple haze grass. Under the guidance of the director, we've been testing it day and night. Haha, guess what the result was?" He exclaimed happily, saying, "Totally effective." He remembered when Yang Xin soaked in the herb and came out even prettier. He then laughed and said, "The most important thing is that purple haze grass also makes you beautiful. Yesterday, Director Yang only soaked in it once and seemed to get a few years younger, so gorgeous. So, the noble ladies are going crazy buying purple haze grass. The market is almost out. This herb takes 3 years to mature. It's such a waste to use something so useful for beauty. Get it now." Ni Li chuckled. "Got it. Impressive. But we're students at Holy Orchid Institute, so we don't have any purple haze grass." After speaking, he waved goodbye to his buddies and left, not forgetting to remind him, "Your beard's getting longer," leaving the guy stunned like a rock in the wind from the taunt. On the way back, Dunzi wondered, "That guy was offering such a high price, why didn't you sell to him?" Ni Li replied, "It's not time to make a move yet. Let them help us advertise first. I think we are now." Meanwhile, on Ninger's side, the maids in the mansion shouted, I'm going crazy, Miss Ninger, good news. Ninger was surprised when the maids ran over, practically tripping over themselves, to report, didn't you tell us to buy a lot of purple haze grass before, miss? Now purple haze grass outside has increased to 12, even over 100 demon spirit coins per jin. Moreover, I heard that someone from the sacred family is offering 300 demon spirit coins per jin to buy 100 jin of purple haze grass. Hearing that, Ninger was completely surprised, thinking, what exactly did you do, Nili? On Nili's side, they were all huddled together, grinning. Nili held out a shiny gold card, saying, today, the Guardian Forest has entrusted us with selling over 10,000 jin of purple haze grass, mostly to noble ladies, for a total profit of 30 million. But the market's consumption is limited, and we can't sell it all at that price. I'll release the goods slowly. Which made Lu Piao beside him ask suspiciously, release what goods? Nili picked up the pill bottle and said, however, this is just the beginning. He tossed the pill bottle to everyone, saying, this is a superior soul convergence pill, catch one each, cultivate fast. Lu Piao opened the bottle, took out one, and exclaimed in shock, this one's worth over 6,000. Nili smiled and said, we're rich now, let's start cultivating. After swallowing the pill, Nili thought to himself, ordinary people can only absorb part of the soul convergence pill. My heavenly god technique can completely absorb it. Suddenly, he felt a force being transmitted to his brain, completely absorbing the pill's power. Then, he blurts out, my soul force has increased 5-fold. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupts, causing Nili to stare in astonishment at Duzi, exclaiming, reached bronze rank 1 star. Duzi joyfully responds, breakthrough to bronze rank 1 star in just a few days. This is too awesome, thank you, Nili. Moments later, hearty laughter and an outburst of energy erupt from Lu Piao, who proclaims proudly, this time, there's absolutely no way I'll be lazy and get beaten by the old man. Those Shen Yu guys usually flaunt their talent and bully everyone. They definitely wouldn't expect that someone they treated like trash would advance to the bronze realm before them. Haha, Lu Piao happily approaches Nili, saying, I really want to see their faces after the test in 2 months. Nili replies nonchalantly, the heavenly Tao divine technique I cultivate is much slower than your techniques. Then cupping his chin in contemplation, then pointing, asks, what's that? You guys keep practicing, I'm gonna go take a stroll downstairs. With that, he opens the door and heads downstairs, heading to the table where he and Zi Yun had arranged to meet, only to find it empty. This makes Nili dejectedly sigh, saying, she's not coming again today. Then, recalling Zi Yun's demeanor that day, he mutters, I'll be here tomorrow, not leaving until I see her. He feels uneasy knowing this is a lie. Let's rewind a few days. To the first day, Zhao Ningxie helped Nili and the others acquire purple orchid grass. Nili is excitedly heading to meet Zi Yun at their appointed time in the early evening. She's already sitting there waiting, and Nili quickly walks to the entrance, smiling as he greets, long time no see. Seeing this from behind, Shen Yu says, Miss Ye Zi Yun seems to often sit there waiting for him. Could they be dating? Shen Yu's expression darkens, clearly displeased. He thinks to himself furiously, in terms of family background and talent, how does Nili compare to me? Why is Zi Yun interested in him? The subordinate asks, big bro Shen Yu, should we teach that kid a lesson? Another chimes in, that kid made us eat dirt the other day, even made you wet your pants, bro. Shen Yu, reminded of his humiliating stain, roars, shut up, don't mention that again. That kid has some skill, find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, but don't let Zi Yun know. He stares at Nili's back with murderous intent, saying, it's best to give that brat some internal injuries, without letting anyone notice, and without letting anyone know it was the sacred family. On Ye Zi Yun's side, she asks, yesterday we were discussing the Frostfall Snow inscription, if the complete version is a silver rank inscription. Nili nods, saying, that's right, she thinks to herself. He can be so calm, as if creating a silver rank inscription is as simple as eating breakfast. Nili is knowledgeable and doesn't like to show off. Compared to others, I may have some pride, but compared to Nili, what do I have to be proud of? Thinking this, she takes out a soul crystal, saying, all right, this is the soul crystal you asked me to bring, he says. Pour your soul force into the crystal. She follows his instructions, and suddenly a radiant force shines forth. Nili sees it and recognizes it as the aura of the Frostwind element. Suddenly, he looks at the stone in shock. It's a soul form. This is one of the strongest soul forms, the Ice Phoenix. Once she reaches black gold rank, with the Phoenix manifestation, her cultivation will advance thousands of miles a day, he thinks. If Zi Yun could have reached black gold rank earlier in my past life, he immediately says to Zi Yun, it's the Frostwind element Ice Phoenix form, how about I teach you a cultivation technique? Hearing this, Zi Yun is surprised. She thinks to herself, I'm currently cultivating the family's ultimate technique. Could he possibly have a technique stronger than that? He laughs, saying, "It's the 9 revolutions Ice Phoenix art. Let me teach you the incantation. Although it's not the strongest cultivation technique, it's the most mysterious technique. If successfully cultivated, you'll obtain 9 lives, and as long as your soul is undying, you can be reborn." He thinks with determination, "In this life, I won't let Ziyun leave my side again." When Ziyun comprehends the technique, she's stunned to realize how powerful it is, probably even better than the family's ancestral technique. She asks, "You're giving me such a powerful technique for free." But Ni Li just chuckles, saying, "It's nothing much. Why bother caring?" causing Ziyun to feel both embarrassed and grateful. Meanwhile, Shen Yu, seeing the two of them happily together, is seething with rage. Unable to bear it any longer, he goes over to call out to Ziyun, then pulls up a chair and sits right next to her, looking at Ni Li provocatively, saying, "Ni Li, what a coincidence. It really is a small world. We meet again." Ni Li retorts, "Yeah, so what? Didn't I teach you enough of a lesson last time?" This causes him to slam the table in fury. He grits his teeth, saying, "My family and Ziyun's family are allied. We've been childhood sweethearts since we were young. Both families agree on our relationship. I can tell you that Ziyun and I are well acquainted. We're fond of each other, and I even know both our living habits clearly." These words stunned Ziyun, who turned and asked, "Are we that close?" She quickly turned to look at Ni Li, wondering if he was going to do anything to him. But Ni Li just smirked, tapped the table, and said with a laugh, "Oh, is that so? Then I'm very interested to know what exactly you know." Shen Yu began to declare, "Ziyun likes to eat wintermelon soup, enjoys reading, and often stares out the window lost in thought." He turned to ask Ziyun, "I'm not wrong, am I?" She nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Ni Li said, "Actually, Ye Ziyun doesn't like wintermelon soup. It's just that Lord Ye Mo tricked her, saying it could enhance soul force. Anyone who likes reading those incomprehensible, incoherent books is an idiot. Ziyun's favorite thing is to go out and have adventures. Staring out the window lost in thought is because she yearns for the world outside." Shen Yu screamed upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you talking about?" But when he saw Ziyun's completely bewildered expression, he suddenly fell silent. "Not finished yet," Ni Li continued. "Since you understand Ye Ziyun so well, she has a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her body. Do you know where it is?" This question infuriated him, and he growled, "How am I supposed to know that?" As for Ziyun, she felt both scared and shy. She yelled angrily, "Ni Li, you pervert," which made him realize he might have gone a little too far. Ziyun hurried away, her face practically smoking with anger. Ni Li looked confused and asked, "She ran away. Was she angry, maybe?" Shen Yu glared at Ni Li and threatened, "Remember this, I will definitely make you die a miserable death." But Ni Li calmly retorted with a cool line, "I'll make your death even worse. You better open your eyes, kid." He waved his hand and left, abandoning Shen Yu, who sat there fuming, thinking that Ni Li and Ye Ziyun definitely had some shady relationship, and feeling hateful about it. As the evening sunset descended, Ziyun had returned to her manor. She stomped her feet, cursing bitterly. Ni Li is a scoundrel. She suddenly looked around and thought to herself, Ni Li knows so many things about me. Could he be stalking me? He even knows about the butterfly-shaped birthmark on my left chest. Did he see everything? Thinking about this, her face flushed crimson, but she shook her head to calm herself. No way. The manor guards are strict. How could he get in? And the 9 revolutions Ice Phoenix technique. Why would he give me such a powerful cultivation technique? I'd better focus on cultivation and stop thinking about it. She immediately entered her room, closed the door, and quickly cultivated with the Ice Phoenix technique, which gave Xingyun a surge of abundant energy, brightly illuminating the entire room. Xingyun felt that she had broken through. The 9 revolutions Ice Phoenix technique is much stronger than she thought. This cultivation technique is practically priceless. She silently thanked Ni Li, but remembering the scene from the afternoon made her face turn sour with annoyance again, and she cried out, "No! Unforgivable!" Back to the present, Ni Li pouted in boredom, muttering to himself, "When will she stop being angry? What a pain." He was walking alone on the street, and as he passed by the treasure pavilion shop, he saw a set of iron armor on display and sighed in admiration. Not bad. But when he got closer to examine it, he found it too heavy, so he looked over at the compact armor set next to it. He turned to the shop owner and said, "Boss, wrap up this armor set for me, and take the Blazing Fury sword as well." The owner saw that Ni Li was just a kid, and chuckled lightly. "Young master, this armor set is sold together, a total of 500,000 spirit demon coins, and this Blazing Fury sword is 200,000. Does the young master really want to buy them?" But Ni Li scattered a pile of money in his hand and said, "Of course I came all this way. Why would I be joking with you? which made the shop owner's eyes pop out in shock, his expression changing faster than a cracker. He smiled sweetly after Ni Li handed him $700,000 to package the items. He immediately introduced enthusiastically, "This black bronze armor set was specially made on the mountain peak, forged from a killing beast's claw using a great fire. Demon beasts can't break the black bronze, and it can even withstand attacks from silver-rank demon beasts." Ni Li signaled him to stop. "Don't talk so much, get me a few more black bronze scrolls quickly, and get the 5-sided ring too." Then he pointed and said, "I want that armor set too. Bring it here for me to look at quickly." The shop owner, hitting the jackpot, immediately and swiftly complied. Ni Li looked at the armor set in his hand and rushed in to borrow the boss's room for a quick change. The shop owner happily invited him. "Feel free to go inside." Ni Li thought to himself, "I might as well just put on this Blazing Fury outfit right away. With this special outfit, there's no threat at all." When he put it on, he felt, "Not bad. I thought it wouldn't fit, but it actually fits perfectly." Then he changed back into his clothes and left. The shopkeeper cheerfully said, "Take care, young master." Ni Li, wearing the battle armor, walked out feeling much more confident. Suddenly, he realized someone was following him, smirked, and sped off down the street. After a while, he arrived at a corner of the school. Here, Shen Yu's underlings were already lying in ambush. At this moment, someone said, "Kid, we finally caught you," Ni Li asked in surprise. "Who are you? What do you want?" Then Shen Yu immediately stepped forward and said, "Kid, you're finally scared. Damn it, it's you. You made me feel uncomfortable. Today, you're asking for it." He ordered his underlings to beat him. "Beat him until he can't stand up," Shen Yu declared fiercely. "All 6 of us are bronze-rank martial artists. Let's see if you can use your demonic arts this time. Beat him hard. Beat him until he begs for mercy." One of his subordinates immediately threw a punch. But luckily, Ni Li was quick on his feet and dodged it. He then propped himself up with his hands, somersaulted, and landed, telling the gang of hooligans, "Don't come any closer, I'll fight back." But the country bumpkin hooligans scornfully said, "Go ahead and try." They then all charged at Ni Li together. But surprisingly, all the punches thrown by the hooligans were dodged by Ni Li. The others also pounced and attacked. But Ni Li actually twisted his body to avoid them. Not only that, but this awesome twist actually made them hit each other. When they looked again, they were shocked to realize that the kick had knocked their comrade to the ground. Suddenly, Ni Li gathered his strength and recited the prepared incantation. Seeing this, Shen Yu angrily shouted, "What the hell? 2 bronze-rank martial artists can't even beat a kid who hasn't reached bronze rank. Everyone, get him! Beat him to a pulp!" At this moment, the whole gang swarmed around Ni Li, and he shouted loudly, "Murder? Help! The sacred family is committing murder!" Ni Li's scream echoed through every corner. Attracting everyone's attention, Ni Li continued to shout, "Help! Murder!" The shouts of alarm startled Shen Yu. Everyone gathered around and asked, "The sacred family is committing murder. Let's go see." This made Shen Yu feel uneasy as everyone was attracted by the shouts, and he quickly told his gang, "Shut this guy up." But Ni Li continued to shout, "The sacred family is committing murder," making the subordinates next to him deaf. The subordinate who obeyed Shen Yu's order pounced, but Ni Li dodged, causing him to kiss the ground. The country bumpkin hooligans flew up one by one, but Ni Li dodged all the attacks, and he kept shouting, "Help me!" to get people to come and see. This made them extremely frustrated that they couldn't catch him. This Ni Li is slippery as an eel. Suddenly, one of them reached out and grabbed Ni Li from behind, saying to his comrades, "I got him." Another one saw this and quickly threw a punch. He punched him in the stomach, making Ni Li gasp for breath. The whole gang took advantage of this and gave him a beating, raising dust everywhere. Shen Yu shouted on the side, "Trash, try running again. Hit him hard, beat him to death." But Ni Li's screams continued to ring out, "Help! The sacred family wants to kill me. Help!" causing the crowd upstairs to look down and realize, that guy getting beat up looks like Ni Li. Is that Shen Yu next to him? What does he mean by saying the sacred family wants to kill him? The purple-haired guy said, "Don't you know Ni Li offended the sacred family before?" Ni Li exposed the sacred family's Scarlet Blaze inscription pattern as plagiarism. Another guy said, upon hearing that, "So the sacred family sent people to kill Ni Li. Can the sacred family just kill students at will in the academy?" Meanwhile below, the thugs beating up Ni Li were all crying with bruised hands, but his screams didn't stop. The people from the academy upstairs then said, "What are you all standing around for? Go tell the headmaster." Everyone started buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, Ni Li was completely unharmed thanks to the armor he was wearing. On the contrary, the thugs who were pounding on him with their bare hands were secretly crying in pain, thinking, "Is he made of steel or something? He's so hard." Suddenly, one guy charged forward, saying, "Stand aside, let me show you." He lunged in with a punch. As the punch got close to Ni Li, he was still yelling insults, but Ni Li quickly struck his pressure point, causing him to lose all strength and fall straight down. The underling then lay flat on the ground, unconscious. Even so, Ni Li still pretended to yell, "Oh no, my village!" He punched him so hard he's stiff as a board, making Shen Yu rage and curse. "What the hell are you guys doing? Didn't you eat?" He looked around, thinking, the longer this goes on, the more people will come to watch. At this point, everyone around was excitedly chattering, making Shen Yu even more pissed. He suppressed his anger and shouted while pointing, "Damn it, beat him to death for me." Because of this, his subordinates continued to charge, some punching, some kicking, but Ni Li nimbly dodged everything, and he didn't stop yelling, "The sacred family is killing people. Help me." Even so, Shen Yu's subordinates were getting injured non-stop, one after another rushing in to take the beating when suddenly a voice rang out. "What do you guys think you're doing? Stop, Shen Yu, you've gone too far." A familiar figure rushed over with golden hair. Next to her was a girl with purple hair flowing in the wind, saying, "Shen Yu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." At this moment, the two beauties, Ning-er and Ziyun, stood together to protect Ni Li. They turned to ask Ni Li, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, Ning-er saw Ziyun's expression and felt inexplicably sad. Ni Li smiled and said, "I'm fine," looking at Ni Li's bruised face, while this injury was what he had just put on to fake the injury, causing Ziyun to look at Shen Yu with annoyance. Seeing this, he hurriedly explained to Ziyun, "This is just a misunderstanding, let me explain." Suddenly, Shen Yu thought of something and looked at Ni Li's current mocking face and angrily thought, "So that's it." He then turned to say, "So that's how it is, this brat intentionally led everyone here, so you guys are a bunch." He then raised his hand and pointed, making Ning-er angry, and she grumbled, "Shen Yue, are you stupid? Or didn't your mom put iodine in the soup? You can come up with such a mentally challenged reason?" Ni Li stood up in his battered body and said, "Although I have offended your sacred family, don't go too far. To openly kill people in the academy, what do you take Holy Orchid Institute for? Although my family isn't as powerful as yours, I won't let you bully me. I want to see just how domineering your sacred family is," he declared. "I, Ni Li, also have my pride. Unless you kill me, don't even think about making me submit to you villains." Du Zhen from the crowd shouted, "Shen Yue is too shameless, 7 against 1, too low." Everyone quickly chimed in, "Too shameless, despicable, so noob." Shen Yu quickly defended himself. "I didn't injure him at all. He's been slithering around like an eel, jumping from one place to another, yelling." Lu Piao signaled Du Zhe, then pointed at Ni Li and said, "Who are you trying to fool? If that's the case, then stand still and let us try to gang up on you and see if you get hurt. Do you dare? Besides, you just yelled to beat Ni Li to death. Everyone heard that," Shen Yu grumbled. "I did say that, but I didn't mean it. Just cripple him is enough." Suddenly blurting that out made Ning-er and Ziyun huff coldly, their blood boiling. He looked around and saw that everyone else was also showing discomfort, saying, "That's too much of an insult. Not killing, just crippling." Suddenly someone yelled, "Vice Principal Ye Sheng is here." Seeing this, Shen Yu spat and told his buddies to retreat, turning to Ni Li and threatening, "Consider yourself lucky today, just you wait." As he left, he shouted, "What are you looking at?" Ning-er immediately looped her arm through Ni Li's, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" But he smiled lightly and replied, "Just a few scratches, nothing serious." Ni Li then turned to look at Ziyun, who forced a smile and said, "It's good that you're okay." Suddenly someone in the crowd asked, dumbfounded, "He was just beaten to a pulp. How is he okay now?" He then looked at the two beauties and said, "To be cared for by two school beauties, I'd gladly be beaten to death." But suddenly another guy next to him crossed his arms and said, "I think Ni Li is slick. He just snatched the 2 academy flowers. Why haven't they beaten him to death?" At this moment, several girls chimed in. Looking closely, Ning Li is actually pretty handsome. No wonder both school beauties are interested in him. "Over here," Ningjir said. "Ni Li, let me help you back to the classroom. I've already prepared some snacks for you," he thought, bewildered. "This is too close. And she prepares snacks for me every day." He immediately turned and called out, "Ziyun." But Ziyun coldly replied, "Everything's settled, I'm leaving first." Beside them, Du Zhe and Lu Piao saw Ni Li glance over and raised their hands in applause. Meanwhile, someone nearby looked at this scene with displeasure. He was Shen Fei from the sacred family. He glared at Ni Li, thinking, "Publicly opposing the sacred family, and even seducing my woman, Ni Li. You must be tired of living. Just you wait. The departure time is 2 days away." Later, after Ni Li returned the money to Xiao Ningyer, he went back to the library to continue cultivating. Every evening he used soul-gathering pills or spirit-nourishing pills soaked in purple orchid grass to nourish his soul force. At the same time, he worked on body refinement to prepare for the process of fusing with demon spirits later. 2 days passed in a flash, and his soul force had reached 76. The next day, The day of departure, Chen Linjian reconfirmed about dry rations, weapons, and tents. The subordinates replied, "Everything is ready, young Master Chen. You've also arrived. Then let's go." The 28-member team of Chen Linjian's sacred Ming family was present, ready to depart. Next to them was the sacred family, Shen Yu's group of 7. He was surprised to see Ni Li's appearance here, and he secretly sneered, "You're just asking for death? If bronze-rank fighters can't deal with you, I'll have the family send stronger fighters." He leaned close to his subordinate's ear and whispered, then flashed a sinister smile. Ni Li looked and thought to himself, "That guy's smile is so creepy. I wonder what kind of evil scheme he's got." Meanwhile, Xingyun was present with the Wind and Snow family. Ni Li went over and scratched his head to greet her. Xingyun asked in surprise. "You're here too," Ni Li nodded, thinking, "Luckily she's not angry about yesterday. I was overthinking." Over here, Chen Linjian spoke up. "All right, this time we're setting out on an adventure, under the guise of going to Ushan Gorge for training. Is that clear to everyone?" The crowd shouted in unison, "Clear!" Causing Chen Linjian to jump, he yelled, "Keep it down!" And so the group set off and walked down the street. On the road, Xingyun asked curiously, "Ni Li, do you know Chen Linjian?" He replied, "Not really. Just chatted a few times in the library a few days ago." Xingyun was surprised. "Just like that, and he let you come along," she said softly. "I've known Chen Linjian since I was a kid. He's very arrogant and conceited. Why would he let you come along?" He then joked, "Haha, maybe it's because I'm too handsome," making Xingyun burst out laughing. Shen Yu, standing nearby, was jealous seeing the two of them happy. "Yay, Xingyun, you've never even smiled at me, Ni Li, you bastard. You just wait, you'll go on this expedition, but you won't be coming back." Thinking this, he revealed an evil expression. Quickly, the group reached the protection of 6 silver-rank experts, and everyone climbed up the big mountain. The adventure team went for 5 hours without a hitch. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, Chen Linjian said, "Everyone, set up camp and rest here." Looking around, Ni Li suddenly realized that this place was a bit off. Over here, Shen Yu came to the beauty and said, "Ziyun, let's camp together, that way I can protect you." But Ziyun ignored him, flatly refusing, "No need. I'll camp with the other senior sisters." Causing Ni Li to stifle a snicker. Night fell fast, and the wind howled. Xu Feng gazed at the sky, lost in thought. 2 more months of training, and then graduation. After that, I get a break to go home. Wonder what the folks are up to this year. He recalled the Battle of Glory City in his past life, the explosions turning everything to rubble, bodies flying everywhere, his parents, uncles, brothers and sisters, all fighting together until their last breath. Thinking of this, he stood up and told himself, "Before the beast tide, I have to reach Black Gold rank, even Legend rank, to protect Glory City. Time's a bit tight, gotta get training according to plan. First, I need to get that thing." Inside his inner vision, a blue vortex was forming, and Xu Feng thought, "Practicing the heavenly Tao divine art, my soul sea was originally an ethereal void. Who knew it would gradually turn into a sphere? And it seems like there's something in the center of the soul sea. I don't even know what it is. I felt it before, but I don't think it was there in my past life. With my current cultivation, I still can't explore the deepest parts of my soul." Meanwhile, on the other side, in the winged dragon family, Ning gazed out the window with a heavy heart. Looking at the letter in her hand, Ni Li left a letter saying he's going on an adventure, and he didn't take me. Suddenly, someone entered and said, "Young miss, the patriarch wants you to go to the council hall as soon as possible." Startling her, she replied, "Okay," she thought. "Father is calling me so late. Could something have happened?" She quickly arrived and asked, "Father, did you want to see me about something?" He and the elders, already present, said, "We called you here because the elders have some questions to ask." She looked at them, thinking, ever since father took over the family, these 3 elders have always opposed him. Looks like something's up today. At that moment, the bearded one, Elder Zhao Yi of the Winged Dragon family, spoke up. "Ning I heard you spent a large sum of money buying a lot of purple orchid grass some time ago. Now the price of purple orchid grass has increased 100 times. That purple orchid grass must be worth tens of millions of demon spirit coins now. With that kind of money, the day our winged dragon family changes its fate might not be far off. Ning you've contributed so much to the family, you're truly the lucky star of our winged dragon family." Hearing this, she realized, "So that's it. Uncle Zhao Yi knows about my purchase of purple orchid grass, so he's come to pressure father, wanting to take a share, or even all, of the purple orchid grass." She glanced at her father's stern and troubled expression. She then spoke. "Uncle Zhao Yi, you've probably misunderstood. That purple orchid grass was bought with my own money, under my own name. What the family head said is right, it's my personal matter. No matter how much purple orchid grass Ning buys or how much she gets, it has nothing to do with the family." Zhao Yi coldly snorted, then said, You must understand the family is in a difficult situation right now. If you can hand over a portion of the purple orchid grass, it would be a good thing for you and for the family. Child, the family has raised you since you were little. I hope you can consider the bigger picture and contribute to the family. Ning immediately retorted. Elder Xiao Yi, I used my own money to buy the purple orchid grass. How does that have anything to do with the family? Does Elder Xiao Yi hand over the herbs, war armor, and equipment he buys with his own money to the family? Her words left him speechless, and he wondered, why is she so sharp-tongued today? Even the family head noticed that Ning was different from usual. The family head spoke up in Ning defense. That's right, I don't think this is the obligation of the clansmen, Xiao Yi then said. Everyone, this matter can't be equated with trivial things. You must know it involves over 10,000 caddies of purple orchid grass, equivalent to tens of millions of demon spirit coins. With so much money, we can alleviate the crisis of the winged dragon family and not worry about being controlled by the sacred family, Ning If you contribute that purple orchid grass to the family, you won't have to marry Shen Fei, he calculated. Thinking, one is to hand over the purple orchid grass, the other is to marry into the sacred family, take your pick. Another person chimed in, I agree with Elder Xiao Yi's view that purple orchid grass can revitalize the family. Others agreed with this. After all, the amount of demon spirit coins was so large that even the family head couldn't argue back. Secretly looking at his daughter, unable to protect her, making him feel extremely uncomfortable, Ning felt resentful inside, questions rising up. Why? Why is it that whenever the family is in trouble, I'm the one who has to sacrifice? She thought of Ningling and then said sternly, that purple orchid grass was bought for a friend who asked me to buy it. I gave it all to him before the price increase. Leaving everyone speechless, Ning continued. That's right, father. I don't have a single caddy of purple orchid grass in my hands now. Xiao Yi asked irritably, Ning what's your friend's name? And what's his background? But she apologized. Uncle Xiao Yi, I can't reveal my friend's information. Causing him to glance at the others as if signaling, then he shouted, I hope this isn't just an excuse. If that person is really your friend, why don't you ask for the purple orchid grass back? She retorted. What are you saying, uncle? Someone asked me to buy purple orchid grass, and now that the price has increased, I'm going to ask for it back. How is that any different from petty people? Xiao Yi yelled. This matter concerns the interests of the family. At this time, the family head spoke up, saying, Xiao Yi, it's best not to bring up such matters again. Do you think they'll agree to hand over the violet myrtle grass, just because we ask? Xiao Yi replied. If they don't have any backing, it's not like we don't have ways to make them cough up that violet myrtle grass. There's no need to beat around the bush. The main thing is to see if they have any background. These words seemed to infuriate Ningxer. She released an earth-shattering aura, and a surge of power erupted around her. Ninger gritted her teeth and asked, What did you just say? Seeing this power, even the family head was dumbfounded. Wondering how her soul force could be so strong, Xiao Yi was also terrified when he saw this. The family head said in confusion, What's with this soul force? Ningxer has clearly only reached bronze I-star, yet she's making this gold-ranked demon spiritualist feel threatened. Suddenly, Ninger's gaze turned so cold that it seemed to suppress everything. The room lit up, causing the elders to jump to their feet in shock. Unexpectedly, a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from Ningxer's body, causing everyone to exclaim upon seeing them. It can't be. Soul force manifestation, the family head ecstatically said. Wings formed by the condensation of soul force. It really is soul force manifestation. At this time, Ninger spoke up, saying, That friend is as kind to me as a mountain. If grandfather really wants to provoke him, Ninger will risk her life to stop you. This challenge made Xiao Yi back down, and he sat down, saying, Forget it, I didn't expect Ninger to reach soul force manifestation. Let's drop the violet myrtle grass issue, he continued. With a genius like Ninger, the family will spare no expense to nurture her. Hearing these words surprised Ninger. The wings on her back gradually disappeared. The family head then said, Ninger Shinger, you may not have heard, but soul force manifestation means that your soul force is pure to an extremely high degree. A demon spiritualist who can reach that level will probably only reach black gold rank in the future. Another person stepped forward and said, Ning Diner has already achieved soul force manifestation at the bronze rank. Her future will definitely be extraordinary. Soon, others came to congratulate the family head and Ninger. The Yulong family finally has a day to hold their heads high, leaving Ningxer standing there like a statue. Seeing this, the family head burst out laughing. Haha! Xiao Yi then asked, What about the engagement with the Shen Sheng family? Hearing this, the other elders said, Would we give away the only talent who can revive the family to the Shen Sheng family? Another person added. Compared to Ningxer's soul force manifestation, the engagement with the violet myrtle grass is nothing, Xiao Yi thought to himself. These people are really something. I originally intended to gather the elders to seize the position of family head, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. The family head then continued, We can't afford to offend the Shen Sheng family for the time being, but we can stall for another 2 years. There's no rush. That's right, Ningxie. You just reached the Bronze Realm a few days ago, and after experiencing Soul Force manifestation, your Soul Force should have had a breakthrough. Try using the Soul Crystal to test it now. She did as she was told. The elders all focused their gazes and exclaimed in shock. It's 365 stars, bronze, 3-star transition. On Ni Li's side, he was also using the Soul Crystal to test and thought, 82, not bad cultivation these past few days. But progress before breaking 100 points may be a little slow. Currently, my soul force is still relatively weak. Half a year of cultivation should still be moderate, that's enough. Chen Linjian had specially arranged for people to guard the night. When he was about to rest, Ni Li suddenly smelled something and darted quickly into the forest. Ni Li rushed to the source of the scent and sensed this is the smell of urine. Approaching for a closer look, he thought, it's probably a tiger bear demon beast. Suddenly, someone loomed behind him. Ni Li turned around in surprise and recognized the group of Chen Linjian. He was also surprised to see Ni Li here and asked, Ni Li, why are you here? He replied, while cultivating, I smelled a strange smell in the air, so I traced it to this place. Chen Linjian said, my 2 subordinates and I were already scouting this area. Shen Yu is with me, so we came here together to take a look, Shen Yu said unhappily. You came to a place like this alone in the middle of the night. Who knows what dark intentions you have? Ni Li then pouted. Chen Linjian smiled slightly at Chen Linjian's attitude, then thought, a person without any backing dares to oppose the Shen Sheng family. Is Ni Li confident or just stupid? Suddenly, Shen Yu said loudly, this place is a demon beast's lair. It must have been abandoned for a long time. Chen Linjian looked down and nodded, saying, that's right. Turning to ask, what do you think, Ni Li? He picked up a few strands of fur and said, there are some animal hairs left on the branches here. Based on my judgment, it should be a type of Huxiang demon beast. Huxiang are not large in size. Adults are about 1 meter tall. 1 meter is already extremely large. This lair is so big it must be a Huxiang tribe residing here. Shen Yu said incredulously, you're just guessing that this used to be a Huxiang lair based on a few things like this, or you just spouting nonsense? But Chen Linjian next to him was very focused and said, please continue, Ni Li added. Normally, adult lake hogs are silver-rank demon beasts. They spend 3/5 of their year sleeping, getting through the coldest time in the ancestral mountains. Only when early summer comes will they emerge from their burrows to migrate and hunt in the forest. Chen Linjian then asked, is it this time every year? There's a urine smell in the air? If it was left from last year, it should have dissipated long ago with the wind and rain, Ni Li confirmed. Lake hogs will appear soon, Chen Linjian asked. What should we do? He said. We'd better move overnight. Lake hogs have sensitive noses. If we get discovered, a big fight is inevitable. Our goal is ancient Orchid City, so it's best to avoid conflict. Chen Linjian agreed. But Shen Yu retorted, young Master Chen, don't listen to his nonsense. It's empty here. How could there be lake hogs? If we travel at night, it'll be very dangerous. Why not wait until dawn to leave? But Ni Li just curled his lip, not bothering to argue with him. Chen Linjian had his own ideas and ordered his subordinates, go gather everyone, we're moving immediately. The subordinate immediately accepted the order, yes. Quickly, everyone packed their luggage and began to move. Everyone was confused by the order to gather and leave in such a hurry, but Chen Linjian said, don't worry about it, just follow my orders. Among everyone, Ziyun was also very curious, looking at Ni Li. Everyone quickly moved nimbly when suddenly there was a loud noise behind them, a roar that scared the crap out of everyone. A subordinate came to ask, young Master Chen, are we under attack by demon beasts? Everyone praised, young Master Chen is so wise, truly a leader. Here's a heart for you right away. Hearing this, Chen Linjian thought to himself, luckily, we have Ni Li. Otherwise, injuries would be unavoidable, Shen Yu thought jealously. Did he guess right? This bastard always steals my thunder. Luckily, Elder Zishi sent 3 silver-rank experts to follow behind. Just you wait, Ni Li. While everyone was whispering among themselves, Ni Li sensed 3 silver-rank warriors behind them, thinking to himself, I didn't expect to be followed. Seems like no one noticed. But Shen Yu was agitated and thought of what he said earlier, and then ordered his subordinates with a cold HMPH, realizing that they were from the sacred family. So that's it, they're planning to deal with me when I'm alone. Shen Yu, you bastard. At this moment, Chen Linjian called out, Ni Li, thanks to brother Ni Li's awareness, otherwise we would have been attacked. Zi Yun was also surprised that Ni Li had actually noticed. Linjian said, consider Chen Linjian owing you a favor, brother Ni Li. You're so knowledgeable at such a young age, unmoved by insult. Seriously, if you follow me. Saying this, Ni Li interrupted, but young Master Chen, it seems like we're being followed. This worried him, and he hurriedly turned to look behind. But Ni Li reminded, don't look, there are 2 silver ranks. Chen Linjian faked a laugh, haha, and then whispered, do you know which force? What's their purpose? Ni Li guessed, Maybe they're from the Dark Guild, a secret organization of criminals. They do any evil deed and are enemies of the families in Glory City. Lin Jian put his hand on Ni Li's shoulder and said, "Leave it to me." Soon the sun gradually rose, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting down to rest and drink water, Xingyun sat next to Ni Li and asked, "Ni Li, I have some questions about inscription patterns and martial arts techniques." Ni Li nodded. "Sure." Seeing the two chatting happily made the others uncomfortable, saying to each other, "What's that kid smiling and talking about with Goddess Ziyun?" Another replied, "I heard her status is very high. I don't even dare to strike up a conversation with her. How annoying." "Over here," Ni Li said, "I have something good I want to give you. Close your eyes." Xingyun was stunned, but still followed his instructions, and then counted to 3 as he told her. As she prepared to open her eyes, Ni Li was about to give the beautiful girl a flower, when suddenly an attack came, wanting to delete him from existence, making him dumbfounded. Holding the withered flower, his mood shattered. Ziyun exclaimed, "It's a soul force wave. Someone is standing behind the tree." Ni Li stood up and said, "You stay here, I'll go check it out." At this moment, an explosion blew up the ground, creating a large pit. Chen Linjian recognized it as the holy flame of inscription patterns. In the smoky haze, Linjian's group appeared. Surrounding the 3 thugs, he said sternly, "Speak. Where do you come from? Why are you following us?" One thought to himself. "If we let them know our identity, we might be able to retreat later, but it will definitely cause trouble for the master." Thinking of this, he opened a scroll and released a burst of fierce fire that made a subordinate shout, "Protect young Master Chen." Chen Linjian coldly watched the approaching flames and said, As expected, the Dark Guild, those 3 silver rank fighters planned a surprise attack, unleashing a burst of flames towards Chen Linjian. But he dodged it with ease, closing in on one of them in an instant. A dazzling force erupted, causing the flames to gradually dissipate. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog, and his subordinates immediately surrounded and protected young Master Chen. The 3 silver rank fighters seized the opportunity to slip away. Seeing this, Chen Linjian ordered his men, chase after them and kill them. Just then, Ni Li and the others rushed over, asking worriedly, "Young Master Chen, what happened? Was it demonic beasts?" But he replied, "Not demonic beasts. We were ambushed by 3 silver rank fighters. Although we killed one and severely injured the other 2, the dead one used a secret technique to destroy his body, so there's no way to investigate further." Shen Yue's subordinates were stunned, thinking, 1 dead, 2 injured, how is that possible? "Report to Shen Yue, our boss, immediately." On the side, Ni Lin thought, "The sacred family is full of tricks," Chen Linjian said. "I think humans can be even scarier than beasts sometimes. Let's go back, keep moving forward quickly." This news was reported to Shen Yu by his subordinates, leaving him aghast. The others discussed among themselves, "What's the background of those 3 silver rank guys anyway?" The one next to him said, "Young Master Chen said they're from the Dark Guild." "So they're from the Dark Guild. Good riddance." This made Shen Yu bitter, thinking, "So Chen Linjian thinks they're from the Dark Guild. Damn it, I lost a silver rank fighter and Ni Li didn't even lose a hair. Looks like I'll have to deal with Ni Li myself." But for some reason, Chen Linjian values Ni Li so much, people in the group also started paying attention to him. While everyone was talking excitedly, a woman suddenly approached and greeted them. With a figure that had curves in all the right places, her face was incredibly cute and alluring. She introduced herself. "I'm Hu Yanlan Ruo, a friend of young Master Chen, from the Hu Yan family." Seeing this, Ni Li instinctively reached out to greet her, saying, "I'm Ni Li." He remembered to himself, "Hu Yanlan Ruo, I remember in a few years Hu Yanlan Ruo will become the head of the Hu Yan family, a powerful person." She smiled and said to Ni Li, "I'm a few years older than you can call me Sister Lan Ruo later." Hearing this, he gave an awkward smile, haha. Seeing this, she asked, "What's wrong, can't I?" Making Ni Li speechless, while Xingyun next to him snorted unhappily and turned his face away. Lan Ruo smiled secretly, thinking, "Very interesting. Seeing me and still being able to maintain composure, his eyes are clear and different from other male students." They moved forward together. The others were surprised to see that Ni Li was actually walking with 2 beauties, Hu Yan Lan Ruo beside him, and Ye Ziyun of the Snow Wind family, making the green-haired guy very jealous that this brat could have 2 beautiful women by his side wherever he went. He immediately went up and opened his mouth to ask, "What are you guys talking about? Can I join in?" Lan Ruo looked at him and thought to herself, "Chu Yuan, why is it this annoying guy?" She put her hands on her hips and said, "We are discussing inscriptions." Hearing this, he laughed. "Haha, I proudly said that inscriptions are what I'm best at. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me, I'll point it out. At least my knowledge is better than this 13-year-old kid." But Lan Ruo shook her head and thought, "No one is more foolish than Ni Li. He can point out the origin of the scarlet flame explosion in class, so his knowledge of inscriptions must be more brilliant than most people." She laughed and said, I don't think so. Sometimes age doesn't represent anything. Many people break the limits of age. Hearing this, Neely thought, I really broke the limits of age, she said. That's the genius we're always talking about, Chu Yuan sneered and asked. Is that a genius? He burst out laughing, making Lan Ruo uncomfortable, and asked, What's with your attitude? You're so annoying, Chu Yuan said. I'm laughing because I don't know what charm you guys fell under that you consider him a genius. I'm scared. Pointing contemptuously, I heard he only has a red soul realm. Haha, how high can a waste like that achieve? I'm not even sure I'd want him to carry my shoes, let alone be a genius. Ziyun got annoyed when he heard that, saying, That's too much. Ruolan turned around and teased. But Chu Yuan, your talent isn't any better than anyone else's. You're already 16 years old and only a 3-star bronze rank. What right do you have to laugh at others? He hurriedly denied it. What's wrong with saying that? My talent is originally a yellow soul realm. With just a little effort, I can easily break through to silver rank. This trash, the highest achievement in his life, will only be limited to a bronze rank fighter. Meanwhile, Neely frowned, thinking, You two are arguing, why drag me into it? Suddenly Chu Yuan burst out laughing again. Ha ha! This brat has been silent all this time. He must be scared out of his wits. Suddenly, Neely closed in, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I challenge you, okay? If anyone loses, they will have to crawl around the camp on all fours and bark like a dog 3 times. Okay. Ziyun pulled Neely's sleeve from behind, signaling him not to get worked up. At this point, Chu Yuan laughed gleefully. Haha, did I hear wrong? A little brat who hasn't even reached 1-star bronze wants to challenge me? I don't even need to use my soul force. Just my physical strength is enough to beat you into next Tuesday, he said sternly. I'll give you one chance, just bark like a dog a few times, and I'll pretend this never happened. But Neely impatiently asked, Are you done talking yet? Leaving Chu Yuan dumbfounded, Neely continued. Every day, I have dogs barking in my ear like that. Who the hell can stand it? My motto is, when I meet dogs like that, I beat them until they listen. He cracked his knuckles. Shen Yu thought to himself, Good, good, good. There are plenty of people you can't beat. Chu Yuan went ballistic, yelling, Motherfucker! You want to die? I'll grant your wish. From a distance, Chen Linjian, seeing this, said, One-on-one, Neely has absolutely no chance of winning against Chu Yuan. Could he have another trick up his sleeve? So he ordered, telling everyone, Step aside, let them fight. Quickly, everyone gathered on both sides, whispering and gossiping. Ziyun worriedly called out, Neely. But he reassured her, Relax. As your man, if I can't even handle this little thing, I'll bash my head and die. Causing Ziyun to blush intensely, she stomped off, full of resentment. Just friends. He's so damn slick, such a bastard. Over here, Shen Yu was burning with jealousy, thinking, Neely actually dares to challenge Chu Yuan. He's definitely courting death. If he gets the chance, Chu Yuan will definitely beat Neely to death. It's just that his look makes me a little uneasy. At this moment, Neely channeled his energy. A surge of soul force erupted, surrounding Nelian's body, gradually taking shape. Soul force enhances the body's strength, giving him a ripped six-pack. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan clenched his fist, reassuring himself. This is just a piece of cake. I'll let you have 3 moves, so I don't get accused of bullying the weak. Immediately, Ningli charged forward, saying, All right then. He rushed forward like the wind, followed by an elbow strike. Chu Yuan provoked when the elbow strike came, laughing and said, Why are you so weak? It's not even enough to scratch my itch. But the next second, Neely unleashed a punch, said, Weak! Then taste this. The punch slammed into his stomach, making Chu Yuan's face turn green as he gasped for air. He seemed ready to ascend to heaven after taking this blow, Neely coldly said. Don't underestimate kids. Shen Yu nearly shit his pants when he saw Chu Yuan kneel on the ground like that. He kept vomiting in front of everyone, leaving Ziyun speechless in astonishment. Even Chen Linjian exclaimed, Interesting. 1 punch to knock Chu Yuan down, just a 3-star bronze but possesses the strength of a 1-star warrior. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan was shaking all over, vomiting non-stop, unable to lift his head. Seeing this, Nelia thought to himself, Too weak. As expected of a rich family, relying on pills to get to this level. Chu Yuan was extremely furious that he had prepared so carefully, thinking he could show off. But unexpectedly, it turned out like this. Everyone said, Chu Yuan was too careless, that's why it turned out this way. Another said, No, Neely is hiding his strength. Right now, Chu Yuan struggled to hold his stomach, looking up in pain. Neely raised his hand and asked, You said you'd let me have 3 moves, and now there's 1 move, so that leaves 2 moves. That scared him so much that he almost pissed his pants, and he blurted out, Holy crap! Seeing this, everyone around burst out laughing. Neely is truly treacherous and unpredictable. Even Ziyun smiled, thinking, Neely is really awful. Everyone was laughing hysterically, making Chu Yuan extremely angry, thinking, "You brought this on yourself." Rushing up, he declared, "I'll kill you." He then unleashed a kick, Feng Shuan Tui coming over, but Nili was still calm, thinking, as expected of a rich family, even knows martial arts. But he easily dodged the blow, preventing Chu Yuan from hitting him. Lin Jian was also surprised and caught off guard because of this. Nili tilted to one side, readily kicked his leg up, kicking him right at the scrotum, causing his jaw to dislocate. His body tumbled back a meter, full of pain. After that, Nili teased, "Oops, were you trying to play dirty?" Leaving everyone stunned, Lin Jian said, "This kid is truly a monster, 13 years old, proficient in inscription martial arts, cultivating to silver rank, fusing with demon spirits is domineering." A sideswept bangs guy asked, "A red soul realm can cultivate to silver rank," making Chen Linjian also think, "I have a feeling Nili is not simple at all." Luo Ruo secretly smiled, thinking, "Looks like Jia Jiji still underestimated you." Seeing Nili's awesome power and presence, Zi Yun thought to herself, "Nili taught me the 9 revolving ice phoenix art, so he must be practicing even more powerful techniques." At this moment, Chu Yuan, who was getting his ass beat, went berserk and thought, "I'm a 3-star bronze rank, how can this be?" He jumped up, telling himself, losing to a kid who's only 13 years old is definitely a huge humiliation. He looked at Ni Li and thought, "That's right, his soul force hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank yet." Then a sly smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Luo Ruo shouted, telling him, "Chu Yuan, stop." But he was determined to send Ni Li down the road to death. This made him think. "All of his soul force is concentrated in his soul sea," he yelled. "Absolutely not. This guy, he's disregarding the consequences. The difference is too big, you can't use a small point to break a large surface. With such strong soul force, does he want to cripple me? Want to blow up my soul sea? That sounds delicious." "Come on," Chu Yuan launched his soul at him, laughing, "Ha ha, daring to stand still and take it? Fine. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Suddenly, lights flashed, hitting his soul force, causing Nili to clutch his head and scream in pain. Nili trembled, surrounded by green soul force, sweating profusely, and said, "It's coming." This surprised Chu Yuan, who was watching. How can he still hold on when his soul force is so weak? Then, he smiled faintly, thinking, "Yes, that's the trembling look I want to see." Immediately, he released even stronger soul force. Attacking Nili, he shouted, "Explode!" He, while taking the hit, thought to himself, "I have to heal quickly. My soul sea is shattering." He closed his eyes and concentrated on reciting the heavenly Tao divine technique. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuan's soul force was completely absorbed by Ni Li. He was full of questions. Strange. Every time it's about to explode, it disappears. But he smiled smugly, thinking, as long as Ni Li's soul sea explodes, he'll become a cripple. At this time, everyone outside had worried and uneasy faces. Suddenly, Ni Li woke up, releasing a powerful surge of soul force to fight back. Then he was safe and sound, giving a light smile, thinking to himself, "Luckily, I had the heavenly Tao divine technique to barely resist it." Chu Yuan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell just happened. How could this be, he gaped, thinking, he's not hurt at all. He took all of my soul force, and he's fine. Impossible. Chu Yuan gradually realized that his soul force was slowly drying up. Nili's soul sea didn't even explode. At this time, Chu Yuan roared with a broken heart. "My soul force," Nikililai then said. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." He then raised his hand to gather his energy, causing Chu Yuan to freak the hell out, knowing that the situation was critical. And he had to quickly retrieve his soul force. But it was too late. When he tried to withdraw his soul force from Ni Li, it suddenly broke off, and he was blocked, causing him to suffer a backlash and cough up blood. Chu Yuan wondered in a panic. What the hell is going on? What kind of monster is he? He hasn't even reached the bronze rank, yet he can seal a soul sea. His face turned green and pale, and he collapsed, thinking, I poured all my effort into cultivating my soul force, but he took it all away. How can I swallow this humiliation? Ni Li now felt his soul force increasing again, and the distance to 1-star bronze rank was getting closer and closer. The people around gaped in shock, not understanding what was happening. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuan actually lost to Shen Yu. They also thought, annoyedly, Chu Yuan lost to Ni Li. How many secrets does he have? Suddenly, Ni Li's aura surged inside his soul sea, and his soul force continued to merge. Shen Yu turned to look at the goddess, and saw that Zi Yun was very happy. She looked at Ni Li with admiration, her eyes sparkling, and exclaimed, Ni Li won! Meanwhile, his soul force surged, feeling that his soul sea had become stronger, and he had quickly advanced to 1-star bronze rank. A bright pillar of soul force burst forth powerfully. His eyes flashed with a chilling light as he snapped awake, spiritual force radiating outwards. Sensing his body, he chuckled softly to himself. Already reached bronze rank 1 star, huh? The remaining unmerged spiritual force should be enough to push me to bronze rank 2 star. Wonder what Shenju will think when he finds out. Seeing this, Chen Linjian exclaimed in surprise. Ni Li actually blocked Chu Yuan's spiritual force, and even leveled up. Is he really just a red soul realm? Beside him, Chu Yuan struggled to his feet, forcing a smile with a wobbly body as he gritted his teeth. Ni Li, this isn't over between us. He swayed as he turned to leave. Ni Li didn't miss the chance to mock him. I'm always here for you. Oh right, where are your dog barks? Chu Yuan roared back. Don't push it, Ni Li retorted. Who said I agreed to your added condition? With that, Chu Yuan stormed off with a cold snort. Ni Li, looking dumbfounded, thought, with his spiritual force damaged, he probably won't dare to mess with me for a few months. After that, the group continued deeper into the forest. The crowd chattered and gossiped as they walked. Someone called out to Ni Li's group. Lan Ruo approached, showering him with praise. You really surprised me. I saw you alone in the corner yesterday. How about you pitch your tent next to mine tonight? We can cultivate together. Ni Li glanced at her indifferently. Xin Yun, seeing this, thought to herself, if Huoyan Lan Ruo keeps seducing Ni Li like this, he's gonna get cocky. She turned away with a snort. Doesn't concern me anyway. Ni Li then replied to Lan Ruo. Thanks for the invite, Miss Huoyan, but you've already reached silver rank. I probably can't help you much. I don't think it's necessary. Hearing this, Xin Yun turned back in surprise, while Lan Ruo felt a pang of disappointment. He never even pays attention to me. She scoffed and unleashed her aura, then called out to Ni Li, little brother. Quickly use your energy to ensnare him. Immediately, the mesmerizing technique seemed to be luring him. Lan Ruo secretly smirked. As long as they're men, they'll be putty in the hands of my charm technique. He was only pretending to be a gentleman in front of Ye Ziyun before. Suddenly, Ni Li turned around and said, It's a snow spirit. Leaving Lan Ruo stunned, Ni Li continued, I never expected Miss Huoyan to have such a rare demon spirit. Hearing this, Lan Ruo closed her eyes tightly, shocked that it had no effect on Ni Li. How is this possible? And he recognized my demon spirit with just one look. The snow spirit is a plant-type demon spirit that can cast mesmerizing techniques, living in the deepest parts of the Holy Orchid Institute Mountains. How would normal people know about it? After I merged with the snow spirit, it's easy to charm demon spiritualists of the same level, but Ni Li hasn't even reached bronze rank. Could it be that he has no impure thoughts, a pure heart, or that his will has already surpassed silver rank? While Lan Ruo was still dazed, Ni Li approached Ziyun, who asked, puzzled, Ni Li, why did you refuse? Isn't she very pretty? He scratched his head and chuckled. She is, but not as pretty as you. This made Xingyun freeze in surprise. Suddenly, she stomped her foot and said shyly, I can't compare to Huoyan Lan Ruo. You like her a lot, don't you? But when he heard that, he just smiled gently, making Xingyun blush as she thought, well, Ni Li can be cute sometimes. Seeing the two of them flirting, Lan Ruo was consumed with jealousy, thinking with annoyance, what do I lack compared to that girl that this brat keeps ignoring me? Suddenly she shouted, I don't believe it. I won't be able to conquer an unweaned kid like you. Pointing directly at Ni Li, she declared, one day I will make you a footstool under my feet. This young lady has decided this kid is mine. Anyone who wants to touch him will have to ask for my permission first. I won't let anyone compete with me. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they focused on Ni Li. Even Chen Linjian was startled by this. Xingyun simply chuckled softly after the declaration. As they walked down the road, people whispered and teased, laughing. Is this a public confession? Ni Li now had the hot girl constantly by his side. Ni Li, this is almond cake. Would you like some? Ni Li, are you tired? Would you like me to put down a cushion for you to rest on? Her outrageous actions left Ni Li speechless. He brushed off his clothes in annoyance and said, Can you please stop bothering me? Go do whatever you want. Go away. These words made Lan Ruo feel a pang of sadness. Her eyes welled up with tears as she put on a pitiful face. She threw her clothes on the ground and walked away sulking. But Ni Li didn't feel any remorse. On the contrary, he sighed in relief and thought, finally, some peace and quiet. But before he knew it, Lan Ruo was back, smiling sweetly as she asked, Ni Li, are you thirsty? I have some of the best Xinghua wine right here. He flared up, pointing a finger at her and saying, Are you a ghost? Haunting me for a whole chapter like this? Don't you have anything better to do? But she winked and said, I think I'm starting to like you a little. You might not like me now, but it's fine. Who wouldn't like a beautiful young lady like me? I'll just assume you're blind for now, but one day you'll see just how adorable I am. Her conceited words made him stare blankly, thinking, You're the one who's blind. He immediately dashed forward, running over to Ziyun, breathing heavily. The girls behind him saw him approach and started whispering to each other, Is this the guy Huoyan Lan Ruo is pursuing? He's quite handsome, actually. He probably deserves Huoyan Lan Ruo. This made Ni Li fume, thinking, "Oh, for crying out loud, leave me alone, ladies." Ziyun then asked, "Ni Li, why aren't you staying with Huyan Lanruo?" He replied, "Ziyun, you know perfectly well that I have absolutely nothing to do with her." However, Ziyun coldly asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Ni Li felt utterly disheartened, thinking to himself, "When will I finally be able to hold this captivatingly beautiful young girl in my arms like I did in my past life? It feels so far, yet so close." Anyway, for the sake of Glory City, I must first raise my own strength, he resolved. This trip to the ancient Orchid City ruins, I must obtain that spirit pill. For the next few days, Ni Li continued to refine the soul force stolen from Chu Yuan, but that woman Huyan Lanruo was too annoying. Even when Ni Li was cultivating, she wouldn't leave and stood guard right by his side. Ni Li could only ignore her. By noon the next day, everyone finally saw the ancient Orchid City ruins right before their eyes. The whole group quickly approached the city gate. Before them was an old, ruined city that looked extremely desolate. Chen Linjian looked solemn and thought, "Is this the city from the Dark Ages?" Ni Li also looked serious and thought, "Glory City will look like this too after it's been breached." Chen Linjian spoke up, "We finally arrived. Pretty smoothly, I'd say." He then took out a map, spread it on the ground, and began studying it. "Here's the map. Let's see which way we should go. The ancient Orchid City ruins are ancient, and the strong demon beasts have already left, so we can explore freely." The green-haired guy looked at it, pointed down, and said, "Look at this. We can enter the city through the west gate. Only by entering the city can we get any harvest. Let's go check the residential area." The others agreed. "Yeah, the residential area is where it's easiest to find treasures." Chen Linjian also found it quite reasonable and turned to ask Ni Li for his opinion. "What do you think?" Suddenly, Ni Li said, "Wrong. Think about it. Is the residential area the easiest place to find treasures in the city? Most of the wealth is in the hands of the wealthy families." These words made everyone agree and start discussing. At this moment, Shen Yu stood up and said, "This ruin is hundreds of square meters, with so many rooms and all dilapidated. How are we supposed to know which is the house of a big family?" However, Lin Jin didn't pay attention to his words and turned to Ni Li. "Keep going," Ni Li said seriously. "It's very easy to find the residences of the great clans. Look for the areas with the least densely packed structures, because those great clans often have their own private villas." Lan Ruo looked at the map and smiled. "It's here. No doubt, it must be here. The structures in this area are all very large," Chen Linjian said with a serious, cautious expression. "These areas have already been searched by previous exploration teams. Although they found some pretty cool stuff, it wasn't much. And they didn't find any secret chambers or tunnels either." Shen Yu snorted coldly from the side. "What I'm trying to say is, what you know others have already figured out. Do you think the great clans of Glory City are all vegetarians?" Suddenly, Ni Li gave him a sharp glance and said, "Could you shut up for a moment when I'm talking? If you're so smart, then you talk." This left Shen Yu speechless and dumbfounded. Immediately, Chen Linjian turned to him, glaring and ordering, "Shut up." Shen Yu had no choice but to hold his tongue and turn away. Ni Li continued, "It's perfectly normal that this place has been searched. Because it's on the route into the center, it's also the area with the strictest security." Then, he pointed to a location and said, "But this area must be the city lord's mansion." This made Chen Linjian fall into deep thought and contemplation. Ni Li's predictions about locations have been very accurate so far. This place is definitely the city lord's mansion, but teams have already been here and searched, even the underground areas, but they found nothing. Ni Li spoke up again. "Of course, this place has been searched before." He pointed to a location and said, "But here, near the city lord's mansion, there's a plot of land with no houses. Does young Master Chen know what this piece of land was used for?" This surprised Chen Linjian. "This is the city lord's training ground. There are many large rocks made of black cloud stone here. They're hollow inside and can't be moved. The area next to it, I don't know what it's for. I heard a lot of weeds grow there." "Could there be something wrong with these three areas?" Chen Linjian asked with a faint smile. "You mean there's something in these spots?" "But people have searched those places before, and it seems like they didn't find anything," Ni Li guessed. "It seems like those big rocks are shelters created by the major families. There might be something inside. There are definitely traps around those areas. If we just rush in, we might be in danger." To be honest, the place I suspect the most is the outside area. Hearing this, everyone asked in surprise and confusion. "Why?" Ni Li explained. "Even though it looks like nobody suspects anything, that's exactly the safest place. That training ground is designed right next to the city lord's mansion, so it definitely has a special meaning. Such a large training ground, there might be valuable items inside. Let's search the surrounding area now." Chen Linjian immediately agreed, folded the map and ordered, "Everyone, grab your weapons and let's go." At this time, Ni Li took out a bag, thinking to himself, To deal with the demon beasts here, I've prepared arrows coated with tranquilizer. He immediately pulled out the pile of prepared arrows and carried them on his back, ready to set off with Chen Linjian to find the treasure. The team then walked along the wall, which was a relatively safe route. Meanwhile, a group of people also appeared in this area. The red-scarfed boss spoke up. "Are you sure the little devils who came in here earlier are disciples of a major family?" The subordinate replied. "That's right, Deacon Yunhua." Yunhua heard this and said, "Good. Immediately give the order. Quickly catch anyone who looks high status to demand ransom from their families, and kill the others." The subordinates quickly accepted the order, and did as they were told. They moved as fast as the wind. At this time, Chen Linjian's group had discovered something. Suddenly, bursting out from the city wall, groups of monkeys with fierce eyes appeared, growling. They quickly surrounded Chen Linjian's group. He said, "6 of them. These long-armed giant apes are following us, but always keeping their distance, waiting for more of their kind to arrive, before they attack us by surprise." An arrow shot past Linjian, startling him. Immediately afterwards, the arrow pierced straight into the chest of a giant ape, causing it to fall to the ground with a thud. The others, seeing this, immediately tucked their tails and ran away. The giant ape that was hit by the arrow trembled all over, with no strength to resist. Linjian realized this was an opportunity, so he drew his sword and rushed towards it, delivering a devastating blow. A stream of blood spurted out, and Linjian's handsome face was splattered with blood. He raised his hand to wipe it away, and sighed in his heart. The long-armed giant apes are constantly moving, yet only one arrow hit. The others looked at each other blankly and asked, "Who shot that arrow?" When they looked back, they were shocked to realize that it was Ni Li who had done it. At this time, the giant apes glared at them. Chen Linjian hurriedly ordered, "Everyone, raise your bows." So the whole group listened and did as they were told. Shen Yu in the group was no exception, but he still felt resentful, thinking of Ni Li. Since he appeared, Zi Yun has become more and more distant from him. He immediately had a clever idea, thinking, "It's just hitting a long-armed giant ape, what's so hard about that?" He moved to the city wall, slowly observing. He aimed at one that was swinging on a pillar, concentrating all his spirit, thinking, "A target that big, how could I possibly miss?" He immediately shot, the arrow flying towards the giant ape. Everyone, seeing this, gasped in shock and shouted. Shen Yue made a move, but the giant ape on this side also spotted the arrow and quickly leaned to dodge it, causing the arrow to completely miss and slam straight into the tree next to it. The giant ape quickly ran away, causing the group to be unable to hold back their laughter. Full of teasing, Zi Yun also realized that Shen Yu was probably jealous of Ni Li. Meanwhile, Shen Yu was super embarrassed, thinking, "How did this happen? I clearly aimed right." He wasn't giving up, so he knocked another arrow and prepared to fire again, aiming at the giant ape swooping in the air, thinking, "This time it's gotta hit." He shot, the arrow flew, but it actually dodged it. Shen Yu's arrow just slammed into the ground, making him even more humiliated. He stood there frozen, dumbfounded. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Everyone was cracking up, making Shen Yu want to find a hole to crawl into. Suddenly, Chen Linjian yelled angrily, "What the hell are you laughing at? You want to BE food for those azure armored apes? They're getting closer, get your bows ready." Everyone obeyed, except Shen Yu, who was just pissed, his blood boiling. He glared at Ni Li, thinking, "It's all your fault." Meanwhile, Ni Li felt that gaze and got annoyed, thinking, "What the heck is he staring at me for? These rebellious sacred family guys just get on my nerves." Suddenly, a giant ape charged forward, roaring like crazy, and the crowd immediately fired their bows in response. But surprisingly, the ape dodged every single arrow. One guy exclaimed, "Damn, it's too agile, we can't hit it." After dodging, the giant ape leaped away, letting out a triumphant roar like a raging bull. Everyone was stunned when an arrow suddenly pierced its skull, sending it crashing to the ground. And it was none other than Ni Li who fired that arrow. Next, he pulled out another arrow and fired, hitting another giant ape dead on. Arrow after arrow from Ni Li took down countless giant apes, leaving them sprawled across the ground. Even Chen Linjian was amazed by the scene. He said, "Brother Ni Li, I'm counting on you." Ni Li snorted and said, "Too bad we also hit the azure armored ape." At this moment, there were suddenly more azure armored apes nearby, and they screamed miserably. Chen Linjian said, "Looks like it won't give us time to prepare." He turned and said, "Comrades, stand up. Let's destroy the fast-moving azure armored apes." Ni Li turned to remind Ye Ziyun, "Follow the team closely. Pay attention to your surroundings." But she replied coldly, "I don't need you to care. You also pay attention." Suddenly, a ferocious roar made the ground seem to crack, causing the birds in the forest to fly up in chaos. Ni Li announced, "This is the roar of a high-level spirit beast." Chen Linjian also asked in surprise, "Is it a spirit rank demon beast?" "Can you infer the level from the roar?" Ni Li replied. "Silver 5-star, only a little short of gold rank," Chen Linjian said worriedly. "Silver 5-star is a spirit rank demon beast. and there are two ordinary azure-armored apes. An azure ape with white hair and beard appeared. It slammed its chest and roared fiercely, and everyone panicked and said, "We are finished!" Immediately, someone noticed the spirit-ranked demon beast standing on top of the building. Seeing Chen Linjian's group looking up, it roared angrily, signaling the apes to attack. Nili said sternly, "Follow me, they are too big to move easily in the forest." Nili led the group into the forest, and the apes chased after them, roaring crazily. At this time, Chen Linjian gave the order, "Everyone, form a formation." The subordinates also obeyed the order and set up an echo formation, ready to fight. The guy with the slanted bangs also screamed, and then his body transformed, turning into a huge tail and sharp claws, along with powerful soul power. Ni Li's side also spoke at this time. "There is an anesthetic on the tip of my arrow which is specially used to deal with them. As long as you shoot them, they won't be able to move. Everyone take this opportunity to rush forward." After speaking, he shot an arrow straight into its shoulder, causing the giant ape to scream miserably. Taking the opportunity, a guy pulled out his sword and said, "That's great, then I'm coming up here." That dude jumped up and slashed, sending that giant ape straight back to the coffin crew. Next, Ni Li targeted another one, firing off an arrow. Chen Linjian leaned on that and charged in, landing a finishing blow. Desperate screeches echoed. The giant apes' corpses lay scattered around, blood everywhere. Ni Li, hiding in a corner, said, "That was just a recon mission. It's probably about to charge." Then he thought, "Wait a sec, I don't remember Xin Yun ever mentioning they ran into such tough demon beasts." He immediately said, "Chen Linjian, lure it to the barricade. We can use it to deal with them." Chen Linjian nodded, understanding, and told everyone to head over there. Suddenly, the last bug appeared and charged. It charged, and Chen Linjian, seeing this, that emo-haired dude rushed up to block it. But, unlucky for him, one cold-ass punch sent him flying a meter away. Chen Linjian's face darkened, horrified to see his subordinate badly injured protecting him. Linjian, hanging by a thread, yelled for Ah Qiang. But then, an explosion happened, because everyone was no match for this OP giant ape. A loud explosion pissed off Ni Li, who aimed his bow, but it was super agile, leaping into a tree to dodge the shot. The giant ape continued to roar, its sharp fangs bared, filled with furious killing intent. The ground seemed to shake and rumble, and Ah Qiang lay unconscious under a tree in a cloud of smoke, terrifying everyone else. Chen Linjian glared bitterly at this savage giant ape. Ni Li said, "Looks like it's got beef with our bows and arrows. Everyone, don't panic." Then he realized, "Hold up, I think it's calling for backup. This isn't good. We're too obvious of a target. If we stick together, we gotta split up." Chen Linjian quickly went to check on Ai Qiang and said, "Everyone, split into 6 teams, regrouping at the barricade." The group quickly sprang into action, splitting into groups and running off. The giant ape roared when it saw this. Over here, Ni Li teamed up with Xin Yun and Luo Ruo, and they hurried toward the pillars. At this moment, the giant ape targeted them and chased after them. Ni Li saw this and stopped, pulling out the Fury Vine sword on his hand and said, "You guys go, I'll hold it back." Xin Yun worriedly reminded him, "Ni Li, don't be reckless." But he shouted, "No time to be slow, I have my ways." Ni Li yelled angrily, "Go now!" Xin Yun felt a pang of sadness and turned to leave, but she didn't forget to say, "Remember, you have to get back to the formation." Instantly, the giant ape appeared before him. It roared, and Ni Li bravely held the Fury sword. Ready to fight, he declared, "I will definitely come back." Suddenly, the giant ape jumped down, landing with a crash that shattered the ground. Then it leaped at Ni Li, moving as fast as the wind. Instantly, its huge body closed in on Ni Li's small frame. It punched down, smashing the ground. Luckily, Ni Li dodged this blow, otherwise he would be crushed into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned his sword and slashed down, saying, "Take this!" Ni Li launched the Fury Vine sword at the giant ape. It opened its mouth wide as the sword flew towards it. Just when he thought the attack had hit, the giant ape casually bit the sword to pieces, made Ni Li stunned and horrified. A second later, the giant ape punched the ground, then roared, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Ni Li quickly used his hands to shield himself. Suddenly, he was blasted away in a cloud of dust, followed by the giant ape lunging after him. It reached out to grab him. In this critical situation, Ni Li circulated his soul force and said, "Bastard, taste this. Use soul force to investigate." In an instant, Ni Li realized that in the Kangbi giant ape's mind, soul force had the shape of a hemisphere covering its head like a protective shield. The Kangbi giant ape's weakness must be in its head. A silver-ranked demon beast can also form a demon spirit. That's extravagant. Ni Li immediately used soul attack. Unexpectedly, a flame erupted from the giant ape, causing it to freeze as if sprayed with hairspray. Taking the opportunity, he jumped out of the giant ape's reach and landed on the ground in the smoke, he muttered. taking advantage of its inattention to use soul attacks. This kind of demon beast at this level can probably wake up in an instant. Gotta scram. When the giant ape woke up, it clutched its head. Through the smoke, it saw Nili's figure running away and immediately accelerated to chase after him. It quickly closed in on Nili, making him surprised. It caught up so quickly. Gotta figure out how to lose it. So he weaved and dodged, making the giant ape roar in frustration. It was now about to explode with anger. It punched straight into a tree trunk and roared. Then it continued to chase after Nili, making him feel like he was about to suffocate from running. He thought to himself with annoyance, I never expected that Nili would one day be chased by a silver-ranked demon beast like this. Suddenly, the giant ape closed in from above and slammed down with a punch. Boom! One would think that Nili would have a hard time surviving this heaven-shattering punch. But fortunately, he still had the memories of his past life, so his intelligence and sharp intuition had saved him many times. Suddenly he frowned and thought, but it's getting more and more dangerous. I don't know if I can get through this hurdle. Suddenly, he jumped and grabbed the vine in front of him, then sprang away before the giant ape's eyes. Seeing this, it threw a punch at him, but with his skillful technique and agile body, Nili was able to dodge, but at this moment he seemed to feel that things were not right. Dude, my stamina is being consumed too quickly. As he was worrying, he suddenly saw a figure flash by and realized that it wasn't the Dark Guild, was it? That group of people was coming together, the leader said. There are always sounds of demon beasts on this side. Those people must be around here. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Nili jumping around in front of him. Nili was also in a daze, thinking to himself, the Dark Guild, why are they here? Then Yunhua pointed and ordered, catch him. Seeing this, he smiled faintly and said, but it just so happens that I have a gift for you guys. So he took out the giant frost scroll he had prepared to create fog. Immediately, booms and bright flashes erupted, followed by a thick fog, causing the cloaked figures to shout in horror. Oh, what the heck is this? When the smoke cleared, the figure of the giant ape appeared above them. The giant ape looked left and right, searching, and when the smoke cleared, it immediately saw the group of people standing there. It roared madly. Yunhua saw this and quickly drew his blade and said, not good, ordered his subordinates. Deal with it first. So they charged at each other, creating a melee. While Nili watched the show from a corner, he grinned and shouted, here's a gift for you, making Yunhua bitter and angry, you little brat. But he was immediately attacked by the giant ape, punching down. Fortunately, he dodged in time and sprang away. Taking advantage of this, Nili quickly ran away, and he shouted to his subordinates, quickly deal with the giant ape. That little brat must be one of the descendants of the aristocratic families. They are nearby. When Nili had been running for a while, suddenly there was a rustling sound in the nearby bushes, making him startled and turn around. Then he realized that it was Ziyun coming. He quickly asked her, why are you here? Weren't you told to go ahead with everyone? Ziyun was like, I heard a big commotion over here and was worried you were in trouble, so I came to help. Nili was super touched by this. He suddenly thought of her always being by his side in his past life and mused, she's still the same, but I'm not the weak Nili from before. Thinking this, he grabbed Ziyun's hand and said, the Dark Guild guys are fighting that giant ape. They'll probably be here soon. Let's get out of here. With that, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. This made Ziyun blush all shy-like, her heart thumping like crazy. She thought to herself, I've never held a boy's hand before. What if I get pregnant and my mom finds out? A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Ruolan and the others were wandering around the forest, and she was worried sick, thinking, it's getting dark, and there's still no sign of Nili. She started blaming herself. It's all my fault that Nili left. Nili, please don't let anything happen to you. Meanwhile, Nili was sweating buckets, taking deep breaths, and thinking, there's no smell of demon beasts, so why do I still feel uneasy? He turned to Xingyun and said, it's getting late. Let's set up camp. Xingyun was suddenly stunned and said, wait. Pointing ahead, she cautiously said, I think there's something over there. Nili quickly looked and said, looks like some kind of structure. Xingyun immediately volunteered to go first, saying, I'll go check it out. This made him panic and say, be careful. In the faint moonlight, the two of them peeked over for a look. They both stood observing a stele. Xingyun was totally confused, not knowing what was written on it. Nili immediately recognized the script of the Sacred Empire. It said, those who respect me will be respected. Those who betray me must die. Such big talk. This made Xingyun surprised and asked, Nili, when did you learn the script of the Sacred Empire? But this question made it difficult for him to answer, causing Xingyun to pout. If you don't want to tell me, fine. Turning around, she said, let's go check out these ruins. Suddenly, she screamed, making Nili jump. Unexpectedly, the ground beneath Xingyun collapsed. A landslide occurred violently, pulling down earth and rocks with a rumble. Seeing this, Li hurriedly lunged forward to grab Xiyun. Quickly, his hand grabbed hers, and he hurriedly wrapped his arm around her waist to protect her. Instantly, both of them fell freely, straight down below. In the critical situation, Li yelled, "Xiyun, hold on tight!" Then a sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it hard into the cliff wall to use as a fulcrum. But because of the weight of both of them, there was no way to stop the fall, and the sword was knocked out of Nilin's hand, making him exclaim in surprise, "Oof, you're heavy!" Hearing this, Xiyun unhappily asked, "What did you just say?" But he blankly said, "Nothing." Xiyun quickly extended her hand and released a silk thread, which firmly attached to the cliff wall. Then, both of them quickly swung on the line. Li said in surprise. "Turns out it's an ice blood spider." Xiyun breathed a sigh of relief and looked around, asking, "Li, where is this?" But he replied casually, "How would I know?" Looking at the current situation, he said, "Looks like we can't climb back up. Luckily, the thread is long enough. The only way is to lower ourselves down slowly." The two of them were standing close together, their eyes meeting. This distance was too close. Making Xiyun shy, she spoke up, saying, "Don't move, I'll go down first." This made the rope sway, causing Li to panic and yell, "Don't shake it!" He then let go, falling down beside Xiyun. His hand quickly wrapped around her waist, causing Xiyun to be terrified. Li's naughty hand was tightly hugging her budding boobs, making Xiyun scream, "Li, if you dare to move around, I'll fight you to the death. We'll fall down there together." Li laughed. Okay, I won't move. We'll slowly get down there." Just like that, both of them landed gently on the ground. Li snapped his fingers and took out a torch to light the way. He was amazed by this deep cave, while Xiyun was still brooding over what had just happened. In the darkness, with the light thanks to the torch, when Li looked at Xiyun, he exclaimed, "You're really very beautiful." But Xiyun coldly replied, "Hurry up and find a way out, or we won't be able to get out." Li agreed with this. Both of them then searched for a way to go. After walking for a while, Li realized, "It seems like we're falling into a maze. There are many paths here." Suddenly, Li saw something written on the wall and read it out. "The resting place of the void spiritual gods," he exclaimed in shock. "This is the tomb of the Kongming, great emperor of the Divine Holy Empire," Li explained. The Kongming Great Emperor was one of the most mysterious emperors in the history of the Divine Holy Empire. In his middle age, he left the Divine Holy Empire. Legend had it that he had cultivated to a realm that astonished everyone, an immortal. Who knew he was buried in ancient Orchid City? Hearing this, Xiyun asked, "Is it really possible for someone to cultivate to immortality?" Li chuckled. "Of course not, it's just a legend. Even if you cultivate to a realm beyond legend, you can only live for 200 or 300 years at most, and in the end you can't escape the cycle of heavenly law." Hearing this, Xiyun fell silent and then went over to ask Li, "Beyond legend, what realm is that?" He replied, "You'll find out later. This is probably a maze. There might be some mechanisms like traps, so be careful. Wherever I go, you have to step in the same spot." Xiyun had no choice but to nod lightly, thinking to herself, "How does Li know all this?" Then she pointed her hand and said, "There might be many paths here. Which way should we go?" Li said. "It's very simple. Go north. According to the direction of the Kongming Great Emperor, his tomb must be built facing north, and south is the northern side of the maze." Xiyun asked curiously. "Why? Why must his tomb be located in the north?" he said. "That's what's written in the Gaba, Book of Destiny, of the Divine Holy Empire. In every destiny there is something that complements and something that opposes, including the location of the tomb. The people of the Divine Holy Empire believe in this very much." Xiyun could only stare blankly after hearing this, thinking, "The Shugya Book of Destiny, of the Divine Holy Empire. How many books has Li read?" Afterwards, she blankly asked, "Then which way is north? We're at the bottom, how can we tell?" He touched the wall and said, "The Holy Ancestor Stone is mined from the north and south. It's easy to determine the direction by looking at the patterns on the stone. Let's go this way." At this time, Xiyun silently followed Li, thinking to herself, "Ye Xiyun, the little princess of Flame City's City Lord's mansion, and the granddaughter of the legend-ranked spiritualist Ye Mo, has seen countless books since she was young, and she has some pride in her heart, but she's a bit inferior compared to Li." Suddenly, there was a sound in front, and Li stopped Xiyun, saying, "Stop." He immediately took out a stone and threw it forward. Then suddenly, a mechanism appeared, arrows flying everywhere, causing Xiyun to jump in fright. Scaring her to death, her face was like a deer in headlights. But Li calmly said, "A mechanism of this level is not difficult." He looked at the arrows stuck in the stone wall, then turned to say, "Xiyun, okay, we can go now." On the side of the Dark Guild, the leader was now furiously yelling, "What a bunch of useless trash! 6 of you got injured, and still let the long-armed giant apes escape. That demon spirit is worth tens of thousands of spirit coins. What's most annoying is that kid who lured those demon beasts here, he said sternly. Oh well, it's just a silver-rank long-armed giant ape, there must be more. He then turned to order his subordinates. Find them for me. Don't even think about coming back if you don't catch them. The subordinates received the order. Yes. Then they immediately rushed off to take action. While walking, one of them suddenly saw a flash of light and realized there were people. He quickly told the other companions to swarm over there. Immediately someone shouted, "What are you arresting me for? Who are you people?" But Yunhua smiled slyly. Young master, you've probably heard of the name Dark Guild, right? We just want to catch the descendants of noble families like you. He grinned and said, should I take you to exchange for money or kill you? Hearing this, Shen Yu was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat, quickly begging, don't kill me. I'm from the sacred family. My family will definitely redeem me with a lot of money. Hearing the name Sacred Family, Yunhua was shocked. He snorted coldly and sighed, thinking, I thought I got a good deal. Who knew it was someone from the vice president's family? Then he said, subordinates, keep him. One person stay to watch him, the others continue searching. The subordinates immediately received the order and left, making Shen Yu breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, looks like they are afraid of the sacred family. Then he crossed his arms and smirked coldly. Ni Li at this time didn't know how long they had been walking. Ni Li and Ziyun finally saw the exit. He held the torch and went to the door, then was shocked to see corpses lying all over the ground. Looking at the skeletons in various poses of horrific death, skulls scattered everywhere, Ni Li couldn't help but feel saddened by the scene. Making Ziyun unable to hold back her tears, she asked, what's going on? What happened? Ni Li replied, this underground palace was probably used by the people of ancient Orchid City as a place of refuge. They brought all the old and young here, probably wanting to wait for the war to pass before going out. Who knew ancient Orchid City would fall into danger? He said somberly. So they were locked in here, buried alive, causing Ziyun to look at him with an unusual gaze. Ni Li thought to himself, the City of Glory was like this before. Those who were brought here probably couldn't escape this fate either. He unconsciously clenched his fist and thought, I can't let this happen again. Ziyun turned to say, Ni Li, let's go. But he shook his head and said, no, we can't leave. Moreover, we have to take all these treasures out. These treasures can increase our strength, so that we can defend the City of Glory. Otherwise, the City of Glory will become the second ancient Orchid City. Ziyun was a bit surprised, but then she resolutely thought, that's right, we must pay any price. Although this is disrespectful to the dead, for Glory City and those other lives, I'm sorry, everyone. The two of them went searching and found a set of bronze battle armor here, and there were pills over there, but they were afraid they were expired and couldn't be eaten. Suddenly, in the next second, they found a spirit stone on a dried corpse. Ziyun clasped her hands in prayer, then took out the spirit stone and said, spirit stones are very important to the cultivation speed of many experts, and we really need it. I'm really sorry. I pray that your soul will be liberated and at peace. Ni Li also picked up quite a few bronze weapons, more than 10 pieces in total. There were also other demon spirit materials, and a silver dagger outside. The harvest wasn't small, but something didn't seem right. He looked at the coffin above, thinking about that stone coffin. After thinking about it, he stepped up the stairs to it. Then he saw a strange pattern, looking familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He reached out and touched it, and suddenly a powerful soul force burst out. He saw a strong whirlpool, seemingly able to pull him into it, making Ni Li gape in surprise. Standing next to this stone coffin feels like standing in the middle of the ocean, like I could be swept away at any moment. Suddenly, Ziyun approached and asked, Ni Li, what's wrong? Then she suddenly trembled and screamed. Seeing this, Ni Li turned back in surprise and asked, what's wrong? Ziyun immediately stepped back, pointing and saying, I just got close to it, but I felt like my head was about to split open. Ni Li thought, this must be a restriction set by some expert, not wanting anyone to approach the stone coffin, but why can I get close? Then he told Ziyun, go look around somewhere else. She nodded in agreement. Ni Li studied the ancient coffin, seeing mysterious patterns covering the stone coffin. I've never seen this before. Is this the stone coffin of the Kongming Emperor? But why is the writing different from the writing of the Divine Saint Empire period? The surface is also emitting soul force. Left by that expert, he had many questions in his head when suddenly a shockwave burst out. Ni Li's soul force burst out powerfully. The rising blue force horrified him. Something deep inside his soul sea sensed it, causing his soul sea to boil. What exactly is this stone slab? He reached out and placed his hand on it, and immediately a pillar of light erupted. The domineering soul force exploded, astonishing Ziyun beside him. Ni Li screamed in pain at this moment, the brilliant force bursting out. Seeing him, Ziyun asked anxiously, Ni Li, what's wrong over there? She was about to go there when suddenly a beam of light shone out, making it impossible for her to get close. On the contrary, she was hit by that force, and Xiyun couldn't dodge and was knocked away, falling with a crash. Full of pain, the clothes on her body were torn to shreds because of this. Lying upside down, Xiyun vomited blood and shouted, "Ah!" Realizing things were bad. "Oh no, my soul sea has been seriously injured. Just a few wisps of the aftermath outside are so powerful, so isn't Ni Li in the middle doomed?" She was full of worry for him, reaching out towards the pillar of light in despair. At this moment, Ni Li's body steamed, he was grinding his teeth and enduring. His whole body was dripping with sweat, and he gasped for breath, thinking, "So thirsty, I feel like the water in my body is about to evaporate." Immediately afterward, the force continued to surge out, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. "The soul sea is under attack. If I lose consciousness this time, I'll have to kick the bucket here." Suddenly his soul sea gradually bloomed. He used his strength to resist, surprised that his soul sea was now absorbing this light. What exactly is that thing? But my soul sea is also expanding? But in the next second, Ni Li had to give up. If I can absorb this light, then just absorb it. A rumble sounded. Quickly, that terrible light was absorbed into Ni Li's soul sea. Immediately, the light gradually dissipated. Ni Li's body was exhausted. Sweat flowed like a stream, and before he had time to rest, the soul force in his body continued to bloom. The power almost burst out, shocking Ni Li. He roared and released the energy. After absorbing the white light, Ni Li's soul realm expanded even further. The overwhelming soul force seemed to rejuvenate his body. Then, steam uncontrollably poured out of his body. He rummaged through his belongings and took out a few bottles of water, pouring them into his body. Just as he was happily overflowing with energy, he suddenly heard a sound. He looked over and saw the stone coffin gradually opening. He stared blankly, approaching to take a look, but was disappointed to find nothing inside. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked again, but still saw nothing. But suddenly, as he lowered his head, he had a revelation. Surprised to find a piece of paper and a necklace. Ni Li was stunned, thinking, "No mistake, this is a remnant page from the Temporal Demon Spirit book. In my previous life, it was thanks to this book that I gained immense power, but the last 8 pages were torn off. I never understood a single word before, nor could I find those 8 missing remnant pages. My rebirth and the new things appearing in my soul realm must also be related to the Temporal Demon Spirit book. I wonder what will change with the addition of one more page," he suddenly realized. "This really is one of the pages that went missing in my past life. In my previous life, I went to the very end of the endless desert, entered the deep palace of the desert, to obtain the Temporal Demon Spirit book. I wonder if this life will be the same." Suddenly, he reached out and touched his chest, feeling his soul realm begin to surge. A remnant page can also quickly nurture soul force. He put it in his pocket and then picked up the necklace, saying, "This is a deep sapphire gem, a rare treasure. This necklace can increase cultivation speed by 3 times. He grinned, thinking, hey, this is for Xiyun." Then he looked back, puzzled. What is the meaning of this stone coffin? Why is the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book here? Where is the remains of the Kongming Emperor? He stepped back, sighing. Mazes within mazes. Then he asked, "Xiyun, did you discover anything?" He was dumbfounded when he didn't see her anywhere. Suddenly, he panicked when he saw her body lying flat on the ground. Seeing her tattered clothes revealing her fair skin, Ni Li worriedly called out, "Xiyun." He rushed over to check on her and sighed in relief. Luckily, she's just unconscious. Looking at the wounds on her body, he thought to himself, these burns were caused by the white light. So Xiyun was attacked by the stone coffin to save me. I'm afraid her soul realm was also attacked. He immediately took out the necklace he had just obtained and put it around her neck. Instantly, the necklace took effect, emitting a light that rapidly healed her wounds. Ni Li took out a vial of medicine, saying, "Good thing I prepared healing medicine," he thought to himself. "Sorry, Xiyun, your wounds need to be treated. I can't help but be a little intrusive." He reached out and took off the charred clothes from Xiyun and then threw them straight to the ground. Quickly, Xiyun's body was properly treated by him. The external wounds have been treated. Thinking in his heart, quickly cover this on her. Looking intently at Xiyun's face, he said, "This should be all right now. With the deep sapphire gem and 9 revolutions ice phoenix, she will quickly recover from her internal injuries." Then he muttered to himself, "Obtaining that missing page and cultivating in time will be better." He sat down and began to circulate his energy. He felt that in the depths of his soul realm, there seemed to be some power from the white light that hadn't been fully absorbed. But his soul force was probably over 150 now. If I have the chance to go to the endless desert, I will definitely obtain the Temporal Demon Spirit book. He just released a burst of bright aura, the light shining everywhere. Because of this, Xiyun on the other side gradually woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the image in front of her of Ni Li, still alive and sitting in cultivation. Thinking to herself, It seems he helped me heal my wounds. But wait, why am I not wearing any clothes? She was full of confusion, not knowing what happened while she was unconscious. At the same time, Ni Li also gradually opened his eyes. Seeing that Zi Yun had woken up, Ni Li happily sat up and asked, "You're awake?" Zi Yun blushed and shouted, "Don't come over here. Turn around, I want to change." He agreed and turned his back, but Ni Li couldn't resist teasing. It's not like I haven't seen it before, making Ye Yun yell, "What did you say?" She fumed, thinking, Ni Li even knows the birthmark on my body. He must have peeked while I was bathing, she cursed. "You perverted creep." A few minutes later, Zi Yun found some clothes to wear and said, "I'm done." Ni Li, hearing that, curiously turned his head and saw her radiant in the new clothes, like a purple doll before his eyes, making Ni Li's heart flutter, unable to look away. Suddenly, Zi Yun touched her neck, saw the necklace, and asked Ni Li in surprise, "What is this?" He smiled and said, "It's a gift for you, the deep sapphire gem. It can help the wearer increase their soul force. Wearing it will triple your cultivation speed." Making Zi Yun stunned that such a valuable gift was given to her, Zi Yun quickly refused, reaching out to take it off, saying, "No, I can't accept it. Here, take it back." But Ni Li quickly grabbed her hand, smiling and saying, "No need. I have many other things. Just wear it. Besides, you look really beautiful wearing it." Unexpectedly, Zi Yun quickly pulled her hand back, looking flustered, and said, "Then I'll keep it for you. For now, you can come and get it back any time." He turned his back in agreement. "Okay, I'll go ahead and find a way out." At this time, Zi Yun came to his side and asked Ni Li, "Why are you so nice to me?" He laughed gleefully, then turned to give her a loving smile and said, "Because I like you." Hearing this, Zi Yun jumped back, confused, and asked, "Like me, Ni Li, we're still young. We don't know what will happen in the future. Maybe in a few years you'll like someone else even more. Glory City is always threatened by demon beasts. We must prioritize studying. Only by focusing on cultivation can we go further on the path of martial arts. Wait until you become a gold-ranked demon spiritualist. I'll consider it." After saying that, she was completely flustered. Seeing this, Ni Li smirked inwardly, thinking, "Does she still think I'm a kid joking around? Okay, then I'll wait a little longer." Then he exclaimed with a surprised expression, "Are you serious? That's great. As long as I work hard, I can reach the gold rank next year." "You can't go back on your word then?" Zi Yun was stunned when she heard Ni Li declare that he would reach the gold rank in cultivation next year, admiringly thinking, "This cultivation speed is too terrifying." She quickly waved her hand in denial, saying, No, I mean we'll consider it then." Ni Li was stunned and asked, "Could it be that Miss Zi Yun has changed her mind?" He said with a dejected face, "I understand. You peak aristocratic families. All say words you don't keep." "Forget it. Consider it meaningless words then." Seeing this, Zi Yun got hooked and said, "Who said that? A word spoken is like a horse let loose. If you can reach the gold rank next year, I'll give you my word." Ni Li happily replied, "Okay, it's a deal." For the next 2 days, Ni Li and Zi Yun searched for a way out. This place was built like a maze. Without going through it, you wouldn't know where the exit is, Ni Li said. What kind of person is this Ming emperor to be able to build such a large underground maze, not to mention the dangerous stone coffin? But his remains are nowhere to be seen. But the two were still groping for a way out. Scene change. On Chen Linjian's side, everyone was counting, and there were only 27 people left, causing him to frown and think, "What a pity. After searching for so long, I didn't find a single 1-star bronze treasure, and lost 8 people, especially Zi Yun. She is the city lord's daughter. If anything unfortunate happens to her, I can't bear the responsibility. I must find her quickly." On Hu Yanlanruo's side, she was also worried because she hadn't seen Ni Li return after waiting for so long. Tu Yuan next to her said, "Stop looking. That short-lived brat is probably already reincarnated." Making Lan Ruo angrily yell, "Shut up!" Tu Yuan still didn't give up, continuing, "I'm just stating the truth. Now I'm afraid even his corpse has been swallowed by that giant ape." Thinking to himself, "Ni Li made my several years of soul force cultivation disappear into thin air. You deserve to be killed by that giant ape 100,000 times. Thinking of this, he laughed happily. "Ha ha!" Lan Ruo went berserk, glaring and saying, "Get lost?" This murderous aura made him shrink back. He could only turn away, swallow his saliva, and snort coldly. Chen Linjian, seeing this, thought to himself, "I shouldn't have put her and Ni Li on the same path before, or had a few silver rank experts secretly protect them. It wouldn't have come to this. There's no use waiting here. Now, I'll go to the training ground and dig around a bit, then come back and look for Zi Yun and Ni Li." Thinking this, he turned and ordered, "Leave 2 people here to wait for them. The rest of you follow me to the training ground." The subordinates received the order and immediately ran off. Lan Ruo was stunned, and then said, "I will stay here and wait for them." A moment later, Chen Linjian and his group arrived at the martial arts training ground. This is the place. According to Ni Li's guess, the wealth of Jiyulan City might be in this place, he said. Everyone, dig around a bit, the subordinates enthusiastically replied. Got it, everyone. Scatter and dig like your lives depend on it. Meanwhile, deep underground, Nili was still searching for a way out. Xingyun asked Nili worriedly, "Where the heck is the exit? I feel like we've been walking forever." But he replied sternly, "There's no exit. If there was, those people wouldn't be trapped in the main hall." This left Xingyun bewildered, and she asked blankly, "So are we just gonna die here?" Nili denied it. "Not necessarily. Everyone in the main hall came from the outside, so there must be a way in and out. Now I just hope Chen Linjian and his crew can find us an exit. I think it's somewhere near that weird training ground." He chuckled. "Confident they would come?" Xingyun asked, confused. "How do you know they'll find it?" Suddenly, a noise came from above, and Nili said, "There, it's starting." He waved his hand and said, "Xiyun, this way, let's go," leaving her completely puzzled. She could only follow him. Nili's prediction stunned Xiyun. Could he be right? Am I really gonna marry him in the future? Nili went to where the sound was coming from, only to find a wall blocking his path. He pressed his ear against it, listening, and touched it with his hand. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed out. Unexpectedly, a secret mechanism opened. Nili was slightly surprised and led Xingyun inside. When the two entered, it was dark and murky inside. The stone chamber was filled with battle armor, warriors, and also paintings of wealth, resources, and gold coins. Nili and Xingyun were stunned by what they saw and stood frozen on the spot. Nili spoke. "This place is probably under the training ground. Turns out, the wealth of Jiyulan City was hidden here." He turned to Xingyun and said, "Pick a few things." She nodded in agreement. Nili reminded her, "Of course, don't take too much, or Chen Linjian and his crew won't be happy." Xingyun asked, "What about you?" He chuckled and glanced at the lamp. "This is all I need." Shadow demons are an incredibly mysterious and rare type of demon beast. Although they don't have strong combat power, they have extremely bizarre abilities. Fusing with a shadow demon spirit, if cultivated to the later stages, can unleash powerful effects. But they were wiped out during the age of the Frostwind Empire, leaving only 7 shadow demon spirits, which were crafted into 7 spirit lamps later. They were stolen by thieves and scattered everywhere. And this is one of the 7. Nili quickly grabbed the lamp, delighted that the heavenly god technique could fuse with the 7 spirit souls. "I don't want all the spirit souls to be aphrodisiacs, but my soul realm is still too small to accommodate spirit souls of too high a level. This shadow demon is perfect for me." He then put the lamp into his ring and thought to himself, "In my past life, this treasure was sold off by Shen Yu. What a waste for the shadow demon." Afterwards, he turned to Xingyun and said, "I've finished picking. How about you?" She smiled and replied, "I've picked a few things." She presented them, and Nisling exclaimed at the black gold rank demon core and the Frostwind legendary beast's bone essence shard, "Not bad eyes." Seeing this, Xingyun put them into her ring and smiled lightly, pointing to the side and saying, "By the way, there's a flight of steps going up there, but it's blocked off. Could it be the exit?" Nilai looked over in surprise, wondering if this might be their way out. Meanwhile, a ray of light had filtered into the cave above. Chen Linjian's subordinates had discovered the cave and cleared the entrance, quickly shouting to inform their boss. Chen Linjian stepped forward to observe and said, "There's a path down below. This must be it. Let's go down." Ni Li, on this side, also froze for a second and said, "Sounds like some kind of path, but this path is likely to have falling rocks. Maybe we should just stay here and wait for them to come down." Xingyun wondered. "We've been falling for so long," Ni Li retorted. "No, I think we've reached this place, and we are not that far from them." Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came rushing down. The gang members became hectic and wanted to be the first person to go down. Ni Li was stunned at the same time. Chen Linjian quickly went down, startled to see Xingyun and Ni Li already there. Xingyun smiled and said, "Young Master Chen, you guys really came, that's great." He also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Young miss, we found you." He then asked, "How did you guys get here?" Nilai replied, "It's like this. 2 days ago I escaped from the giant ape." Before he could finish the story, the subordinates clamored and screamed when they saw the piles of gold. "Look, boss, we're rich." Linjian laughed gleefully, "Ha ha." Then Chu Yuan also went down, and he was dumbfounded by the sight of so many treasures, so much money. Chen Linjian turned to Ni Li and said, "According to our agreement, you can choose one thing you like," Ni Li replied. "I've already taken it. You guys can take the rest." Xingyun also said, "I've also taken what I wanted. The rest is yours." Linjian nodded and said, "Is that so? Okay." Then he said, "Everyone hurry up. Use your spatial rings quickly." Chu Yuan then walked up to Linjian and said, "Young Master Chen, are you okay with this? They've been here for so long. They definitely took the most valuable things first, which is why they don't care about what's left." Chen Linjian glanced back and asked, "What do you mean?" Chu Yuan said. Of course we have to make them spit out those things. But Lin Jian raised his lip and said, "They came in here before us. If they took all these things, we wouldn't be able to say anything. Besides, they left us so much." "That's already very generous of them," Chu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Young Master Chen, I swear, the things in their hands are all priceless treasures. You'll regret it." Xu Yuan wasn't ready to give up, and tried to persuade him. Anything they have must be a valuable treasure, but Chen Linjian wouldn't listen, glaring and saying, "Scram!" This made Xu Yuan hold back his anger. Chen Xiao then spoke up. "Do you think I don't know you? You and Ni Li have beef, so now you want to use me? Dream on." He turned away, leaving Xu Yuan to swallow his pride. Staring at Chen Xian's back, he thought to himself, "Since Chen Xiao is sticking up for them, just you wait, Ni Li." Meanwhile, Chen Jian was patting Ni Li on the shoulder, saying, "Bro, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten these treasures. I, Chen Linjian, owe you one. I'll definitely help you out if you need it later." Ni Li happily nodded, thinking, Chen Linjian is just thanking me, not even mentioning what he got. No wonder he becomes one of the top 3 young masters of the Dingfeng family. But on the other hand, some people... He glanced at Xu Yuan and sighed in disappointment. Then he said, "All right, Chen Xiao, let's pack up and leave." This surprised Chen Linjian, who asked, "Why?" A subordinate ran in to report. "It's all arranged, boss," Ni Li said. "The only reason I escaped from that spirit-ranked demon beast was because of the Dark Guild. They seem to be looking for us." Hearing that made Lin Jian ask in confusion, "The Dark Guild, are we their target?" The subordinate said, "No wonder I saw that dark-armored giant ape was injured, which means they must have fought each other." Chen Linjian showed regret, looking forward and saying, "Then what about the other areas in this underground zone?" Ni Li replied. "I've scouted it out. There's nothing but a lot of traps." Lin Jian's expression became serious and sighed. "Everyone, let's go." The subordinates quickly followed the orders, on Lan Ruo's side at this time. When she heard the movement in front of her, she was very excited, with tears in her eyes, and ran to shout, "Nila, you're back," making everyone who saw this feel uncomfortable. Lan Ruo happily threw her body with her full breasts to Nisli and hugged him tightly, saying, "Thank you for risking your life to save me, otherwise I would have been in the belly of that monster." Ni Li wanted to suffocate with those breasts, and then said awkwardly, "Let me go, Lan Cheng's adventure." 1 person died, 5 went missing, and under the threat of the Dark Guild, the team finally returned safely to Glory City. Everyone was talking about it. One person asked the blue-haired guy, "Do you know about the auction of the Saint family a few days ago?" The blue-haired man was surprised. A lot of things were sold at sky-high prices. "Sao," the other person continued, "I heard that those were all things that Chen Linjian got from the ruins of ancient Lancheng." Hearing this, the blue-haired man also realized, no wonder so many exploration teams have come there recently, and give the same idea to gather people to go there. As they excitedly rushed away, Neely smiled to himself. "Haha, what I got was really beyond expectations, but the people of the Dark Guild have seen my face. Now I have to be careful. I have to quickly reach the Silver Realm." Thinking of this, he returned to the library with his 2 best friends. When the companions saw Neely coming back, they had an unpleasant expression. Lu Piao jumped and said, "If you took me with you, I would have earned 10 billion. Neely was stunned and said. At that time, everyone reached the Bronze Realm, except for Ye Ziyun and Shen Yu. They all had real combat experience, but they still lost 6 people, including Shen Yu. If everyone followed, then... Lu Piao heard this, and said in surprise, "Shen Yu? Why did I meet him last night?" Ni Li asked in confusion. "Did he come back?" "He didn't come back with the team." But Lu Piao guessed. Maybe he got back himself. Ni Li nodded in agreement and said, "Maybe." But the next second, grinding his teeth and shouting, "Oh, how could that be?" Ni Li coldly said, "Shen Yu has only set foot in the 1-star Bronze Realm. How could he come back by himself?" Lu Piao sulked and said, "Maybe he met someone on the road." Ni Li asked in surprise, "Is it a companion?" He thought, if Shen Yu's companion, Dark Guild, Holy Family. After a few seconds of speculation, he seemed to understand the problem, and angrily said, "So that's it," making Lu Piao next to him confused and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know something again?" Ni Li suddenly sat down on the chair without saying a word, then silently said, "It's nothing, I'm just guessing a few things." Ni Li's secretive actions made the group upset and shouted, "Tell me quickly, what did you guess?" But he said, "I'm not going to say it." Thus, 3 days later, Ni Li reached the 2-star Bronze Realm. On the way, everyone was talking about Ni Li. "Did you know? Ms. Hu Yanlan Ruo comes to the elementary class to find Ni Li every day," others said. "I heard she declared to everyone that she would pursue Ni Li." Xiao Ning-er was unhappy. "Almost fought over there," Kak is discussing. "Have you heard? The 2 of them fought over a man. And they ended up fighting. It was a great fight." At the same time, another news was spread everywhere. Lu Piao asked Ni Li, "You climb the wall in and out of the academy every day. What if you get caught?" Then he smiled. "Protecting It will be very beautiful, Duzang glanced and asked. Aren't you climbing too? Ni Li replied. If I go through the main door, I will meet the crazy girl of the Hu Yan family. Moreover, after all, I have reached the 2-star bronze realm, I can jump over it. Lu Piao excitedly asked. Tell me quickly, what did you do to her that we, who have been in the 2-star bronze for a long time? Ni Li said tiredly. I didn't do anything, she's really hard to understand. Suddenly there was a shout. Hey, which class are you guys in? What are you doing? Ni Liao's group panicked and quickly jumped over the wall to escape. On the other side, at St. Orchid Academy, in the genius class, everyone was gossiping non-stop. Just then, a purple-haired dude leading a group rolls up. It's Hong Yi from the Feng Shu family, and he's all like, Shen Fei, heard your fiancé almost threw down with Hu Yanlan Ruo over some guy. Zhang Yun told me. Sounds like she ain't that into ya? If that's the case, why bother? Just let her go. Save yourself from getting cucked later. He finishes, then bursts out laughing, followed by the rest of his crew, making Shen Fei's face dark. Shen Fei snarls coldly, if I can't have a woman, no one can. Hong Ye, seeing Shen Fei's nasty look, scoffs and turns away. Xiao Ningjier and my sis are tight, if you try anything, I'll know. He leads his crew away, leaving Shen Fei fuming. TCH. Feng Shu family. Just cause you got a legendary demon spiritualist, doesn't mean you're hot stuff. Guanghui City will be mine, the sacred families, sooner or later. Thinking this, he smirks, clenching his fist, trying to hold back his rage. Meanwhile, back with Ni Li, Lu Piao's cracking up. He's dancing around all hyped up with his friends. Suddenly someone shouts, Ni Li! When Ni Li hears the shout and dumbly turns back, he realizes it's Zhao Ningge. She smiles and comes over, saying, Good afternoon. Making Ni Li awkwardly scratch his head, saying, Haven't seen you in a few days? You've gotten even prettier. Hearing this smooth talk, his two best bros are shocked, turning to stare, while Ninger, shy from the compliment, says, Stop teasing, then gently moves closer to Ni Li. Like you told me before, I sold the rest of the violet orchid grass. Here's the money, she says, handing the ring to Ni Li, making Lu Piao and Du Zhen's eyes bug out like, WTF, then coldly turn away whispering, Isn't that our goddess Ninger? Why is she so obedient to Ni Li? On the other side, Ni Li accepts the ring, saying, Thanks, quickly. Lu Piao pokes his face near and asks, Goddess Ningjier, who won between you and Hu Yanlan Ruo? Making Ningjier blankly ask, What are you talking about? Seeing Ni Li glare, Ninger blushes and asks, I was just discussing a few things with her, Ni Li. Do you like that girl? He sullenly makes a weak smile, saying, How could that be? That girl is too troublesome, just ignore her. Causing Ningjier to be surprised, Lu Piao then puts his arm around Ni Li, hi, saying, Cultivating these days was super hard. Covered in sweat. We're gonna go to the bathhouse. Goddess Ninger wanna come along. Making Ninger shyly stammer, I don't wanna. Ni Li then puts Lu Piao in a headlock, saying, This Lu Piao's dog mouth just doesn't know how to talk right, don't mind him. Seeing this, she bashfully nods. Lu Piao shouts, Ni Li, you dare say I have a dog mouth that can't say anything right in front of Goddess Ninger? You color over friend, I'm not gonna bicker with you, you unrighteous thing. Then the group starts acting up again, making Ninger blank like a daze. Then she also starts laughing. At the same time on the street, there's a blonde guy leading his subordinates and walking past. He glances past Ni Li, who's joking around with his friends. Suddenly he looks at him and feels a bit familiar. But he also quietly leaves. After they walked far, the subordinate then calls, Boss. Yunhua solemnly replies, I know. That guy asks again, Do we need to eliminate him? He then says, No need. Killing people in Guanghui City is extremely dangerous. Moreover, he didn't have any abnormal expression. When he looked at me just now, he basically didn't recognize us. However, on Ni Li's side at this time, he vaguely recognized the group of people just now. The special characteristics were exactly the same as the group of people he had met in Gulan City, thinking, maybe he didn't recognize me. Then he smiles slightly and asks Ningjier, Who were those people just now? She blankly asks. Those people that walked past just now. They're the people from Qixing Purple Tower. Qixing Purple Tower has a branch of the sacred family. Hearing this made Ni Li blankly freeze. In this Guanghui City, it's not necessarily safe. The powers are too complex. I don't know how many dark guilds are secretly operating, that I don't know. With my current strength, protecting my life is important. I need to get support from many strong forces too. Thinking, he tells his crew, Let's go, we're going to a place, Ningjier curiously asks. Go where? But he says, You'll know when we get there. Meanwhile, the place that Ni Li wants to go to, everyone is busily bustling here, even the white-bearded old man. He and his gang rush to the entrance of a large building, thinking to himself, In the final battle of my past life, some members of the Alchemist Association fought to the very end. They are the ones we can trust. Lu Piao, looking clueless, turned and asked, What's the Alchemist Association? Ni Li explained. It's a powerful force among the three major family peaks, with the greatest strength in Glory City, though it has declined a bit. Hearing this, Ninger added from the side, compared to studying alchemy and pharmacy, young people nowadays value cultivation more, so the Alchemist Association is just so-so, Lu Piao then asked, puzzled. So what are we doing here, Nigline said. Let's go inside first, then we'll talk. Walking inside the desolate scene made Nigling exclaim, it's so deserted there's hardly anyone, just new apprentices, he thought to himself. Currently there are probably 6 elders, the lowest being intermediate alchemists, with 2 advanced alchemists. There isn't a Grandmaster alchemist in charge. Complicated. Suddenly someone walked up to Nili's group to greet them. It was a cute, pink-haired girl, she said. Welcome to the Alchemist Association, may I help you? Nili bluntly replied. I want to take the alchemist exam. This made the pink-haired girl stunned for a few seconds, while his close friends on the side were in utter disbelief. Then the pink-haired girl laughed and said, Call me Xiaolan. Welcome, Xiaolan said. Alchemists are divided into apprentice, master, and grandmaster, and within each level there are beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Are you here to register as a beginner apprentice? Are you prepared? To become a beginner apprentice, you need to memorize 10 beginner alchemy books. Before she could finish, Nili interrupted with a smile. I want to register as a beginner grandmaster alchemist. This made Xiaolan falter, then burst out laughing. It's not impossible, but to become a beginner grandmaster alchemist, you need to read 100 books, and a beginner grandmaster usually spends over a decade as an apprentice. Getting close to Nili, she asked, Little friend, if you don't read enough, it's very dangerous. You need to work hard when you're young. But Nili smiled faintly and said, Of course I know that, but talent doesn't wait for age, right? Xiaolan seemed to freeze for a few seconds, then reluctantly said, All right, registering costs 200 demon spirit coins up front. But Nili immediately replied, No problem, let me go in. Turning to his friends, he said, You guys wait for me. I'll be right back. Everyone shouted, Okay, we'll wait for you for dinner. Ningter happily encouraged Nili. Good luck. Seeing this, Xiaolan pouted, thinking, What a kid. It's not that easy, haha. He just wasted 200 demon spirit coins, and led Nili inside. They quickly arrived at the beginner grandmaster alchemist exam hall. Xiaolan introduced, This corridor is the beginner grandmaster alchemist exam hall. Each examinee must enter a separate room. The crowd saw Nili, and started discussing noisily. Xiaolan continued, Complete the complex knowledge test. And after a few beginner grandmaster alchemists grade your paper, you can proceed to the next round. Nili smiled lightly and replied, Got it. The eyes of all the old-timers were focused on a kid like him. At this moment, a tall, dark, and burly guy walked over, wondering, Nili, you little brat, what do you want to do? He smiled lightly and replied, Of course, I want to be like you guys, participating in the beginner grandmaster alchemist exam. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment, then burst out laughing. He mocked. A snot-nosed kid taking the Grandmaster Alchemist exam. What a joke, kid. You're in the wrong place. Nili calmly asked. May I ask who you are? He snorted coldly and said, I am a disciple of the alchemic family, the Chu family, Chu Ning. Nili frowned, thinking, The Chu family? So, he's related to Chu Yuan. Look at that condescending attitude. Just like him, he then asked. Alchemy? So what? Chu Ning sneered and asked. You guys are worthy, annoyed, Chu Ning said. In the history of my Chu family, there have been 3 advanced Grandmaster Alchemists, 6 intermediate Grandmaster Alchemists, and more than 20 beginner Grandmaster Alchemists. How could we not be worthy? Nili then said, What's the point of talking about past glories? What about now? The entire Chu family now has only 1 beginner Grandmaster Alchemist left, and you still call yourselves an alchemic family. Chu Ning seemed stunned, then snorted coldly and said, So what? I, Chu Ning, will quickly become the 2nd beginner Grandmaster Alchemist. You milk-smelling brat, get lost? This is the exam hall for Grandmaster Alchemists, not a place for you to play around. At this time, the crowd also joined in, laughing loudly, Ha ha! But Nili confidently said, You'll know after the exam. With that, he walked to the door, pulling it open amidst everyone's jeering laughter. Chu Ning coldly snorted, thinking, I've been striving on this path of alchemy for over a decade, failing the beginner Grandmaster Alchemist exam twice. How could just a kid be able to do it? Meanwhile, Nili quickly closed the door behind him and greeted, Hello, gentlemen. The 2 white-robed old examiners sitting inside asked, Is this a student? It seems you're in the wrong place, aren't you? But Nili smiled lightly and replied, The beginner Grandmaster Alchemist exam hall. 2 Grandmasters. I'm not mistaken, am I? This made the 2 old men somewhat puzzled. The fat old man said, All right. You see there are 360 papers on the table. You must choose 2 of them and answer them within 2 hours. If you get 90% correct, you can proceed to the next round. Nili walked over and said, 2 copies. You 2 masters, pick one. The skinny old man was a bit surprised, then chuckled and said, "Is he trying to prove he's not cheating?" He stood up, agreed, then picked up a stack of exam papers and placed them down, saying, "Do these." Neely went over, grabbed the papers, sat down at the table, and picked up a pen, then buried himself in the test. Looking extremely confident, thinking, "Too easy." The two old guys sitting next to him said, "How could Chen Guanghui's level of alchemy be so backward? Look at Neely, what a handsome pose." Seeing Neely answering the test at lightning speed made the skinny old man confused. Answering that fast, I thought he wouldn't even be able to answer a single question. The fat old man glanced over and said, "He's just a kid, scribbling nonsense." The skinny old man curiously stood up and said, "Let me go take a look." He went over and said, 16 uses of the origin spirit grass. Then exclaimed in surprise, "Answered quite well. Not missing a single one." The fat old man also came over. The refining process of the coagulating origin pill is also written very clearly. All 26 steps are perfect. This made the two old men look at each other dumbfounded. The skinny old man thought suspiciously, could he be cheating? But the fat old man immediately said, "No way, these are all questions you picked yourself." Meanwhile, Neely was still enthusiastically writing, and when the pen was lifted, the skinny old man standing next to him broke out in sweat, saying, "Another page filled." He hurriedly grabbed it to take a look, and was shocked to see that everything was correct. He then told the fat old man to come over and take a look. Moreover, "Look at this answer," the fat old man confirmed. "Even more refined than what we read in the books." The two looked at Neely, and couldn't help but exclaim that he was a genius. On Chu Ning's side, he was sitting trembling while carefully writing out each word, thinking, "How annoying. I memorized everything I didn't know from the previous exams, but unexpectedly this time I encountered even more difficult questions." After half an hour, and only 3 pages written, he suddenly thought of cheat sheets in his ring. Should I risk it? But when he looked up, he met the eyes of the old examiner and thought to himself, "No, I can only rely on the following questions." On Neely's side, an hour after the start of the exam, he was finished. The two old men competed to look at his answers. Neely leaned over and asked, "You two masters, how did I answer these 2 pages?" Hearing this, the two examiners glanced at each other, breaking out in a cold sweat. The fat old man said, "He must be a genius. The Alchemist Association might be revitalized." The skinny old man agreed. "That's right," Neely thought to himself. "What are they talking about? Could it be that I answered too fast and correctly, so they think something is wrong?" Suddenly, the three looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, the skinny old man forced a laugh, "Ha ha," and asked, "May I ask which noble family this young master is from?" "I am Yan Ming, and he is Mu Yang, both beginner alchemist masters." Neely was stunned, then smiled and replied, "Honorable teachers, please just call me by my name. Your student, Neely, is from the Tianyin family." Hearing this, the two old men were stunned, then laughed and said, "Honorable teacher, you flatter us. Neely is talented at a young age and very modest. Congratulations on answering all the questions correctly. Could you talk about the practical aspects of the alchemy process?" Neely then said. "Of course." A moment later, when hearing what Neely said, the skinny old man exclaimed in surprise, "Neely is truly extraordinary. Wait a moment while we take your answers to the chairman to see if we can directly recruit you into the association." Neely then gave a slight smile and bowed his head, saying, "Then I will trouble you, two honorable teachers." Such a polite and modest attitude made the two old men jump, then laugh heartily, "Ha ha, let's go quickly." The two old men quickly took Neely's test to the chairman. At this time, they went to another examination room. Holding the test paper and stepping inside, Chu Ning was still sweating profusely, carefully squeezing out each word, as if he was constipated. When he looked up, he saw the old examiner looking at the test paper, and then sighing. Chu Ning was so stressed that sweat poured down his face. He clutched his head in despair, feeling like he was sinking into darkness. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed since the start of the Novice Grand Alchemist exam. Chu Ning sighed as he walked out of the exam room. He looked around at everyone, but they all looked gloomy. Sighing in frustration, he thought to himself, "Everyone's sighing. Looks like I'm the only one who passed." Then he lamented, "This threshold to becoming a Grand Alchemist is seriously high." Just then, Neely nonchalantly walked past, whistling. His confident demeanor made Chu Ning a bit confused. On the side of the Alchemist Association, a few old guys frantically called for the president inside the room. The president's place was a chaotic mess, and he was busy refining pills. The old guys hurriedly called out, "President, President, there's an exam paper from a candidate here. Please take a look." The president was a little annoyed at being disturbed, so he put out the fire and thought to himself, "Always bothering me while I'm refining pills," he grumbled as he picked up the exam paper to look at it. This old man with a long beard was Ji Yu Yan, the president of the Alchemist Association. a high-level grand alchemist. He was surprised that all the answers were correct, but he said sternly, "That's normal, so what? Let him participate in the next round." Hearing that, the skinny elder gestured to the fat elder, then said sternly, "What if the person who did this paper is just a 13 or 14-year-old kid?" Gyani was shocked and asked, "The heck?" The fat elder confirmed, "That's right, President." Gyani snorted coldly, thinking, "Are you guys trying to deceive me? How could a 13-year-old kid read so many alchemy books to answer all of this?" He looked sternly at the two old guys, Yan Ming and Mu Yang, who hurriedly lowered their heads and said, "How dare we?" Gyani then ordered, "Bring him to the office and notify Steward Yang to come. Don't tell anyone about this, not even the other elders." Understood. At this time, on Nili's side, he was surrounded and stared at like a strange creature. Baldy jokingly asked, "Little brother, how many questions did you get right?" Nili shrugged and replied, "I don't know, those questions were too easy, didn't leave any impression," making the crowd dumbfounded at his confidence. Xu Ning saw this, snorted coldly, thinking that he was just boasting, and declared, "Little brat, if you can answer even one question correctly, I'll strip naked and run around the city twice." Xu Ning continued, "Such outrageous talk. If your answer is correct for just one question, I'm willing to strip and run around the city twice too." Nili then turned around and smiled faintly. "Then hurry up and go," making Xu Ning fume. "This little punk." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Yan Ming was panting. Everyone saw the white-robed man and recognized him as an alchemist, so they quickly puffed out their chests and stood up straight, but Yan Ming brushed past them, as lightly as an invisible person, then came over and smiled gently. "Nili, follow me," leaving everyone dumbfounded and confused. Then Yan Ming announced, "You've passed this exam," making everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. Nili nodded and replied, "Okay, let's go," making everyone freeze in place, unable to believe that this little kid actually passed. Baldy asked, "He's just a kid." Xu Ning looked after him in a trance, exclaiming, "How can that be?" He seemed unable to stand firm, saying, "Not only did he pass the exam, but that grand alchemist smiled at him. He's just a little brat, and I failed." Then he ran away, shouting, "There's definitely something fishy going on." The remaining people changed their expressions and discussed, "Looking at him like that, he must be a genius. He really is a genius. But I'm over 50 and still can't pass the first round. How shameful." Baldy could only sigh at this point, quickly turning his head to ask, "Where's Xu Ning?" thinking to himself, "Did he go take his clothes off already?" As expected of a noble family, they really walked the talk. Scene changes to the disciplinary hall. Yan Ming invited Nili in, saying, "The chairman and Steward Yang are on their way. Please wait a moment." Nili politely agreed. He then looked around the room, then at the round table and asked, "Is this room used for meetings and discussions?" Yan Ming nodded and said, "You could say that, but not really a meeting room. Look at the wall. The walls are covered with insights that alchemy masters have gleaned from exchanges. They exchange ideas when they encounter problems in the alchemy process, in order to come up with the best answers. Sometimes the chairman and the elders will answer. Once they know the answer, they write it down for everyone to discuss. Everyone uses this method to improve their skills, but there are even more things that remain unsolved." Hearing this, Nili was surprised and went over, thinking, "It's not just about passing the exam. If I want to borrow the power of the Alchemist Association, I have to show my strength and gain the association's respect." He approached the wall, thinking, "Perfect timing." Meanwhile, Yan Ming thought to himself, "Looks like Nili is very interested in alchemy knowledge." After Nili looked around, he went to the table, picked up a pen, and started writing. Seeing this, Yan Ming quickly stopped him. Nili asked, "What's wrong?" he asked. "Do you want to solve a problem?" Nili confirmed. "Yes, is that not allowed?" Yan Ming crossed his arms and replied, "Yes, of course it is, but these problems are all encountered when performing alchemy, without practical experience." Before he could finish, Nili was already writing non-stop. He wielded the pen like a whirlwind. Seeing this, Yan Ming thought that answering like this without practical experience would surely be laughed at, and blurted out, "Such a kid," but he still went over to take a look, and read out loud. According to medicinal theory, ice snowgrass, 9 immortal grass, and dragon gallgrass can be used to concoct a powerful antidote. But what is the ratio of these 3 herbs? Today I will solve this. His answer is that no matter what the ratio is, it cannot be successfully concocted. This left Yan Ming dumbfounded. But if you replace dragon gallgrass with dragon turtlegrass, according to the formula ice snowgrass, 9 immortal grass, dragon turtlegrass, in a ratio of 3:1:2, then it can be successful. This enlightened Yan Ming, who thought to himself, "How marvelous. These two have the same medicinal effect, but the medicinal properties of dragon turtlegrass are slightly milder. According to the ratio that Nili wrote here, it might actually work." At this moment, He looked back at Ni Li. He was still diligently answering the unsolved questions and rushed over to see, his face suddenly blank like a mud skipper, saying, "Every problem is answered extremely clearly, even if I don't know if it's right or wrong, just trying it out will tell. These are all great academic discoveries. There are some questions that even the chairman can't answer." He looked at Ni Li, thinking, could this kid's level be even higher than the chairman's? He shouted, "Ni Li is an alchemy grandmaster. Is the Alchemist Association about to enter a new era?" While looking at the questions on the wall, Ni Li made a blunt statement. "These questions aren't difficult to do." Yan Ming was shocked, thinking, he even says that. These are all questions that haven't been solved for decades. At this moment, Ni Li saw people coming and greeted them with a slight smile. Chairman Ji Yu Yan and Steward Yang Xin. Suddenly, Ji Yu Yan laughed heartily, praising, "Well done! I just saw you. All the answers are excellent." In recent years, demonic beasts have been rampant, and everyone is focused on the path of martial arts. The Alchemist Association is no longer what it used to be. Without good elixirs, cultivation is also very difficult, and martial arts will eventually reach a dead end. He said loudly, "I didn't expect to welcome a genius today. How delightful. I see that your talent has surpassed the level of an alchemy grandmaster." Yang Xin beside him patted his back to remind him, "Old man, calm down." He turned to Ni Li with a smile and asked, "Do you know our names?" He replied with a smile, "Of course. Anyone who studies alchemy knows the names of you two. I even wrote you a letter before." Yang Xin was stunned and asked, "A love letter?" Hearing this, Ni Li laughed loudly and said, "Of course not. I'm still young." It was a letter discussing the application of purple orchid grass in alchemy. Hearing this information made Yang Xin and Ji Yu Yan's eyes widen, and they quickly asked back, "That essay was written by you," Ji Yu Yan said. "Even I am not sure I can research that deeply into one kind of herb." Suddenly his face fell, and he said timidly, "No, I definitely can't do it." He asked Ni Li, "How old are you this year?" Hearing the answer 13 years old made him even more unbelievable, and he continued to ask, "How exactly did you study and research alchemy to gain such knowledge?" His whole body trembled as he asked, to be able to discover more than 60 different effects of a common herb like purple orchid grass, truly a genius. But Ni Li denied, "Not at all, that was written by my master. My coming here was also his idea." He thought to himself, "I have to use this trick to avoid them thinking too much." Hearing this, Ji Yu Yan thought it made sense. He's just a young child from a noble family, how could he have that level? He must have a master teaching him, probably an alchemy grandmaster. He asked, "May I know who your honorable master is? We would like to pay our respects to him." However, Ni Li refused with a slight smile. "Sorry, my master doesn't like to be disturbed," he thought to himself. "There's no master to meet." Meanwhile, Yang Xin was quietly observing his attitude, secretly admiring. "I can't read any signs of lying. This child is so calm." Ji Yu Yan nodded, saying, "Since your esteemed master doesn't wish to reveal himself, so be it. I hope to have the opportunity to meet him in the future." Thinking, I wonder what Ni Li's true level is, but with this knowledge, he's already surpassed me. Directly promoting him to a high-level alchemy master is fine by me. It'll keep his master happy too. Thinking this, he held out his hand and said, "Yang Jishi, quickly fetch the certificate for a high-level alchemy master, along with the badge and robes." Yang Xin hurriedly complied, sighing softly with emotion, thinking, a 13-year-old high-level alchemy master. Ni Li spoke up. "Besides this, I'd like to discuss something else with the Grandmaster." Hearing this, Ji Yu Yan was surprised, assuming it must be his master's intention, and readily invited, "Little brother, please speak your mind." Ni Li cut straight to the point. "I have the methods to create 5 types of elixirs: the soul-nourishing pill, the soul-solidifying pill, the soul-gathering pill, the scarlet flame body tempering pill, and the 9-revolution pill." Hearing the names of these top-grade elixirs, Ji Yu Yan trembled, almost losing his footing. He quickly asked for the names of those elixirs again, and Ni Li smiled, confirming, "That's right. Compared to the current soul-nourishing pill and soul-gathering pill of Glory City, these 3 are different types and levels. The soul-nourishing pill, soul-solidifying pill, and soul-gathering pill from the era of the Divine Saint Empire have effects hundreds of times greater." Ji Yu Yan added, "And there's even the scarlet flame body tempering pill for martial artists to temper their bodies, and the 9-revolution pill for use in the event of fatal injuries. Of course I know these. But does your esteemed master truly have the methods to concoct them?" The methods to concoct these types of elixirs have long been lost. Ni Li started bragging without hesitation. "Of course, they still exist. My master had to travel all over the great continent of souls, accumulating vast knowledge for many years before coming to Glory City. But he doesn't like to show his face, so he conveys everything through me. Oh right, with these 5 types of elixirs, alchemy apprentices can already concoct intermediate soul-nourishing pills. and high-level alchemy apprentices are needed for soul-solidifying pills. Soul-gathering pills and scarlet flame body-tempering pills require elementary alchemy masters to concoct, while the 9 revolution pill requires a high-level alchemy master. Ji Yu Yan asked in confusion, "Your esteemed master only arrived here recently. Does he think there are still humans in other cities besides ours?" "An alchemist like this is a goldmine for Glory City," Nilai said. "Master originally wanted to offer these concocting methods to the association, but..." This hesitation made Yan Ming, who was at the side, tremble with anticipation. He hurriedly asked, "But what?" he continued. "If Grandmaster Ye Mo is growing old and a legendary demon spiritualist hasn't appeared, Glory City will not only be threatened by demon beasts, but also by 3 legendary Frostwind demon beasts sleeping deeply in the Holy Ancestor Mountains. With these 5 types of elixirs, the strength of humanity will increase, and Glory City will have a different face. Maester wants to continue researching alchemy but needs capital, quite a large amount of capital. Therefore, these concocting methods can't just be given away for free." He held up 3 fingers, saying, "In the future, when the Alchemy Masters Association concocts these elixirs, my master wants 3 shares of the profits. I wonder what the president thinks." The 2 old men exchanged glances, but Neely said, "Don't worry. According to this calculation, the more money made from sales, the more profit the Alchemy Masters Association will obtain. The profit from a normal soul-solidifying pill is already high, so there's no need to worry about the sales of an elixir that seems to have been lost to time, right?" But Ji Yu Yan waved his hand in protest. "No, that's not what I meant. We would accept it even if your esteemed master wanted half." Neely smiled and said, "There's no need for that," Master said. 3 shares are enough. Does the president agree? You can use a portion of that money to support the education of poor students." Ji Yu Yan froze for a few seconds before saying, "Your esteemed master is truly virtuous. Rest assured, we will help the common people learn alchemy as a way to promote the association. As for the business matters, your esteemed master can send someone to inspect and supervise. If there's anything not done well, they can directly make adjustments," Ni Li said with a smile. "Please leave these matters to the president and Jishi Yang. I believe the 2 of you are forward-thinking individuals," Ji Yu Yan confirmed. "Of course," thinking to himself with determination. "We must handle this transaction with the Alchemy Grandmaster in the best possible way. He definitely has even better elixirs in his possession." Nilai then took out the papers and said, "Here are the concocting methods for the 5 types of elixirs. Please take a look." Ji Yu Yan took them with a blank expression, then looked at the ingredients and exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected they would all be ordinary herbs, just like the purple orchid grass. It seems we need to supplement our efforts," thinking to himself. "With these concocting methods, Elder Hushi wouldn't dare to look down on my position anymore." A moment later, Yang Xin rushed over, panting, carrying the items. Ji Yu Yan spoke up, saying, "Jishi Yang is back. In the future, if you have any matters, please speak to her. She will arrange everything you need." Before he finished speaking, Yang Xin stepped forward to give the items to Nili. "These robes are for you to wear. They might be a bit big, even though this is the smallest size. I'll bring you the new ones when they're made. Where do you live?" He thought for a moment and said, "I'm in the elementary martial artist class at Holy Orchid Institute. You can come to the school to find me later." Hearing this, Yang Xin was stunned. How could it be so absurd? Yang Xin asked again. "The elementary martial artist class. It's such a waste of talent, Ni Li. If you want me to get into the genius class, I can personally speak to the principal." But he shook his head and laughed, saying, "Thank you for your concern, but there's no need." He picked up the clothes and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My friends are still waiting for me. I'll see the president and Jihishi again." Picking up the set of clothes, he sighed, thinking, "Indeed, the clothes are a bit big." Ji Yu Yan then said, "Jishi Yang, please see him off." So Yang Xin led him away. Ji Yu Yan stood there blankly, holding the elixir methods in his hand, then looked up at the wall with the annotations. He exclaimed, "The Alchemy Association, no, perhaps all of Glory City, is about to enter a new era." Then he hastily gave orders to his subordinates, "I'm going into seclusion to concoct elixirs. Jishi Yang will go and purchase the herbs. You help me gather all the intermediate alchemy apprentices." Ming immediately accepted the order, and the Alchemy Masters Association began large-scale elixir concocting operations. The Soul Nourishing Pill and Soul Solidifying Pill, after being officially sold on the first day, brought in 6 billion demon spirit coins. And the City Lord himself and Grandmaster Yimo personally visited the Alchemy Masters Association for the remaining 3 types of elixirs. A month later, the elementary martial artist apprentice class's final exam was approaching, and everyone in the class was in a frenzy. Only Shen Yu was sitting leisurely, holding a white vial in his hand. The classmate sitting above him saw this and called out, "Shen Yu, boss, that's a soul-solidifying pill. I didn't expect you to get this. If you use it, you might reach 2-star bronze rank." He gloated with a cold snort. The classmate laughed and said, "Ni and his group are hiding in the library all day, not daring to come to class. They probably won't even reach 1-star bronze rank. Just wait for them to drop out of school, haha." Shen Yu then thought that was the natural course of things. Then he recalled how Ni defeated Chu Yuan at 3-star bronze rank. Unless he could cultivate from 5 soul force points to 100 in 2 months. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. So what if he gets to stay? Because of the Scarlet Flameburst inscription, the family has already suppressed the Silverwing family in every way. Now the Alchemist Association is selling large quantities of soul-nourishing pills and soul-concentrating pills, even soul-gathering pills. Your Silverwing family doesn't have enough money to buy them. Without pills, without money, you are nothing. Meanwhile, on Nili's side, Yang Xin brought a pile of money to Nili, saying, "This is the payment for this order, and also some soul-gathering pills and scarlet flame-body tempering pills." He took it, politely saying, "I appreciate you going to the trouble." Lu Piao, seeing the pretty lady, got all excited and complimented. "You're so beautiful, Duzhen," sweating profusely, reminded him, "Watch your words, do you know who she is?" But Yang Xin immediately retorted, "You watch your words too," which made the students around them start gossiping. After the year-end trial, the new students will be reassigned to classes, and the gap between students in the same class will widen from here. All the students are trying to practice hard before the test. The next morning, Lu Piao was haggard. Unable to sleep all night from worrying, Nili calmly pointed to those who were diligently practicing and asked, "It's just a test. Do you have to make such easily misunderstood noises in the middle of the night?" Nili wrapped his hand and said, "It's just a test, and you're the one who's panicking the most. Haha." The day of the test has arrived. Nili led the group with imposing momentum and said, "Let's go." The drums resounded in the hall, and the students below chattered happily, running around in a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Ye Sheng was sitting blankly, saying, "I wonder how many of these new students will get into the genius class. It's so exciting. But the bet between Shen Shu and that student is what I'm really looking forward to, haha." Soon the students gathered and were present at this place. The sound of talking combined with the sound of drums merged together like a festival. Li arrived and muttered in a cold sweat, "So many people." Looking to the other side, he recognized that the upperclassmen were also here to watch the fight. Lu Piao next to him also looked around, and as soon as he saw an acquaintance, he waved his hands repeatedly, causing Ni Li to be puzzled and turn his head to look. It turned out to be the two beauties, Ziyun and Ning Er. They came over to greet Ni Li. "You're here." He also greeted them happily, making the surrounding people jealous that Ni Li was talking to their two goddesses. Cursing inwardly, "One has 2 watermelons, the other has none. How annoying," Ziyun suddenly said. "You guys talk. I have something to do." Nili was full of disappointment. Ning Er next to her spoke up and asked, "That's right, Nili. I heard people in the family talking about the business dealings of the Silverwing family encountering suppression from the sacred family." Hearing this, Nili asked with a serious face, "Just business, nothing else?" Ning Er nodded worriedly. Then Nili replied coolly, "If it's just a matter of money, then it's not a problem." Hearing this caused Ning Er to jolt in shock and wonder, thinking, could it be that Nili has a way? Suddenly, someone appeared, causing the crowd to buzz with excitement. Ning Er also glanced over, and her face suddenly turned pale. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's Shen Fei." He and Shen Yu led a group of people over aggressively. Looking at Shen Fei's stern eyes made Ning Er remember, "That's right, I can already materialize my soul force. I don't need to pay attention to the faces of the sacred family anymore. It's just when I'm with Ni Li." Thinking of this, she turned around to leave, not wanting to cause more trouble for Ni Li, when suddenly a hand gently pulled her back. Ni Li asked, "Where are you going, Ning Er?" causing Ning Er to freeze. The two holding hands caused the crowd to stir. Ning Er said worriedly in a low voice, "Let go of me, we'll be in trouble." But Ni Li replied, "It's okay, anyway. They're always looking for trouble with me, aren't they?" Before he finished speaking, Shen Fei suddenly swung a palm attack. In an instant he roared, "Let go of her hand immediately." As Shen Fei's palm approached, Ni Li suddenly swiftly pulled Ning Er aside. Both of them dodged, and Ni Li added a bonus by punching him in the chest, causing the crowd to be stunned and given the opportunity to gossip. The Shen Yu gang on the side also had their mouths wide open in surprise at this attack. Shen Fei actually took the hit and was knocked backwards. He was flustered, dazed, and quickly put his foot down to avoid falling flat on his face. He glanced at Ni Li and snorted coldly. He, with a provocative look, made Shen Fei go crazy, and spat and asked, "Are you Ni Li?" He thought to himself, "Better to have the Shen Fei gang focus on me than on Ning Er." Thinking this, he casually put his hand on her shoulder and yanked Ning Er close, declaring loudly, "That's right, and who are you supposed to be?" This made Ning Fear blush and ask, confused, "Ni Li." Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in wild cheers at this provocation, sending Shen Fei into a blood-fueled rage. He pointed, snarling, "Listen up, I'm Shen Fei, Ningzhi's fiancé. Get your hands off her." But Nili calmly replied, "Fiancé? Says who?" Turning to Ning'er, he asked, "He's your fiancé." Then he shouted, "See? She doesn't think so." Then, pointing at Shen Fei, he cursed, "What the hell are you, a toad trying to eat swan meat? Wake up, you think you can marry Ning'er?" Ning'er was like a deer in the headlights, wondering, "I haven't even said anything yet." The surrounding crowd roared with excitement. Shen Fei's face darkened as he spoke up. "What am I? I'll tell you myself." At this moment, Ning'er looked directly at Shen Fei and declared bluntly, "He's not my fiancé. I've never acknowledged that. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Do you think nobody knows about what happened to the female students at the academy before, and how you found someone else to take the blame?" These words caused an immediate stir among the crowd. Shen Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he chuckled dryly. "Very well, Xiao Ning'er. Don't regret what you said. A minor scarlet family trying to act recklessly." Suddenly, Ning'er paled at these words, thinking, "Oh no, what did I say? The sacred family will definitely take revenge on my family." Other students started buzzing, using their power to bully others. How despicable, it's the sacred family again. Such arrogant jerks. Another student folded his arms, saying, "No wonder she's never been seen associating with him. So that's why, now that I see it, Nili's not bad either. He opposed the sacred family before, and now he's saving Ning'er." Shen Fei glared at them upon hearing this, causing them to shrink back, pretending to be silent. At this moment, Ning'er removed his hand from Ningzhi and stepped forward, saying, "If you're so tough, come at me. What's so great about threatening a girl? I'll take you on however you want to play." Ning'er immediately tried to stop him. "This has nothing to do with him. It's my decision, Shen Fei. I'd rather die than marry you." Shen Fei burst out laughing. "Haha, this isn't up to you guys to decide," Ningzhi then said. "Shen Fei, I'll apply to the Heavenly Note Holy Orchid Institute. If I can pass, even the sacred family won't be able to do anything to me." Shen Fei sneered. "The Heavenly Note Holy Orchid Institute? Haha, that's a place only for geniuses under 15. Don't tell me you think you're a genius. Moreover, in the history of Glory City, you passing the test, including Lord Yemo, there have only been 3 people. You should think about how to even get the qualification to enter first." Nili pouted and asked, "Why are you talking so much? Ning'er will definitely pass the test there. Just wait and see, and get lost." Shen Fei frowned unhappily. "Little brat, do you know if we weren't in Glory City right now, you would have disappeared long ago," he glared, acting all high and mighty. But Nili remained calm and asked, "So what?" This made Shen Fei furious, thinking, "He's inside the academy now, I can't do anything to him." He suddenly had an idea. "That's right, Nili. Do you have the guts to participate in the genius tournament organized by our sacred family? At that time, I'll invite the Silverwing family." Seeing Nili's puzzled expression, Shen Fei continued, "You and I will fight in the arena, relying on our abilities. Whoever loses, loses. No one will interfere." Nili asked back, "Is that so?" Hearing this, the surrounding crowd felt uncomfortable and cursed. How despicable. Who would agree to that? Someone else said, "Shen Fei is already 17, he's already reached silver rank. This is practically asking for Nili's life." Seeing this, Shen Fei turned and asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" Ningxi, behind Nili, advised, "Nili, let's go, don't." But he smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry." Then he burst out laughing. "You dare to challenge me? Why wouldn't I accept?" Nili's acceptance shocked everyone, exclaiming, "He accepted it." Shen Fei also gritted his teeth, saying, "You agreed. Don't you dare go back on your word. The Sacred Family's Genius Tournament is where I'll be waiting for you." After saying this, he turned to leave, causing Shen Yu to also be stunned. He turned and said, "Nilai, just you wait," they shouted. "What are you all looking at?" After the thugs scrammed, everyone returned to their cheerful mood as before. A long time later, Ye Ziyun arrived. She immediately asked, "Nili, I heard you accepted Shen Fei's challenge." Nili smiled lightly and replied, "Haha, no need to worry so much." This made Ziyun stomp her foot and exclaim, "Who's worried? Shen Fei reached silver rank a long time ago. He must be at least 2-star now. Are you sure about this?" Nili remained calm and said, "We'll see," Ziyun then said with a serious face. "You definitely accepted for Ning'er's sake? It seems you're very sincere towards her. You better treat her well, or I won't forgive you." Nilai quickly waved his hand and said, "No free treatment. Shen Yu has a violent temper. I just couldn't stand the thought of someone as kind as Ningzhi falling into his hands, so I helped her out of that situation," Ziyun retorted. "You're no better. Don't need to explain it to me." Nili was left speechless and frozen. Seeing his flustered reaction made Ningxi smile slightly. Nilai then thought to himself, "What's up with Ziyun? Does she care about me? Haha. Compared to the life of endless fighting in my previous life, this life is awesome. He then chuckled gleefully. Haha, Ziyun asked in surprise. What are you laughing at? Nili, startled, scratched his head, and said, Nothing. Seeing this, the other youths looked on with envy, saying, That guy is starting to tease Miss Ziyun again. The end-of-year competition at Holy Orchid Institute quickly commenced. At this time, Shen Shu appeared and said, Students of the beginner martial artist class. Her eyes searched around, and when she spotted Nili, she thought furiously, There he is, that hateful bastard. Then, suppressing her anger, she waved her hand and said, Our turn is coming up, everyone follow me. The group of students quickly followed her. At this moment, Nili approached and asked, Mentor Shen Shu, do you still remember our agreement? If you apologize now, there's still a chance to salvage the situation. But she thought irritably, You dare open your mouth. She glared and said, I keep my word. If you reach bronze rank 1 star, I will resign, Nili retorted. Then write the resignation letter first, which made her rage, answering, Wait for the results. Don't get too cocky too soon. Below, everyone was buzzing with excitement. I heard that 2 people in the beginner spiritualist class have reached the bronze rank 3 star. That's amazing, another person said. Of course, they've been cultivating for 2 years longer than us. Haha, I didn't expect someone in the beginner inscriptionist class to reach bronze rank 2-star martial artist. While they were bustling about, Shen Shu led the beginner martial artist class over. The people immediately sneered. The legendary worst class, haha. Another person glanced over and asked, Didn't you come from that class too? At this time, a blonde guy wearing a strange uniform brought out a big, ugly machine, and he grinned. First, we test strength. Shen Shu walked over and asked, What is this? He smiled and replied, This is the punch measuring machine I just invented. The perfect combination of magic and martial arts. Testing by hitting rocks is too outdated, the results aren't direct, and students can even get hurt. We'll test the fragments of the rock inside the machine. We will convert the student's strength into numbers. He babbled on non-stop, causing Shen Shu to ignore him and turn to the students, asking, Who wants to try first? Everyone looked at each other nervously. Suddenly, Shen Yu volunteered, rolling up his sleeves and saying, I will. When Shen Yu stepped forward, the blonde guy instructed, Stand at the point, punch with all your might. Each student has 3 chances, and will take the highest score. The others below discussed, Shen Yue is one of the most talented students in the class, and he's also taken a lot of elixirs. His score will definitely be good. At this moment, Shen Yu warmed up his limbs and shouted, Watch this! The numbers immediately jumped to over 100, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Amazing. Shen Yu must have focused on cultivating his soul force. I didn't expect him to be so strong. He's already reached the bronze rank martial artist level. Therefore, Shen Yu's face was very smug right now. He immediately threw 2 more punches. Both were 130-135, bronze rank 1 star. This made him smirk, saying, Not bad. As Shen Yu turned to leave, the blonde guy reminded him, Next, go to the side to test your soul force. He waved his hand and said, I know. He went to the side, touched the stone with his hand. When the number 115 appeared, the proctor smiled and said, You're already a bronze rank spiritualist. Everyone below was stunned, praising, He cultivates so fast. Worthy of being a descendant of the Holy Family. Next semester he can probably upgrade to the beginner spiritualist class. On the side, an old man with a white beard said, To reach bronze rank 1 star after only being in the beginner martial artist class for 1 term, pretty good. Back below, after Shen Yu's test was finished, the proctor called out, Next person. Shen Yu glared and snorted. The Nili gang, who made them furious, immediately suggested, Let's play rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. Lu Piao immediately stepped forward, roaring. Me first, he thought to himself. How should I punch? Everyone was stunned to see Lu Piao step forward, saying, Lu Piao, it's been a long time since I've seen him. Isn't he always following Nili? He probably hasn't reached the bronze rank. Suddenly, Lu Piao lightly threw a punch, making everyone surprised and confused. Why did he punch so casually? However, a shockwave erupted, causing the machine to make a ding. Everyone was gaping at the displayed number of bronze rank 2 star 265. Everyone clamored. The machine must be broken. A light punch like that is over 200. Which made Lu Piao smirk. He glared at Shen Yu, making him furious, saying, How can Nili's little bro be so strong? On the side, Shen Shu also darkened her face, saying, Then isn't Nili the same? Above, the elders were also whispering to each other. Ji Yuyan was also present, marveling. Not bad, I didn't expect there to be geniuses in this class, another person said. It's because the Alchemist Association has refined many elixirs, so this year's results are pretty good. The families certainly won't spare any expense to cultivate their descendants. Lu Piao was now ready, in a well-practiced stance, to prepare for his second strike. He poured his strength into a heavy punch at the machine, a crash making the blonde guy look at him in shock and exclaim, 325, causing everyone to be terrified. But that punch just made Lu Piao's face fall. Too weak, he grumbled. Annoying. He gathers his strength. Alright, last one. He roars as he charges, making the numbers jump. The blonde guy is stunned as he announces, Lu Piao, bronze rank 3-star, 370. He thinks to himself, when I was his age, I only managed bronze rank 2-star. The people below are in awe. Lu Piao can definitely get into the genius class. If you get in there, you'll have a dedicated mentor, and you'll get a position of Glory City. But one of them says, he never trains seriously, otherwise he wouldn't only be bronze rank 3-star. Duzi suddenly snorts, thinking, doesn't train seriously, my ass. If he trained seriously, how strong would he be? Over at Lu Piao's side, he's gone to check his soul force. A dazzling red light appears, making the proctor announce in a daze, bronze rank 3-star, soul force 367. Ye Sheng up above exclaims in shock, that's strong. This kid's a real genius. The others chime in, we really have to get him into the genius class. After the test, Lu Piao strikes a pose in front of his buddies. The proctor asks, who's next? Zhang Ming pulls at his pants, about to go up, but Wei Nan butts in. I won rock paper scissors, me first. So he steps up under everyone's gaze. Wei Nan's in the same group as Ni Li. Quickly, the results are displayed. Wei Nan 290, bronze rank 2-star, soul force 289, bronze rank 2-star. Next, Zhang Ming 325, soul force 275, bronze rank 2-star. The proctor is confused. The other classes don't have such outstanding students. But this class is full of geniuses, the blonde guy asks. Who's next? Duzi turns to ask Zhao Jiangming. Aren't you gonna try? But he smiles and says, Duzi, you go first. Show those guys what a real genius is. Duzi looks at his buddies who just finished the test, jumping around excitedly, and feels annoyed, so he sighs and says, I'll go then. Duzi steps up confidently. But Lu Piao's face falls when he sees this, thinking, I finally got to show off a little, but it's already been stolen so quickly. Immediately, Duzi gets into position and throws a 1,000-ton punch. Duzi's punch makes the machine shake. Everyone below has their jaws drop to the floor, unable to believe their eyes. The blonde guy standing next to it is also stunned. The machine then displays the strength, 500. That's bronze rank 5-star, Ye Sheng, who is up above, jumps up in horror. Only 13 years old and already reached bronze rank 5-star. He starts arguing, great, he has to be my student. But another old guy also rushes forward and says, wait a minute, Vice Principal, please hand him over to me. On the path of a martial artist, I'm confident that I can teach him better than anyone. Hearing this makes Ye Sheng surprised. Such a genius. Do you think his talent is only in the area of martial arts? The blonde guy on this side says, Duzi still has 2 more chances. But he refuses and says, thank you, no need. I already punched with all my strength. This makes the blonde guy stunned, but agrees. Just entered the beginner class and already reached silver rank. Seeing this, the students below start making a ruckus and rush forward, making the blonde guy panic and yell, don't break my stuff. Meanwhile, Duzi has gone to check his soul force. Unexpectedly, when he touches it, a dazzling golden light shines out strongly, making the proctor also freeze. Reporting 300, 400. But it still doesn't stop there. Suddenly, a fierce source of light rushes out, causing dust to fill the air. Duzhang in the smoke is also dumbfounded when he sees that the stone has been blown up by him. Pieces of stone fall with a clatter like hail. Seeing this, Lu Piao crosses his arms and snorts coldly, while Ni Li smiles slightly at this scene. This makes Ye Sheng, sitting above, also stunned. Unexpectedly, the stone was blown up, someone explains. The beginner soul crystal can only measure soul force below 600. Hearing this makes the guy standing next to him look at Duzi in utter shock, thinking, so that means his strength is 500? And his soul force exceeds 500? Meanwhile, Duzi is showing a worried expression because he is afraid of having to pay for it. Ye Sheng above speaks up. I will personally report to Lord Yi Mo and Lord Headmaster, a genius like this. Even I can't teach him. We must protect him and find a suitable teacher for him. The proctor below looks at Duzi with a very hesitant look and raises his hand to use a sound transmission technique to ask the headmaster, is it necessary to replace it with an intermediate crystal? But he replies, no need, I will let those lords personally examine him. The proctor immediately receives the order and turns to say, Duzi, you've finished the test already, he said, a bit surprised. Then the proctor spoke up, that's right, everyone else, collect all the fragments, they're still usable. The students hastily picked up the pieces, saying to each other, even Ye Mo wasn't this strong at this age. Who knows, Duzi might become the second legendary spiritual master. Shen Yu, at this moment, wondered, What's going on? How is he so strong? What did Ni Li do? Immediately after, an announcement boomed. Zhu Xiangming, strength 330, bronze rank 3-star, used the fragments to test soul force. This made Zhu Xiangming's face fall. On the other side, the students were still bustling with excitement at the primary spiritual masterclass courtyard. The curly-haired guy looked over and said, "After testing so many classes, only 15 kids got into our class. I wonder how those little devils in the primary martial artist apprentice class are doing." The other guy replied indifferently, "Probably nothing much." Suddenly, news spread there, causing everyone to freak out. Everyone was yelling, "WTF, no way, that's impossible." A guy with glasses went to eavesdrop and asked, "Did anyone in the primary martial artist apprentice class get results?" "It's shocking, but the curly-haired guy still looked down on them. I thought so. At most, that class has a bronze rank 1-star spiritual master." But the other guy replied, "It's not just that. Besides one bronze rank 1-star, there are 3 bronze rank 3-stars, not to mention a bronze rank 3-star spiritual master, and a monster who directly exploded the test crystal stone." This made the curly-haired guy stunned. "Holy crap," the other guy continued. "The person in charge of the test didn't even let him continue testing. No idea how strong his soul force is." Hearing this, the curly-haired guy jumped up and asked, "Exploded. Was it one of the 2 girls?" But the other guy said, "They're all guys, dude." Suddenly, another scream rang out, making the gossiping curly-haired guy rush over and ask, "What happened now?" Someone yelled. The primary soul crystal stone exploded again, making the curly-haired guy exclaim in shock, "Who was it this time? Can you tell me clearly? Go take a look and report back." After scouting, a guy came out and reported, "Just now, Ye Ziyun from the primary class tested, followed by Zhao Ningxie." The curly-haired guy was gleeful, thinking, "I like both of them, hee hee." Suddenly, a earth-shattering boom erupted, silencing everyone. On the testing side, the proctor was ghosted, standing motionless, while Ningxie and Ziyun looked at each other, thinking secretly, "So strong, Ni Li must have helped her." Ziyun thought, "Ni Li already has Zhao Ningxie, why is he still chasing after me?" On Ningxie's side, she thought, "The person Ni Li likes is Ye Ziyun, but I won't give up. I want to become stronger, and one day, he will notice me." With the scene of 2 beautiful and domineering girls standing close together, it was dazzling to the male students, even more beautiful than before. On the old guy's side, one exclaimed, "This class's results are terrifying. It seems Shen Shu is indeed a good teacher, able to dig out the students' potential to the fullest." Hearing this, Ye Sheng glanced at Shen Shu and spoke up, "Vice Dean, I only requested Ni Li. The class's results definitely won't decrease." This made Yi Sheng thoughtful. "Is that really so?" At this time, the blonde guy below continued to ask, "Who's next?" Shen Shu quickly said, "Who wants to test first? If no one does, then go in order." Suddenly, Ni Li stepped forward with a smile. "It's my turn," the students then yelled. "It's Ni Li." He even argued with teacher Shen Shu at the opening ceremony and made a bet. "Back then, we thought he was rash. But look now, those who follow him have made terrifying progress, and they only have red soul seas. This must be more than a coincidence." Hearing these words made Shen Xiao speechless with annoyance, and the old guys above spoke up. "There's even a student who voluntarily asked to test. Could he also be a genius like those girls before?" At this time, Ni Li stepped up to the strength testing machine. He glanced at his comrades with a confident expression. Everyone was very curious, thinking in their hearts, what level has Ni Li's cultivation reached, after all? Before testing, Ni Li politely asked, "Teacher, can I start?" The blonde guy nodded. "Start?" He breathed out, took a stance, and immediately threw a powerful punch at the machine. Duzim pouted worriedly and said, "Ni Li's talent is the worst in our group, plus he chose the slowest cultivation technique. I estimate Ni Li's strength is around 200 or 300. But the blonde guy looked at the results in horror and exclaimed, "It's 10,000, making everyone's faces freeze, mouths agape. "It's bronze rank 1-star, Duzi blankly asked. "Are you kidding me?" Quickly, the second and third punches were also thrown, and they were also exactly 10,000. "It's bronze rank 1-star. Then Ni Li breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, just enough bronze rank 1-star. This made the blonde guy incredibly confused, thinking, "That's strange. The strength of each student's punch is different, but every punch of his is exactly 10,000. Duze also realized and said, "That's amazing. His strength must be more than 10,000. But he controlled his power. All 3 punches were exactly 10,000. What kind of manipulation is that?" Making Lu Piao beside him stunned, then slapped his hand and laughed. "Haha, so that's how it is. Xu Feng scored bronze 1-star with 3 hits. Shen Shu's gonna be pissed when she sees this." Then they all burst out laughing. Haha. On the side, the old geezers with long beards were also nodding, thinking, bronze 1 star isn't bad, considering it's compared to students from previous tests. But Ye Sheng piped up, isn't that Ni Li? Let's see what his soul force is like. Might just surprise us. Down below, Ni Li channeled his soul force into the stone, and red lights appeared. The examiner's eyes widened as he announced, his soul force is also 100 bronze 1 star. He thought to himself, what's with this kid? Strength and soul force both at 100. Power can be manipulated, but the soul crystal can't be wrong. Then Ni Li opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, making Shen Shu's face darken as she thought, why? Why is it 100 points? Even if it was 1 point less, he wouldn't have reached bronze 1 star. Ni Li went down to his buddies with a happy smile, making Shen Shu seethe with anger. The blonde guy said, alright, next up. On Ye Sheng's side, he was silent for a few seconds before ordering his subordinate, get him into the genius nurturing class, making the other elders object, vice principal, this might not be appropriate, he's only bronze 1 star. But Ye Sheng glared and asked, what's not appropriate? I like him. Got a problem with that. Making the others look at each other dumbfounded, unable to say anything, thinking, the principal's not here, the vice principal is the boss. They had to accept it and said, alright, quickly. The students lined up to test. The examiner sighed and said, after Ni Li, no one else reached bronze 1 star. Ye Sheng also said, disappointed, a bit underwhelming. Another guy said, vice principal, it's already great that so many geniuses appeared in a beginner martial artist class. Look, they've become the focus of the whole school. Ye Sheng laughed. Ha ha ha, you're right. I had high hopes for their class after the last test. Well, let's go see how the other classes are doing. Suddenly, Shen Shu came over and called out, Vice Principal Ye Sheng, I'm resigning. I can't be an instructor at Holy Orchid Institute anymore. Making Ye Sheng jump in surprise, he asked in astonishment, Instructor Shen Shu, why are you thinking of resigning? So many talented students have appeared in your class. The academy was even planning to reward you. I think all the students in this beginner martial artist class need your excellent guidance. Hearing this, Shen Shu said resentfully, my mind is made up. Please approve it, Vice Principal. Ye Sheng also sighed helplessly and said, if that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. Go through the formalities. After the test, Shen Shu lowered her head and left. Ni Li on this side thought excitedly, my soul force has reached 189. Now, I can immediately reach silver rank and become a true demon spiritualist if I use Shadow Devil, but I still need to bid for the best demon spirits for them. He went back to the beginner martial artist class and immediately received the notice for the genius class. His heart was happy as he thought, I've stayed in this beginner martial artist class for too long, haha. Suddenly, a bunch of friends rushed to the field to ask Ni Li for autographs, treating him like a youth idol, making him panic and look dazed, thinking, is it because everyone around me is improving so fast that they all want to sit next to me? Quite a few students in this class believe so. I should help them become famous too. After thinking it through, Ni Li smiled lightly and said, let's do it this way. This way, I can increase my strength and also deal with Sacred Family and Dark Guild. Then the Holy Orchid Institute holiday came, and the students ran out of school excitedly. On Ni Li's side, Ning'er gave him a ruby pendant, and she shyly said, this is for you. I hope when you see it, you will remember me. See you next term. After speaking, she immediately ran away embarrassedly, causing him to stare blankly, smile slightly, and put it in his pocket, saying, I'll just take this bit of sincerity. Suddenly, a voice came, saying, Ni Li is such an idiot. He looked up and was stunned to see Xingyun, she said. In Glory City, a ruby represents a girl's love, making Ni Li freeze in place, and Xingyun looked at Ning'er's retreating figure and smiled at Ni Li and asked, Ning'er likes you? Why didn't you agree? Ni Li pouted and replied, but unfortunately, the person I like is you. Ning'er knows this too. Hearing this made Ziyun jump, blushing and yelling, are you kidding? Don't think I'm easy to bully. Ni Li replied, kidding. Of course I'm telling the truth. Making her snort coldly, uncomfortably, and say, smooth talker, tell me, what's so good about me? Ni Li turned around and said, how to compare? I can only say that there are some people who are irreplaceable in this life. Hearing this made Ziyun quiet, looking at the clouds in the sky and lost in thought. I hope my husband is also a hero like my father, with the power to call upon the wind and summon the rain, and the protector of Glory City. Thinking about it, Xingyun couldn't help but giggle, saying, if you reach the legendary demon spiritist realm, maybe I'll consider it. Ni Li exclaimed in a panic. Weren't we talking about gold rank? Ziyun played dumb. I was just kidding. Before. You really don't know anything about women. Alright then. Goodbye. Ni Li sighed, sulking. Then why did she choose me in the previous life? Is the previous life something that already happened? Or is it the future? He also told himself that he had to go back to the dorm to pack up and say goodbye to his brothers. They quickly said their goodbyes and agreed to meet again in a month. Before leaving, Lu Piao also wanted to give Ni Li a deep kiss, which left Du Zi speechless. After that, Ni Li went to the carriage to return to his home, Glory City. In addition to the 2 most prosperous districts, there are 6 other districts, and Ni Li's Sky Origin family is located in the northern part of Glory City. Ni Li lay in the carriage and closed his eyes, saying, "It will probably take several hours to travel. Let's take a nap." At this time the wind was howling and the sky was clear with a bright moon, making Ni Li recall the time when he was little, sitting with his father eating watermelon. His father, Ni Ming, 37 years old, was just a farmer. He said to Ni Li, "Do you know what is the highest thing in this world?" He innocently replied, "It's the sky." But he laughed and asked, "Then what is higher than the sky?" Ni Li replied, "Is it the stars? Didn't Dad always say there are stars in the sky?" But he shook his head and snorted, "Stars don't count. Besides that." Hearing this, Ni Li was stunned. He then explained, "What's higher than the sky is the husband in the word husband, Zhangfu." Ni Ming then patted his chest and said loudly, "Husband here means man. The dignity of a man is higher than the sky. As a man, you must shoulder responsibilities, have ambition, and be determined to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Glory City. The words spoken weighed 1,000 pounds, and the important thing is to protect the person who is important to you, even if you have to sacrifice your life. For me, the most important person to me is you." After saying these words, the next morning he rushed to the beast horde with his weapon in hand. He roared, "Don't even dream of taking another step, you beasts." Back in the present, Ni Li thought to himself in the carriage, "In this life, let me shoulder the responsibility of a man. Dad, I will always remember your teachings." In the dark of night, the carriage continued to roll on, traveling through the night on the deserted road. The next morning, they finally arrived. The carriage stopped, and everyone working in the fields was surprised to see Ni Li appear. They asked, "Ni Li, are you back alone?" He replied, "Yes, the others will be back tomorrow." Everyone started talking excitedly. The Sky Origin family is a family in the northern part of Glory City, with more than 1,000 households. The family mainly relies on farming as its main source of income. Only the family head has reached the gold-rank demon spiritist. If no one reaches that realm, the Sky Origin family will no longer be considered a noble family. When Ni Li returned to the gate, everyone asked about him. He smiled politely and greeted them, then thought to himself, "The family's castle is so old it needs to be repaired." At the same time, a little girl ran over and called out, "Ni Li Gej." He blankly called out, "Xiao Yu." He ruffled her head and asked, "Has Xiao Yu been good at home?" The little girl replied, "Xiao Yu is very obedient." "You must be like Gerge. Get into Holy Orchid Institute and become a warrior." Ni Li smiled and thought, "Although Xiao Yu has always used me as an example, in the previous life she was even stronger than me. This Gerge always had to wait for his little sister to protect him, and in the end, I could only watch everyone sacrifice themselves." Thinking of this, he raised his hand and said, "Xiao Yu, let's go home." The little girl happily took his hand and walked home with him. With every step he took, Ni Li determinedly thought, "I will not let anyone sacrifice for me. I'm back." Meanwhile, the people here are busy plowing the fields and planting rice. Ni Ming was also working hard when he suddenly heard a voice calling out, "Dad, Uncle." Ni Ming is now 45 years old. Next to him is Ni Kai, 42 years old, who is Ni Li's uncle. When they saw Ni Li coming, the two happily said, "Oh, Xiao Li is back." Ni Kai came over to look at Ni Li and said, "Xiao Li seems to be taller, and more handsome too." After a year at the academy, his temperament has really changed. Ni Ming next to him nagged, "Xiao Yu is not wearing shoes again. Haha, let's go home. Today we'll take a break so Mom can make some delicious dishes." After that, everyone returned to their familiar home. Inside were 2 beautiful women. One was Xiao Yun, Ni Li's mother, and the other was Miao Ling, Ni Kai's wife. Xiao Yun was overjoyed when she saw Ni Li's return, and she prepared a warm family meal. Everyone laughed and talked happily at the dinner table. Ni Li pondered a bit, savoring the food, thinking, "It's been so long since I've had Mom's cooking, 100 years or 200 years. Suddenly, Ni Ming looked at Ni Li and asked, "Oh right, son, what level is your strength at now?" causing everyone to turn their attention to him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun huffily raised her chopsticks and pointed, saying, "Can't this wait until after we finish eating?" But Ni Li lightly smiled and said, "I already had it tested a few days ago. My strength reached 100 soul force. Exactly 100. I'm now a 1-star bronze demon spiritualist." Hearing this, everyone in the house was astonished. Ni Ming blankly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "A 1-star bronze demon spiritualist. Haha. But that's not all," Ni Li added. "Also, I got selected for the genius class." Hearing this made Ni Ming blankly ask, "The genius class? Isn't that a class that requires students with exceptional talent? Ni Kai chimed in. Ni Chong's son, Ni Long, is also a one-star bronze demon spiritualist, but he still hasn't gotten into that class. This made Ni Ming ponder, nodding. Ni Li must have something special that attracted the attention of the professors in that class. Others can't reach one-star bronze in just one term. Then he stood up and said, "No matter what, our family finally has a demon spiritualist. Haha, right. Zhao Li is pretty good. With a demon spiritualist in our family, we don't have to worry about being punished by the family." Xiao Yun looked at her son, her eyes brimming with emotion. Suddenly, Ni Ming shouted, "Let's go, son, we'll go see the patriarch." Hearing this, Xiao Yun was startled and angrily pointed, saying, "Look at you, he just got back, and you're not even letting him finish his meal." Making Ni Ming scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Hey, almost forgot. Zhao Wu jumped up and down, praising, "Ni Li Gige is so awesome." Ni Lai then ruffled the little girl's hair and chuckled. Afterward, he looked at Ni Ming and asked, "Right, Dad, how's the family been lately?" Suddenly, Ni Ming became serious and said, "It's been a bit strange. It's just that recently, the sacred family suddenly started putting pressure on our business. Many previous partners have withdrawn, so the patriarch sent many official letters to the sacred family to inquire about the reason, but they ignored us. Unexpectedly, things suddenly took a turn for the better last month. About 10 trading families actively sought us out, and the conditions for cooperation were very favorable. After investigation, all of these orders were from the Alchemist Association. They sent us many orders for herbs, and the compensation is quite good." Hearing this, Ni Li stroked his chin and thought, "They're acting pretty fast." Afterward, Ni Ming said, "It's alright, so it feels like we're stuck between these two sides. But the Alchemist Association is a bit stronger." Suddenly, Xiao Yun frowned and said, "You're not even that old. Why are you telling him this stuff?" Ni Ming scoffed and said, "Typical woman? He's already a demon spiritualist. He'll definitely become a figure of status in the family later on. Of course, he has to understand these things first." Xiao Yun sulked and said, Fine, you're always right." A moment later, the meal ended. When Ni Li was drinking tea with his father, he said, "Dad, I still shouldn't go see the patriarch yet. I want to cultivate for a while longer." Ni Ming agreed, saying, "Alright, later is fine." Ni Kai then said to Xiao Wu, "Look, Ni Li Gage is so awesome, Xiao Wu. Try to learn from him." Xiao Wu obediently replied, "Yes, Xiao Wu will try her best." After the family had a heartwarming chat filled with laughter, Ni Li ran to the back of the mountain, thinking, "My soul force is just a bit away from reaching 600. I have to quickly reach the silver rank to have any fighting strength." He quickly went to find an ideal spot, saw the rock outcrop in front of him, jumped up, sat down, and began cultivating, immediately putting a pill into his mouth and unleashing a dazzling burst of power. After unleashing the power, Ni Lai gradually opened his eyes, sighing and saying, "At this rate, it'll take at least another 10 days to break through." Then, he suddenly remembered, "That's right, there's still one ultimate move I haven't used." So he immediately began waving his hands, practicing a technique called Qi Jing Ji Shu. This is a last resort. Normally, to be able to reach the silver rank, this involves sealing 36 acupoints on the body, causing the soul force to be sealed in the soul sea, forcefully achieving the silver rank. He immediately pressed on his acupoints, saying, "This move will damage the meridians and soul force. No normal person would dare, but I happen to have a bunch of high-level pills," immediately circulating his power. "Alright, the soul sea has been sealed. I'll eat a few more Kui Hun Dan, soul-urging pills." Afterward, he immediately gritted his teeth. A wave of power surged into his body. It pressed tightly on Ni Li's soul sea, causing him immense pain. Just as he was about to suffocate, the power instantly burst out, enveloping him. Because too much power was released, causing the meridians to feel like they were about to break, a dazzling pillar of light shot straight out, illuminating the area. Like a super electric light man appeared. After that terrifying display, luckily Ni Lai was still alive, his face haggard, faintly smiling and exclaiming, "Success!" Lying on the rock outcrop, he lamented, "That really hurt. Quite a few meridians broke. Now I understand why not many people use this move." Looking at the bottle of pills in his hand, he smiled and said, "I have to recover first." He immediately brought it to his mouth and gulped it down. Just like that, an hour later, a source of soul force erupted, and he was actually able to sit up, excitedly saying, "I've reached the silver rank." Immediately taking out the lamp, he smiled and said, "Finally, I can let you appear, Shadow Demon Spirit Lamp." The lamp immediately lit up, and a sleepy yawn came out. Suddenly, a shadow flew out. Xu Feng quickly unleashed his power to seize it, yelling, "You think you can escape? Get back here," making that shadow cry helplessly. Then, Xu Feng controlled the shadow to fuse into his soul realm. First demon spirit successfully integrated. He chuckled, thinking, "The soul realm is truly vast. No wonder it's the heavenly Dao divine technique." Xu Feng put away the lamp and said, "Although shadow demons are rare, I know quite a few of their combat skills. Let's give it a try. He immediately waved his hand, and a domineering, enormous shadow appeared behind him. He cast Demon Spirit Fusion. Suddenly his body grew larger, holding a sword in each hand. A supernatural and mystical power made Zhu Feng look incredibly awesome. As his eyes closed, his body became invisible and disappeared. But a sudden slash hit a tree, and the massive tree immediately crashed to the ground. In the billowing smoke, Zhu Feng's shadow appeared. He stared at the slash just now, stunned, then praised himself. Not bad. This is exactly what an assassin needs when facing enemies. Then his body returned to normal. And as he reached out to recall the shadow demon, Zhu Feng was suddenly surprised when Xiao Wu happily ran over, making him dumbfounded. He quickly asked, "Why are you running up the mountain in the middle of the night?" Xiao Wu giggled. "I couldn't sleep. I also want to cultivate diligently like brother Zhu Feng." Hearing this, Zhu Feng advised, "You haven't reached the silver rank yet. It's best not to cultivate at night. Otherwise..." Before he could finish, Xiao Wu asked, "Then why can brother Zhu Feng?" He hurriedly explained, "Because I've reached that rank. Because I'm a man. We men have vigorous yang energy, so we're not afraid of yin energy invading our bodies. When I get back, I'll teach you a cultivation technique, okay?" Xiao Wu, happily, with sparkling eyes, replied, "Okay, that's great." Zhu Feng took out a soul crystal and handed it over, saying, "Here, first transfer your soul force into this soul crystal." Xiao Wu followed his instructions, reaching out to transfer her soul force, causing Zhu Feng to exclaim in surprise, "Xiao Wu, you're not bad. Only 9 years old and already have 32 points of soul force. Wait a minute, this is the celestial silver body." Leaving Zhu Feng dumbfounded, horrified, saying, "No wonder Xiao Wu's cultivation speed is so fast." But the little girl asked, puzzled, "I haven't cultivated yet, and what is the celestial silver body?" Zhu Feng explained, "It's a treasure passed down from our family since the age of the Frostwind Empire. Roughly 1 in 100 people will have a celestial silver body. It's a very rare bloodline. Demon spiritualists with this constitution will be extremely powerful warriors. It's a pity that after the Dark Age all the cultivation methods have been lost." Xiao Wu blankly asked, "Lost? Does brother Zhu Feng still want to teach Xiao Wu a cultivation technique?" He replied with a smile, "Of course I do. But you can't tell anyone about me teaching you the cultivation technique, Xiao Wu. This is our secret, okay?" The little girl nodded, saying, "Okay," Zhu Feng said. "First I'll teach you the incantation. You already have more than 30 points of soul force, so memorizing it will be easy." And so, Zhu Feng taught the incantation to Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu also began to cultivate. While she was cultivating, Zhu Feng suddenly turned around, suddenly realizing there was a very clear sense of danger, looking at the mountain in front, sensing something, thinking, "Use the shadow demon to see. Let the shadow demon out. Although it can't directly fight, demon spiritualists can sense what the demon spirit sees and hears, and the demon spirit can hide extremely well." Immediately, the shadow demon, according to Zhu Feng's instructions, sped towards the mountain in front. A leader spoke up, saying, "This place is the territory of the Celestial Silver family. Be careful. This family also has a few gold rank experts. Once we encounter them, we're dead." But they didn't know that the shadow demon was secretly observing, the leader said. "Are you sure that Zhu Feng is in a house down the mountain?" The subordinate replied. "Of course, we investigated carefully in the morning, and moreover, that kid's parents aren't cultivators. We can completely kill them without anyone knowing." Hearing this, Zhu Feng was horrified and his face darkened, thinking, "People from the sacred family want to attack me. But this is the inner city of Glory City." At this moment, the shadow demon rushed closer, its gaze looking at the leader, allowing Zhu Feng to immediately recognize him, secretly checking his strength. They're 5th star silver rank, and there are 2 subordinates who are 3rd star silver rank. I wonder if they're demon spiritualists. Then Zhu Feng hurriedly shouted, calling, "Xiao Wu, quickly run back and find the adults. Tell them that in the opposite mountain there are some people from the Dark Guild." Making Xiao Wu puzzled, she shouted loudly, saying, "Zhu Feng, let's run together." But he gestured softly, saying, "It's okay, I'll stay here and observe them. Remember to tell the adults that they have a 5th star silver rank expert. Tell them to be sure to be prepared. Run quickly." Xiao Wu was stunned, but immediately ran off as fast as her legs could carry her, following his instructions. Then Zhu Feng looked at them sternly, saying, "All right." Then he flew into the wind, thinking, "I can let loose now." On Yunhua's side, just as they were about to leave, he suddenly stopped. The subordinates asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, Executor Lord?" Suddenly he waved his hand, releasing soul force, saying, "What's wrong?" He immediately summoned his demon spirit, the celestial bear black tiger. Appearing extremely powerful, the tiger immediately sniffed and caught the scent, while the shadow demon was hiding nearby. "But this tiger can't sniff anything out," Yunhua said. "There's no one here." Was my sense wrong? Using demon spirits too often makes it easy for other demon spiritualists to detect. Better to be careful, he ordered. Liu Cheng, go investigate if the patrol team of the Heavenly Silver family is here, then signal us. Making Liu Cheng startled and frightened, but he had no choice but to accept the order. Meanwhile, the Shadow Devil was summoned back by Nilai. Sensing the soul force, Nilai glanced and thought, a 5-star silver-rank demon spiritualist. A bit tricky. Then he saw Yunhua send his subordinate on a mission, so they separated, causing him to chuckle, thinking, great. Only a 3-star silver-rank martial artist left. Too easy. Watching the subordinate run off to confirm the target. No problem, I can handle it instantly. Liu Cheng ran quickly but slipped, almost falling flat on his face. He kept feeling like someone was watching him, so he hurriedly looked around. But seeing nothing, he sighed in relief, saying, just be perfunctory to get it over with so I don't have to take risks. Am I being too paranoid? Come to think of it, that's a strength, he said to himself, and chuckled. Suddenly, he leaped up, unleashing a palm strike, shouting, so don't even think about ambushing. But what the heck? There's actually no one there. Landing, confused, he frowned and asked, I clearly sensed murderous intent. It was clearly behind me, so how did it suddenly disappear? While he was bewildered, Nili appeared from behind, closing in. With just one move, Liu Cheng spurted blood, returning to the coffin squad on Yunhua's side. He was annoyed that it was taking so long to send a signal. The subordinate thought this guy was just slacking off. But Yunhua immediately realized something was wrong. There's the smell of fresh blood coming from that direction. He immediately led his subordinates to rush over there. Nilia was in contemplation because he had been discovered on his first attempt to ambush. Been a while, so I'm a bit rusty. Then he suddenly was surprised to see the figure of Yunhua rushing over. He quickly saw the corpse of Liu Cheng lying motionless, and rushed over, thinking, just separated for a moment and he was killed silently. Yunhua examined the corpse, recognizing that it was a single stab that killed him, without any traces of fighting. Suddenly, the two of them felt a terrifying, murderous intent behind them. Yunhua hurriedly shouted, Yunhua, join forces. The two leaned back to back, ready to fight. Cut to Zhao Yu. The little girl hurriedly ran barefoot on the road, jumping over the steps and panting, announcing, Elder, something happened. He turned around and said, Zhao Yu, don't run around so late. Go back to Yunhua and Liu Yan. They were stunned that it was strangely quiet at this time, and no one appeared to attack. 36 stratagems. Running is the best. Yunhua immediately booked it, saying, let's retreat first, no need to take risks. Seeing this, Liu Yan panicked and ran after him. Liu Yan cursed inwardly, thinking, I wanted to retreat a long time ago. Then suddenly, Nili ambushed, unleashing a strike. Fortunately, Liu Yan nimbly dodged to the side, managing to escape the scythe of death. But Nili still slashed down hard. Suppressing him, Yunhua turned around and also discovered it was Nili. Cursing in his heart, recognized, it's you. Liu Yan then used his beefy arm to block the Shadow Devil's slash. Nili was surprised to recognize the silver arm guard. Liu Yan laughed wildly. Ha ha, he kicked at his chest, saying, die. But before he could react, he was dumbfounded to receive a lightning-fast slash, too dangerous, from Nili. Confusedly asking, how is this possible? But it was too late. The young man went to the afterlife to admire the scenery. Yunhua rushed forward, calling out Liu Yan. But all he got back was the corpse, which drove him crazy. He yelled, you little devil! Immediately, he released the demon spirit within his body, transforming into a large, grotesque form, blocking Nili, leaving the latter astonished and having to exclaim, so fast! But before he could think, he ate a 1,000-pound kick to the gut, sending him flying backward hundreds of meters, kicking up dust everywhere. But it didn't stop there. Yunhua immediately charged forward, growling, just about to attack, when suddenly, an explosion erupted. When the smoke cleared, he froze, finding nothing in front of him. He gritted his teeth, scoffed, and said, an assassin-type demon spirit, huh? Watch me drag you out. Meanwhile, Nili reappeared behind a tree, thinking to himself, using illusion might allow me to conceal myself and pass through objects, but it's too slow. He attacks with rapid speed, I must find an opening. After thinking, he got up and acted, his body fading from view, glancing at Yunhua and scoffing. He turned around, not seeing anyone, and got annoyed, but unexpectedly, a small stone was kicked out, causing Yunhua to stare intently. He moved towards it, then suddenly sensed something, and turned to face behind him. Just then, Nili charged forward with a blade in each hand, closing in for the attack. Reaching out to act, Yunhua unexpectedly dodged. Nili rebounded into the air, one hand holding two blades, looking as hardcore as could be, as if able to slash at any moment. Yunhua extended sharp claws from his hands, and charged forward. As for Nili, he also transformed his weapon, ready to fight. When Yunhua closed in, throwing a punch at Nili, he weaved and dodged the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a sharp slash of the Shadow Devil. Fortunately, Yunhua ducked in time, only losing half of his hair. A few seconds slower and his head would have been separated from his neck, making Yunhua's spine go cold, breaking out in a cold sweat. Afterward, Ni sheathed his blades and leaped forward at him with lightning speed. Seeing that things weren't good, Yunhua jumped back to evade, thinking to himself as he looked at Ni. His weapons are sometimes long, sometimes short, retracting and unleashing naturally, and his speed is unbelievably fast. I wonder what kind of demon spirit he has. Baffling. But he hurriedly tensed up, unleashing his spiritual power, roaring like a tiger and leopard. I'll use force to overcome skill, see how you deal with that? He gathered his strength, preparing to charge, but suddenly Ni vanished again, making Yunhua panic, asking. He concealed himself again, but still trying to calmly charge forward. No matter how superb the concealment technique, as long as you get hurt, you'll immediately reveal yourself. After thinking, he charged wildly, punching straight down into the ground. Boom! The surrounding ground immediately cracked into small pieces and shot upwards. As the clods of earth and rocks flew up, Yunhua kicked them away with his feet. He spun 360 degrees, kicking in all directions. The clods of earth slammed into the trees, creating booming sounds, dust filling the air. But when the dust cleared, there was still no sign of Ni, making Yunhua stunned, asking, "Where did he go?" Thinking to himself, could it be he isn't using a concealment technique? Yunhua blankly looked at the corpse of his comrade, his face darkening, resentful in his heart. Damn it, sooner or later I'll wipe out your Tianyin family. Silence filled the air. Yunhua looked at the ground he had just created, and unexpectedly sensed someone approaching, scoffing, thinking, is it someone from the Tianyin family? He leapt up, saying, how could I be discovered? Or did Sir predict this? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up and saw Ni swooping down from above. While he was astonished and dazed, Ni nimbly unleashed a cold slash, chopping downwards, but Yunhua nimbly bounced back, dodging the blow. He cursed in his heart, saying, damn it, his blade is too fast. Sensing that things were not good, he ducked down and quickly fled. Ni, who had now recovered his composure, said sternly, can't chase after him? He looked down at the footprints on the ground and sighed, too careless. Suddenly, an elder and two others arrived, asking Ni, you, tell me, where did you see the people from the Dark Guild? He widened his eyes and said, Elder Ni pointed and said, one ran that way, then pointed in another direction, and there are two over here. Hearing this surprised Ni-en, but it wasn't over. Ni continued, the one who fled is a 5-star silver rank soulmaster, but he's injured. He probably left a blood trail, Ni-en replied. Okay, I'll chase after him, turning to say, Xiao Feng, Xiao Ri, you guys stay here. Then asked Ni, are you injured? He replied, I'm fine, Ni-en said, that's good, don't worry, I'm off. And then he zoomed away. As for the other two, one is Ni Xiao Ri, a 1-star silver rank martial artist, age 20. The other is Ni Xiao Feng, a 2-star silver rank soulmaster, age 20. Xiao Ri snorted coldly and said, how could people from the Dark Guild come here if you're lying to Elder Ni? Before he could finish, Ni waved his hand and said, let's go check out those two dudes, quick, startling Xiao Ri, who exclaimed, why the heck is this brat talking to me like that? Xiao Feng thought to himself. Ni feels different since he came back this time. Then the three of them went to where the bodies of the two Dark Guild members were lying on the ground, leaving Xiao Ri bewildered. He said, how did these two die? Then, dumbfounded, he asked Ni, you didn't do this, did you? Meanwhile, Ni calmly sat down and rummaged through the corpses. He found a badge on them. Xiao Ri said in a cold tone, this is a badge from the Dark Guild, so they really are from the Dark Guild. Then, thinking he was smart, he deduced, these two Dark Guild dummies probably came to our family to steal something, then you discovered them, right? But Xiao Feng didn't say anything at this time, and approached the corpse. Then he rolled up his sleeve, and saw silver rank gauntlets. Xiao Feng then tossed it to Xiao Ri to hold, and ran to the other corpse, leaving Xiao Ri confused. He asked, what's up, bro? Then Xiao Feng replied, these two are both silver rank martial artists. Hearing this, Xiao Ri exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? Xiao Feng said. No mistake, the one in the middle is silver level combat armor. With the same muscle intensity, Xiao Ri looked at Ni, sweating profusely, and stammered, so you actually killed them? Pointing in shock. Ni, you killed these two silver rank guys, causing Ni to freeze for a few seconds, then feign ignorance and reply, I didn't say I defeated them, and I don't know why they died. Xiao Feng stood up at this time, thinking to himself, could there be another expert helping Ni recently? Then why didn't they show themselves? Then they looked into the silent forest. Xiao Ri crossed his arms and worried, Elder Ni hasn't returned for so long, is he in danger? Xiao Feng shook his head and said, don't worry, no way. Elder Ni is a 3-star gold rank martial artist. Hearing this, Xiao Ri agreed. Suddenly, they exclaimed, Someone's coming. Then a second later, they breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out Elder Nye is back. He snorted coldly and said, "That guy has some tricks up his sleeve, he got away." Then looking at the two corpses lying on the ground, he asked, "Did Ni Li kill these people?" Xiao Ri sneered and said, "These two are both silver rank martial artists. How could this little punk Ni Li beat them?" Because they are from different branches of the family. Ni Li's family and Xiao Feng and Xiao Ri don't have a good relationship. And the younger generations in the family have hated each other since childhood. At this time, Ni En went to check the corpse, saying, "No traces left, hit in the head with a fatal blow, and the wound is very strange." Being able to kill two silver rank martial artists, and also injure that soul master, I'm afraid even I would have difficulty doing it. Ni En then said, "Ni Li, you come with me to report this matter to the patriarch." Then turning to Xiao Ri and Xiao Feng, he said, "You two bring these corpses back to the patriarch to see." The two immediately complied. When they were leaving, suddenly someone shouted from behind, "Brother Ni Li!" Xiao Wu, with tears in her eyes, ran barefoot anxiously and asked, "Brother Ni Li, are you okay, hoo-hoo?" Seeing this, Ni Li smiled lightly and rubbed the little girl's head, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." A moment later, everyone had arrived at the heavenly silver ancient town in the Nye family. People were out on the streets in full force, holding farming tools as weapons. When they saw Nian returning, everyone became restless and worried, asking, "Is it the people from the Dark Guild? Elder Nian is back. Go and see quickly." Nian stepped inside from the street and respectfully saluted. "Patriarch." The patriarch then asked, "Nian, what exactly happened?" This old man with a lot of gray beard is the patriarch Ni Hai of the Heavenly Silver family. Ni En reported. "Patriarch, it was 3 members of the Dark Guild, probably trying to steal something. 2 were killed, and 1 escaped. Xiao Ri and Xiao Feng then threw the corpses onto the ground." The patriarch looked at the 2 corpses and said, "Only 3 people. They may just be here to probe our defenses. The Dark Guild is the common enemy of Glory City. We must strengthen our vigilance." Everyone outside heard this and took their orders. "Yes, patriarch." The patriarch then asked, "Did you kill these 2? Ni En quickly denied, "No, they were already dead before we chased after them. The one who escaped was a 5-star silver rank soul master. Ni Li was the only one at the scene at the time." Hearing this, the patriarch turned his eyes to him. Ni Ming outside was also worried about his son. At this time, Ni Li inside spoke up, "I'm not sure either, I just saw what seemed like a black shadow flash by." Hearing this, everyone outside clamored and asked, "A black shadow flashed by. Could there be someone else?" Ni Hai said inside. "These 2 were both killed from behind, and the wounds are very strange. It's definitely not a powerhouse from our family. This is definitely not an accident. The key is, why did the Dark Guild come to our family? It's best to be prepared, and the formation should be changed a bit." Niang accepted the order. Suddenly, Ni Wei, who was sitting beside him, asked sternly, "Ni Li, when did you get back?" Ni Lai looked over, stunned, thinking, "It's Elder Ni Wei, he likes to target me. I'm probably going to be punished this time." He immediately lowered his head and said, "Reporting to the Great Elder, I just returned yesterday morning." He gnashed his teeth unhappily and continued to ask, "Ni Li, do you know what you did wrong?" Which made him dumbfounded, and surprised he blurted out, "Huh." Suddenly, Ni Wei slammed the table and said, "You dare, huh, Niling? Why aren't you studying hard at school, and instead causing so much trouble? I heard you beat up the descendants of the Sacred Family. Because of this, the Sacred Family is suppressing our Heavenly Marks family, causing our business to suffer heavy losses." Nihai heard this and asked, "Is that so?" Outside, people started whispering. Seeing this, Ni Li had no choice but to bow his head and admit, "That's right." But before he could speak, Ni Wei interrupted and scolded. As a descendant of the Heavenly Marks family, studying in the Holy Orchid Institute, but not following the family's instructions, causing trouble everywhere, and harming the family, you should be beaten with 100 strokes. Xiao Ri stood beside him, laughing with interest. "Ha ha ha ha, Ni Li is being taught a lesson by Grandpa." And he was stunned, thinking, "He's not even letting me explain." Ni Wei saw his dazed attitude and shouted, "Are you not convinced?" Ni Ming outside exclaimed in panic, "My son, 100 strokes, what did he do?" Ni En then dissuaded him. "Great Elder, Ni Li is just a child after all, and his cultivation is weak. Isn't 100 strokes too much? If he's punished, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out of bed for 2 months. But Ni Wei retorted, "Elder Nian, you can't defend the younger generation like this. If the Alchemist Association hadn't helped us out of this predicament, what kind of bad situation would our family be in? You can definitely imagine, 100 strokes is already too light for him." Hearing this, Ni En was speechless and looked at Ni Li without being able to say anything more. Suddenly, the clan leader said, "Although that's true, I heard news not long ago that Ni Li was invited by the Holy Orchid Institute to the genius class. If we punish him with 100 strokes, I'm afraid his studies will be delayed. Hearing this made Ni Wei freeze, and everyone outside was shocked. Xiao Ri yelled, Ni Li has talent, are you kidding me? How could he get into the genius class? Zhao Feng stood next to him and slapped him on the head to shut him up. Immediately, Ni Hai pointed and said, seeing is believing? Ni Lai, explain it yourself. He looked at Ni Lai and thought to himself, Ni Lai's aura seems a little different this time he's back. Ni Li stepped forward and bowed, saying, reporting to the family head, it was I who offended the sacred family and caused trouble for our family. But I have also resolved that trouble. Ni Wei nodded to signal Xiao Ri. Then he pointed and burst out laughing. Ha ha, how ridiculous. It was because our family received help from the Alchemist Association that we escaped the sacred family suppression. What does it have to do with you? They definitely want to cooperate with us to supply them with herbs. What kind of ability does a brat like you have to say that you resolved this matter? Ni Lai glared back at him and asked. The Alchemist Association is one of the 3 great families, a superforce in Glory City, with a transcendent status. Why would they help a small family like ours for no reason? Isn't it because we can grow that herb? There are so many families, why choose us, and even share more than 3 parts of the reward with us? Hearing this, Ni Wei didn't know what to say. The clan leader nodded and said, that makes sense. So what's the reason? After all, Xiao Feng also thought to himself, could it really be related to Ni Li? Suddenly, Ni Wei stood up and vehemently retorted, this is just nonsense. No matter why they helped our family, the fact that you offended the sacred family is true. We can get out of this predicament this time, but what about next time? Ni En said, Great Elder, I don't think the matter of the sacred family is that simple. Everyone knows that Little Ai isn't a troublemaker. What if the people of the sacred family were wrong first? Otherwise, let's just drop it. It wasn't easy for Ni Li to be selected for the genius class, so it's best not to delay his studies. Ni Hai also agreed. Exactly, there are still many unclear things about this matter. It's probably unreasonable to punish him directly like this. Ni Wei still resisted and said, if the family head handles it like this, I'm afraid people won't be convinced. Not to mention the influence from the sacred family. Ni Li spoke up and asked, Great Elder, I had a conflict with the descendants of another family. Why do you only consider the other party's thoughts, but not ask about right and wrong? Is this really what an elder of our family should do? These sharp words made Ni Gui furious, and he shouted, Outrageous! How dare you say that to me? I'm enforcing the law fairly. Why would I think of another family? Ni Guiak coldly asked in return. Enforcing the law fairly. When Ni Shaori beat someone from the Heavenly Spirit's family before, he offered a small gift to make peace. Why didn't I see you punish him? Ni Wei said. These 2 matters cannot be compared. Shaori was acting for the benefit of the family. Moreover, how can the power of the Heavenly Spirit's family be compared to the sacred family? Ni Lai asked. Great Elder, do you know that I'm not acting for the benefit of the family? So, you want to punish me heavily just because the sacred family's power is great? It seems that you just want to show it to the sacred family. I had a conflict with others, and not only did the family not protect me, but after the sacred family used despicable means to take revenge, you put all the blame on me because you were afraid. As the law enforcement elder of the Heavenly Marks family, acting like this, I wonder how everyone can stay in this family any longer. Hearing these words made everyone gasp in shock, and Ni Wei was trembling with anger. Ni Ming exclaimed, Ni Li, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to the family head and the great elder. He rushed straight in, surprising Ni Li, and then hurriedly knelt down and begged, Family head, Ni Li is young and ignorant, and doesn't understand things. I am willing to take the punishment in his place. Please have mercy, family head. Ni Li hurriedly stopped him. Father. But Ni Ming lowered his head and said, Hurry up and admit your mistake disregarding elders. Is this how I taught you? Making Ni Li feel sad? At this moment, the clan leader told Ni Ming to quickly stand up, making Ni Ming surprised and confused. Ni Wei sat on the side with a stern and uncomfortable expression, thinking, This isn't the clan leader's style, Ni Hai continued. The ins and outs of the matter and the results haven't been clearly investigated yet. We can't casually punish Ni Li. Moreover, we haven't suffered any losses. To be honest, Ni Li's performance today surprised me greatly. He dared to openly argue with the great elder, completely unlike before, truly worthy of being a genius class student. Turning to the great elder, he said, Ni Li is right. Protecting everyone in the clan is the responsibility of the family. Let's drop this matter. The most important thing now is to guard against the Dark Guild. Ni Wei snorted coldly and had no choice but to say, Whatever the clan leader says, goes. Ni Hai looked at Ni Li and continued, Little Li, you just came back from school and encountered such a thing. First, go back and rest. When there's time, Grandpa Ni Hai wants to test how your cultivation results are at school. Then he stood up and announced, These 2 corpses must be investigated, so keep them for now. Ni Li thought to himself. Judging from the clan leader's attitude, he seems to have sensed my strength. Sure enough, facing a gold-ranked demon spiritualist can't hide anything now. Everyone outside started whispering. Ni Ming looked at Ni Li in surprise and asked, "Why is the clan leader so lenient with you? If I were him, I would have beaten you to death," he said with a smile. "Is my son really capable of solving the family's difficulties?" Ni Li grinned slyly. Time will tell. Then he thought, "Now, I probably don't need to hide anything in the family. Showing a little strength is the only way to gain status and benefits for everyone." Ni Ming suddenly patted his head, saying, "You little brat, go sell stuff with your dad quickly." Ni En, standing on the side, also thought in surprise, Ni Li isn't from the same lineage as the family head, so why is the family head so good to him? Suddenly, someone rushed over in a fluster to report, "Family head, a big event has happened. Manager Yang of the Alchemist Association has come to visit." This made the old guys panic. When the Alchemist Association came to visit, the clan leader hurriedly shouted, "Quickly tidy up the conference hall and prepare to welcome Manager Yang." Ni Ang immediately replied, "Yes," but Yang Jin had already arrived at the door, saying, "No need." Following her were a bunch of henchmen looking tough, with their faces held high. Seeing her arrive made Ni Li curl his lip, wondering, what is she doing here? Suddenly, Yang Xin stepped in and saw Ni Li, worriedly thinking, "Is he alright? Luckily, I came for this very matter. Ni Li is our big customer." Unexpectedly, Ni Ming grabbed Ni Li's shirt and pulled him back, saying, "How dare you block the way? They're big shots." The clan leader greeted with a beaming smile. "Manager Yang, please have a seat." Turning around, he shouted, "Quickly serve tea to Manager Yang." When Yang Jin sat down in the chair, she nodded. Ni Li also nodded back at this time. The clan leader standing on the side thought, "It seems Ni Li definitely has dealings with the Alchemist Association, but why do they value Ni Li so much?" Ni Hai also quickly sat down and spoke up, asking, "I wonder why Manager Yang has come so late at night." Yang Jin replied, "We are purchasing medicinal herbs nearby and heard that you were attacked by the Dark Guild, so we hurried over to see what happened," the clan leader confirmed. "That's right, 2 people died here, and 1 person escaped." Yang Jin pondered. "What's so good about the Tianyin family? They're definitely targeting Ni Li. Could it be that the Dark Guild also knows about the medicinal herbs?" So she spoke up and asked, "Clan head Ni Hai, I have a suggestion." Before she could finish, Ni Hai invited her to speak her mind. Yang Jin said, "I'm worried that the people from the Dark Guild haven't achieved their goal and will come back, so for the safety of the Tianyin family, I want to send a few more gold-rank martial artists and demon spiritualists to help the Tianyin family guard the place." "What does the clan leader think?" Ni Hai exclaimed in horror. "A few gold-rank martial artists?" He was stunned and thought, what kind of relationship do Ni Lian and the Alchemist Association have? Ni Wei butted in and asked, "This is stronger than our family's entire defense force. Is that appropriate?" Ni Li yelled. "What's inappropriate? Unless the Great Elder feels that the Alchemist Association has ambitions towards our family." Ni Ming was startled by his son's behavior and was terrified. Ni Wei immediately shouted, "Presumptuous! I haven't even disciplined you for what happened before, and you dare to talk. Just because you got into the genius class doesn't mean you can look down on everyone," Ni Ming frantically reminded his son. But Ni Li still coldly glared. Seeing this, Yang Xin thought to herself, "This great elder seems to have a conflict with Ni Lai. How is this kid's position in the family so low? This is an opportunity for me to win people over." Thinking of this, she said, "Clan head Ni Hai, I've noticed that someone seems to be prejudiced against our Alchemist Association. Can the Alchemist Association and the Tianyin family still cooperate?" Hearing this made Ni Hai break out in a cold sweat. He looked at Ni Wei in confusion, causing him to hesitate and worry, saying, "Manager Yang, I didn't mean that." Yang Jin said sternly, "I'm talking to clan head Ni Hai. Do I need you to speak?" Making Ni Wei speechless. Then Yang Jin turned back and asked Ni Hai, clan leader, "This person seems to also be your great elder. I don't think he needs to be anymore, otherwise our cooperation will immediately." Ni Hai frantically looked at Ni Li and winked. Signaling for help, Ni Li helped the great elder a bit with a few words, but he ignored him and turned his face away, making Ni Hai feel awkward, thinking, he's just a kid after all, still holding grudges. He thought to himself, the Alchemist Association helping Ni Lai? Like this is definitely not simple. So the clan leader slammed the table and announced, "From now on, Ni Wei will no longer be the great elder and law enforcement elder of the Tianyin family." Turning around, he said, "Ni En Xinyang, you are the great elder." Making Ni En startled and dumbfounded, replying, "Yes." Ni Wei bitterly sulked. He said to listen to the family head's orders, but in his heart, he thought, "Didn't you just say that protecting everyone in the family is the responsibility of the family?" Zhao Ri said dejectedly. "How could Grandpa do this?" Ni Hai then announced. "Ni Ming, you will take over as the Ming Hall Deacon. Ni Kai will take over as the Yi Hall Deacon." The 2 brothers were stunned. dumbfounded, and then happily went forward to bow and thank the clan leader. The clan leader hurriedly stopped them, saying, "No need for formalities. You two don't need to kneel when you see me in the future," making them very confused. Nian finally realized that the patriarch's arrangement was like negotiating with Ni Li, glancing at him thinking, arranging me to be the great elder is also because Ni Li and I are from the same branch, and the people of the Dark Guild don't know why they died. Then Supervisor Yang immediately appeared, adding that the Sacred Family disregarded everything to pressure the Silverwing family. Then the Alchemist Association immediately helped. Nilai, what exactly are you? Nihai laughed out loud. Haha, if the Alchemist Association wants to send someone, of course. Our Silverwing family is extremely grateful. Yang Xin nodded in agreement, smiled lightly and said, "Is that so?" Then she stood up and left, saying, "It's late. We won't bother you anymore. Everyone rest. I'll visit again in the morning." Passing by Ni Li, she glanced lightly. Ni Hai hurriedly reminded Xiao Li, "Quickly see Supervisor Yang off." Ni Li immediately did as he was told, while Ni Ming laughed until his mouth was about to split open. "Haha, I didn't expect my son to be so outstanding." Ni Kai also agreed that he was highly regarded. Ni Li left, saying, "Father, uncle, I'll go first." Ni Ming then said, "Go ahead, son." The group glanced at him as he left. On Ni Li's side, when he had seen Yang Xin and the others off for a while, he said, "That's enough. You can stop here, Supervisor Li. Be careful on the road, but don't you have a carriage?" "Did you walk here?" he pouted, crossing his arms and said, "Saying you went to collect materials, but actually you followed me here, right? Otherwise you couldn't have appeared in an instant." Yang Xin gave a forced smile. "Haha, how could you say we were following?" Thinking, is this kid really 13 years old? Then she moved her face close to Ni Li's, saying, "Your identity is very special now. This is also for your safety." "That's right. Did those three from the Dark Guild come for you?" Ni Lai replied. "That's right. I overheard what they were saying at the time," Ni Lai added. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. If they knew those recipes were mine, how could they only send 3 silver rank people?" Yang Xin was surprised, exclaiming and asking, "Could it be that you have offended someone among them?" He explained, "Before, I and my classmates went to the ancient Orchid City ruins and encountered people from the Dark Guild. They wanted to capture me for ransom, but I escaped." Yang Xin asked again. "So for a month they have been chasing you all the way here?" "This is a bit unreasonable," Ni Li replied. "Of course they're not that stupid. The red-clothed guy who ran away today was called Yunhua Jishi. By his subordinates, he's the leader of that group. In ancient Orchid City, I met him there. I heard that he is from the Star-Picking Tower." Hearing this made Yang Xin surprised and asked, "Star-Picking Tower? That is the trading place of the Sacred Family. You have also offended the Sacred Family, so are you saying that they were sent by the Sacred Family?" Nikolai judged. "This is the only possibility," Yang Xin said. "You can't just rely on a little impression or dislike of someone to draw conclusions." In her heart she thought, "Kids are just kids." Yang Xin continued, "The Sacred Family is one of the 3 top families in Glory City, with great influence in the economic and political fields. If they collude with all the enemies in the city, then things will become very big. But if the Star-Picking Tower has people from the Dark Guild, I still have to send people to investigate. If it's really as you say, their forces may have infiltrated our city. Of course, if the Sacred Family really did this, we will definitely not spare them." Saying this, Yang Xin's face was stern with murderous intent. Ni Li asked, "Is that so? I know what Yunhua Jishi looks like. Let me draw it for you to see." He quickly busied himself drawing, and immediately Yunhua's portrait was sketched out by Ni Li. Yang Xin took it and was surprised. "How can these strokes be so beautiful?" Then she said, "All right, we will investigate this person. If you are okay, we will take our leave." Ni Li smiled and said, "No need to rush. It's so late, Sister Yang Xin. Hurry back to sleep." She turned around and gave a light smile. Ni Li thought, "Following me like this, it seems like they still have something they want to ask for help with." The next morning, the Alchemist Association quickly sent a few gold-rank experts to guard the Silverwing family. The surrounding families were all very surprised. Why is the Alchemist Association suddenly so concerned about the Silverwing family? At the same time, the status of the Silverwing family was instantly elevated. Ni Li also continued to cultivate, while practicing more Shadow Devil combat skills, cultivating the Illusionary Shadow Devil combat skill, the Swift Steps combat skill, the Back Attack combat skill, the Cat's Crawl combat skill, and the Shadow Kill combat skill to pure perfection. Inside Ni Lian's house, Yang Xin came over at this time. Xiao Yun hurriedly served water to entertain the guests. Xiao Yun complained, "This kid only knows how to cultivate all day. Supervisor Yang is here and he doesn't even say a word." Yang Xin smiled and said, "It's okay, madam, we've come because we have something to ask for help with." Xiao Yun then went outside and said, "Okay, then you two talk slowly." Yang Xin gently sat down next to Ni Li, and she spoke, "Ni Lai, did your master tell you about other remedies, like the clarity pill to deal with charm-type demon beasts, or the detoxification pill for extremely poisonous demon beasts. If there are new formulas, we can expand our business. Thinking, the guildmaster told me to meet Nilai's master, but it's been so many days and they still haven't shown up. Nili was silent for a few seconds, then sneered, "Is this Yang Steward's idea or Guildmaster Ji Yu Yan's idea?" Yang Jin replied. "It's the Guildmaster's idea," Nili said with an O. "Then forget it. Wanting the formula without coming yourself. How insincere." Yang Jin hurriedly explained, "No, that's not it. The previous formulas had huge order volumes, plus not everyone can refine high-grade pills, so he's been refining pills these past few days, all for Glory City." Seeing Nilai still not caring and closing his eyes to cultivate, Yang Jin suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha." Lightly using a beauty trap, she asked, "Good little brother, you definitely have other formulas in your hands, right? Tell big sister, and I'll grant you any request." Then she leaned close, breathing softly on Nilai, making him sweat profusely, and he hurriedly waved his hand to stop her, saying, "Since Yang Steward is begging so earnestly, I'll give them to you. I have 3 formulas here." He took them out of his ring and gave them to Yang Xin, surprising her, and she said, "The Spirit Calm Pill, the Spirit Origin Detoxification Pill, and the Fire Resistance Pill. There are only 3 types for now, but these 3 are very good, especially the Resistance Pill. I'm sure Yang Steward knows this." Yang Jin happily replied, "Of course, this is the best thing to deal with the snow wind demon beast that has been lost for thousands of years. Master is truly all-powerful." Then she asked Ni Li, "Little brother, you are a great hero of Glory City. If the city lord finds out, he'll definitely grant you a title." Ni Li thought, "I actually have 3 more types of cold resistance pills." Then he smiled and said, "I'm not interested in titles, just keep it a secret from me." Yang Xin agreed. "Okay, that's settled then. We'll deliver all the profits on time. If you have any new prescriptions, just tell big sister." Ni Li also waved goodbye, then subtly dismissed her, asking, "Elder sister Li, is there anything else?" Yang Xin then skedaddled. He continued to cultivate. By noon, in the scorching summer heat, Ni Li opened his eyes and exhaled slightly, then jumped up with a surge of spiritual energy, exclaiming, "Great! If I meet Yunhua Deacon, he won't get away so easily." Then, sensing 2 very large auras, he wondered, "Who's outside?" He opened the curtain and stepped out, only to see it was the family head and the great elder, Ni Hai. Seeing Ni Li, he smiled. "Ha, little Li. Are you cultivating?" he replied. "Are you 2 waiting for me? What's up?" Ni Hai hesitated and said, "Actually, we came here today to ask if you're interested in joining us for the Hongyu family's auction of authentic goods. The Hongyu family is a wealthy family. I didn't expect them to invite us. This is a great honor." Ni Li immediately agreed to go with them. He was then invited onto the prepared carriage. Afterwards, the clan leader looked at the experts following them with curiosity, thinking, what is the relationship between Ni Li and the Alchemist Association? After all, the golden rank experts they sent are all here. On the way, the clan leader looked at Ni Li and said, "Before leaving, Steward Yang specifically instructed us to take care of you. It seems the relationship between you 2 is very good," making him speechless, causing the atmosphere to become awkward. Seeing this, Ni Hai forced a smile and said, "Little Li, if you like any treasures later, just say so, and we'll buy them for you." Ni Hai replied with a smile. "Thank you, family head. But I can buy whatever I like myself. I have money." Leaving the 2 old men stunned for a moment. After they arrived, the clan leader gently stroked the horse and said, "Little Ming, just wait here. This is the Hongyu auction. Let's go in." Upon entering, Ni Li was stunned and thought, the Hongyu family is a noble clan, managing 5 other aristocratic clans, including us. But when the sacred family dealt with the Silverwing family, the Hongyu family played dead. Now that they know we have a good relationship with the Alchemist Association, they've started to show sincerity towards us. They are truly treacherous. Suddenly, someone came out to greet the clan leader, RU family head Ni Hai of the Silverwing family. After confirming his identity, he invited them to the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor. As the others passed by, he was startled to realize the powerful aura of those following them. The clan leader and everyone settled down to secure their positions. Then, someone suddenly called out, "Family head Ni Hai." Making him startled and turning around, he recognized them as family head Li Yuan and family head Qi Feng. Long time no see. At this moment, the 2 men approached. The bearded one is Li Yuan, the family head of the Li Yuan family, and the other is Qi Feng, the family head of the Tiankui family. Qi Feng walked over and asked with a smile, "Family head Ni Hai, how are you?" Li Yuan also laughed, "Ha." From the side, Ni Hai also politely replied, "Thanks to both of you, I am well." Meanwhile, Ni Li leisurely drank tea, watching them laugh and chat happily. Out of nowhere, these 2 shady-looking dudes show up, all smiles and sarcasm like, "Knee-high, the family head, must be riding high on life." The bald guy with a few strands is Lei Zhuo, head of the Iron Gate family. He's all like, wasn't he just groveling at the feet of the sacred family, begging for scraps, now that he's got the Alchemist Association backing him? Of course, he's gonna strut around. The other dude, Jiang Ming, head of the Silver Wolf family, chimes in, but how long will the Alchemist Association protect the Heavenly Silver family? When the sacred family starts trouble again, I wonder if family head Knee-high will be so cocky then. Lei Zhuo bursts out laughing, and Knee-high gets heated, snapping back. Smells like jealousy to me. The Alchemist Association buys herbs from the Heavenly Silver family at higher prices than other families, but no one's buying the Silver Wolf family's or the Iron Gate family's herbs. Lei Zhuo's fuming, TCH, acting all high and mighty just. "'Cause you're the Alchemist Association's lapdogs," he scoffs. "Think you're so special." Qi Fang, who helped the Heavenly Silver family when the sacred family was squeezing them, retorts, "Family head Lei Zhuo, you're way off. If the Heavenly Silver family was just a lapdog for the Alchemist Association, they wouldn't be offering them such sweet deals." Qi Fang agrees. Exactly. The Alchemist Association clearly needs them. That's why they're giving the Heavenly Silver family such good terms. Even we're benefiting from it. Those two are seething. Meanwhile, Ni Li and Ni En are still slurping down tea. Ni En grumbles. "The Silver Wolf and Iron Gate families are so arrogant. When the sacred family was oppressing us, they even sent people to lowball us on a piece of land. Ugh, if we knew they wanted it, we definitely wouldn't have agreed." Ni Li asks, "Why not?" Ni En blurts out, "Ugh." He spills the tea. When the sacred family was squeezing the Heavenly Silver family, those two families were thriving and trying to steal our business. Ni Li's blood boils, and he's got the sacred family in his sights. At that moment, Knee-high says, "The auction seems to be starting soon, family heads. Let's stop chatting and check out the loot." On stage, a smoking hot babe in a red dress struts out and says, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Red Moon auction." Lei Zhuo pipes up, "Family head Jiang Ming came too, must be planning a major spending spree." Jiang Ming sneers, "Nah, the Heavenly Silver family's booming. With our finances, we probably can't bid on any treasures." Then they both laugh, making Knee-high's face darken with fury. Li Yuan chimes in, "The Heavenly Silver family just recovered some vitality. Where would they get so much money? Are these two provoking us? So annoying." Suddenly, Ni Li speaks up, "You two are too kind, leaving everyone confused." Ni Li continues, "The Heavenly Silver family has nothing but resources. I doubt the genuine articles in today's auction will be available to you two." The bald dude yells, "What the heck? Who is this kid?" Lei Zhuo barks, "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? No respect." Seeing such a snot-nosed brat, it's clear the Heavenly Silver family is going downhill. He huffs in disgust, but Ni Li just grins and turns his head. "Family head, Grand Elder, don't worry, I'll take care of the auction items myself." Hearing that makes Ni En sweat bullets, wondering if he's joking or not. Quickly, the first item is presented, and the hot MC announces, "The first item is an ancient jade from Qinghe Town, filled with spiritual energy. The starting price is 300 demon spirit coins." Instantly, people below start scrambling to bid. Suddenly, a tough guy shouts out 2,000 demon spirit coins, silencing the crowd. Ni Li looks down and thinks, it's a first origin spirit jade. Even though it's broken, the quality is decent, worth tens of thousands. He scrambles for a sign, then confidently shouts, "Heavenly Silver family, 2,500 demon spirit coins," making Ni En and Knee-high jump out of their skins, totally shocked. The MC immediately says, "All right. The Heavenly Silver family bid 2,500 demon spirit coins, 2,500 once, after 3 calls, but no one else bids." She slams the hammer down. "Sold. Congratulations to the Heavenly Silver family." Lei Zhuo glances over, thinking, why spend 2,500 demon spirit coins on a broken piece of jade? What good is it? Quickly, the second item is brought on stage. The next auction item is a treasure obtained from Ningyu City by a golden rank martial artist. This treasure is highly valuable, and that treasure is a spatial ring. This ring is crystal clear, without any flaws, and contains over 2,800 spaces inside. It is considered a top-grade item. The starting price is 50,000 demon spirit coins. The crowd gasps. That's a good item, very precious. That much space definitely justifies the price. Knee-high sighs, thinking, our family's monthly income is only 100,000, we should pass on this. The crowd below starts bidding enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the bald dude glances at Knee-high and sneers, family head? Knee-high doesn't seem interested in this, let me take it. Then he shouts, Iron Gate family, 70,000 demon spirit coins. Hearing that price makes everyone choke. The MC smiles and says, 70,000 demon spirit coins once, 70,000 demon spirit coins twice. Ni Li thinks about his own spatial rings, which are all filled with demon spirit cards. This is decent, worth splurging a bit. He calmly raises his sign and says, 100,000 demon spirit coins, making Ni Hai and Ni En jump. The bald dude almost spits out his drink, staring over with a bitter look. This kid must be blind, I can't go any higher. 100,000 demon spirit coins for a ring, take it yourself. Quickly, the hammer slams down, announcing, 100,000 demon spirit coins for the third time, sold. Ni Hai panics, 100,000. Our family's entire monthly income is that much. Why would we spend it on a spatial ring? At this moment, Ni Li turns and says, Grand Elder, can you go pick up those 2 items for me? Making Ni En dumbfounded, he asks, You want me to go get them for you? Ni Li nods. Those 2 items will be useful later. Here are 11 demon spirit cards, keep the change. Instantly, Ni En rushes off, while Ni Hai thinks in a daze, 100,000 to pay for those 2 items, leaving 7,500, more than a month's salary working for the Heavenly Silver family. He glances at Ni Li and thinks, because each month, the family's interest and the cost of nurturing the younger generation are still under financial pressure, Ni Li is truly rich. Suddenly on stage, the MC held up a bottle and introduced it. The next item is a jade bottle containing elixirs. It's made from a certain type of warm jade, which can preserve a lot of medicinal properties. It was salvaged from the bottom of the ancient Fengling River. 60,000 demon spirit coins for the third time. Success! Congratulations to the Tianyin family. After that, Ni Li bought all the items without hesitation, making the old guys beside him sweat buckets and unable to compete. Next up for auction was a set of golden-level equipment. Seeing this, Ni Li's eyes lit up as if he'd found something he wanted. The attendant on stage opened the chest in his hand, and a dazzling golden light shone. This is a set of golden equipment. The patterns are all from the Snow-Wind Empire era. This set of equipment seals the demon spirit of a crimson flame tiger. This is a species that has become extinct due to overhunting in the Snow-Wind Empire era, so this set can be considered unique. As a reminder, only demon spiritualists of the golden level or higher can wear it. The starting price is 600,000. Before anything else, Ni Li immediately raised his sign and bid 1 million. The crowd fell silent. Upon hearing this, Ni Hai's jaw dropped, and he stared over in disbelief. Little Ai, are you bidding for me? Thank you. But Ni Li coldly asked, Who said I'm giving it to you? Ni Hai was puzzled. But I'm the only golden-level demon spiritualist in the family. But Ni Li replied, I'll just bid for it first, and put it away for later. Immediately, the MC announced, 1 million for the third time. Success. Congratulations to the Tianyin family, Ni Yin happily said. Little Li bought something else. Everyone below started whispering. The Tianyin family is really rich now, don't you know? The Alchemist Association is very interested in them now, buying their herbs at very high prices. However, Ni Hai above was crying silently. As expected, something's up. No wonder they're being so extravagant, he thought to himself. If that's really the case, that's great, but I'm so poor, Ni Li smiled and said. See, I've helped our Tianyin family regain a lot of face, Ni Hai hurriedly said. Little Li, how many more things do you want to buy? But he smiled and said, Of course, I'll buy everything I like. Making Ni Hai dizzy? He's already spent over 2 million. How much money did Yangxing give him? At this time, the MC announced, the next item is being auctioned on behalf of the Alchemist Association. They are soul-nourishing pills and soul-concentrating pills. This time, we've obtained 1,000 jars of soul-nourishing pills and 100 jars of soul-concentrating pills from the Alchemist Association. We hope everyone cherishes this opportunity. Suddenly, Ni Hai stared blankly, then reminded, Little Ai, buy as much of these 2 types of pills as you can. Causing him to ask in confusion, why? The old guy said, Why else? Currently, both of these types of pills are in short supply in Glory City. Only the Stormwind family and the noble families have the opportunity to buy them. This is a very rare opportunity. But Ni Li sighed and said, I don't mean that. Won't the Alchemist Association give us these 2 types of pills? Making Ni Hai itchy and ask in return, What would we do with pills? Realizing he'd gone too far, he shook his head and said, Nothing, he thought to himself. If they give me pills, that can also be considered giving them to our family, the MC above said. This time, all the soul-nourishing pills will be auctioned in batches of 100 pills each, and the soul-concentrating pills in batches of 10 pills each. The first auction for soul-nourishing pills starts at 100,000. At this moment, all the old family heads were excited and prepared to spend money to get their hands on them. Immediately, the competition began, with everyone vying to bid so they could get these pills. The clan leader was no exception. He quickly bid a low price of 210,000, but determinedly thought, I've prepared a total of 600,000 demon spirit coins to buy these 2 types of pills. No need to waste money right from the first round like that. Then he fell silent as the others asked in confusion, "Did the Tianyin family give up?" Seeing this, Qi Feng smiled and said, "Isn't this our chance?" He immediately bid 220,000. Quickly, the number was raised to 320,000, causing Nihai to fall silent and hurriedly turned to ask, "Little Lai, these are soul-nourishing pills, aren't you going to bid?" But he shook his head and said, "I've bid on so many things already. I should leave some for others. Otherwise, me bidding alone is very boring." Making Nihai sulk and think. Boring, soul-nourishing pills are very important for nurturing the younger generation. After that, the value of the pill reached 330,000, and the price was immediately finalized successfully. Ni Yin looked at Ni Li and thought, "That's right, Ni Li has a close relationship with the Alchemist Association. Seeing that he's not interested in these pills, Yang Xin must have given him a lot of pills." Ni Hai leaned close to Ni Li's ear and whispered, "Ni Lai, you and Manager Yang are on good terms. Did she give you any pills?" He replied, "Yes, but they're all things I need. You're not planning on snatching them, are you? I'll tell them." Making Ni Hai hurriedly say, "Of course not. What I mean is, if Manager Yang has given you pills, you must take good care of them. Don't let anyone take them." Ni Lai smiled and said, "Then thank you for the family head's concern," making him feel sullen. Meanwhile, everyone continued to bid on the pills. Qi Feng, on this side, asked in surprise, "Isn't the Nihai family interested in the pills? Why aren't they bidding?" Making Nihai just stand there blankly and had to turn around and say, "Overall, it's not good for me to bid alone. I have to let others enjoy some benefits." Hearing this, Lei Zhuo shouted, "How shameless!" Liu Yuan spoke up and said, "Got it. Patriarch Nihai and the Alchemist Association are tight, so he can probably snag elixirs for cheaper. Ha ha, if you get a good deal on elixirs, don't forget about us, Patriarch Nihai." Nihai stammered. Of course, Ni Li smirked, thinking, "Haha, pretending to be the clan leader all day in my past life, and he still has this side to him." While the crowd below was bustling, the MC announced, "All right, the Nourishing Soul Elixir auction is complete. Next up is the Gathering Soul Elixir." Lei Zhuo chuckled. "I already got 3 portions of the Nourishing Soul Elixir. Can't miss this." Thinking, "With the Gathering Soul Elixir, I'll have a shot at breaking through to the Gold Engraving Demon Spiritualist." Immediately, the hot MC announced the starting price of 350,000, and everyone started bidding one after another, quickly driving the price up to 500,000, making Nihai's head spin as he thought, "What's going on? Are these people crazy? I was planning to use $600,000 to buy 1 portion of Nourishing Soul Elixir and 1 portion of Gathering Soul Elixir, but at this rate, I won't even be able to buy 1 portion of Gathering Soul Elixir." Suddenly, Baldy dropped a bombshell price of 650,000. Nihai looked at Ni En helplessly. At this moment, the MC announced, 650,000 for the 3rd and final time, sold. Congratulations to the Iron Gate clan. Making Lei Zhuo laugh triumphantly. Ni En, sweating, spoke up, "Xiao Li, can you help us buy a portion? Consider this a debt from the family to you," Ni Li replied. "Since the Grand Elder has spoken, this small matter is a given." Then he said, "But this Gathering Soul Elixir isn't really necessary. I have plenty." Making Nihai jump in surprise. Suddenly, Ni Li pulled out a ring, held it up, and said, "This contains 5,000 jars of Nourishing Soul Elixir, 600 jars of Gathering Soul Elixir, and 100 jars of Soul Refining Elixir. Consider it a tribute to the Grand Elder." Making Ni En and Nihai freeze like statues, completely stunned. Ni En, trembling all over, reached for the ring, speechless. Then anxiously looked at the old fogies on the other side who were bidding fiercely. Ni Li winked and grinned. "Don't worry, I'm using a secret sound dampening technique. The other clans can't hear us," Ni En asked in surprise. "A jar of soul refining elixir goes for over 1 million on the market, and you have over 100 jars. Ni Li laughed. "This batch of elixirs is fresh out of the oven, so it's especially expensive right now. They actually have a lot of old stock, so the price will naturally be lower. That's why this batch is more expensive." Contributing to the Sky Origin family is everyone's duty. Ni En happily laughed. "Haha, with this batch of elixirs, our branch's strength will definitely rise to a new level." Both of them laughed with delight. At this time, Nihai, standing beside them, cleared his throat and said, "Grand Elder, Ni Li, what you're doing isn't right. Everything that belongs to the Sky Origin family belongs to the entire family. How can you only give it to your branch?" Ni Li pouted. "But if our branch leader becomes stronger, isn't that the same as helping our family become stronger? Is our branch not part of the Sky Origin family?" Making Nihai fume and say, "How can you say that? Elixirs should naturally be distributed to each branch to achieve the best effect." Turning to Ni En, he asked, "You, as the elder, say something." Making Ni En awkwardly say, "But Patriarch, these elixirs belong to Ni Li. I have no right to decide who he gives them to." Ni Li suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, alright, I'm just kidding. How can I keep elixirs to myself? Don't be angry, Grand Elder. Take 4 portions of these elixirs for the family. Nian nodded in agreement. But Nihai haggled. The family has so many cultivators, you should at least give 6 portions. Making Ni Li frown and ask, 6 portions? Where would we need that much? In short, do you want it or not, Patriarch? Nian suggested. How about this? We'll give half to the Patriarch. He immediately agreed. All right. Making Nihai pleased, haha, as expected. The Grand Elder recognizes the big picture. Nihai appreciates your sincerity, Nilai retorted. Are you implying that I don't understand the big picture, Patriarch? Making Nihai flinch and deny it? No, Ni Li naturally understands the big picture the most. Afterwards, the MC announced, distinguished guests, the auction for the 10 portions of Gathering Soul Elixir has concluded. Next up are 100 Nourishing Soul Elixirs. Making those old family heads over there determined to get their hands on them, Nihai looked over and said to Nian, look at them. 100 Gathering Soul Elixirs have turned them into this. Nian chuckled. Haha, Nihai said. Be careful, don't let the other families find out about our elixirs, Nian replied. Of course what we have can be compared to a powerful family, Ni Li, standing beside them, said, besides Nourishing Soul Elixir, Gathering Soul Elixir, and Soul Refining Elixir, I also have Scarlet Flame Body Tempering Elixir, and 9 Revolution Elixir. These words made Nihai shit his pants, startled him, and he looked at Ni Li with glittering eyes. He said, such precious elixirs, you're not planning to tell me to contribute them to the family for free, are you? Making him stammer and say, of course, those are originally your private property. Thinking, what does he want to ask for this time? Nian then remembered and said, that's right, Patriarch. Our Sky Origin family has a long inheritance, and there are still many treasures from ancient times in the treasury. Xiao Li has been accepted into the St. Orchid Academy's genius class. How about we let him choose something as a gift? Ni Li asked blankly. Family treasury. Thinking, in my past life, I don't think I ever entered it. After all, the Sky Origin family is a descendant of the 10 great domain lords of the Snowwind Empire era. There should still be some good things inside. He immediately feigned surprise and asked, really? Then thank you, Grand Elder. Grinning, he said, Grand Elder, this Scarlet Flame Body Tempering Elixir is very effective for martial arts cultivators. Please take it and use it. Receiving it made Niang overjoyed, and he quickly thanked Xiao Li. Nihai, standing beside him, was envious, thinking, damn it, the Scarlet Flame Body Tempering Elixir is even more useful for demon spiritualists than martial artists, he loudly said. Of course, the Sky Origin family is your home, so the treasury is too. I'll personally take you there later, take whatever you like. But a second later, Nihai was stunned, thinking, everything in the treasury that could be used or sold has already been sold and used, only useless junk is left, Ni Li praised. Patriarch is so generous and magnanimous, I've always misunderstood you. Here's a Scarlet Flame Body Tempering Elixir, take it and use it first. After I go to the family treasury and make my selection, I'll give 100 Scarlet Flame Body Tempering Elixirs and 109 Revolution Elixirs to the family. Nihai quickly said, thank you, Xiao Li. Meanwhile, the auction continued. The family heads chatted and laughed with each other in high spirits. That Baldy was still sarcastic, saying, look at Nihai, he spent a fortune buying treasures before, and now he doesn't have money to buy elixirs. Jiang Ming laughed and said, the golden battle armor is certainly powerful, but only Nihai can use it, and it only works during battle. Wasting so much money, Nihai is definitely regretting it now. With that, they both burst into laughter. Amidst the murmurs, Zhu Feng spent several million more to buy a few more treasures, making the 2 old guys slap their own faces, go numb in the legs, and stare in speechless shock. At this moment, Zhu Feng tapped the sign with his hand, thinking, I've bought over 10 items, but none seem particularly special. Suddenly, the sweet-voiced girl on stage announced with a smile, this auction is coming to an end, but we have an absolutely peerless treasure about to be auctioned. Zhu Feng also eagerly sat up to see what was going on, while the crowd below got all excited. When they saw the group of people entering, they recognized them as elders from the influential clans and top-tier families in the city. Why are they here? They were quickly arranged into VIP seats. Acting important, someone then asked. What's going on? Another person said, I heard that the Hongyu family found a treasure in the Black Void and invited the 3 great families and the 6 great influential clans to hold this auction, so that's why they're showing up now. The stuff before this, any auction house could have it. Hearing this made Zhu Feng surprised too. Another guy excitedly jumped in to ask. Found it in the Black Void. Oh my god, they're really brave enough to go into the Black Void. That place is extremely dangerous. Zhu Feng frowned and pondered. I've only heard of that place. It's filled with a large number of nightmare demon spirits. Only black gold level experts or higher dare to enter. It's said that it used to be the residence of a legendary demon spiritist. What exactly did they find in that place? Immediately, the MC said, please be quiet, everyone. We will immediately let you admire this rare and precious item. A tray with a cloth covering was brought up. Everyone below began to discuss, asking, "What exactly is it? It must be very valuable." When the cloth was pulled away by the girl, it turned out to be a cauldron. Xu Feng was stunned in surprise and recognized it. "Isn't this?" A powerful surge of soul force emanated. The MC introduced, "The origins of this item are unclear, even to our family. But the spiritual energy it exudes shows that it is definitely not an ordinary thing. Also, according to our family head, if a demon spirit cultivates around it, the demon spirit can be greatly strengthened. The family head hopes that this treasure can meet someone who is destined to bring out its full potential. The starting price for this item is 8 million. Suddenly, someone quickly bid 10 million. The person next to him leaned over and asked, "So what, do you know how to use this thing?" But he replied, But look at the soul force it emanates. It's definitely not simple. I really want to study it slowly." Quickly, the price was raised to 15 million. Xu Feng fell into contemplation, looking at the cauldron, thinking, "Nightmare demon cauldron? Good thing I've heard about how to use it. I must get this." The sacred family bid 30 million. Yang Xin also smiled and bid 35 million. Then it went up to 45 million. Xu Feng suddenly asked in surprise, "Is Yang Xin here too?" He turned to say, "Can the Grand Elder help me talk to Manager Yang and ask her to help me bid for this treasure cauldron? I'll pay the money later." Ni Hai quickly took on the task and said, "Little Feng, I'll go. The Grand Elder has so many elixirs we can't let him go." So he zoomed over like a gust of wind, leaving Xu Feng speechless and impressed. As expected of the family head, so fast, Ni Hai quickly arrived beside Yang Xin, causing her to be a little surprised. She was bidding 50 million for the cauldron. The people below discussed 50 million? "It's different when you have a lot of money," another person said. "Of course, the Alchemist Association's elixirs are so hot they make billions every day." Ni Hai, after going to inform her, completed his mission and returned to report to Xu Feng. At this time, the MC said with a smile, "The Alchemist Association is really generous. Is there anyone who can bid higher?" The families here all thought of the Alchemist Association's extraordinary status and chose to silently retreat. The MC immediately spoke, preparing to close the deal. Xu Feng happily thought, "This treasure is about to be mine." When the MC asked 50 million for the third time, someone suddenly bid 55 million, causing the crowd to whisper. Yang Xin thought to herself, "I must help him get whatever Xu Feng wants. It's just that I don't know how to use this treasure cauldron. Is 55 million too extravagant?" She looked at the black-robed man with suspicion. Someone is still raising the price at this point. What's going on? Unless Xu Feng knows how to use this treasure cauldron. So Yang Xin bid 60 million. But the black-robed man raised it again, 65 million. Yang Xin immediately shouted a price, 70 million. Hearing this made Ni Hai panic, thinking, how much money does Xu Feng actually have? Where did he get so much money? Strangely, the black-robed man was actually able to pay more, 75 million, causing Xu Feng to be shocked, thinking, what the heck, someone still bid more than 70 million, he thought. Is it someone from the Hong Yu family? Impossible? If this matter is exposed, the auction's reputation will collapse. Moreover, this price is very suspicious. They definitely aren't that stupid. The people sitting in the hall definitely aren't people from the major families, he suspiciously thought. Who else can spend more than 70 million to buy a treasure that they don't know how to use? Neely turned to the clan leader and said, "Please trouble you again to tell Manager Yang that I need to get this at all costs, no matter the price. And also, after the auction ends, immediately send someone to follow the person bidding against her. It's best to send a gold rank, or even a black gold rank. And absolutely don't let him notice." Ni Hai was confused, but still agreed. I also felt like that guy was a bit suspicious. As Ni Hai left, Ni Li wondered, puzzled. Could it be that there's someone else besides me who knows how to use this nightmare demon fox? After that, the auction price climbed to a terrifying number, 90 million. After Ni Hai relayed Ni Li's words to Yang Xin, she was stunned for a few seconds before throwing out the price of 100 million demon spirit coins. The old man was immediately shocked by this terrifying number and yelled, 100 million? What the heck is that thing? Even Ni Hai was extremely puzzled, thinking, does Yang Xin know what this jade fox is? But just as the MC was about to seal the deal at 100 million demon spirit coins, the guy in black still wouldn't give up, raising the price to 110 million. If we're gonna play, we're gonna play hard. Yang Xin immediately raised the price to 120 million, causing the guy in black to break out in a cold sweat when he heard this astronomical price. Everyone was buzzing and gossiping excitedly as the item was pushed to such a high price. In the end, Yang Xin managed to get the jade fox for 120 million. At the same time, the auction came to an end, and everyone left. Afterwards, in the secret room of the auction house, Yang Xin touched the vial and felt, Ni Li, little bro, you spent so much money, do you even know how to use this thing? But Ni Li bluntly said, I don't know, making Yang Xin dumbfounded. Nilai chuckled and said, precisely because I don't know how to use it, that I had to get it at any cost. Just look at the power it's emitting. It's definitely not something ordinary. My master might know how to use this. Hearing this, Yang Xin hastily said, if you're buying it as a gift for your esteemed master, then it must be taken care of properly. Nili immediately went all out, taking out the ring containing the money and saying, here's 120 million, sorry to trouble Manager Yang. But Yang Xin suddenly refused to accept it, making Nili confused. Yang smiled and said, consider this item a gift from our Alchemist Association to your master for winning the auction. Thinking to herself, this is a great opportunity to give a gift. How could I miss Nili's master? She said happily, maybe he can come up with some new formulas. Seeing this, Nili chuckled lightly. Haha, then I thank Manager Yang. Yang Xin said courteously, we should be the ones thanking you. She added, by the way, you told me to send someone to follow that guest. Did you find something wrong with him? Nili said. It's just a guess. I suspect he's a member of the Dark Guild. Yang Xin was full of surprise, then said with a serious face, that's true, being able to offer a price of tens of millions of demon spirit coins definitely isn't a normal force. We can't rule out this possibility. Yang Xin snorted coldly and said, we should have noticed earlier, we should have directly captured him then. But Nili objected, no, Manager Yang, wouldn't that be stirring up a hornet's nest? If he really is related to the Dark Guild, following him might even lead us to uncover the Dark Guild's underground forces inside Glory City. Yang Xin nodded and said, of course, the people I sent are all black gold rank experts. Capturing him alive is as easy as flipping a hand, Nili responded. Okay, then I'll have to trouble everyone. Based on the power of Nili and the Tianyin family, they naturally couldn't guard a treasure of that level, so he borrowed Yang Xin's hand to get the Nightmare Demon Fox. After obtaining the treasure, Nili took his leave. I'll go first. The clan leader and the others are still waiting for me, Yang Xin replied. Take care, little bro. Afterwards, outside the city became noisy and lively, with people discussing animatedly. Ni-Hai on the carriage laughed loudly. Ha ha! Today's harvest is really not bad, Ni-Lai replied. That's right, but absolutely don't let others know about the Jade Fox. Ni-Hai agreed and said, of course our family's strength is not as good as the Alchemist Association. If others find out that we have such a treasure, I'm afraid it will be difficult to keep it. Everything is arranged. Are we going home? But Nili shook his head. No, let's not go home yet. I want to go to the Wanling Chamber of Commerce for a trip. Hearing this, Nieng asked in surprise. That's the largest chamber of commerce in the north. Do you still want to buy something? Nili said bluntly. I want to buy demon spirits. Making the two old men stunned, Nien asked in surprise. Demon spirits? Nien asked tentatively. Little Eye, have you reached silver rank? Nilai didn't hide it anymore and nodded to confirm, making Nien dizzy, and dumbfoundedly asked again. Really? Nili affirmed. Really? I'm sorry for always hiding it from everyone? Nien then burst out laughing. Haha, Nihai asked. Zhao Li, what kind of demon spirit do you want? We can give you some suggestions. Nilai replied. Thanks, clan leader, but I've already made my choice. Making the two old guys only able to exclaim about him being a genius. Scene change. At the Wanling Chamber of Commerce, in the VIP room, the white-bearded old man happily greeted the three distinguished guests from the Tianyin family. Please, have some tea, Nihai politely responded. Thank you, shopkeeper Xiao. Today, we've come to buy a demon spirit for my grandson. Shopkeeper Xiao looked at Nilai in surprise, then smiled and asked. A demon spirit. Truly, a hero emerges at a young age. Then, the shopkeeper put down the teapot and took out a book, saying, I wonder what kind of demon spirit clan leader Nihai is looking for. Please take a look. We have all kinds of demon spirits available here. Ni Li took it and thanked him. Of course, I also hope that shopkeeper Xiao can keep this transaction a secret for us. The old man blankly looked at Nihai, who nodded in confirmation. Shopkeeper Xiao smiled. Haha, of course. We will absolutely not disclose any customer information. Nilai then opened the book to search, glanced at the demon spirits, and then pointed and asked, Shopkeeper Xiao, how many nightmare-type demon spirits do you have? Shopkeeper Xiao said in surprise. Nightmare-type demon spirits are very rare. It seems we only have about 5. But, young master, nightmare-type demon spirits are the hardest to control. For your first demon spirit, I think you should choose another type, Nili replied. Thanks for the reminder, Shopkeeper Xiao, but I want them all, Nili stated decisively, leaving Shopkeeper Xiao stunned in shock. Nihai, on the side, was also stunned, and called out, Xiao Li, Nien exclaimed in panic and asked. You want all of them, Nili confirmed. That's right, I want all of them. And also the Frostwind demon spirit, the Berserk demon spirit, I want all of them. Hearing this, Shopkeeper Xiao's eyes widened as he asked clan leader Nihai, but he could only say, just get them as he says. Shopkeeper Xiao then quickly stood up and said, Please wait a moment. I'll go get them from the warehouse right away. Since you're buying so much, I'll definitely give you a reasonable price, Neely replied with a smile. Haha. Please take your time anyway. I'll be coming here many times in the future when it comes to money. Making him delighted, haha, of course. He thought to himself. This young master is truly elite. Immediately, shopkeeper Xiao brought out the demon beasts, and they started fighting upon meeting each other, he said with a smile. The total is 65 million demon spirit coins. We'll give you the interspatial rings for storing demon spirit stones as a gift. Neely smiled and said, Not bad. He immediately took out demon spirit coins and piled them on the table, paid in one swift motion, and said with a slight smile, The money's here, not a penny short. You can count it again. The shopkeeper looked on in amazement, glancing over happily, thinking, he really didn't expect Neely to be able to pay for himself. The Tianyin family is really powerful. I didn't expect this kid to have so much money. I've never seen so many demon spirit cards. The shopkeeper grinned and said, No need to count. We naturally trust you, Neely said. All right, happy transaction. I might come again in a few days to buy demon spirits. Hearing this, he happily said, Just give the order, and we will do our best to serve you. Just send someone to tell us, and we will directly send the demon spirits to the Tianyin family. Neely smiled slightly. No need to be so polite. Then he turned to the clan leader and great elder. Let's go home. They quickly set off, and after returning to the family, Nihai distributed the elixirs that Neely gave him. And to protect Neely, Nihai arranged for Neely's family to live in an independent villa area. As for Neely, after he got the nightmare demon fox, he immediately took it out to experiment. He took out the demon spirits and said, I only know one way to use the nightmare demon fox, and that's to put 10 demon spirits inside. The nightmare demon fox can very likely refine a stronger demon spirit, but sometimes it fails, and all the demon spirits will disappear, Neely said. Although the shadow devil is strong, it's just an assassin-type demon spirit. Right now, I really need a demon spirit that can attack head-on. I originally wanted to go to some ruins to take a few risks, but now is the time to refine a berserk-type demon beast. With this nightmare demon fox, the plan becomes even better. Glory City often uses the rank of the demon beast when it was alive as the standard for the demon spirit. In reality, besides bronze and silver ranks, demon spirits all have different growth potential. Even a low-level demon spirit can become a legendary-level demon spirit if it has strong growth potential when nurtured. Neely divides the growth rate of demon spirits into 5 levels: low, common, good, excellent, outstanding, and god level. And the shadow devil demon spirit has a god level growth rate. Currently he has over 2,000 berserk demon spirits, 600 excellent level ones, and 200 good level ones. What's left are low-grade, common demon beasts. And, surprisingly, even gold-rank soul crystals. First, I'll use 7 low-grade and 3 common ones to start refining. The refinement ends quickly, and Neely announces, Check it out, it's a success. As soon as he opens the furnace, a spirit beast is moving, emitting flames from within. Neely immediately reaches in and pulls out the pill. He holds up the pill and realizes it's a man-bull demon spirit of a white gold demon beast, with a growth rate reaching good rank. He exclaims, This furnace is indeed a good treasure. Thinking to himself, Great, if I keep refining, it won't be long before I get a god-level soul crystal. After 60 experiments, Neely realizes fusing a low-grade and a common demon spirit together has a very high success rate, but mostly only good-rank soul crystals are produced. There was only one excellent rank. He tries to continue fusing each grade together. 2 days later, after using an already excellent rank demon spirit plus over 90 other demon spirits with the same excellent growth rate to refine, Neely sulks. After the quality increased, the success rate became shockingly low. Only 5 outstanding ones could be fused. The rate of demon spirit consumption for fusion completely exceeded Neely's expectations, so he can only ask the family to continue purchasing Madblood demon spirits from the trade associations. Quickly, another 5 days of refining pass, and Neely says seriously, Finally done. The result is over 60 demon spirits, with outstanding growth rate. With this many, I should be able to fuse a god level 1, right? Immediately, he continues refining. The Madblood demon spirits start spinning inside the furnace. When they are fused to the final stage, what will happen? Neely waits nervously, but the furnace hisses smoke and then dies, making him sulk, knowing it's a failure. But he doesn't give up and tries again. 10 minutes later, Neely scratches his head and says, Failed again. Each time, it costs 10 outstanding demon spirits, and now there are only 4 chances left. I didn't expect refining a god-level growth rate demon spirit to be so expensive. 1 billion just vanished in the blink of an eye. With a determined will that won't let Neely give up, he immediately tries again. The furnace begins to fuse the demon spirits, releasing a powerful force, fusing fire into each other, combining them to form another demon spirit. A dazzling light is immediately created, and Neely excitedly exclaims, "Success! Inside, a demon beast has transformed. It's a hellfire tiger." It seems like the appearance is a bit different. Neely sighs. Much stronger than a normal hellfire tiger. Still 3 more times. So the fusion process begins again, continuing with 2 successes and 1 failure. Neely is delighted when a scarlet blood demon leopard with wings and hard scales, truly bloodthirsty, appears. He realizes that in the fusion process, the stronger demon spirit will become the main body, as if it swallowed the weaker demon spirits. Neely picks up the demon beast and says, "Let's see what this last god-level growth rate demon spirit is." Then laughs loudly, "Ha, it's a tiger, a panda-tooth tiger, a panda." Neely is stunned. Speechless. He didn't expect the last demon spirit to be a panda-tooth tiger. He picks it up and says, "It's okay, the growth attribute is god level." This weak demon beast not only formed a soul crystal but also survived to the end during fusion, without any changes in appearance. In other words, is this its strongest form? He says happily. How interesting. The refining process stops here for now. I need to examine it carefully. He quickly reaches out and puts it away. But still holding the panda-tooth tiger, he worries. It's too weak. I haven't even understood its attributes yet. But there are 2 different powers in this demon spirit. Suddenly the panda bared its fangs and pounced, startling Neely. He asked, dumbfounded, "This demon spirit, is it even alive?" He immediately released his shadow devil and cheerfully said, "Looks like I've fused something pretty cool." He immediately channeled his energy to cultivate, and his soul realm expanded rapidly. Is this the effect of the heavenly god technique? An hour later, Neely rushed outside and bumped into Xiao Yun. She grumbled. "This kid hid in his room for 2 whole days before coming out, and now he's rushing off somewhere again." Neely replied, "I need to go to the back mountain to train." Then he chuckled to himself, thinking, "The heavenly god technique makes me stronger every time I fuse a new demon spirit. Now that I've reached 2-star silver rank, I gotta test its power." Neely quickly ran to the back mountain and looked around to make sure it was quiet. He confirmed, "This place is good." He immediately summoned the fanged panda, and the panda burst forth powerfully. Then, Neely's body gradually transformed into a burly bear in a cloud of smoke. He looked at himself and said, "This body doesn't look too great." He then turned to look at the tree next to him. "Gotta test it out, this tree looks sturdy." He immediately flared with killing intent, channeled his strength and lunged a punch, cleaving through the tree in a flash. Even Neely was shocked by this domineering power. This is already so strong at bronze rank. He closed his eyes and sensed that there was more. There were other combat skills. So Neely braced himself and unleashed a fierce surge of energy. This is the gravity field skill. Causing the nearby plants to flatten as if crushed, Neely marveled. "I can even use such a rare combat skill. It can control gravity within a 5-meter radius, which is great for ambushes and battle." There's also a third combat skill. He clasped his hands together, channeled his energy into his mouth, and released a burst of yin and yang energy from his mouth. It was like an atomic bomb going off. A dazzling explosion quickly erupted, devastating the area and shaking the forest. Birds scattered in panic, and the force rippled out for hundreds of miles. Meanwhile, Xiao Ri and Xiao Feng were also strolling through the forest. Immediately sensed the anomaly, exchanged a glance, and nodded, signaling to use lightning speed to rush straight to the source of the explosion. Back here, Neely was staring blankly at the ground in front of him, which had turned into a huge crater from just one blow. He exclaimed, "This combat skill is probably a type of primal energy burst I've seen before. The fanged panda can simultaneously spew out 2 black and white orbs. Is this the yin-yang primal energy burst? Its power is extraordinary. With full stamina, I can probably use it 5 times. If I refine the fanged panda's demon spirit with my soul force to the same level as me, it can become even stronger." Suddenly, Neely noticed someone approaching, looked up, and saw 2 fierce-looking youths had flown in to attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Feng quickly launched a kick, but Neely easily caught it. Xiao Feng sternly asked, "Where did that bear come from? How dare you cause trouble on the territory of the silver-winged family?" Neely brushed him aside and shouted, "Hey, don't make a move!" But Xiao Feng immediately transformed and lunged forward. He turned into a fox with sharp claws, launching an attack, but Neely still managed to block it with his large hands. Xiao Ri seized the opportunity to rush from behind to cover Xiao Feng, but Neely flicked a stone, causing him to tumble several times, dragging along the ground for a meter in pain. Seeing this, Xiao Feng was worried about Xiao Ri. Neely was also surprised by this scene, and quickly said, "Stop, it's me." But Xiao Feng didn't listen at all, and furiously charged in for a life-or-death battle. Leaving Neely with no other choice, he opened his mouth wide to unleash a palm strike full of pressure, causing Xiao Feng to kneel down, struggling to resist. Xiao Ri was shocked and thought to himself, "Such powerful force." Then, incredibly annoyed, he madly rushed from behind, intending to show Ni Li what's what. But life isn't always a dream. As soon as he got close, he was immobilized by Ni Li's powerful force, unable to withstand it. He was crushed to the ground, yelling, "What are you doing?" Xiao Feng also anxiously asked. "Who exactly are you?" Ni Li coldly snorted and said. "You guys attacked first." Then he shrunk back to his normal size. Ni Li frowned and said, "It's me," causing Xiao Ri to gape in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes and rushed over to ask again, "Is it Ni Li?" Looking back at the huge crater Ni Li had made earlier, along with the scattered trees around, he asked, "Did you do all this?" Ni Li casually confirmed, "That's right, I was practicing when you guys arrived," making Xiao Feng dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Afterwards, Ni Li adjusted his clothes and said, "Well, that's it, I'm going home." After speaking, he turned and ran. Xiao Feng spoke up, saying, "Wait a moment." Making Ni Li curious, he turned his head back, and Xiao Feng hesitantly blurted out, "Ni Li, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Ni Li smiled lightly and said, forget it, I'm the one who should apologize for not controlling my strength." Xiao Feng scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "It's not just about this. Everyone has heard about your recent contributions to the family. Before, we always liked to cause you trouble. It's really embarrassing. We were wrong before. Sincerely sorry." Seeing his younger brother standing beside him, looking blank, Xiao Feng slapped him awake. He also bowed his head to apologize to Ni Li. Seeing this, he agreed, laughing and saying, "It's nothing," he thought to himself. These two brothers, although they liked to bully others when they were young, they aren't bad people, and they devoted themselves to the family in the previous life. Ni Li happily said, "Let's put the past behind us. We're all family. There's no need to be so distant. Receiving the elixirs distributed by the family and increasing our strength is what's important. Unity is the only way to help the family prosper. Besides elixirs, at some point I will also give some cultivation techniques to the patriarch for everyone to practice. Consider this batch of elixirs my gift to you. Work hard at cultivation." Then he threw the vial of elixirs to Xiao Feng. Leaving the two brothers stunned, Ni Li spoke up, saying, "I'm leaving." A few hours later, the sky turned to dusk, and Ni Li asked in surprise, "Patriarch, are you finally taking me to the treasure vault?" Ni Hai nodded, then smiled and said, "I've been too busy with work lately, you know that." "I'll take you tomorrow," Ni Li agreed. "All right, please sit." "What brings the patriarch here today?" Ni Hai replied. "It's the genius battle. This genius battle is organized by the leading families, inviting nearly a third of other families to participate in the martial arts tournament, so that the younger generation can spar with each other. But our family, one, doesn't have enough strength, and there aren't many spiritualists." Ni Li frowned at this time and said, "Huh? Two, because of your matter, the relationship between us and the sacred family is extremely tense." Ni Hai said, "But our family received an invitation from the sacred family," Ni Lian thought. "Actually, it's because of me." Ni Hai determined, "There must be some kind of conspiracy behind this." "What do you think?" Ni Li replied with a smile. "Let's participate. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll bring along the Alchemist Association." Ni Hai was stunned. "Ha, only you dare to call their association?" Then he said, "Then please write a letter to Supervisor Yang. If you can achieve the top 3 in this competition, you can also achieve silver rank." He then asked, "Do you want to participate?" Ni Li affirmed. "Of course, I've been waiting for a long time." Ni Hai also agreed and said, "Then let Xiao Feng and Xiao Ri go for the remaining spots." Ni Li asked again, "Are they both silver rank 2-star spiritualists? Then give them 2 silver rank. Excellent demon spirits for me," Ni Hai asked confusedly. "Silver rank demon spirits. Are those selected from the demon spirits you bought?" Ni Li nodded and said, "Although they are only silver rank, they are still very strong." Ni Hai reached out to receive them, saying, "Maybe so. Let's do it that way. There is still half a month before the martial arts competition, so prepare well." "I'm just afraid they'll cause something," Ni Li reassured. "Don't worry, Patriarch." Scene changed to the sacred family. Someone came to call, Elder Shen Ming, making him serious. "This person is Shen Fei," he saluted. "Greetings, Elder Yi Zhang." Shen Ming called, "Shen Ning, Shen Xiao, you guys come in too?" Then he thought, Shen Fei, this little brat, is from the direct line, yet his cultivation is not as good as Shen Ning and Shen Xiao. These two from the sidelines are arrogant and overbearing all day long. It's really annoying. At this time, Shen Ning, 20 years old and a 5-star silver rank, along with Shen Xiao, 23 years old and a 1-star gold rank, entered and said, "Greetings, Elder Yi Zhang." Shen Fei sternly asked, "Elder, did the Tianyin family respond to our invitation?" He nodded and said, "I received their reply, and Ni Li will also participate." The next morning, at the Tianyin family, the sunlight shone brightly. Finally, the patriarch led Ni Li to the treasury to choose treasures. Upon entering, most of the treasury was empty. Only a few items hung sparsely on the walls. The patriarch pointed and introduced, "This is our family's treasury, Ni Li. was stunned and asked in surprise, "This is the family's treasury? Or has everything been moved out already?" Hearing this, Ni-hai jumped and exclaimed, "How could everything be moved out? Every item in this treasury is recorded in the books. Taking anything out requires the consent of the family elders. It's just that the Tianyin family has been dirt poor for years. To maintain the family, we had to sell some of the treasures for money. But the treasures we sold were just things that can be bought back on the market." "We wouldn't dare sell anything we don't know about," Ni-lai sarcastically said. "Things you don't know about can't be sold for a good price, right?" Ni-hai pretended to cough, as if Ni-li hit the nail on the head, then started to ramble. "These remaining 100+ treasures have been with the Tianyin family since the Fenglai Empire. They contain the ups and downs of history. Those are the real treasures." "Exactly." At that moment, Ni-li stared at a treasure and exclaimed in surprise, thinking, as expected, there are quite a few good things. Even dozens of types I don't even recognize. Suddenly he looked at something with curiosity. It looked very old, so he pointed and said, "Patriarch, I want that one. The knuckle dusters." Ni-hai immediately agreed and jumped up to take them down for him. The speed of his movement even made Ni-li exclaim, "So fast?" Ni-hai confirmed and asked, "You want these?" he replied. "Yes," Ni-hai pondered and asked, "These old knuckle dusters, even if you wanted to sell them, who knows what power they have?" Ni-li took them, thinking, "These are soul weapons that only ancient Lei Dian, lightning, demon spiritualists could forge. One person can only use one pair in their lifetime. After the user dies, the soul weapon will also disappear. There's actually a pair here." Suddenly, Ni-li reached out for a scroll. Ni-hai said, "This, who knows what the patterns are? It's a pity that no one can read the writing on it, so no one can make this thing anymore." Looking at it, it might be something used for flying. Ni-li stared intently, thinking, "This pattern, isn't this something from the early Heikian, dark, demon spiritualists of the time of the Divine Sacred Empire? They create spiritual matrices, then seal the souls of the recently deceased inside, and then use the writing above to control them. If this was discovered in that era, it would have been confiscated. Sealing souls, I can't do that kind of thing, but this rare item is not bad for research." He then said, "I want this too," making Ni-hai jump, then stare blankly and asked, "You know it?" But he replied, "I don't know." Then he turned his back, making Ni-hai stare blankly in surprise. Ni-li's eyes then fell on another thing. Looking at the black ball on the wall, he reached out and said, "I want this too," Ni-hai objected. "Anything else is fine, but not this jade." Making Ni-li confused, Ni-hai said, "Not to mention how much it's worth, but this jade is what the first family head who founded the Tianyin family left behind. It has extremely important commemorative significance for later generations, so it must be carefully preserved," Ni-li replied. "Aren't I a descendant of the Tianyin family? So there's no problem, don't worry, I'll keep it carefully." He then took out the ring and said, "These are 2 billion demon spirit coins, Patriarch. Take them and buy some more things for the treasury so it won't be so empty." Seeing the money, Ni-hai's eyes lit up, and he could hardly refuse. Looking at the black jade, he waved his hand and said, "Take it, take it." Ni-li smiled. "Thank you, Patriarch. These few things are enough. Let's go back." Ni-hai laughed loudly. "Ha, you're contributing so much to the family, no need to be shy." Then Ni-li quickly moved back home to study the treasures he had just obtained. He put the pair of knuckle dusters on the table and activated his source of strength. The twin daggers were also raised high, with surging aura surrounding them. Thanks to Ni-li's power being channeled into it, the treasure seemed to come alive, the rust falling off, making it shine. The twin daggers turned into a streak of light and disappeared into Ni-li. He exclaimed happily, "Nice, it's mine now." The power of a soul weapon is usually one level higher than the soul force of its owner. These twin daggers are currently equivalent to a gold rank weapon. Luckily I discovered it. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have been gathering dust. He summoned the twin daggers and swung them around a few times in amusement. Switching scenes to inside the academy, Holy Orchid's Yesheng asked, "Have you really thought this through? The illusionary Holy Land isn't a safe place." He was speaking to Xiao Ningzher, who, with a contemplative expression, replied firmly, "Vice Principal, am I qualified to enter the illusionary Holy Land?" Yesheng confirmed. "Of course your talent is already outstanding," Ningxir then stated bluntly. "Then I've decided, I will enter the illusionary Holy Land." Yesheng said, "I must remind you once more, entering the illusionary Holy Land may damage your soul. Does your father agree?" Ningxir was taken aback and replied, "Yes, of course." Yesheng was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Follow me." He led Ningxir to the tower and asked, "Do you really want to become stronger?" She confirmed, "Yes, I want to become stronger and stronger." Soon, the day of the competition arrived, and everyone was excitedly heading to the arena. Ni-hai greeted, "Manager Yang, thank you all for taking the time to come." She also said courteously, "Thank you. On the side of the sacred family, everyone asked in surprise, "Isn't that Elder Nai and the manager of the Alchemist Association? We've been trying every day to win them over to no avail, but now they're being so polite to the Heavenly Marks family. What kind of deal do they have?" Over here, Yang Jin smiled slightly and asked, "Neely, that lake of yours almost killed this big sis. How are you planning to make amends?" He was startled, thinking she was referring to the assassin attack after the last auction. "With the number of experts you have, what could 10 assassin masters do?" he then said with a forced smile. "I'm really sorry. Consider this as me owing you a favor." Yang Xin smiled happily. "Ha ha, good to know." Then she stretched and yawned, complaining, "Why hasn't the competition started yet? I'm so bored." All the young men below saw this and stood at attention, grinning. "Manager Yang is so beautiful," another reminded. "Stop staring over there. What is Manager Yang's status? A single word from her can determine the fate of an entire family." At this moment, someone came over to greet her. "Manager Yang, long time no see." Ni Lai looked over with murderous intent. He said, "I didn't expect Manager Yang to be interested in our competition," she replied. "Haha, I came to watch Lil Bro Ni Li compete. Who knows, I might even place a few bets. Speaking of which, is family head Shen Hong not here yet?" The person who came was Elder Shen Ming. He smiled. "Haha, our family head is currently in seclusion, so everything is being handled by this old man. My family is also hosting this betting event. Is Manager Yang interested in participating?" As he spoke, he was puzzled why Yang Jin called Ni Li little bro. The Alchemist Association is now richer than a country. Why would we need to play with them? Yang Jin said, "I'm just playing around. I only care about Lil Bro Ni Li's match. Elder Shenming doesn't need to mind me, haha." At this time, the crowd was also noisy. Ni Li looked grimly at the people of the sacred family and met Shen Fei's eyes. He glared at him like a growling, rabid dog wanting to pounce and bite someone. Shen Shu beside him asked in surprise, "What's wrong, young Master Shen Fei?" Suddenly, Ni Li stood up and jumped down to the arena, smiling provocatively. "Haha, young Master Shen, long time no see." Shen Fei glared fiercely, scoffed coldly, and glanced at Yang Xin, thinking, "Now that he has Yang Xin backing him, I'll see if I don't skin him alive later." Ni Li smiled sarcastically from behind and said, "Young Master Shen is so kind. Ninger often mentions you to me, saying, 'Young Master Shen is a generous person.' Thinking about it, Ninger's cultivation has been breaking through so fast recently, ever since I helped her with a massage." Hearing this, Shen Fei's blood rushed to his head. He immediately threw a punch and shouted, "Go die!" But the punch suddenly stopped when Yang Xin used her chest to defend Ni Li, and Shen Ming quickly grabbed Shen Fei's hand to stop him, reminding him, "Don't act rashly, young Master Shen Fei," causing him to freeze. Shen Ming added, "The competition is about to begin anyway. Young Master Ni will have to go on stage eventually. Wouldn't it be better to have a fair fight then, instead of getting worked up here?" Shen Fei had no choice but to retract his hand, shooting a cold glare at Ni Li before turning and leaving. However, Ni Li spoke up, saying, "Hey, a match without a little wager is no fun at all. If we don't bet, this first match ain't gonna happen." Shen Ming laughed. "Haha, are you asking me, young master? It doesn't seem to fit the rules for us to bet on ourselves winning, does it?" Ni Li suggested. "Then how about I take charge?" causing Shen Ming to ask in surprise. "What do you mean?" he said. "I'll match whatever you guys bet," Shen Ming said. "Interesting, but I don't know if the young master's resources are enough to cover it." But Ni Li pointed at Yang Xin and said, "I've got Big Sis Yang here. The sacred family won't worry about me not being able to cover it, right?" Startling her and making her quickly say, "That's right, I can pay for little bro Ni Li. Elder Shen can rest assured and play." This left the elder speechless for a moment before he agreed. "All right. Then let's play a little fairness first. We don't care about odds or how to buy. Each side guesses their own family's victory or defeat, and bets as much as they're willing to lose," he thought. "The odds for our family's contestants are all very low." "How can I let you profit?" Niling smirked and said. "All right then. Which side does Elder Shen want to bet on?" He laughed. "Haha, the first match is the duel between young Master Shen Fei and this young Master Ni Li here. I bet on young Master Shen Fei winning," he said with a sly look on his face. "I bet 50 million demon coins, thinking, see if you dare to follow." Hearing this made Ni Li jump in surprise at the amount. Shen Fei also smiled provocatively and asked, "What's wrong, scared?" This made Ni Li break out in a cold sweat. He snorted and shouted, "Playing with just 50 million? For such a big sacred family, you guys are really stingy." Leaving them stunned in shock, Ni Li taunted, "Seriously, if you guys are so broke, what's the fun in this game anymore?" He immediately pulled out a bunch of demon coin cards and threw them down at the audience in a provocative manner. Everyone rushed to scramble for them, fighting to grab them. Shen Fei gnashed his teeth at the sight, while Ni Li smiled and said, If the sacred family's having such a hard time, then I'll reluctantly play with you guys a little. 50 million, huh? Winning or losing doesn't even matter anymore. If I win, I'll just give it all away to the spectators down below like before. This taunt made Shen Fei's face darken. He thought, this kid's cultivation is so poor. I used to worry that he would become a threat to the family. But now it seems he's just a playboy who bullies people with his status. Meanwhile, Ni Li pouted and sighed, continuing to provoke. Just consider it losing some pocket change. I really can't understand how a family dares to open their mouths with just 50 million. Suddenly, Shen Ming realized something wasn't right. If that were really the case, Yang Xin wouldn't be sticking her neck out for him. Thinking it over, Ni Li's behavior seemed a bit too foolish. He was clearly pretending for us to see, trying to provoke me. Could it be that he's really confident he can beat Shen Fei? He immediately glanced at Shen Fei next to him, who was seething with anger, and thought, there's still a chance anyway. Let's just watch and see what their strength is first. Then he said, let's just go with 50 million for the first match. We'll have to see if the young master is willing to continue playing with us afterward. Ni Li replied with a smile. Sure, as long as the sacred family wants to play. I'll stick with you guys to the end, no matter how much you bet. Shen Ming grinned inwardly, thinking, as long as this match is over, I'll be able to see what your strength is like, right? I still have 2 trump cards anyway. The woman then said, young master is so generous. If me, you, and the Alchemist Association are all participating in the betting, then who will be the witness? Ni Li replied. Naturally, all the families present here will be the witnesses. Shen Ming also agreed. After the news was announced, the bet between Ni Li and the sacred family created a huge shockwave. The martial arts competition will begin immediately. Ni Li went down to the arena. Shen Fei was also preparing to go down, when Shen Ming reminded him from behind. Wait. This fight doesn't allow the use of battle armor and weapons, but you can use elixirs. Here are 2 bottles of Demon Spirit Enhancement Pills. Take them with you in case you need them, Shen Fei said. Enhancement pills. Although they can strengthen the demon spirit, they will cause damage to my demon spirit. He coldly snorted and said, the family can't provide you with another demon spirit, can they? Remember, you must defeat him within 2 moves to win big, Shen Fei nodded. Okay, I understand, Shen Ming kept reminding. Don't underestimate him. Shen Fei's young master attitude made him a little annoyed. He said with a strained voice, I know, stop nagging. Below, everyone from the sacred family shouted, young master Shen Fei, go for it. On the other side, everyone from the Sky Origin family cheered, young master Ni Li, go for it, defeat him. The 2 quickly stood face to face in the arena. Promising to be a very intense battle, Shen Fei smirked and said, you will lose miserably. Don't dream that I will spare you. Ni Li replied, thank you for your decisiveness, young master Shen. After I return, I will pass on the message to Ningguer. Hearing Ningguer's name, Shen Fei couldn't bear the provocation and rushed to attack him, clenching his fist and jumping towards Ni Li. Meanwhile, Ni Li on this side quickly transformed his body, thinking, I told the patriarch to have someone bet several tens of millions that I could defeat Shen Fei within 20 moves. I didn't expect that this guy would rush over without even using his demon spirit. If I had known, I would have bet on a one-hit kill. As Shen Fei saw this, he was shocked, thinking, he actually transformed directly? How shameless. He fused with his demon spirit so fast. I don't have time to transform anymore. Ni Li, that idiot, is actually using the Fanged Panda, haha. Even without transforming, I could trade a few blows with him and then create some distance. But life isn't always a dream. Because he underestimated me so much, Shen Fei didn't even have time to react when a single blow sent him kissing the ground. The impact cracked the ground, and his precious blade was no longer acting so tough. The crowd below gasped in shock. Those who bet on Ni Li were ecstatic, while those who bet on Shen Fei went ballistic, yelling, WTF, this Ni Li is totally shameless, directly summoning his soul spirit. Doesn't he see that Shen Shao hasn't summoned his yet? Shameless. The Heavenly Marks family is too shameless. Hearing this, the Heavenly Marks family was about to explode, when Ni En scoffed and coldly said, all's fair in love and war. It's just that your Shen Shao is too stupid. As a soul master, he charged forward without using his soul spirit. Sounded reasonable, the Heavenly Marks people shouted. That's right, you guys were just being careless and underestimating him. You dare blame our Ni Li for being a cheat because you didn't use your soul spirit in the duel. Because of this, the 2 sides started arguing heatedly. Ling Di in the crowd stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, wait, what did I just see? A fanged panda? A panda? Haha! Someone is actually using that kind of soul spirit. The people next to him also shouted, hey, wouldn't you be just handing over your life if you encountered other soul spirits? He actually dared to bring out a fanged panda. Shen Shao, hurry up and get up and clean it up. Yang Xian on the side also blankly asked, a fanged panda? Then she turned to Ni Hai and asked, Patriarch, with your family's resources, why did you buy Ni Li this kind of soul spirit? He was just as surprised. Shen Ming's face was as dark as coal at this time, thinking, "You little brat, you actually dare to use this move against me? Pretty good. Seeing the betting odds, you guessed that we wouldn't go all out in order to make money. But too bad you miscalculated. The fanged panda is too weak. One blow still won't be enough to defeat Shen Fei, as long as he can stand up and fuse with his soul spirit." Suddenly, Shen Fei struggled to get up, his body trembling as he said, "Declare, I must kill you." He activated a raging fire source surrounding his body, startling even Ni Li. The source of power gradually materialized in a domineering form, startling everyone below to shout, "That's young Master Shen Fei's ultimate technique, blazing flame fusion. Ni Li is doomed. You can only avoid this move, but once Shen Fei successfully fuses, Ni Li will definitely be finished immediately." Nien asked the patriarch worriedly. "Should we just admit defeat in this match?" Nihai also exclaimed in horror. "I didn't expect Shen Fei to have this kind of soul spirit." Shen Hong personally killed the black gold demon beast, the scarlet flame black tiger. Suddenly, a fire-type soul spirit with a crazy amount of power gushed out, as if it could devour everything. Gradually, the soul spirit appeared, bursting out with flames that enveloped the entire arena, causing the crowd below to cheer wildly. They exclaimed, "What amazing power! Shen Fei is sure to win." People from the sacred family were cheering, "Great! Young Master Shen Fei, crush him! Go for it!" As for Nihai, he was very puzzled, thinking, "Why did Zhao Li choose the fanged panda? No way! This can't possibly stand against the scarlet flame black tiger if he continues to fight." Suddenly, Nihai was horrified when Ni Li leisurely walked up close to Shen Fei and smacked him, causing him to gasp for air and continue to plant his face into the ground. Everyone couldn't believe this, and everyone stared in disbelief until Shen Fei's firepower gradually dissipated, and he lay motionless because of it. The sacred family held their heads in confusion, yelling, "Too dirty?" The audience quickly split into two factions and engaged in a fierce verbal battle. The sacred family argued that, "Is this how you, Heavenly Mark's family, fight? Our young master hasn't finished fusing yet, and you dare to attack sneakily." Nihai snorted coldly and said, "We didn't break any rules of the match. It's not your place to criticize," everyone shouted. "Do we, the Heavenly Mark's family, need you to teach us how to do things? It's just that your Shen Daxiao is too stupid." At this time, Shen Ming raised his hand to signal the announcement. "We admit defeat in the first match. Please stop." Shen Fei on the side heard the surrender and resentfully raised his head. Seeing this, Ni Lai mocked, "Shen Daxiao, are you okay? If you can't get up, just stay down, okay?" But he still tried to unleash the scarlet flame black tiger again, a surge of fire bursting out. Shen Fei then thought that as long as I fuse with the spirit beast, just based on your fang panda. As he said this, Ni Li ran over with a thump, grinding his teeth as he closed in, "I'm giving you a chance." Stunned everyone who saw it, Shen Ming frantically yelled, "We already surrendered, stop!" Shen Zhao also coldly snorted, glaring at Xu Feng. Hearing that, Xu Feng returned to his original form, stepping on Shen Fei while his face was stuck to the ground. Xu Feng said, "Oh well, I've heard of young Master Shen for a long time. For the sake of your health I should stop." Xu Feng sighed. Truly an unforgettable duel. Xu Feng clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Shen Fei yielded." The crowd buzzed. "What's going on? Did the sacred family pay me to throw the fight?" Shen Ning curled his lip. "The descendants of the clan are indeed spoiled, truly useless," Shen Xiao added. "Isn't this the perfect time for us to show off? Win back the money?" The crowd roared wildly, everyone growling. It turned out that Ye Ziyun was also there to watch the fight. The first round ended, and the second round was about to begin. Shen Ming looked at Xu Feng, who was whispering to Niai Hai, with a frustrated expression. At this moment, someone came to call for the elder, informing Shen Ming of the news, making him startled, asking, "Reversed by more than 6 million, damn it! Since I took office I've never encountered this, and it's happening right when the family head is about to come out of seclusion." So he stood up abruptly. Nihai saw this and stood up too, calling out, "Elder Shen Ming, how is young Master Shen Fei? If my Zhu Feng was too heavy-handed, please forgive me." "Ha ha." Annoyed, Shen Ming glared. "Don't get too happy just because you got lucky and won one round. We're starting the second round right now." Hearing this, Nihai was a little worried, turned to look at Xu Feng, then said, "Then for this round we'll send Xu Xiaofeng," he thought to himself. Since they lost the first round, they'll definitely send an expert in the second round. Can't be careless. But Shen Ming coldly snorted, "This is a bet between Xu Feng and the sacred family. How can we bring someone else up?" Hearing this, Xu Feng spoke up. "You guys doing that isn't very cool. I just finished a fight. My soul force is greatly depleted. How can I fight? Ha ha! Let's fight the second round in a month, after I recover my soul force." These words made Shen Ming so angry his insides twisted. He asked, "You guys are planning to weasel out since you won?" Then he turned to manager Yang. Does the Heavenly Marks family not respect their promises, and are you guys protecting them? Looks like their family head will have to negotiate with President Ji Yu-yan, Zhu Feng sighed. Since you said so, then let's continue. Even if the Sacred Family wins every match in a row, surely no one will say anything, right? Shen Ming was speechless. You dare mock the Sacred Family? The atmosphere was extremely tense when Yang Xin smiled faintly. The Sacred Family is indeed always bullying others with their power, Shen Ming said unhappily. So what? So Zhu Feng provoked. The Sacred Family is so confident. Then betting 2 or 3 billion this time isn't out of the question. Hearing the number of several billion made Shen Ming's face pale, a little afraid. He quickly calmed himself, thinking, even though he lost so much in the previous round, he still hasn't seen his true strength. If it's another 2 or 3 billion, I'm doomed. He then said, anyway, there's still a small match before that. Bet 1 billion. Zhu Feng realized that the elder steward couldn't use assets without limit, so he pouted. Still stingy, how cheap, 1 billion it is. Then let's bet 1 billion this round. Thinking, first I have to lure him in, to prevent him from retreating when he's cornered. Gamblers always want to quickly win back what they lost. At that time, just give him a little hope, and it's enough. Below, the audience was cheering wildly. Holy crap, I almost lost my house in the last round. I have to win it back this round. Another person added, that kid from the Heavenly Marks family is really an idiot, using a fanged panda as his demon spirit. If he didn't cheat in the last round, he would have lost already. Shen Ning is a dignified silver 5-star demon spiritist. How could he lose? Shen Ning stood on the arena with a supremely confident expression. Zhu Feng was about to smile and greet him, when suddenly a blazing fire appeared before his eyes. Shen Ning actually summoned a super powerful roaring firewolf, stunning everyone below. It's a sacred flame hellbear, Zi Yun worried about Ni Li. Ni Li, let me take over, thinking. Just a greeting, and he's already summoning a demon spirit. Is that really necessary? Meanwhile, Shen Ning's summoning process was complete. He transformed into a wolf surrounded by fierce flames. Everyone laughed, saying, Shen Fei is a dignified silver rank 5-star demon spiritist, and his demon spirit is a gold rank sacred flame hellbear. This match is in the bag, haha, look at that panda over there, it's got a stomachache, haha, on the fighting stage. Ni Li also transformed into a panda. Ready to fight, Shen Ning instantly used his feet as a springboard, jumping up to attack Ni Li, his fist rushing forward like a god with an imposing aura. But just as he gathered strength to throw the punch, Ni Li suddenly took off running like crazy, making Shen Ning rage. Stop right there. Then chased after Ni Li with fiery footsteps. This wind-like chase made Shen Ning uncomfortable. He created a fireball in his hand and launched it at Ni Li, yelling, die! But it wasn't so easy. Ni Li nimbly dodged the attack in an instant, and the fireball shot straight into the audience stand, creating a loud explosion. The crowd below gnashed their teeth and shouted, that little punk from the Heavenly Marks family runs as soon as he attacks. What a coward. Some angry youth shouted loudly, hey, can't you fight back a little? If you can't, just admit defeat quickly, don't waste our time. Hearing these words made Ni Hai a little frightened. Yang Xin turned to blame Ni Hai. Can't you guys help Ni Li change to a different demon spirit? How can he use this trash? He quickly said. Manager Yang, you misunderstand, we bought him tens of thousands of demon spirits. To be honest, we don't know why Ni Li chose this one, Yang Xin said. He must have his own reasons. On the arena, the two were still playing tag. Shen Ning was going insane and couldn't take it anymore, he yelled, and bent down to gather momentum to jump into the air, gathering a thunderous technique in his hand. Chikai fire. It turned out to be a huge fireball. He quickly threw the fireball down. Explosions rang out, and the ground immediately exploded, scattering rocks and dirt everywhere. When the flames dissipated, leaving only a cloud of thick black smoke, Shen Ning jumped down and landed. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, beautiful, such extraordinary power, Shen Fei is so strong. Meanwhile, Xin Yun wondered, thinking to herself, Ni Li definitely has more strength than this, but why isn't he fighting back? At this time, Shen Ning looked at the smoke and was very proud, laughing loudly, haha. Suddenly, Ni Li rushed out of the smoke, making him jump out of his skin. Such an overbearing move only managed to scorch the back of Ni Li's clothes, causing Shen Ning to be stunned and ask. He dodged it. He immediately gathered a fierce power, saying, try this one from me. Immediately he flew into the air again, quickly launching a pillar of fire down like lava flowing towards Ni Li. Terrifying booming sounds erupted, but unexpectedly, Ni Li was able to dodge everything with his chubby body, crying and yelling, making the audience below furious, and shouting, you idiots, fight back already. Young master Shen Ning, teach him a lesson. Shen Ning gathered a ball, saying, try this, thinking, increase the attack frequency again. At this time, he threw the ball straight at Ni Li. The ball turned into countless arrows, rushing towards Ni Li, who was running away with his butt sticking out. Unexpectedly, with Ni Li's chubby body, he was able to dodge all those attacks, causing Shen Ning to be stunned and then shout, "But this time you won't escape." Seeing this surprised Ni Li a bit, as Shen Ning leaped high into the air, reaching 1,000 meters before channeling his power into a strike. Firefall Annihilation. The force centered on Ni Li, making his whole body feel like a boulder falling to earth. Ni Li glanced back, scoffed, and rolled away a few times. Shen Ning yelled, "You can't escape." So Ni Li started acting, pretending to cry out, "I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die." As Shen Ning's flames closed in, Ni Li suddenly turned and held out his hand, saying, "Just kidding." Unleashing the gravity field, Shen Ning was shocked. His speed from the high altitude combined with the suppressing power of the technique caused Shen Ning to crash violently into the ground, creating a burst of energy like an atomic bomb going off. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded, amazed that this sacred flame bear was so powerful. Comparable to a gold-ranked demon spiritualist, Shen Ning is too strong, invincible. Shen Ming happily chuckled, praising, "Shen Ning fought well. The power of that move is already at the gold rank. He must have trained hard. After he wins, maybe we should reward him with something." Shen Xiao thought to himself. "I often train with Shen Ning. I never expected him to be so strong." In the billowing smoke, the crowd below cheered. "Shen Ning will win." Yang Xin asked worriedly, "Isn't Shen Ning just a 7-star platinum rank demon spiritualist? How does he have the strength of a 3-star gold rank?" Meanwhile, Ni Li, as the smoke cleared on the arena, Yang Xin suddenly saw Ni Li appear, with his clothes scorched. He was mostly unharmed and scoffed, shocking everyone who cried out. "Ni Li seems okay," a terrified Shen Ming asked. "Then what about Shen Ning?" Looking over, they saw Shen Ning lying neatly in the crater he had created, motionless. This caused everyone to start discussing noisily, making Shen Ning's eyes widen in disbelief. Everyone was horrified, saying, "Shen Ning not only missed, but also crashed into the ground and fainted." Yang Xin smiled faintly, thinking, "I told you, no matter how powerful Shen Ning is, he doesn't have the strength of a 3-star gold rank." Just now, Ni Li little brother was just being a bit crafty. Below the stage, people started cursing. "Sacred family, are you sending out all trash? You brag all day about being a top family? Geniuses, look what you've produced. Get out here." A blonde-haired guy theorized. "I knew it. Losing 2 matches so strangely like that. The leaders are the Sacred Family and the Alchemist Association. They're colluding to rig this." He yelled, "Damn it! Ugh, this sucks." The bald guy next to him said, "The Alchemist Association has so much money. Why would they need to do this?" The blonde guy glared and said, "Does anyone turn down money? Serves you right for being poor." On Ni Li's side, he blankly stared at the stands, then looked down at Shen Ning, lying motionless, unmoving, and laughed gleefully, letting out a shout as if celebrating victory. The audience responded, laughing loudly. "His luck is amazing. I'm betting on him next time, ha ha." Ye Ziyun smiled happily at this. Ni Li quickly went to mock Shen Ming. "I thought Steward Shen Ming was going easy on me. The older brothers of your family are really kind, always letting me win. Hee hee, I'm so embarrassed. It turns out I was wrong about you all. The Sacred Family isn't stingy at all, but extremely generous." Shen Ming was speechless, thinking, "Losing so much money, my contributions to the family over the years are all gone. The position of steward is a small matter, but with the head of the family's methods, I probably won't escape death." He looked over at Nihai, the family head. "We still have one more match." Causing Nihai to be stunned. Surprised, he turned to ask Xiao Li, who nodded in response. Therefore, Nihai said, "That's right," Shen Ming calculated. "I still have 2 billion in my hands. Use it to buy pills, transfer more money from the shops. As long as I win the 3rd match, that's all that matters." Afterward, he said to Ni Li, "The next match, bet 3 billion. Ni Li laughed loudly after hearing this. "Ha ha, match 2, Ni Li wins, earning 1 billion demon spirit coins." Originally thought he could secure the victory, but unexpectedly suffered a crushing defeat. If Shen Ming loses 5 billion like that, no doubt I'll be screwed. But there's still a glimmer of hope. He's clutching at a lifeline. Sacred Family still has money for elixirs, plus the capital from the shops. If we bet it all on the 3rd match, maybe we can resolve this crisis, and even earn more. Frustration, doubt, horror, hope. Reversing to the point of desperation. Thinking like that, Shen Ming has played his trump card. Shen Ming declares, "I bet 3 billion demon spirit coins on this match." Ni Li acts surprised. The other families start whispering. Curly hair guy says, "The Sacred Family is going all in this time." Another guy says, "Betting 3 billion demon spirit coins on one match. If they lose." Curly hair guy smirks. But this time, it seems like Shen Zhao is fighting, a 23-year-old gold-ranked demon spiritualist. His demon spirit is also super powerful. If he was in another family, he'd already be a top-tier expert. Looks like Ni Li is gonna get his ass kicked this time. He can't win against Shen Xiao. Finishing his statement, curly hair guy decides, I'm betting on Ni Li this time, leaving the guy next to him dumbfounded, confused. Meanwhile, Shen Ning instructs Shen Xiao. Wait, Shen Xiao asks in surprise, what's wrong, elder? Suddenly, the elder hands him 2 pills, instructing, take this before the match starts. Shen Xiao recognizes them as Demon Spirit Enhancement pills. I only need 1 move to take down that little punk. Why bother summoning the Long Yuan Sky Falcon? Shen Ning says coldly, if you win this match, I'll give you 20 million to buy demon spirits, enough to buy 2 Long Yuan Sky Falcons. What's there to be afraid of? Shen Xiao looks at the pills and replies with a smile. Okay, I'll follow Elder Shen Ming's instructions. Quickly, the 2 contestants enter the arena, standing opposite each other. Shen Xiao says, Ni Li, I didn't expect you to win 2 matches in a row, truly surprising. Too bad you'll fall to me in this match, I'm not like them. I'm a gold-ranked demon spiritualist. With that, he unleashes his domineering power and transforms. In the audience, everyone is confused and shouts, are you kidding me? Already a 1-star gold rank and still needs pills to deal with a tiger panda? And he's taking demon spirit enhancement pills. 2 of them! The sacred family must be scared of losing. Ni Li, hands on hips, laughs and says, how would you know if you don't try? Maybe I'll win this time. Thinking to himself, since it's the final match, no need to hide my strength anymore. He gets into a fighting stance, immediately transforms into a panda, and leaps forward for direct combat, attacking Shen Xiao. The 2 clash and compete in strength. Shen Xiao quickly darts out to throw a kick. Ni Li dodges to the side but still gets hit in the chest, forcing Ni Li to brace himself. Though he took a hit, he's unharmed, surprising Shen Xiao. Suddenly, Ni Li reverses the situation, using the gravity field technique, causing the ground to crack into small pieces. Everyone watching is thrilled, exclaiming, so strong, thinking, as expected of a 1-star gold-ranked demon spiritualist, he can subdue Ni Li without even transforming. Shen Xiao recognizes, you're indeed not simple. He snorts and unleashes his aura, immediately sprouting fiery wings behind him. Ni Li sees it and thinks, Long Yan Sky Falcon, huh? So he can fly, then leans and thinks, dodge it? On Shen Xiao's side, he soars high into the air, then laughs and says, you're the toughest little brat I've ever met. Let's see how you handle my flame dragon blast. With that, he strains himself to unleash a powerful force, making everyone below freak out. Shouting, it's so hot, Ni Li then challenges, well, let's see who's stronger. He takes a deep breath to prepare a finishing move to counter. Ni En asks in surprise. Family head, Little Li, Ni Hai, says blankly, I didn't expect him to have such powerful soul force. Shen Xiao sees this power and is shocked, thinking he wants to fight back, so he unleashes the Flame Dragon Blast. And Ni Li, not afraid of anyone, unleashes the Primal Energy Burst to counter and see who's the best. Ni Li's roar cracked the earth as a burst of energy slammed into Shen Xiao. That Origin Energy Blast was like a nuke, aimed straight at the Fire Dragon's mouth, so freaking powerful. The ground crumbled and cracked under the pressure, falling apart in chunks. Shen Xiao couldn't resist that Origin energy either. He took a critical hit and went flying. Everyone below was confused. They were all like, wait, Shen Xiao got blasted? Where's Ni Li? Suddenly, Ni Li, still in his bear form, appeared and stood firm under the stands, leaving the crowd gaping in shock. And Shen Xiao was just spinning around in the air, someone shouted. But Shen Xiao is a super genius golden rank. He even ate a strengthening pill. How could he not beat Ni Li's fanged panda? Yang Jin blushed and thought, Ni Li, I totally underestimated you. You're only 13, and already this amazing... Ni Hai was sweating bullets, frozen in place. He's not as simple as he looks. Little Li was faking it. He's already a golden rank demon spiritualist, and he has so much secret. Last score he was bronze rank 1-star, and now this. After a few days he reached silver rank. Now it looks like he's already a golden rank demon spiritualist. Even Lord Yimo didn't have this much talent. Awesome. Ni En chimed in. Patriarch. Little Li is killing it out there. The city lord's gonna protect him. No one will dare mess with him. For years we've relied on Lord Yemo alone to protect Glory City. But Lord Yemo is getting old, and no young powerhouse has appeared. Some have reached black gold rank, but they're all over 40, Ni Hai said. Little Li is only 13 and already reached golden rank. He's already this strong. Who knows how far he'll go? He might even surpass Lord Yemo. The crowd started chanting Ni Li's name. Ni Li, Ni Li. Everyone was acting like they'd just seen a young idol, and Shen Ming was like, stuck in place, frozen stiff. His body went limp as he slumped into his seat. He'd lost his last lifeline and despaired. What happened? What the hell just happened? He yelled. That's BS. It's not over yet. Shen Xiao hasn't lost. Shen Xiao regained his balance and veered back towards the arena, thinking, that black and white origin energy is seriously OP. Better be careful. With that, he clasped his hands together and fired a fireball at Ni Li. If it's this powerful at first, he definitely can't spam it. Time to use a ranged skill to probe what else he's got. As the fireball approached, Li waved his hand, not even bothering to dodge, shocking Shen Xiao. Turns out, the force of blocking the attack directly absorbed the fireball and sent it right back at Shen Xiao, blasting him right in the face. He clutched his nose in pain and shouted, "Damn it, knew it!" He dodged Shen Ning's fireball too, shot forward. Ranged attacks are useless. Guess I'll just have to brawl with him. So he charged in for close combat with Li. Shen Xiao threw a flurry of punches and kicks, but Li easily deflected them all, even throwing in a couple of slaps for good measure. So much for his jaw, he got force-fed a mouthful of dirt and went flying backwards, crashing into the shattered rubble and groaning in pain. His body seemed drained of energy, and he lay motionless, panting heavily. Looking at Li's massive, imposing form, he panicked. "No way!" he roared, unleashing his power in an earth-shattering explosion, sending his body soaring upwards. Li watched cautiously. Shen Xiao was surrounded by an orb of power, channeling his energy into the dragon flame's sacred pillar palm. Towards Li, flames erupted downwards, engulfed everything in explosions, turning the arena into a burning wasteland. The crowd below screamed in terror, "Oh God, this skill is insane. Can Li withstand it?" Meanwhile, Li stood calmly, thinking, "Looks flashy, but all bark and no bite." As Shen Xiao excitedly thought he had struck Li, sending him to meet his ancestors, he suddenly spun around like a whirlwind, appearing behind Shen Xiao and whispering in his ear. In a duel between experts, using chaotic attacks like that only wastes your soul force. It startled him so much he screamed, "The hell!" Li's fist quickly shot out, giving Shen Xiao a deep kiss with the ground. The force of the blow caused the entire arena to shake and tremble, and the audience below was thrown into chaos. After landing the hit, Li jumped down and landed gracefully, looking cool as hell. On Shen Xiao's side, he was lying motionless, despairingly saying, "I lost. I ate 2 spirit enhancement pills and still couldn't beat him. This is terrifying. He's only 13 years old. All this time I called myself a genius, but I'm just a frog in a well." Shen Xiao looked up at the sky through the hole in the ground and thought, "The difference is too great." The crowd on this side stared at the deep hole with wide eyes and mouths, then shouted, "Li wins!" Everyone cheered Li's name. He calmly returned to his original appearance and went inside. Inside, Ziyun looked down and thought, "So strong. Even stronger than Grandpa was back then." Then she suddenly recalled her promise. If he cultivates to the legendary spiritualist realm, maybe I'll consider it. Thinking of this, her face turned red, and she shook her head shyly, thinking, who wants to marry that playboy? On Shen Ming's side, someone came up and asked, "Elder, what do we do now?" Elder Shen Ming swallowed hard, his head spinning. His last lifeline had been cut, making him feel like he had fallen into a deep pit of helplessness. Li, on the other hand, was happy. "Call me Daddy, BTCH. Nihai came over and said, "Xiao Li, put on your coat." He put on his coat, thinking, even though it's just a little money, it'll give them a headache for a while, haha. Suddenly Yang Xin came over and said, "Nilai, is your strength really that good? The Dark Guild has definitely noticed you." Nilai burst out laughing, "Haha, I have my own plans. Plus I haven't shown my full strength yet." Nilai, hands on hips, asked back, "That's right, did you guys get any results from the investigation into the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild?" Yang Xin nodded and said, "We only found out that they recruited a person named Li Yunhua, who is actually a member of the Dark Guild. I've already reported it to Guild Leader Ji Yu Yan, but based on this alone, we can't do anything to the Sacred Family." Li said seriously, "That's enough. At least we can now confirm that their family is not clean, and some things from the past can be resolved. Next, we'll slowly play with them." He looked over at the arena. The next match had already started, and the audience below was making a ruckus. Everyone was noisy and excited, but Ziyun stood up and thought, "I should go. Li is really bad news. The Sacred Family is going to be unlucky this time, but they're not making anyone like them either." As she suddenly turned her head, Li unexpectedly blocked her path, standing and smiling mischievously, startling her, and she guiltily said, "Nilai, I just came to watch casually. I didn't even know you were participating." Hearing this, Li pointed and said, "Then go back and keep watching." It made Xinyun stunned and respond, "I don't think it's fun here at all, so I want to leave. Is that not allowed?" Li smiled and said, "All right. Oh yeah, let me show you this treasure." He then grabbed Xinyun's hand and gave her a demon spirit, saying, "This is for you." Ziyun took it and asked in surprise, "A demon spirit stone," Li explained. "This is a wind and snow type demon spirit, the Wind and Snow Queen." Ziyun asked, sweating, "The Wind and Snow Queen of the god level growth rate. Where did you get this?" he replied. "It took quite a bit of effort. This isn't an ordinary Wind and Snow Queen demon spirit. You'll know once you fuse with it. After fusing, you have to slowly nurture it. Don't learn from them. And eat those spirit enhancement pills or something," Ziyun asked, confused. "Then why are you giving it to me? Can't your fanged panda use it? Ni Li brought his face close to Xingyun's face and gave a warm smile, saying, I already said, because I, like you. These words stunned Ye Ziyun, and she quickly refused. Then I need it even less. Ni Li then crossed his arms and said, but this demon spirit doesn't suit me. You're a wind and snow type. Doesn't it suit you perfectly? How about this? Just consider it as you owing me a favor. You can just accept it, and I can still ask for your help in the future. Ziyun blushed and shyly said, I don't have the ability to help you. He said, of course you do. You're the city lord's daughter, the little princess of Glory City. There are countless people who want you to help them. Hearing this, she nodded and said, all right then, but you can't make me do bad things. Ni Li directly confirmed that, of course I'm a good person. Seeing this, Ziyun laughed, haha, full of joy. Xingyun looked at the demon spirit in her hand and said, all right, this Frost Wind Queen is mine now. I want to see what's so special about it. Consider it a favor I owe you. See you later. Then she smiled awkwardly and left, only to go the wrong way, quickly turning back and running in the opposite direction, leaving Ni Li speechless. In the next few days, the tales of Ni Li spread throughout every nook and cranny. Over at the Sacred Family, everyone in the mansion was gossiping. Who would have thought that Ni Li would be so capable, actually defeating young Master Shen Xiao, another said. The Heavenly Marks family is really showing off this time. Unbelievable. Moreover, to protect Ni Li, the city lord even. Suddenly, Shen Fei exclaimed in shock. The doors are open. The family head is out of seclusion. An old man with a long beard, Shen Hong, appeared, muttering to himself as he walked. Ye Mo, what on earth did you do to break through this seclusion? Shen Hong hadn't been able to break through to the legendary rank. During his seclusion, quite a few things had happened in the Sacred Family, Shen Hong asked irritably. Shen Ming, I entrusted everything of the family to you, and now you've made us, and the Heavenly Marks family, irreconcilable enemies. You dared to bet 4,500,000,000 just for a gamble with a kid? Shen Hong said with a dark face. 4,500,000,000 could buy so many elixirs, nurture so many younger generations. Shen Ming kowtowed, pleading. Please forgive me, family head. We really didn't expect Ni Li, at only 13 years old, to have already reached the gold rank. I was just confused for a moment and got tricked by them. I begged the family head to consider my years of devoted service to the family. But Shen Hong snapped. Shut up, Shen Ming. You are an elder in charge. According to family rules, what is the punishment for such dereliction of duty? Shen Ming was terrified, stammering, it's family law punishment. Shen Hong coldly snorted. Considering that you are a family elder, and have made considerable contributions to the family, I'll let you off for now, but you must redeem yourself with merit. Shen Ming hurriedly said. As long as the family head orders it, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water, Shen Hong said. Very good, I want you to take people to deal with that Ni Li. Hearing Ni Li's name, he was stunned and said, to prevent the Dark Guild from harming Ni Li after the duel, the city lord has sent people to protect Ni Li. Very closely, Ni Li and his younger sister are now living in the city lord's mansion, Shen Hong said. That's not a problem. He will have to come out sooner or later, Shen Ming acknowledged. I understand. I will follow the family head's orders, Shen Hong reminded Shen Ming. Don't disappoint me. If you can succeed, I will take you out of the city and announce to the guild that you will take on the position of supervisor. Meanwhile, on Ni Li's side, currently he and Xiao Yu were being led into the city lord's mansion. Looking at the beautiful scenery before him, Ni Li was stunned. He and Xiao Yu sat admiring the scenery in a pavilion. Because this place is safe, those guys from the Dark Guild are afraid of your awesomeness, so they are trying to assassinate you day and night, Ni Yu exclaimed anxiously. Ni Li reassured her, laughing heartily. Don't be afraid, with me here, you don't need to fear anything. That's right. The city lord's daughter is also your sister-in-law. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned at Ni Li, scoffed, and said, I just need to focus on cultivating. That's the most important thing. That's why you brought me here. You also need to work hard. Dealing with the Sacred Family with your current strength is still not enough. Also, there's the heavenly illusory saint realm. The reason you stayed at the school is for it. After enrolling, you can find a way to go there. He said to Nin Yu, let's start cultivating. The little girl agreed quickly. 4 days passed, and Ni Li cultivated non-stop. Suddenly he awoke with abundant strength. He had reached Silver 3-star, thinking to himself, now I still need to consolidate my power. I won't cultivate soul force for the time being, but it's been so many days since I've been here, so why hasn't Ziyun come to find me yet? It must be because girls are shy. Thinking of this, he smiled foolishly, hee, and called out to Xiao Yu, who was sitting on the roof. I'm going to find your sister-in-law. You cultivate on your own. Ni Yu nodded in agreement. Ni Li went to the door, immediately used his stealth skill, and flashed past like the wind, instantly passing the guard, but he still sensed something, so he looked around, making Ni Li think, my stealth skill is still not perfect. Even a gold rank martial artist can sense me. If it were a black gold or legendary powerhouse, they would definitely have discovered me. Thinking this, he quickly rushed to Ziyun's study in the city lord's mansion. Xu Feng gradually returned to normal, walking around and thinking, I remember Ziyun mentioning this place before, it must be her private courtyard. Suddenly, Xu Feng was stunned to see an extremely strong burst of ice energy coming from behind the bushes. Looking closer, he realized it was Ziyun concentrating on her cultivation, with the aura of her Snow Queen spirit emanating. Xu Feng, with a surprised expression, walked over wide-eyed. Ziyun noticed someone too, and hastily withdrew her power, then asked, Who's there? She was startled to recognize Xu Feng approaching and asked, Why are you here? Xu Feng said, Just strolling around, thought I'd drop by for a visit. Though your villa is pretty big, must be lonely living here alone. Want me to stay with you? This made Ziyun dumbfounded, blushing as she said, No need. Then, she suddenly looked down, seeing that her body was only wrapped in a thin towel, making Ziyun exclaim in panic, Turn around, quick! This made Xu Feng utterly stunned. Then he hurriedly turned his head, saying, Okay. It's not like I haven't seen it before. This made Ziyun scream, Don't you dare turn back, or else I'll never forgive you, she said. Let me put on some clothes. Xu Feng nodded in agreement, then asked, Are you done yet? But Ziyun still wasn't finished after a long time, making Xu Feng wait forever, until the sun was about to set, when Ziyun finally appeared, saying, Done. You can turn around now. Hearing this, he turned his head to look, and seemed to freeze before her beauty, making the young man's heart flutter with excitement because of the girl before him. Suddenly, Ziyun stamped her foot, sulking as she said, Xu Feng, I'll remember today's events. I'll definitely settle the score with you. Xu Feng chuckled. Don't be angry. On the contrary, I want to claim back a favor you owe me from before, she angrily said. These are two completely different things. Of course, I'll repay your kindness. But as she said this, Xu Feng suddenly grinned slyly, took off his clothes, revealing his well-toned six-pack abs, and said, Then let me give you another look. This made her hurriedly cover her eyes with her hands. But her eyes couldn't help but peak, making Xu Feng laugh heartily. Suddenly, someone came calling for Ziyun. Hearing the voice, she recognized it as her father, making Xu Feng also startled, saying, I'm leaving. He immediately used an invisibility technique and quickly darted away, making Ziyun standing there also gape in astonishment. When the city lord arrived, Xu Feng had already disappeared without a trace. He came and asked, Your complexion isn't good. Are you sick? Ziyun hesitantly forced a smile and said, No, I'm just cultivating. Her eyes darted around anxiously, thinking, Where did Xu Feng hide? Making the city lord realize something was amiss. He sensed the presence of another person. Before Ziyun could retort, he unleashed his power, sealing the area with imposing pressure. That power quickly surrounded this area. With a glance from the city lord, he reached out and grabbed something in the air. Suddenly, Xu Feng was caught and appeared before him, with his body bare. This situation made the atmosphere suddenly awkward. Xu Feng, seeing that he had been caught and revealed, thought, This isn't good. Meanwhile, the city lord looked at his naked body with displeasure, and furiously raised Xu Feng straight into the air, making him exclaim in shock. Ziyun hurriedly stopped him. Don't! Wait! He immediately threw him straight down to the ground, causing the ground beneath to crack. Seeing Xu Feng's body injured by her father, Ziyun hurriedly ran over and asked, Are you alright? Then she helped him up. She turned to blame the city lord. Father, why did you casually attack people like that? He's my friend, not a stranger. Hearing the word friend made the city lord's blood boil. Xu Feng pushed Ziyun away and bowed, saying, This humble one, Xu Feng, greets the city lord. The city lord smiled faintly, saying, The genius I've been painstakingly protecting all this time turns out to be you. He glared and asked, But why did you appear in my daughter's private villa? Xu Feng sweated profusely and evaded the question. I just got lost. Moreover, we were classmates before. Knowing she was here, I just wanted to visit. Hearing got lost, the city lord knew he was lying, and furiously flicked him away with his aura, glancing at him and saying, Ziyun, I'm truly disappointed in you. I can't believe you'd do something to disgrace the family. Nilin, clutching his chest, spoke up. I came here of my own accord. It has nothing to do with Ziyun. Uncle, you've really blamed her. Please, let me explain. But he didn't let him say another word, and glared. Neely was then slammed straight into the wall with a painful thud. City Lord's aura exploded as he growled, You've only achieved some merit and already dare to cause trouble in my City Lord's mansion. Seeing her father seemingly unforgiving towards Niali, Xingyun rushed over and cried out, No. At this moment, the City Lord unleashed a palm strike and declared, You've ruined the reputation of my Fenglei family, and you still want to run? Suddenly, Xingyun blocked the palm strike, taking the hit for Nili. She used her demon spirit to block the attack. But the City Lord's power was too strong, threatening to blow away her demon spirit. Seeing this, the City Lord was annoyed and glared, saying, How dare you? You even dare to go against your own father, he shouted. Get out of the way, Neely thought in shock. Is he really going to do it? Suddenly, the city lord unleashed an extremely domineering, dazzling power. Damn it! Xingyun's tears streamed down her face as she pleaded. Father, he really didn't do anything. Please spare him. Please don't hurt him. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Neely rushed over and called out to Xingyun. The city lord yelled, Say that again. He seemed a bit surprised when a pair of blue wings appeared behind Xingyun. It turned out those wings were from Neely. Seeing the girl he loved crying and begging so heart-wrenchingly, Neely couldn't hold back anymore, and he said, Get out of the way, Xingyun. Xingyun looked directly at the city lord and said, I respect you. As Xingyun's father, that's why I'm respectful. You think I'm afraid of you? This arrogant remark stunned the city lord. Xingyun quickly wiped away her tears and said, Please stop, I'm begging you both. But Neely angrily said, You act rashly without even figuring out what's right or wrong. Have you really thought about Xingyun's feelings? Besides cultivation, have you ever cared about her? Do you even understand how lonely she is? At school, she doesn't have any close friends, and at the city lord's mansion, she's not cared for by her parents. You and Ye Mo only know how to bury yourselves in work. Ziyun's tears streamed down her face as she cried out, Stop it, Neely! But he continued, Ziyun and I are just close friends. Have you ever thought about her feelings? All you care about is the reputation of the family. Hearing this, the city lord's blood boiled, and he said, Very well? That's very reasonable. He swung his hand and tightened his grip, suppressing Neely, causing him to collapse with a thud and cough up blood. The city lord asked, You broke into my daughter's residence and you still dare to lecture me here. Are you tired of living? Neklai actually got up and shouted loudly, What's there not to dare? The city lord continued to torture him, but he still stubbornly shouted, I'm not afraid of you. Just as he landed, the city lord gave him a slap that twisted his jaw, sending him crashing into the wall. Even though his Adam's apple was deformed from the beating, Neely still said, Damn it, you're just a black gold demon spiritualist. If you give me time, 1 year. Hearing this, the city lord coldly snorted in disdain and asked, 1 year? What will happen if I give you another year? He confidently declared, I will definitely be able to defeat you. Hearing this, the city lord was a little surprised, thinking it was just shameless. Boasting, Do you think having a morphing soul force is already very powerful? But Neely coldly snorted and said, I can even risk my life right now to fight you with my soul. Seeing Neely's crazy expression, the city lord sighed and agreed. Fine, I also want to see what you can accomplish in a year. If you can really defeat me, then I'll have nothing more to say. Neely firmly replied, 1 year is enough. With just 1 year, I'll definitely be able to defeat you easily. The city lord glared at him unhappily, causing Neely to be blasted into the wall again. Then he pointed and said, Don't forget what you said. Then he turned to Ziyun and said, And you too. If you don't reach the gold rank within a year, don't even dream of seeing him again. Nikeli gasped and replied, Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I say. Xingyun ran over and worriedly called out to Nikeli. After speaking, the city lord angrily turned and left. As he walked in, Ji Yu Yan, with a serious face, reminded him, You went too hard, city lord. Nilai is our association's alchemist. Others may not know, but how could you not, brother? There's still that sir behind him. The city lord replied, Of course I know. If it were anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. The city lord coldly snorted and said, It's ridiculous. That kid was even personally brought into the house by me, Ji Yu Yan said. I also didn't expect his martial arts talent to be so astonishing. The city lord said, His strength isn't bad, but he's too stubborn. He still has a lot of good medicine formulas in his hands. The future of Glory City may still depend on him. I don't know what he's thinking. Relying on his little bit of ability and already causing trouble everywhere. He's only 13 years old, and he already dares to run wild in the city lord's mansion. Ji Yu Yan chimed in. I think the young miss is quite fond of this. Ni Li. 13 isn't exactly young. Back in my day, at that age, I already had a wife and kids. The city lord scoffed. It's not like he's only messing with my daughter. I don't know why Ziyun is so fixated on him. Ji Yu Yan asked. Heroes have always loved beauties. Otherwise, why would you even dare to chase him out? The city lord said, I already welcomed him here. If I kick him out now, wouldn't I be slapping my own face? Ji Yu Yan agreed, laughing heartily. Haha, a dignified city lord, yet ultimately checkmated by a little punk, the city lord replied, It's all for Glory City. On Neely's side, he was standing in front of Xingyun's room, calling out, Hey, she called back. You've rested in my room for so long. Isn't it time you went back? Neely replied, I haven't recovered yet. Then I'll visit you again tomorrow. But Ziyun objected, saying, Don't come tomorrow either. Leaving Neely feeling disappointed, he asked tentatively, What about the day after tomorrow? Ziyun refused. The day after tomorrow is also a no-go, causing them both to sigh helplessly. Back with the two old guys, they were strolling and chatting. The city lord asked, "By the way, have you ever heard of the Great Soul Fusion Technique?" Ji Yuyan shook his head. "I'm not too clear on it. According to what that kid said, when he uses this Great Soul Fusion Technique, he'll definitely be able to defeat me. But the side effects are huge. It's a move that will result in mutual destruction. If possible, I'll still need the chairman to lend a hand and help me pry more information out of his mouth," Ji Yuyan asked in surprise. "Does the city lord really need to resort to such a technique? This is an extremely risky move?" The city lord shook his head. "No, I certainly won't use it casually. It's just to prevent any future troubles." "The Dark Guild has been getting more and more restless lately," Ji Yuyan asked in surprise. "Is there any news from Lord Ye Mo?" The city lord nodded in confirmation. "They want to lure demon beasts to attack Glory City." Hearing this news caused Ji Yuyan to freeze in shock. The next day, Nilil's buddies also came to the city lord's mansion to visit him. Nili asked in surprise, "Why are you guys here too?" Lu Piao praised. "Nice one, bro." Chasing Ye Ziyun all the way to her house, Du Zhen pushed Lu Piao's head down and asked, "I heard you defeated Shen Yu of the Sacred Family. Is it really a good thing to show your strength right now?" Nili replied. "Before, I was too weak so I could only be humble, but now I can fuse with demon spirits. If I have to face the Dark Guild, I'll still be able to protect my life. It's also a good time to give the Sacred Family a taste of their own medicine. It's so satisfying," Du Zi laughed heartily. "This is a big one, but you've really made enemies with them now. If it's just personal grudges, choosing to go against their family doesn't seem like the wisest choice. Especially since the Sacred Family is the core strength of our Glory City," Lu Piao interjected. "Forget it. Based on the Sacred Family's personality, they'll never let Nili go." Nili smiled slightly and replied, "That's right." Looking at his two bros in front of him, he thought of how they lived and died together with him in his past life until the very end, and said, "But no matter what, I'll stick with them to the end, because there are some things that I can't forgive them for. In the future, one side will definitely have to die. It won't be as simple as a martial arts competition." Hearing these words made them silent. Then Lu Piao burst out laughing. "Why are you suddenly being so serious? It's just a family, there's nothing to worry about," Lu Piao said confidently. "Because we're still here," Nilai nodded happily and said, "You're really good brothers." Later, Wei Nan and the others were teasing Zhao Yu happily. Lu Piao said to Nili, "Oh right, Zhao Ning'er has entered the heavenly sacred border. Did you know about this?" Nili asked in surprise. "Why did she run there again, without telling us?" Lu Piao said, "You've been running around all over the place lately. Where would she find you?" Causing Nili to pause and ponder, Nili thought, "I heard that the heavenly sacred border can cause great damage to the soul. I really can't rest easy. I also want to go to the heavenly sacred border. Then I'll just go today." Du Zhen said, "If you leave the city lord's mansion, how will you ensure your safety? The academy is a whole day's journey away." Nili replied, "No problem, I'll just disguise myself." He then called out to Wei Nan, Zhang Ming, and Zhao Changjun, "Sorry to bother you, but please help me take care of Zhao Yu." Hearing this, Zhao Changjun agreed. "Okay, you can rest assured and go." Immediately, Nili raised his hand to his face, using facial alteration. "All right. Then I'll have to trouble you." Instantly, his face changed into someone else's, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Wei Nan said, "He's become even more handsome." Lu Piao was stunned. "I didn't expect you to even know this kind of skill," Nili said nonchalantly. "Of course, when you're wandering the pugilistic world, of course, I gotta know a few tricks to keep myself alive, you know?" He then says, "All right," and hands them the demon spirits, telling them, "Hold on tight." Wei Nan gets the Windwalker, Zhu Jiangjun gets the Sacred Fire, Zhang Ming gets the Stone Armor, and Du Zi gets the Raging Tiger Berserker Demon Spirit. Lu Piao happily says, "You guys probably won't believe it, but I've already fused with a demon spirit. Lately I've been training like crazy, and I finally reached silver rank, so the old man rewarded me with a gold rank demon spirit. A gold rank demon spirit. Someday I might become a gold rank demon spiritist." Nilin is stunned, and says to Lu Piao, "What I gave you is the Scarlet Blood Demon Wolf. It might even evolve to legend rank someday, if you don't want it." Hearing this, Lu Piao flinches and snatches it away. "Who wouldn't want it?" Nili awkwardly laughs. "Haha, this dude." Then he turns to Zhao Yu and instructs, "You gotta train hard here, okay?" The little girl replies, "I know." Nili quickly speeds off to the illusionary divine palace with his two best buddies. Scene change. Back at the academy, everyone wonders. Vice Principal Zhao Ning'er has been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out yet? Is something wrong? Yisheng speaks up. "Yeah, even though students with high talent can stay for a relatively long time, this is too long." Suddenly someone shouts, "Vice Principal, there are 3 students who want to see you." They're all students who just entered the genius class. Ye Sheng nods in agreement, saying, "Bring them in." The teacher obeys and quickly leads Nilin's group in. Nili happily thanks the teacher. He sighs. To be able to enter the genius class at such a young age, they're really something. Hearing this, Lu Piao gleefully snickers. He points to the vice principal's office. It's here, go on in. At this moment, Neely changes his appearance back to normal, then politely smiles and says, "Thank you, teacher," leaving the teacher dumbfounded by Neely's 180-degree transformation. He immediately enters the room, sitting across from Ye Sheng, causing him to be surprised as he recognizes, thinking to himself, "It's Neely." In the previous exam, his soul force was clearly only 100 points, but now he's defeated even Shen Xiao. He composes himself and says, "Hello." Neely gets straight to the point. "Vice Principal Ye Sheng, I want to enter the Illusionary Divine Palace, is that okay?" He immediately replies, "Of course. Even in the genius class, no student is stronger than you." Neely thanks him and says, "I want to go in right now." Ye Sheng happily agrees. "No problem." On the way to lead Neely's group inside, he says, "Xiao Ningzher has been in there for so long without any movement. Why don't you go in and see what's up?" Arriving at the location, Ye Sheng says, "Go ahead in." Neely looks at it, agrees, then turns to his two friends, saying, "I'm going in, you two just wait there for me." A moment later, he swiftly strides into the Illusionary Divine Palace. Dunzin seems a little worried, saying, "I wonder if it's dangerous." Lu Piao reassures him, "You're overthinking it. Of all the geniuses who enter the Illusionary Divine Palace, who's as strong as Neely?" Tuze also agrees with Lu Piao, suggesting, "Instead of worrying, why not fuse with your demon spirit? I can't wait to see how strong my scarlet blood demon wolf is." Duzi, standing beside him, also agrees. Ye Sheng looks on, sighing. They really know how to strive for success. It would be great if all students were like that. Scene change. Neely, who is inside at this moment, blankly says, "So that's how it is. I've never been here in my past life either." He then looks at the spiral corridor in surprise, saying, "This is the illusion." Suddenly, a beam of light appears beneath his feet, gradually enveloping Neely's body. In an instant, it seems like the space is teleported to another location. Neely blankly looks at the surrounding scenery, then the space continues to teleport, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, thinking, "What's going on, my soul realm?" In a blink, he appears in the middle of a forest. He senses his soul force rapidly increasing, thinking to himself, "My soul realm is instantly pulled apart into 3 parts. This is too abnormal." Suddenly, his vision blurs, seeing Ningzher's figure. Unexpectedly, a flash of light causes Neely to fall flat on the ground. Neely sits and gathers his strength, thinking, "My soul realm is expanding too quickly. I need to stabilize it first." This place is truly a sacred ground for cultivating soul force, and only genius class students can withstand such a rapid increase. Fanged Wolf, Panda, and Shadow Devil are also increasing rapidly. Suddenly a voice is heard, asking, "Kid, how did you manage to fuse with 2 demon spirits?" Neely realizes, "There's a soul watching me." He immediately asks, "Who are you?" It chuckles, saying, "You answer me first and I'll tell you," he says, "because I cultivate a special cultivation technique, so what?" The person then asks in surprise, "That's so amazing. What kind of cultivation technique is it?" Neely coldly says, "Why are you asking again? You still haven't answered my question." How rude. The soul, upon hearing this, becomes furious, growling and yelling, "Kid, you can actually find me in the soul world. I've been sleeping in this illusionary divine palace for hundreds of years. I've met tons of geniuses before, and while your talent ain't bad, none of them ever caught my eye. But you and that little girl over there are pretty good, especially you. You're more talented." All this blabbering is getting on Neely's nerves. The soul continues, "Today I've taken a liking to you, so I'm going to take you in as my disciple." Hearing that, Neely's face froze. A glance from him made the soul awkwardly say, "No need to kowtow, I'm pretty chill like that." Neely got heated and yelled, pointing, "When did I agree to become your disciple, and who the heck are you, popping out of nowhere, wanting to be my master? Is it 'cause you think I'm loaded?" The soul sighed, looking at Neely with annoyance, saying, "What a snot-nosed brat, do you even know who I am?" Neely retorted. "Asked you 3 times already, and you ain't saying." The old geezer started advertising. "Back in the day, when the Dark Era descended, our human race faced a calamity of destruction. The 5 legendary spirit masters and I led hundreds of thousands of survivors to Glory City and blocked the attacks of demon beasts. I am one of the 5 founding ancestors of Glory City, Ye Yan, and the creator of Frostwind World. While I was alive, I sealed my soul in this heavenly, illusory sanctuary to protect Glory City, so Glory City wouldn't be invaded." Hearing this bombastic resume, Neely was surprised and quickly clasped his hands in salute. "So it's ancestor, my bad, but I ain't interested in becoming your disciple," Ye Yan snapped. "The hell you say? Do you know what a great opportunity you're giving up, with me guiding you? You'd have the chance to become a legendary spirit master without spending a dime. Neely replied, I can become a legendary spirit master on my own. Which made the old geezer rage. You're way too cocky, you arrogant punk. You think becoming a legendary spirit master is something you can achieve just by flapping your gums? Legendary spirit masters are the pinnacle of existence, and unless you're a super talented genius, don't even dream of touching that level. You know how many people knelt down begging to become my disciple back then? I only taught 3 students in this sanctuary. Neely scratched his head and asked, Oh, okay, but what can you teach me? Ye Yan chuckled. As a legendary spirit master, there's nothing I don't know about this continent. I'm skilled in astronomy and geography, and I understand countless cultivation techniques. I can also guide you in the field of demon spirit cultivation and combat skills, but all this— Neely already knows that stuff, so he just stared blankly, leaving Ye Yan stunned. Then he said, All right, I have 5 of the strongest inheritance techniques here. You can choose one. The old man stretched out his hand, channeling his energy, and the book suddenly appeared before Neely. He picked up one, the Spirit Transfer Art. Neely pouted and said, You're not even embarrassed to show me a book like this. Its highest limit is only black gold rank. This technique is so tattered. Look at these 3 pages. Channeling soul force into the heavenly pivot acupoint. Do you even know what the heavenly pivot acupoint is for? Hearing these words made Ye Yan's face go blank, and he quickly said, Wrong one. Which left Neely speechless. He continued to criticize, There's also this one, the Yang Spirit Art. This technique takes forever to cultivate, and you have to find a place with the most sunlight to cultivate. What about cloudy days? By the time I cultivate to the legendary rank, I'll probably be underground. Plus, the cultivation is so rigid, I don't even want to look at it. What red sun enters the body crap? Change it to yin-yang harmony, and the speed can be 3 times faster. Neely looked at the books and sighed in despair, leaving Ye Yan speechless. Suddenly, he was surprised to see the Azure Wolf Art, flipping through the book and saying, A technique for fusing with wolf-type demon spirits. This one can actually be cultivated to the legendary realm. Ye Yan chuckled, leaning in and asking, Do you like this technique? But he frowned and asked, Like it? I'm asking you, ancestor, why does this technique only have the first 9 parts? Can it only be cultivated into a 3-star legendary spirit master? He crossed his arms and said, I have this Azure Wolf Art too, and I even have the 10th part. Want me to teach you? I guarantee you can easily become a 5-star legendary spirit master. Ye Yan was about to faint, thinking, just what is this little devil's background? He even wants to teach me. He's clearly just a kid. How does he know more than me? Neely sighed, smirked, saying, Ancestor, these 5 techniques are too shabby. Is this what you learned when you were alive? No wonder you only reached the legendary level. If you were still alive, I have over 3,600 super level techniques where I'm from. Just picking one at random would be better than these 5, and could help your cultivation increase by a level. Ye Yan was so embarrassed that he raised his hand to stop him and said, All right, enough. I don't care where you got so many techniques. But techniques aren't everything in cultivation. You have to know, you're still young, and in terms of cultivation, I, as a legendary spirit master, can help you a lot. I have vast knowledge, beyond your imagination. Neely looked surprised and asked, If you're so amazing, let me ask you a question. Why can the soul sea fuse with demon spirits? Hearing this, Ye Yan laughed heartily. Ha ha, haven't your mentors taught you such a simple question? Demon spirits are the state of existence of souls, and the soul sea is the container of souls, so of course they can fuse, just like a cup can hold water. Ha ha. Although you have good talent, you lack basic knowledge, you're young, so it's understandable. Neely was taken aback and asked, But why can't my friend Xiao Ming fuse with demon spirits, even though he's clearly reached silver rank? If it's a cup, why can't it hold water? This stumped the old man, making it difficult to answer, and he said, This has a very low probability. Almost unheard of, so it doesn't count, Neely retorted. It's precisely because of unexpected events that we can explain the secrets after researching them. A legendary spirit master who doesn't even understand this. I don't know what your master taught you. If I had a disciple like that, I would have beaten him to death a long time ago, he sighed, leaving Ye Yan speechless with rage, and he challenged Neely. Then tell me why, he smiled and said, Because the soul sea has its fixed attributes, and so do demon spirits. If the two are too different, they naturally can't fuse. You can think of it like water and fire. Ye Yan pondered and asked, Differences in attributes, Neely explained. A human soul sea isn't just about this one secret thing, but of course someone at your level, Mr. Demon Spiritualist, wouldn't understand. If you wanted to take me as your master, I might even agree to explain more to you. Besides, your soul hasn't dissipated yet. Hearing this, Ye Yan got pissed, thinking, Bastard, take you as my master. I am the esteemed founding ancestor of Glory City, and yet I'm being looked down upon by this little brat. Suddenly, Zhu Feng said, "Helping you rebuild your body isn't impossible." Ye Yan was shocked that his body could be rebuilt, thinking to himself, "No way. Just what's your background?" Suddenly, Zhu Feng pondered, then said in a disapproving tone, "I should say that I don't want to teach a disciple with such poor talent. It took you 560 years to reach legendary rank, and you're still so smug about it." It shocked the old man, making him scream. "You little bastard," Zhu Feng blankly said. "But I'm not a descendant of your Feng Shu family. I'm from the Tianyin family." Hearing that name, Ye Yan remembered, "I have an impression, during the time when I was building Glory City, you were just a small family. Your ancestors were indeed very strong. It seems you've inherited a bit from your family. You're already so arrogant just from inheriting a little bit." After saying that, he disappeared, causing Zhu Feng to smile faintly, saying, "Since he's gone, time to cultivate." He focused and sat in meditation. His soul force released a powerful pillar of aura. A source of light surrounded Zhu Feng, making Ye Yan, who was watching from afar, exclaim, "Too amazing. This aura is very similar to a legendary demon spiritualist cultivating. Whether it's this kid or that girl over there, their cultivation techniques are too powerful." He then turned to Ning who was cultivating, and said, "Could it be that I've been gone for so many years that the outside world has changed so much?" He immediately said to Ning, "Little girl, I see that you have great talent. How about I take you as my disciple?" Causing Ning to be startled and ask, "May I ask who you are, senior?" The old man replied, "I am the founding ancestor of Glory City, the founder of the Feng Shu family, Ye Yan." Hearing the introduction, Ning jumped in surprise and quickly clasped her hands in a salute. Xiao Ning of the Yilong family greets the founding ancestor. Ye Yan chuckled with delight. "Haha. Not bad, not bad. Truly a well-bred child." "That's right. I've been in this heavenly illusionary saint realm for hundreds of years. I wonder what the outside world is like now," Ning replied. "Glory City is still safe and sound today, founding ancestor." The old man continued to ask, "How many legendary demon spiritualists are currently in Glory City?" She respectfully replied, reporting to the founding ancestor, "There is only one, Lord Ye Mo." Hearing this caused the old man to stroke his beard in surprise. How can that be? Making Ning who was standing beside him, stunned and ask, "Is there a problem?" Ye Yan thought to himself. How can it be that a kid can cultivate such techniques yet there's only one legendary demon spiritualist? The old man said aloud, "It's nothing, little girl. Show me your cultivation technique. Maybe I can give you some pointers." Hearing this, Ning hesitated, causing the old man to ask with curiosity, "What's wrong?" she said. Reporting to the Grand Elder, "The cultivation technique I practice is called the Wind Lightning Worm Dragon Art. It was given to me by a friend. Without that friend's permission, I'm afraid I can't tell the founding ancestor about it," Ye Yan quickly said. No, I just want to see what the technique is like. I won't learn it or give it to others." Ning hesitated, so the old man said, "How about we make a deal? You show me your Wind Lightning Worm Dragon Art, and I can teach you a technique that's 10 times stronger than yours." Unexpectedly, Zhu Feng rushed over just in time and shouted, "You old geezer!" causing Ning to be stunned and ask, "Zhu Feng, how did you get into my mind, see?" And Ye Yan asked in surprise, "Kid, why are you also dead?" Zhu Feng crossed his arms and said, "I'm not dead, it's just soul projection. A very simple spell." Turning to say to Ning "Don't be fooled by him." Ye Yan quickly defended. What do you mean by being fooled? Nonsense," Zhu Feng retorted. "You want to use a few raggedy cultivation manuals of yours to trick her out of her Wind Lightning Worm Dragon Art? If that's not trickery, what is? To think that you were once a founding ancestor, yet you're deceiving a little girl." Hearing this, Ning was also stunned, but then turned her head away. Ye Yan added, "I'm already dead, so I don't care about your cultivation techniques, let alone tricking you out of them." Zhu Feng asked back, "You don't care? What were you doing just now?" The old man said, "I just wanted to help this little girl, to see if there were any flaws in the cultivation technique she's practicing." Hearing this, he frowned, thinking, "What could someone like you see?" He then coldly snorted and said, "But the thing is, it's okay to let you take a look." Causing the old man to be delighted, but then he suspiciously asked, "You little brat, what do you want? Just say it," Zhu Feng praised. "As expected of the founding ancestor, you're very straightforward. I want the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword." Hearing this, Ye Yan flatly refused, "No way," making him think seriously. How decisive! And Ning hearing about the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword, didn't know what technique it was. Zhu Feng then used a soft approach to reel him in, saying, "Then forget it." But Ye Yan said, "Wait, how do you know the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword is in here?" He replied, "Our Tianyin family has existed for a long time. I even know things that the founding ancestor doesn't know." These words taunted the old man, making him annoyed. "Let me tell you, the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword isn't a toy. Even if I let you hold it, you wouldn't be able to control it. That sword has slain countless demon beasts. Its killing intent is overwhelming. It's a weapon of slaughter. Back then, among the 5 of us legendary demon spiritualists, only Saint Mu was able to use this sword. Zhu Feng smiled faintly and replied, "That's not for sure, founding ancestor. You just need to tell me where to find the sword, and I'll know how to control it." The old man warned, "Don't mess around. With your power, you can't subdue it. Not only that, but with just a little carelessness, you might even be backfired." Neely shook his head and sighed. "You really don't trust me. In that case, why don't we make a bet?" Surprising the old man, who then asked, "Bet on what?" he thought. This kid is really confident. Even Saint Manhwa died from the sword's backlash, and he was a legendary figure among spiritualists. Didn't that girl call him Neely? Neely also gives me a very strange feeling. If this kind of divine weapon falls into his hands, it might not be a bad thing for Glory City. Thinking of this, he agreed. "Okay, then what do we bet?" he said. "If I can subdue it, then from now on, Ancestor Ye Yuan will have to listen to me, and if I fail, the Wind Lightning Winged Dragon art will belong to you," Ye Yuan said unhappily. "Have you no respect for your elders? What are you saying?" Pointing at him. "You dare to make Ancestor listen to you," he blankly said. "You don't trust me, and you're afraid of losing, so there's nothing more to say," making Ye Chuan coldly snort. "You want to trick me? Not so easy," thinking to himself, intentionally trying to provoke me. "Ha ha," the old man said. "Betting is fine. But we have to change the betting conditions a bit," Neely asked in surprise. "Change how?" the old man said. "First, you guys have to tell me the incantation of the Wind Lightning Winged Dragon art. After that, I'll take you to find the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword, and if you can't get the Divine Sword, then you'll have to demonstrate your cultivation technique for me." Neely also nodded and agreed, then turned to ask for her opinion. "Xiangzhe, would you agree to tell Ancestor Ye Yuan the incantation?" She smiled and said, "You were the one who taught it to me." "Of course, I have no objections," Neely declared. "Then it's a deal, Ancestor Yi Chuan. You can't go back on your word." The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Of course." Then Neely squatted down and said, "Hurry up and sit down, then speak," making Ye Yuan shout, "I'm a soul, what would I sit on?" He solemnly recited the incantation of the Wind Lightning Winged Dragon art, causing Ye Yuan to be stunned upon hearing this profound technique. A burst of light emitted. The old man blocked his eyes, thinking, "Truly amazing." But Neely on this side was still incessantly reciting the incantation, making the old man grimace, thinking, "If I had learned it earlier, I might have been able to reach the legendary rank." "Quickly," Neely said, "I'm done." Causing the old man to panic and uncover his eyes, utterly horrified, thinking, "I never expected there to be such an amazing cultivation technique in this world, without any flaws at all, completely surpassing my level." Neely came over and asked, "So can you take us now?" The old man immediately agreed. "Let's go, immediately." Neely's soul also returned to his body. He turned back and called, "Ning Jaeger." She also looked and called, "Neely." Suddenly remembering the red jade engagement cord she had given him before, she lowered her face, quickly calming herself down, and went with Neely. Following Ye Yuan, the old man led them for a while, then instructed, "Right ahead is the center of the Holy Land, be careful." Neely spoke up, saying, "Because it's an illusion, the scenery is constantly changing." As soon as he finished speaking, countless demonic beasts with surging killing intent suddenly appeared before his eyes. He frowned and thought, "Is the killing intent emitted by the divine sword? It seems that quite a few demonic beasts have died under this sword. It's just that these illusions have no effect on me." He turned to look at Ninger, and she was trembling, her face dark and full of fear, he thought. It seems it's still too much for her to bear. He immediately channeled his energy and shouted loudly, causing Ninger to awaken. She gasped for breath, scared, and soaked in sweat. Neely immediately asked, "Are you okay?" She lightly smiled and replied, "I'm okay, thank you, Neely." Meanwhile, her body was soaked in sweat, pouring into her cleavage like a flowing spring. This scene struck Neely's eyes, making him embarrassed. Quickly covering his mouth to stop drooling, he turned to ask, "Ancestor, if I can subdue the divine sword, you'll follow me. Is that really true?" Ye Chuan confirmed, "Of course I, a dignified ancestor, have never lied to anyone before. If you really can't subdue it, then I won't be able to stay in the illusionary Holy Land either, because my soul relies on it to exist until now. But kid, I still advise you, this divine sword isn't easy to pull out." Neely grinned and said, "Just so happens I don't like things that are too easy to do. It's really boring." These words left Ye Yuan speechless, thinking, "This stinky brat is even more boastful than me." At this moment, lightning bolts were striking down in front of them. The closer they got, the stronger the lightning strikes became, with booming explosions. Out of nowhere, a shrine appeared with a super cool sword stuck in it. Ningfire was stunned, saying, "That's the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword. I can't go any further." The soul energy it emits is too strong, my soul force can't handle it. She immediately used the wind lightning winged dragon art to suppress it. Nilai glanced over and praised, the speed of increasing soul force here is even faster than before. Suddenly, a powerful light burst out, making Nili and Ye Ziyun dumbfounded, exclaiming, Ninger broke through. What level are you now? She smiled and replied, I'm already 5-star silver rank, not far from gold rank demon spiritualist. That's awesome. Nilis happily congratulated her, thinking to himself, Ningdir can now completely control her own destiny. Suddenly, he remembered and said, That's right, I refined quite a few demon spirits before. Ye Ziyun also asked curiously, What is it? Nili handed over a demon spirit, saying, Try fusing with this demon spirit, it's the wind lightning sky sparrow, a god level one. Ye Ziyun was dumbfounded, asking, Kid, you even have this? What does god level mean? Nili smugly said. Not telling you, he. Ninghair hesitated when taking the demon spirit. Seeing this, Nili smiled and said, Don't be polite. Based on your current cultivation base, plus the wind lightning sky sparrow, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be your match anymore. Hurry up and fuse. She immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Nili confidently walked towards the shrine. Ye Ziyun watched and wondered, Can Nili actually pull out the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword? Although he's only a platinum rank demon spiritualist, he has skills and spells that I've never seen before. The old man crossed his arms, staring intently at Nilin as he walked forward. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the sword with a bang, creating an incredibly terrifying aura. The water around suddenly surged violently, crashing towards Nili. Suddenly, a ferocious set of teeth emerged from the water, attacking him, causing Nili to realize it was a murderous aura. Ye Ziyun, watching from afar, worriedly said, Crap. This murderous aura. I'm afraid even a crystal rank demon spiritualist can't withstand it. Strangely, the water parted to both sides, with a surging aura emanating. Nili gradually appeared powerfully with the aura of the Shadow Devil, making Ye Ziyun confused as well. Realizing it was a Shadow Devil demon spirit, wasn't it extinct? He even has such a powerful demon spirit. Looks like he really came prepared. Nili used an invisibility technique, running past the murderous aura like a gust of wind. He quickly arrived next to that super cool sword. Standing up straight, he faced the powerful lightning created by the sword. Nili took step after step closer. Suddenly, the terrifying lightning struck, making Nili stunned, thinking to himself, My soul force just made contact with the Heavenly Star Divine Lightning Sword, but it was attacked. He realized these lightning streaks were demon spirits within the sword, exclaiming, Very good. He quickly transformed. Then Nili sat down, releasing soul force from his body, attracting those lightning streaks. Suddenly, a column of light slammed down, creating a violent rumbling explosion. Nili grimaced, enduring with difficulty, as the power of the soul, surrounded by countless demon beasts, entered. They were snarling, wanting to attack. Ye Ziyun, shocked, asked, How can he directly let the soul force of demon spirits enter? Does he want to die? Suddenly, the Tiger Fang structure appeared in Nili's soul realm. It rushed out and attacked the souls, knocking them down in an instant. Then, these souls, weakened, were absorbed into Nili's soul realm. Next, other souls entered. The column of light shone directly on Nili. Ye Ziyun was dumbfounded, saying, Each time a demon spirit enters the soul realm, it absorbs soul force. He can fuse 2 demon spirits. Could his cultivation technique be like this? Soon, the souls continued to be absorbed by Nili, and lightning struck repeatedly. In an instant, he went from 4-star silver rank to 5-star, breaking through extremely powerfully. His soul realm just kept absorbing other souls. At this moment, Nili suddenly woke up and declared, It's time. Then he directly confronted the dazzling lightning source of the Heavenly Origin Divine Thunder Sword, accompanied by booming explosions. Seeing this, Ye Yan thought to himself, He can actually use this technique. Why didn't I think of it back then? Back then, Holy Saint cultivated lightning-based techniques, transforming his body into a lightning body to subdue the sword, but due to the side effects, he died at the age of 39. Afterwards, no one could control the Heavenly Origin Divine Sword. To prevent the murderous aura of this sword from harming others, we built the Heavenly Illusion Holy Realm, he said. It seems he absorbs energy very easily. Doesn't he usually use his techniques to absorb the soul force of others? As the lightning bolts kept striking, the sword vaguely appeared, seizing the opportunity. Nili unleashed a fierce force to resist, struggling to stand up and walk towards the sword. When the sword fully appeared, he quickly grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly Origin Divine Thunder Sword. He slowly pulled the sword out of the thunder arena with force. A violent burst of light erupted. A force shone down directly from the sky, shocking everyone in Glory City. Ye Sheng then said, City Lord, did you hear that? He nodded and replied, But the location can't be found. How strange. Could it be a legendary demonic beast has appeared nearby? This is no small matter. He stood up abruptly and said, "I must summon all black gold demon spiritualists to discuss countermeasures." After that earth-shattering scene, the sky suddenly cleared. And finally, Neely managed to pull out this badass sword. At this time, on Neely's side, after he held the sword in his hand, the lightning bolts kept rushing over. Neely tried swinging the sword straight into the sky, and immediately, the lightning bolts collided, creating a booming, shaking explosion that lit up the entire sky. After that horrifying scene, the sky suddenly changed, and rays of sunlight shone in, and the thunderstorm disappeared. The lightning on the sword also quickly died down, he thought in surprise. "It feels even more powerful than my violet orchid sword from my previous life," Ning said in surprise. "The storm has stopped." Then, he strapped the sword behind his back, and turned to ask, "Well, Ancestor Yeyan, I succeeded." He calmly walked down, and Yeyan flew over, sighing, "Unexpectedly, I will follow you. It's just that the heavenly origin divine thunder sword has always been the object I rely on, and now it has recognized you as its master. Without an object to rely on, my soul can only exist for a few days, and then it will dissipate, so my promise is only effective for those few days." This made Neely stunned, he continued. "But I am the ancestor of you guys. How could I be so shameless, right?" Suddenly, Neely crossed his arms and raised the corner of his mouth. "I have a way to find an object to rely on, just follow me." Then he turned to Ning and said, "Let's go." The three happily left. They quickly exited the Heavenly Illusion Holy Realm of Holy Orchid Institute. As soon as they came out, the group of Yesheng happily welcomed them. "Both of you passed the test, that's great." Meanwhile, Yeyan followed beside them, but they didn't see him. Neely lowered his head and said, "We hope that Vice Principal won't reveal the matter of us passing the Heavenly Illusion Holy Realm." Yesheng nodded in agreement. "Of course, I will report to the City Lord so that he can protect you. Go back first," Neely respectfully said. "Thank you, Vice Principal." Ye Chuan wondered. "Oh, this is Holy Orchid Institute," Neely asked back. "You've met geniuses every year, yet you don't know what the outside world is like," Ye Chuan said. "But this is the first time I've come out. I've never lived in a house like this before." Then he hurriedly asked, "Neely, where are you going?" He replied, "Going to prepare a body for you," making him exclaim in surprise. "Do you really have a way? But not just any ordinary object can be a host for a soul." Neely turned to Duzi and said, "Let's go to the smithy." Ye Yan was full of doubts, not understanding. What exactly does Neely want to do? He smiled faintly, thinking, I am fortunate to know some alchemy methods. And even more fortunate to have a blueprint. Today I will show you. Then, the crafting began. After a few hours of drawing and crafting, Neely finally finished. He said, "That's perfect." Ye Yan looked at it uncomfortably and said, "Isn't this some kind of evil thing you're making?" He replied. "Things aren't evil, only people are," Ye Yan retorted. "If what you made was human, I'd definitely like it better." Then, looking at Ye Yan, he sneered. "Being a bird." "How ugly," Neely said. "Ugly is still better than being dissipated." Then he added, "What I used for you is the best alloy that isn't sold on the market, so even a legendary expert can't break it." Then he turned and said, "Old man, it's done, come on." Immediately, Ye Yan's soul entered the iron bird. Its eyes lit up and it flapped its wings. Lu Piao's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "Ah, it's flying." Neely then asked him, "How is it?" Ye Xuan replied. "It's okay," Neely chuckled and said, "Once you get used to this soul puppet, your strength will gradually recover to a legendary level soul." Ye Xuan sighed. "Legendary soul puppet, how ironic. But this is as good as being resurrected." Neely then said, "We need a name." Suddenly, he thought of the name Zhao Fei Fei, causing Ye Yan to scream, "What? You little brat? I am the grandfather ancestor?" Lu Piao heard the bird squawking and recognized it, asking, "Does it want to change its name?" Ning Freer smiled happily and said, "Zhao Fei Fei, what a nice name." Neely replied with a smile, "If Ninger likes it, just call it Zhao Fei Fei," leaving Ye Yan speechless, while Lu Piao on the side snickered, looking at the bird and laughing. "Zhao Fei Fei, are you going to lay eggs?" At this moment, Nelia said, "Let's go back quickly, it's getting late." Lu Piao suggested on the way, "Let's go this way, I know a shortcut," Duzi asked in surprise. "What shortcut?" Lu Piao explained. "Old Zhangjia's cornfield, I used to play through there, it will save a lot of time." So the group followed Lu Piao's lead. As they reached a deserted road full of bushes, Neely suddenly stopped. He suddenly sensed someone. Suddenly, a surge of aura rushed over, causing the group to be full of panic. Neely coldly snorted, "If you have something to say, come out and say it. If you've come, why hide?" As soon as he finished speaking, dark figures rushed over. They landed, surrounding the place, causing Lu Piao's eyes to widen in shock. While Zhao Fei Fei flew above, Neely looked around. They were all silver rank, and even 4 gold rank. At this time, one of them spoke. To be able to detect us, it seems we can't underestimate this kid, Ni Li said. Bringing these people to block my path is already underestimating me too much, he glared and called out, Elder Shen Ming, causing the masked man to be stunned. Shen Ming thought furiously, Ni Li absolutely can't let him escape. He immediately ordered his subordinates to attack. They quickly moved closer to Ni Li. He spoke to remind them, Ningxie, Duze, Lu Piao, protect yourselves well, I'll deal with them. With that, he released his aura and stepped forward. Duzine also released his demon spirit and said, I'm going too. Shen Ming on the side coldly snorted, Don't you know your current situation? If you obediently surrender, I might give you a quick death. Nie Lian arrived and said, I should be the one saying that. Do you know that killing people in Glory City is a capital offense? I advise you to put down your weapons and come with me to see the city lord, then I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. These words startled them, and they looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Ha ha. Full of sarcasm, they said. Little brat, I want to see just how you plan to be impolite to us. Neely looked up and called, Xiao Fei Fei. The iron bird immediately swooped down toward Shen Ming's group. He immediately ordered, Go for it. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei Fei rushed in, chirping, Cheep cheep, thinking coldly, just a bunch of useless trash. Before they could do anything, the bird blocked the way and launched a kick. It grabbed one of them by the head and threw him upwards, causing the people below to panic and shout, What is that? Catch it quickly. These masked goons are already running around like headless chickens thanks to little Fei Fei. That darn bird squawking is driving Shen Ming up the wall. And he yells, Damn it, forget the bird. Catch those little brats first. Yunhua finally shows up. He charges at Ni Li, looking grim, and says, crackling with energy, Perfect timing. He throws a punch, ready to fight. Yunhua transforms into a tiger and lunges with his fist. But Ni Li turns into a panda to meet him head-on. The two fists collide, creating a powerful shockwave. Lu Piao, worried, shouts, Ni Li. He unleashes the Zhuqin Shiguang Anyuan Qi, blasting it straight at Yunhua, who takes the full hit, sending him flying hundreds of miles into the sky. Gone with the wind, Shen Ming, standing nearby, is stunned as Yunhua disappears without a trace. Meanwhile, Duzhen is going all out against the baldy with too much hair, his demon spirit helping him fight. Seeing this, Ni Li steps in, using his gravity field to weigh the guy down, giving Duzhen the perfect chance to land a knockout punch. He turns to thank Ni Li. Shen Ming, bewildered, wonders, how can these little devils be so strong? When he glances elsewhere, his guys are getting their butts kicked. Ninger summons her demon spirit, unleashing her fiery red wings and effortlessly punishing them. The black-clad figures are sprawled on the ground, smoke coming out of their heads, unconscious. Shen Ming panics and shouts, Crap! They're gold-rank fighters! Elsewhere, the black-clad figures scream and collapse to the ground. Just a metal bird. Yet its fighting power is terrifying. Shen Fei is beside himself, thinking, How can these little devils be so powerful? My 4 gold-rank warriors and 23 silver-rank experts have all been defeated by them. Shen Hong's image flashes in his mind. Listen, Shen Ming, don't disappoint me. This snaps him back to reality, and he steels his resolve, gathering his strength and saying, I have no choice. He gathers his energy, unleashing his soul force as a roaring bear, but suddenly Lu Piao charges in with a punch, causing him to spit out blood. Then, a punch lands straight into his crotch, causing him to gasp for air, clutching his chest and collapsing with a scream, sprawled pathetically on the ground. Ni Li, Duzi, and little Fei Fei look on grimly, surrounded by the black-clad figures lying motionless on the ground. Unable to fight, Lu Piao brushes his hands and asks, What do we do with these guys now? Should we call the guard? Shen Ming grinds his teeth and says, You better let me go. If anything happens to me, our sacred family will never let you get away with this. Lu Piao kicks him and says, We've already made our move. If you say one more word, I'll bury you alive. Shen Ming shuts his mouth. Lu Piao mocks. So you're afraid of dying, huh? HMPH? I already know your family's reputation. You don't need to threaten me. Duzhen speaks up. What do you think? We need to get out of here quickly, or we might get ambushed, Ni Li says. Take him and Li Yunhua with us. Let the rest go. He asks, surprised. Where's Li Yunhua? He calls out, Little Fei Fei, please bring him here quickly. Lu Piao frowns and asks, Let them all go. Ni Li says, The 3 gold-rank experts have already been seriously injured by the puppets. They probably won't recover their cultivation in the next few years. The remaining silver ranks aren't worth worrying about, just let them go. Little Fei Fei drags Yunhua back. Seeing this, Duze scoffs and says, Catching these 2 ringleaders isn't bad. Are we going to the city lord's mansion now? Ni Li says, I'm afraid not. The 3 major families are always wary of each other, so it won't be easy to deal with. The city lord might not be able to step in, and the sacred family might even send someone to bring him back directly. Let's go to the Alchemist Association. They're powerful and always maintain a neutral position. One of these guys is Shen Hong's confidant, and the other is the leader of the Dark Guild. We can definitely get a lot of intelligence from them. He tells his companions, let's go. Scene change. The next morning, at the sacred family, Shen Hong's face was as dark as a thundercloud. He was so angry that his hands gripped the armrests so hard they cracked. The subordinates kneeling below trembled, explaining, we really didn't expect Deacon Yunhua to be defeated by a single blow, and the others are all silver rank experts, plus there's that strange bird. Our gold rank warriors were no match for them at all. Saying this, they all kowtowed to the ground. Old man Shen Hong, fuming, asked, so you just came back like this, leaving the elders, deacons, and Deacon Yunhua to be captured? They already know too much. This is no small matter. We should have taken care of them all sooner. He growled, Ni Li, you're really courting death. Find out where Shen Ming and Li Yunhua are being held, and investigate everyone who's ever associated with Ni Lai, Heavenly Mark's family. They think they're invincible just because they have the Alchemist Association backing them. Send the order down. Anyone from the Heavenly Mark's family who leaves Glory City is to be killed without exception. The subordinates immediately acknowledged the order. Shen Hong remembered something and said, all right, quickly invite the two elders, Shen Shu and Shen Yuan, here. Over with Ni Li, Yang Jin worried to herself. They're all black gold rank warriors. This will definitely be disadvantageous to Ni Li. She asked, Ni Li, little bro, is that Deacon Yunhua the contact between the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild? He said. That's right, Yang Xin scoffed. Then I'll use every means to pry his mouth open and see what kind of tricks the Sacred Family is playing. If they really dare to betray Glory City, then we will fight them to the very end. Suddenly, Xiao Feifei flew over and landed on the table. Surprising Yang Xin, she asked, why are you still carrying this bird around? Ni Li explained. It's not just an ordinary bird. It's very powerful. Yang Jin looked at the Heavenly Fate Thunder Sword and criticized. Why are you still carrying this broken sword? It's all rusty. Let me buy you a new one. And this bird is not cute at all. How about I give you a gold-ranked demon pet? Hearing this harsh criticism, Ye Yan went nuts, thinking, annoying, you have no taste, it's killing me. So he yelled and screeched violently, making Yang Xin stunned. She asked, Ni Lai, it seems like that bird can talk. What's it saying? Then she went to touch the bird, but it jumped away and flew out the window. Ni Lai said, Big sis, Ningxer and the others are still outside waiting for me, so I'll take my leave first. After you have the results of the interrogation, please inform me immediately. Yang Xin happily agreed. Okay, you all remember to be careful. I'll have a few black gold elders escort you back, Ni Lai agreed. Then I'll have to trouble you, he thought to himself. With black gold experts protecting me, Shen Hong probably won't dare to cause trouble for me either. So the two sides said goodbye, reminding each other to take care, and then left. The bird, Xiao Feifei, also quickly flew back to Ni Li's side and said, after thousands of years, Glory City still stands strong. Thinking of those days still makes me feel like I'm using my life. I heard that the city lord here is also named Ye. Must be a descendant of our Thunder family, Ni Li laughed. Your Thunder family was destroyed long ago. The city lord is from the Wind and Snow family. That little brat, Ye Yan, then you don't know. The Wind and Snow family is originally a branch of us. Your city lord has to call me ancestor when he sees me, Ni Lai said. He's my father-in-law. It's not a big deal. Ye Yan pecked Ni Li's head and said, You little brat, you have quite the nerve. You don't even put a black gold legend in your eyes, he smirked. Legend? It's just the beginning of cultivation, don't you know? This made Ye Yan exclaim in shock. What? Ni Li asked back. Do you know why the demon beasts rebelled in the Dark Era? He replied. Probably because they encountered some kind of stimulation, Ni Li said. You could say that. Back then there was only one demon beast that advanced, opened its mind, and reached a realm beyond legend. Sensing this, the 300 strongest legend demon spiritualists on the entire Holy Origin continent decided to kill it, but unexpectedly failed. In a fit of rage, that demon beast ordered the demon beasts across the continent to rise up and attack humanity. The experts of the great empires were no match for them at all, so they were repeatedly defeated. And within a few months, humans in all the empires fell into ruin. That year was the beginning of the Dark Age. Ye Yan had his mind blown and exclaimed, So that's how it was. No wonder so few people could become legend demon spiritualists afterward. But was that horned goat really that powerful? Ni Li replied, Actually, I was just making it up. Besides me, no one has ever seen it. Hearing this, Ye Yan said, Then you must like the horned goat a lot, right? Ni Li agreed. You could say that. Ye Yan asked, Legend is just the beginning. Then tell me, what is considered a strong person? Ni Lai explained. In that world, legend experts are just ordinary people. After speaking, his eyes suddenly opened and burst with aura, causing Ye Yan to also be affected, and his soul felt like it wanted to jump out. Staring in shock at Ni Lai's brightly shining soul force, he exclaimed, So OP, you're seriously this badass. Ni Lai continued. For you guys, transcendental legend-ranked demon beasts are already considered invincible. But when I unleash my full power, a single thought is enough to kill you. He turned and said, Ancestor Ye Yan, do you want to return to your original body so you can explore that wondrous world? Making Ye Yan freeze up, speechless. He looked at Ni Li and thought, Ni Li's body must contain the soul of an ultra-powerful expert who reincarnated. Then he chuckled mischievously. Heh, legend rank is just the beginning. Of course I want to go. Ni Li also smiled and replied, Haha, then let me cultivate to gold rank first, making him yell, You brat! Scene changes to Duze's house. An old man said, Duzen. This is the token of our Du family, the Lee-Fire Jade Scale Pendant. Today I will pass it on to you. After you grow up, you will be the patriarch of our Du clan. Duze received it and said, Patriarch, this item is too precious. Duze really doesn't dare to accept it. The old man replied sadly, Our Du family has declined for too long. As the family head, I am truly sorry to our ancestors. Fortunately, our clan has a talent like you. Although you are young, you have already become a silver-rank demon spiritualist. Today, only you can shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the family. Before the patriarch, you can completely receive it. He then thought, Without Nilin's help, I might still be at the beginner level. Then he resolutely said, Patriarch, I will definitely revitalize the family and not disgrace the mission you have entrusted to me. The patriarch smiled with satisfaction. Haha, little Z has become sensible, right? Uncle Zian, the Chen family, the Yu family, and the Lin family in Xintown have all sent people to express their desire for marriage with us. But he shook his head and refused, saying, I still have to help my bro complete his great undertaking. There's no need to think about it. Back then they couldn't wait to avoid me. And now, at the same time, in the Lu family, in the northern part of Glory City, Lu Ning, a third-level gold-rank demon spiritualist, is Lu Piao's father. He thought, Lu Piao, this brat is unexpectedly the strongest person they'll ever be. He looked at Lu Piao and asked, Son, where did you go yesterday? Thinking to himself, not cultivating all day, only knowing how to cause trouble, looks like he truly is a genius. But Lu Piao calmly ate grapes and asked back, Dad, you're back? Lu Ning nodded slightly, unhappily, saying, Outside you call me father, at home you call me dad. Son, you are amazing. Now I know you are a genius, other families all want to marry into our family. But you shouldn't be too arrogant, this time you've run into big trouble. Lu Piao blankly said, I was wrong, Dad. But Lu Ning shouted, Wrong! He gritted his teeth and said, It doesn't matter how much you mess around at home, but you actually dared to run to the Zhao family to peep at their young miss taking a bath. If this gets out, our family's face will be completely lost, Lu Piao dumbfoundedly asked. Is that it? It's my fault. Next time I will definitely not get caught again. Making Lu Ning choke on his saliva. He said, Because of this, the Zhao family has sent someone here, causing him to ask in surprise, Dad, have you proposed marriage to them? But he said, Not at all, haha, you little rascal. Do you like the Zhao family's young miss? As expected, you've been childhood sweethearts since you were little. Do you want your dad to propose marriage to the Zhao family? Humph, too good for them. Hearing this, Lu Piao pretended to clutch his stomach and scream, making Lu Ning laugh, haha, thinking to himself, But they have already proposed marriage to us. Suddenly, someone ran over breathlessly to report, Master, the Zhao family's young miss has arrived. Hearing this, the father and son were both shocked and stunned, but before they could react, the young miss pushed the door open and shouted, Lu Piao. She put her hands on her hips and walked in, grumbling and yelling, If you dare to run away, don't ever show your face to me again. Her name is Zhao Shu, making Lu Piao jump in fright. Before he could react, Zhao Shu ran over and pinched his ear, making Lu Piao scream loudly. Zhao Shui asked, Did you peep at me taking a bath yesterday? But Lu Piao pretended, no, making Zhao Shui pinch harder, and when she questioned him again sternly, Lu Piao finally admitted that he did. He then turned and said, I was really wrong, little Shu, be gentle. She glared at him and asked, How many times have you been peeping at me lately? Lu Piao stammered, Once, twice, I can't remember anymore. Making Zhao Shu frustrated, she blushed and asked, What did you see? Tell me. Lu Piao thought for a few seconds and then admitted, I saw everything, making Zhao Shu stunned like a log. Suddenly she smiled slightly and asked, Is it beautiful? Making Lu Piao dazed. Then he grinned mischievously and said, Very beautiful. But she pinched him even harder, so he denied it. Not beautiful. Thus, a beating began. Lu Piao couldn't bear it, and cried out for help from his father, but when he looked back, the person had already bailed a long time ago. Making Lu Piao helplessly scream and endure the beating. Scene change to the City Lord's mansion. Someone is talking to the City Lord. City Lord, Lord Ye Mo, has sent news. Due to the changing weather, the demon beasts outside our city are developing rapidly. We need to send some demon spiritualists to hunt them. We must control the number of demon beasts outside the city to prevent them from becoming a threat to the people later. The City Lord confirms. Lord Yi2 is right. Luckily, we have new elixirs, so our strength has increased quite a bit. If we also had 9 revolutions pills, how would it be? Also can reduce casualties to the minimum. Then he thought of Ni Li, and he got pissed off. Others saw this and quickly asked, City Lord, City Lord. The City Lord waved his hand and said, It's nothing. Right, remember to keep an eye on the people from the Dark Guild, Yi2 said. Besides this, Lord Yi-Mo also told me to bring back something. Please take a look, sir. Yi2 then took out a book and said, This is the book that Lord Yi-Mo found in an ancient cave. I really don't know how valuable it is, and I don't know what the words on it are. The City Lord quickly took it and opened the book, and was shocked when a source of bright power emitted, making all his hair stand on end, thinking, Such pure soul force, this is the first time I've smelled it. There are some Yuling patterns. What are the others? He turned to ask Ye-Tun, Where did you get this book? He replied, This is the book that Lord Ye-Mo found on the corpse of a strong expert while exploring in the Demon Beast Cave. According to speculation, that strong expert may have reached the peak legend realm. It's just a pity that the cave was too dangerous, so Lord Ye-Mo couldn't go any deeper. He just took this book and came out. The City Lord affirmed, This must be a treasure, it's just that I don't understand what it's saying, Ye-Tu said. Lord Ye-Zong in Holy Orchid Institute seems to have a genius who can understand many ancient books, and I heard that he can even read the Thunderfire Holy Scripture. Should we invite him here? Hearing this, the City Lord was startled, and said sullenly, Don't mention him to me. Seeing this, Ye-Tu was stunned, and surprisingly reminded, City Lord, this is something that Lord Ye-Mo risked his life to bring back. If we can decipher the mystery in it, it would be great for Glory City. Please put aside your personal grievances for now. The City Lord had to say, All right, then please trouble Lord Yi2, invite him. I can't show my face, Yi2 agreed. Then I'll take my leave first. Then he quickly left to the villa. Suddenly saw Xiaowu sitting under the tree cultivating, and the aura emitted was strong, wondering, This child, that aura must be at least bronze 3-star. Looking at her, she's not even 6 years old, how can that be? Fortunately, such a genius has been kept in the City Lord's mansion. But if the Dark Guild finds out, they will definitely stop at nothing to eliminate her. She's probably Ni Li's little sister. Suddenly, Ni Li spoke up. The third-ranked person in the Feng Lei family, the great black gold demon spiritualist, Lord Ye-Tu. I wonder what the senior is here for. Ni Li stepped forward boldly, full of majesty, making Yi2 stunned, thinking, I often travel everywhere with Lord Yi-Mo, how does this child know me? Then he laughed heartily, and quickly introduced himself. Hello, I am Yi2. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Fei flew over with a swoosh, making Ye-Tu jump. He looked at the bird perched on Ni Li's head and was shocked, thinking, Could this be a spirit puppet? Ye-Tu smiled lightly and said, I heard that there is a talented young man in my glory city, so I wanted to come here and take a look. Thinking in his heart, even has a spirit puppet, indeed not simple. Ye-Tu, I heard that Ni Li brother is unusually talented, so I wanted to come here to meet you. Ni Li looked at him and asked directly, Ye-Tu senior came to find me. I'm afraid the purpose is not as simple as that, right? Making him tongue-tied, thinking, Doesn't seem like a child at all. He nodded and admitted, Actually, I came here because I have something to ask for. Ni Li thought. I knew there was something up. I thought the City Lord sent someone to find me to cause trouble. Ha. So he said, Lord Yi2, please speak without hesitation. If I know, I will definitely say everything. You are Zi Yun's elder, so you are naturally my elder too. Making Ye-Tu look awkward, realizing no wonder the City Lord got angry with him. He coughed a few times to calm himself down, then took out the book and said, Ni Li, when Ye-Mo and I were traveling outside, we accidentally obtained something. Try to see what this is. Ni Li reached out and took it. He felt the aura from the book and determined this aura must be extraordinary. He quickly flipped through the book. Zhao Fei next to him also wondered, What is this? It looks quite like the characters of the Sacred Empire era. Before, Ye-Tu's soul force was strong enough to hear the spirit puppet's voice. Seeing the bird can talk made Ye-Tu jump, blurting out, It can even talk. Ni Li smiled faintly and criticized Zhao Fei, saying, And you even call yourself a learned scholar. This is not the character of the Sacred Empire era at all. Turning to speak to Ye-Tu, this is the character of the Wulan Empire, one of the 5 empires established after the Sacred Empire was destroyed. Ye Yuan asked back. Then isn't it also transformed based on the character of the Sacred Empire? So I guessed, like, 8 parts right, Ni Li said with a chuckle. Then try to tell me what the book is about. Ye Ziyun guessed. Seems like some kind of magic used to control demon spirits, right? Look at this rune. This is the rune used to control demon spirits. Ni laughed and said, This time you only guessed 3 parts right, and you still dare to show off. Want me to tell you? Ye Ziyun also listened attentively, while Ye Zhu next to him was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, even his puppet can understand some parts. But Yemo and I don't understand anything. Isn't this too bad? Ni Li glanced over and asked, Senior Yeshu, you guys don't understand either, making Yeshu stunned, embarrassed to answer. Not really. Ni Li asked again, I wonder where Senior Yeshu got this thing from. I hope Senior will keep it carefully. It's not an ordinary object. This book records a formation called the Myriad Demon Spirit Grand Formation, which can control countless demon spirits from black gold rank and above to form a super formation, and even a legend rank expert will be easily killed once they fall into this formation. Hearing this, Ye Ziyun nodded in understanding, thinking, According to what I understand about the patterns above, this is probably correct. I didn't expect Ni Li to understand the text of the Wulan Empire era. He's much stronger than me. Ye Zhu exclaimed, Even legend rank experts will die. The power of this formation is really terrifying. Then he asked, So, what if the City Lord sets up a Myriad Demon Spirit Grand Formation in Glory City? Ni Li laughed. As long as there are enough demon spirits, even if the opponent has dozens of legend-rank demon spiritualists, don't even dream of attacking the City Lord's mansion, making Yeshu ask in surprise, Is this true? Ni Li affirmed. Of course, Yeshu thought. If this formation can be set up around the City Lord's mansion, it can be used to protect most of the people in the city. Then he quickly bowed and asked Ni Li, Then can you set up this formation? Ni Li confidently replied. Setting up this formation is not a big problem. Just follow what the book says. It's just that it will take a lot of time to set up this formation, and it's also very difficult to gather enough materials. It requires more than 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits. Yeshu replied, Gathering this number of demon spirits is not a big problem. So how long will it take to complete the formation? He thought to himself. A formation as powerful as this will probably take 10 or 20 years to complete, right? As long as it can be set up, no matter how much time it takes, it's worth it. That way, Glory City will have another way to save its life. But Ni Li suddenly said, The time is 2 months. Making Ye Zhu freeze like a statue, startled, he asked again, What? Making Ni Li puzzled, he asked, What's wrong? Ye Zhu was in a daze, thinking, It can be completed in just 2 months. It's really unimaginable. That's great. Then he said, I represent the City Lord's mansion to invite you to help set up the Myriad Demon Spirit Formation. How about it? Ni Li unexpectedly refused. I'm afraid that's not possible. I don't have time. These words made Yeshu full of confusion, and he stuttered and asked, No time. This formation is related to the safety of Glory City. As a member of the city, how can Ni Li replied, It's true that I'm a member of Glory City, but that doesn't mean I have an obligation to help the City Lord's mansion do this for free, does it? If you want me to set up the Myriad Demon Spirit Grand Formation, it's not impossible. But Senior Yeshu can't represent the City Lord's mansion. I think it would be better for the City Lord to come and talk. After all, the Myriad Demon Spirit Formation is a big deal. Ni Li thought to himself, He almost beat me to death last time? This time he doesn't even come, and still wants me to worry about it? Ye Zhu also understood that he wanted benefits, so he suggested, Ni Li, as long as you agree to help us set up the Myriad Demon Spirit Formation, you will be a hero of the entire Glory City. We can provide you with a huge source of cultivation. Ni Li raised his hand to stop him. Wait, I wonder how Senior Ye Zhu feels the City Lord's mansion can provide me with a source of cultivation. He laughed. Soul-nourishing pills, soul-condensing pills, even the legendary soul-gathering pills. We can find them for you, no matter what cultivation technique you want, we can find it. Hearing these words made the bird and Ni Li speechless. He explained, That, Senior Ye Zhu, you might have just returned from outside the city. Didn't the City Lord tell you that the method of making those elixirs in Glory City was provided by me? If you want soul-gathering pills, 9 revolutions pills, just tell me. 3 or 5,000 pills, I can get. Ye Zhu was scared out of his wits and fell backward. Ni Li sighed and said bluntly, I have a small request. My sister and I want to move to Ye Ziyun's villa. I want to be with Ye Ziyun, otherwise I won't have inspiration and can't set up the Myriad Demon Spirit Formation. These words made the air full of awkwardness. Ye Zhu returned to the City Lord's mansion and relayed these words to the City Lord. These words made him tremble with anger. He suddenly stood up and smashed the table in front of him to vent his anger, rolling up his sleeves and shouting, This stinky brat is bullying people too much. I, Ye Zong, must beat him to death today. He won't even think about seeing the sun tomorrow. Ye Zhu quickly advised him, City Lord, please calm your anger. This matter concerns the safety of billions of citizens in our city. Please reconsider. The blood rushed to the City Lord's head, and he grumbled, 10,000 demon spirit array, my ass. That brat definitely made it up. I don't know what sweet words he used to deceive my daughter, and now he wants to trick me with Xingshu's bullshit. What a pipe dream. But Ye Zhu stopped him. Lord City Lord, I think Ni Li isn't lying. If he were lying, why wouldn't he say 5 years, 10 years, just 2 short months? If he can't set it up, he'll be exposed very quickly. The city lord replied, even if he can really set up the 10,000 demon spirit array, so what, he still wants to negotiate terms with me. No way, I'm heading to his mansion. If he doesn't set up the 10,000 demon spirit array properly, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Zhu anxiously reached out, City Lord, please reconsider. This 10,000 demon spirit array is made up of over 10,000 black gold-ranked demon spirits, and the formation is extremely intricate. If Neely holds a grudge and messes with it, what if something goes wrong during the formation? The city lord asked. What are you implying? Are you telling me to obediently offer up my daughter? Ye Zhu persuaded. I've heard that this Neely is sincere towards Yunhe. At Yunhe's age, the daughters of other clans have already been married off. Although Neely doesn't have any power or influence, based on his talent and ability in various fields, he's actually quite a good match for Yunhe. Who knows, in a dozen years he might be a legendary powerhouse of Glory City. This young man might just be a good prospect for Yunhe. Hearing this, the city lord clenched his fist, amused and exasperated. So young, yet so skilled in deception. Who knows what will happen after Yunhe marries him? Moreover, I've heard that this brat is also chasing after girls everywhere. Zhao Ningxier of the Winged Dragon family, and Huyan Lanruo of the Huyan family. If you mention this again, don't blame me for falling out with you. Ye Zhu was stunned, thinking to himself, don't you also have 2 wives? So the city lord and Ye Zhu went to Nili's mansion. As soon as he arrived, Nili greeted. Oh, father-in-law, what wind has blown you here? The city lord was startled and stumbled, almost falling. He was so enraged that veins popped on his forehead, and a surge of aura rose within him. A brilliant force erupted. The city lord gritted his teeth and said, Nili, you're going to be the death of me. Ye Zhu beside him thought. As expected of the strongest of the 5th generation of the Snowwind family, he's just 1 step away from the legend rank after all these years. He hurriedly called out, City Lord! Afraid that the city lord would immediately beat Nili to death, the city lord merely stomped his foot forcefully on the ground, and Nili was surprised to feel immense pressure. So he picked up the Thunder God's meteorite sword and stood up, saying, You're not going to hold back, are you? You really want to kill me? Suddenly, a brilliant burst of power from the city lord slammed into Nili, causing him to freeze in place. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Ye Zong, you impudent brat, stop! This voice startled the city lord. His aura immediately diminished, and he looked at the iron bird before him. Ye Yan continued, Ye Zong, have you forgotten me? Do you want me to punish you for betraying your master and destroying your ancestors? Ye Zong was stunned and stared blankly, recognizing the soul, stammering, Is that ancestor Ye Yan? Why are you a soul puppet? Ye Yan flew and landed on Nili's head, saying, That's right, it's me. This made Ye Zong tremble all over, gnashing his teeth in anger. Nili, you're so audacious, you actually dared to seal ancestor Ye Yan's soul and turn him into a soul puppet. I can't let this go. If I don't kill you today, I won't bear the name. Ye. After speaking, he recklessly unleashed his soul force towards Nili, causing Ye Yan to remind him, If you don't bear the name Ye, what name do you want to bear? How can you be a city lord with such rudeness and recklessness? I voluntarily sealed myself in the soul puppet. This left Ye Zong speechless. Nili laughed and said, Father-in-law, you're too kind. I don't know what I did wrong to make you so angry. Nili apologizes here. Ye Zhu was also shocked to learn that the bird was ancestor Ye Yan, thinking, shouldn't he be in the heavenly illusory sanctuary? Yet he voluntarily became a soul puppet. Turning an ancestor into a soul puppet is a great sin of betraying one's master and destroying one's ancestors. But why did ancestor Ye Yan say it was voluntary? What is going on? Ye Yan spoke. Ye Zong, you brat. If I hadn't passed the 7 heavenly death heart technique to you, would you be where you are today? Ye Yan recalled the image of Ye Zong when he was young, causing the city lord to be stunned, stammering, yes, and bowed respectfully. Junior Ye Zong greets ancestor. Junior Ye Zhu greets ancestor. Ye Zong then asked, Ancestor, if this brat Nili forced you, we will immediately kill him and rescue you from the soul puppet. Ye Yan thought to himself, if that were the case, I'd really be dead, and said, No, I really volunteered. If you truly regard me as your ancestor, then you must treat Nili as you treat me from now on. Hearing this made the 2 old men jump in fright. Their faces darkened, Ye Zong thought. With tears in his eyes, he originally wanted to find Nili and question him. Unexpectedly, ancestor Ye Yan appeared. Seeing Nili standing there with a cold smile, the city lord became even more enraged. He hurriedly turned to leave, saying, Grand ancestor, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Watching them leave, Nili chimed in, Father-in-law, you just arrived, and now you're leaving. Please, take your time, watch your step, don't want you to trip. As soon as he said that, Ye Zong nearly tripped on the doorframe, barely catching himself. Ye Zhu thought to himself, The city lord can't handle Ni Li. There's no way to deal with him. But even though Ni Li is a bit precocious, whether it's his temperament or his talent, he's unmatched in Glory City. And even the Grand Ancestor favors him. Actually, Ni Li and Zi Yun are a good match, it's just that the city lord can't save face. Thinking this, Ye Shu sighed, then turned to see Ni Li. He gestured and said, I only have one condition. If you can't meet it, then forget it. It's not like I have anything to lose. He pointed at the bird and said, Why don't you ask the Grand Ancestor? Causing Ye Yan to jump in surprise. Why are you asking me? I don't know how to set up the myriad demonic beast array. What good is it to come to me? Which made Ye Shu sigh heavily and turn to leave. Afterwards, Ye Shu hurried over to the city lord, but he was waved off. Don't bother me, he's already furious with Ni Li. Ye Zong clenched his fist and roared, Announce it! I'm going to kill that little brat! A burst of aura exploded like a hurricane. Ye Zhao thought to himself, if he really wanted to kill Ni Li, he would have done it already. No need to keep mentioning it. He sighed and said, City lord, please calm down. You're the city lord, why bother arguing with a child? Ye Zong angrily said, You don't know what he's done. That little brat actually has ulterior motives towards my daughter. No way. This made Ye Zhao stunned, and he hurried forward. The city lord soothed him. Ye Zong, let's just drop it. It's a pity I only have a useless son who can't share your worries. Ye Zong glanced at him and said, No matter what, I won't offer my daughter up with both hands. Ye Zhu said, Actually, Ye Zong, you don't need to worry, I have a plan. This surprised Ye Zong, and then the two began to whisper to each other. After listening, Ye Zong nodded understandingly and chuckled, This idea isn't bad, let's do it like that. Hearing this, Ye Zhu quickly went to work. On Ni Li's side, Little Feather was still perched on his head. They sat in front of the door, watching Ye Shu approach. He approached with a puzzled look, thinking, Why is he? It's like he knew I was coming. He then spoke, Ye Zong, he actually agreed. Just as he finished speaking, Ni Li calmly turned and said, Xiao Yu, let's go, we're moving. This made him stunned and speechless. Xiao Yu had already rushed out, carrying prepared luggage. They happily ran off, while Ye Shu hurriedly followed behind. Over at Ye Zi Yun's villa, she was sitting melancholically under a rock, looking at the calm water, her face sadly thinking of Ni Li. She herself was confused as to why she was thinking of him. Then she said to herself, That annoying guy. Sighing, she continued to think, Father isn't still angry, is he? If Ni Li keeps provoking Father, maybe Father will really... Thinking this, she sighed and said, It's better if we don't meet again. I'm destined to have no friends in this life. Actually, it was quite fun being with Ni Li. Suddenly, she was startled when she looked at the water's surface, and hurriedly raised her hand to rub her eyes. Looking again, she still saw Ni Li's smiling face in the water. She said to herself, It must be because I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm hallucinating. She then waved her hand to dispel the image. While she was feeling dejected, a voice suddenly asked in her ear, What are you mumbling to yourself? Zi Yun was startled, and turned back to realize that it was Ni Li beside her. Not an illusion. Surprised, she jumped up and asked, Why are you here? Ni Li stepped on the rock and asked, Why can't I be? I decided that Xiao Yu and I will live here from now on. After looking left and right to confirm, he declared, Yep, this is the place. He pointed, but Zi Yun immediately grabbed his hand to stop him. She exclaimed, Zhu Feng, do you have a death wish? My dad will kill you. Run before he catches you. He chuckled upon hearing this. So, you're worried about me, she scoffed, as if I care about you. She pushed Zhu Feng, saying, Just go, hurry. But Zhu Feng turned back to explain, Wait, hasn't City Lord told you? Seeing her blank expression, he realized, Turns out you haven't heard the news. He already agreed, leaving Zi Yun confused. Zhu Feng leaned in close and said, He said he's planning to marry you off to me, weddings tomorrow, making Zi Yun blush. She asked, How is that possible? Zhu Feng started talking nonsense. Why wouldn't it be? That day your dad caught me here. Then your dad tied me up for interrogation. I had no choice but to admit that we'd already, Your dad was furious, but he figured dirty laundry shouldn't be aired in public, so he decided to let me marry you tomorrow. Zi Yun stomped her foot and retorted, How could you say that? When did I... Seeing her adorable expression, Zhu Feng was amused and added, I initially refused, but then your esteemed father-in-law insisted, so I thought, I guess I can reluctantly settle for it. Hearing this nonsense made Zi Yun feel worthless. She kicked him, asking, Are you saying I'm not good enough for you? Zhu Feng clutched his leg in pain and stammered, You are. The two of them bickered like a real couple. Ye Zhu, watching from afar, chuckled, thinking, So that's how it is, looks like these two are quite the match. Seems like Zhu Feng and Yun have feelings for each other, but because Ye Zong doesn't approve of them being together, it led to all the later conflicts. He sighed, thinking, A daughter has to marry off someday. I need to go convince Ye Zong. On Zhu Feng's side, he waved his hand and said, Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to go check out the room. I'll be living here from now on. If the room's too shabby, I won't stay. Leaving Xingyun dumbfounded, he went inside, exclaiming, "This little place ain't bad," making Xingyun chase after him, yelling, "Wait, that's my room." She blushed, thinking, living in the same room. She shouted, "Shu Feng, I won't let you into my room. If you come in, I'll jump down for you to see," Shu Feng nonchalantly asked. "Why are you getting so worked up? Did I say I was going to stay in your room? Can't I even take a look? You're such a penny pincher." Looking at Xingyun's blank expression, Shu Feng picked up his luggage and called out, "Let's go, Xiao Yu, let's head back to our room." Ye Shu reminded, "Be careful." Watching Shu Feng's departing figure, Xingyun froze, fuming, thinking, "Annoying, he tricked me again." But then she happily thought, "At least I'll always be able to see him from now on, that's great." Shu Feng placed his luggage down in a small courtyard and exclaimed, "Great!" Then he pointed to the small courtyard across from his and said, "Xiao Yu, you'll live there." Leaving Ye Zhu and Xiao Yu stunned, the little girl confusingly thought, Shu Feng Gage clearly still has a room available. But she still reluctantly agreed. Hearing Ye Zhu's reminder, Xiao Yu is still so young, she still needs someone to take care of her. He got a glare from Shu Feng that made Ye Zhu panic. Shu Feng faintly smiled to himself. Just as I expected. City Lord must have already prepared for this. Perhaps he'll move to the opposite building himself tonight. Then he told Xiao Yu, "Alright, then you can come live with Girj." Ye Zhu hurriedly asked, "Are we going to set up the myriad demon spirit array now?" But he said annoyedly, "I just got here, can't I even rest?" Ye Zhu was like, "Actually, even if a silver rank spiritual alchemist didn't sleep for 7 days and nights, they wouldn't feel tired. Besides, setting up the myriad demonic spiritual array is a huge deal." Nilin sighed and replied, "For me, nothing's a huge deal. You didn't even let me put my luggage down. Why don't you go gather the materials first? Just gather enough dark gold rank spiritualists first." But Ye Zhu said, "There's plenty in the City Lord's mansion storage." Nili then asked, "What about 10 dark gold weapons?" Ye Zhu replied, "We have those too." Making Nili dumbfounded, thinking, I didn't expect the City Lord's mansion to have so much stuff. He then agreed. "Alright, let's start setting up the array then." He rummaged through his clothes, pulled out a scroll, handed it to Ye Zhu, and said, "This is the overview map of the City Lord's mansion." The old guy took it and opened it, thinking in surprise, "This is an overview map, it's way too detailed. Where did he even get this from?" Seeing Ye Zhu's expression, Nili reassured him. "Don't worry, this is a map I redrew, based on what Ancestor Ye Yuan told me." Ye Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So that's how it is." "Right, where's Ancestor Ye Yuan?" Nili replied. "I sent him out of the city to search for the location of the Dark Guild," causing Ye Zhu to be surprised. "The Dark Guild is really a pain. I and Lord Yi Mo haven't been able to find their lair for so many years." Thinking to himself, just how did Nili get Ancestor Ye Yuan to listen to him so well, back when I was in the heavenly profound holy realm? Thinking of this, he sighed and asked, "So what happened next?" Immediately, Nili jumped closer to him and started instructing, "Do this and then do that, this place needs to be torn down, this place needs to have runes set up." Then the subordinates busily and hastily did as he said. By night, everyone was gossiping. "What does Lord Ye Zhu want to build that requires so many people to be mobilized?" Someone else replied, "I don't know either." Meanwhile, on Nili's side, he was still leisurely strolling around. Suddenly, a blast of cold air came from Bloodwing, surrounding him. He thought in surprise, "The entire garden is covered in cold air. Frostwind Empress, she's really strong, let's go take a look." When he went over, he saw Ziyun cultivating her technique and floating in the air, surrounded by a powerful aura, causing Nili to praise. Ziyun and the Frostwind Empress are getting more and more in sync. At least she should have grasped 2 combat skills. At this rate, even a 3-star gold rank might not be her opponent. During this time, there was also someone hiding and watching, and that was Ye Zong. He was also surprised by Xinyun's strength, and thought, "Last time, I felt that Xinyun's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now it seems that she's about to reach 1-star gold rank. This cultivation progress is really too amazing." It was clear not long ago that Zhu Yi reported to me that Yun Er hadn't even reached bronze 1-star, which disappointed me greatly. But now not only has she reached silver 5-star, but she also doesn't know where she got a Frostwind Empress that's even stronger than other spirit beasts of the same type. Looking at his daughter's back, Ye Zong sighed. "Yun Er has become stronger. Can you see it, my wife?" He remembered Ziyun's mother and was filled with emotion. "I still haven't had a chance to make up after the last fight with her. I should talk to her. After all, it's been so long since I talked to her, and I haven't had time to take care of her for so many years. I wonder if she'll be surprised." He then saw Nili's figure walking over, and was startled. "Okay, what does this little brat want to do? I'll follow and see. If he dares to do anything to Xinyun, I'll kick him away." At this time, Xinyun was still enthusiastically cultivating. Covered in cold air, she suddenly heard movement and opened her eyes to ask, "Who is it?" Then she was surprised when she saw Nili walking over, and the aura was immediately withdrawn. Xinyun took a few steps back, staring at him in surprise, and asked, "Why are you here?" he then replied. I took a walk after dinner and saw you, so I came over. Then he glanced back. When he sensed the aura of the city lord, Ziyun looked at him wide-eyed and asked, Nilai, I don't know how you managed to convince my father to let you live here, but in the future, it's best if we don't meet, Nilai asked in confusion. Why, you don't want to see me? Then he pretended to complain. As expected, people from big clans don't want to be friends with commoners like us. Ziyun quickly waved her hand and said, That's not it, although you're a bit weird. A little too straightforward, but I know you're a good person, whether it's to me or to other friends. Although you often bother me. But I don't hate you at all, on the contrary, I actually really hope you'll come bother me. I really feel very lonely in this huge city lord's mansion, she continued, her face solemn. I can only really talk to Auntie Shu. I used to have a very good friend, Ninggrayer, but she never came back. Meanwhile, the city lord, hiding behind the tree, felt a pang of emotion hearing his daughter's inner thoughts. Ziyun spoke up, saying, Besides her, you're my only friend, but you have to understand, my father will absolutely not let us be together. Hearing this, Nili turned to look at the city lord. He said, Can't lie, Ye Zong's a terrible dad, locking you up alone in this villa, living a life cut off from the world, not even letting you have a friend to talk to. He doesn't deserve to be a father. These words made the city lord furious, but he held back from speaking, Xinyun retorted. Nili, I won't let you talk about my father like that. He has no choice. Every decision he makes concerns the safety of the entire Glory City. He has to worry about everything every day, so he can't take care of me. I have to cultivate diligently and become a powerful spiritualist to shoulder the responsibility of helping father. Before, no matter how hard I tried, my cultivation improved very slowly. Luckily, I have you. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in emotion and reached out to say, Let's not talk about that. Ye Zong is your father, of course you're going to defend him. He hurt me before, and I haven't settled the score with him yet, but I won't bother with him for your sake. Ye Zong was furious and cursed inwardly. Damn it, who exactly owes who an explanation? Ni Li continued. I'll be here for a while. You don't need to worry about what your father will do to me. He still has to beg me to set up the Wanmo Yao Ling array, Ye Ziyun asked in surprise. The Wanmo Yao Ling array? What is the Wanmo Yao Ling array? Ni Li explained. The Wanmo Yao Ling array is formed by 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits and various inscriptions. Once it's set up, as long as the Wanmo Yao Ling array is activated, even if there are dozens of legendary spiritualists outside, they won't be able to attack it. Ziyun realized. So that's how it is. No wonder my father agreed. Nili reminded her. See your father for who he is. He'd sell you for Glory City. These words made Yizong furious as he thought, how could I sell my daughter for a formation? I have to come out and explain. But unexpectedly, Ziyun raised her head and glared, saying, Nili, if you can really set up the Wanmo Yao Ling array, it would be an immeasurable contribution to Glory City. Not just my father, but even I wouldn't complain. Don't even talk about living in my villa. Even if you asked me to be your girlfriend, I'd agree. Saying this, Zinyun's face flushed red. Nili stared blankly, thinking, all for Glory City. Truly father and daughter. So, he grinned and pointed, saying, You said it yourself, don't regret it. Causing Ziyun to be shy, while Ye Zong cursed inwardly. Bastard, Ziyun added. Nilai, don't misunderstand. My father is actually very good. He also wants to spend more time with me, but after all, he's the city lord of Glory City, shouldering the life and death of so many people in Glory City. He can't relax for a moment. Although he doesn't have time to be with me, he's still the person I respect the most. I only hate that my current strength is too weak to help him share the burden. Ye Zong was moved when he heard his daughter's heartfelt words and realized that she could understand him. Ziyun added, My talent is too poor, always disappointing my father. Until you taught me a cultivation technique and gave me the Ice Phoenix demon spirit, my strength changed unexpectedly, giving me a chance to realize my dream. I have nothing to repay you with. Although my father doesn't agree with us being together, to repay you I can grant you 3 wishes. No matter what the request is, as long as I can do it, I will absolutely not refuse. Nili was stunned for 5 seconds. Then, he looked at Ziyun with affection, and she shyly looked back at him. Over here, Zong also understood. So, Yun Er's cultivation improved so quickly because of Nili. It seems that Nili treats Yun Er very well. Nili asked again. Really? Anything at all? So he moved closer to her with a lecherous face, causing Ziyun to be stunned, and quickly stepped back a few steps with wide eyes. She thought to herself, what does he want to do? But she reassured herself, I already said it. If I agreed, I have to keep my word. So she decided to stop, thrust out her full breasts, stood facing Nili, and looked directly into his eyes. The two looked at each other affectionately. Nili then lowered his head and looked closely at her. Ye Zong, watching from afar, was so pissed he wanted to scream. If you dare to mess around, I'll break your legs. Ye Ziyun will never know how deep Ni Li's feelings for her truly run. Ni Li leaned in close to Ziyun's ear and whispered, "My first request is that I want you." Ni Li's hesitant words made Ziyun clutch her collar, thinking nervously, I kind of expected it, but I didn't think Ni Li would actually say it. If I agreed, then I have to follow through. Meanwhile, Ye Zong was furious, clenching his fist, ready to charge. Say it, you little beast! See how I deal with you! Suddenly, Ni Li whispered a few words, and then backed away, then stretched and warmed up, grinning, which made Ye Zong a bit confused. Ni Li said seriously, I want you to chat with me. These words startled Ziyun, and she blushed as she asked, You want to chat with me? He blankly confirmed. Yeah. What did you think I wanted to do? Hey, why is your face so red? Did you misunderstand? I'm a gentleman. She was speechless, thinking, You're a gentleman. What does that make me then? So she stomped on his foot in annoyance, and shouted, Ni Li, I hate you to death. Then she turned and ran away, making Leader Ni jump up and down, clutching his painful foot, confused as hell, and asked, Hey, why are you running away? Didn't you say you'd grant my request? Ziyun's voice echoed back. Talk to yourself. Which left Ye Zong gaping. Then he cheerfully strolled off on his own, whistling, while the city lord watched, thinking, This kid is really hard to deal with. Although Ni Li acts a bit recklessly, his personality isn't too bad. It's just that Yun Care is usually so intelligent and perceptive, yet he's got her spinning in circles. I wonder if he has ulterior motives. I'll observe for a while longer and then decide. After that, he left. Ni Li, sensing that the city lord was gone, decided to return to cultivation. Teasing Ziyun a bit and pissing off Ye Zong a bit was quite fun. Concentrating on cultivation, setting up the myriad demonic beast array, and occasionally chatting with Ye Ziyun. 7 days quickly passed. Ni Li concluded, I'm stable at silver rank 5-star now, just waiting for an opportunity to break through. Meanwhile, Ye Zong was racking his brains over the pile of official duties on his desk, thinking, I have to handle official duties here while using my soul force to guard against Ni Li. It's really exhausting. Suddenly, someone rushed in, panicking. City Lord, Guild Leader Ji Yu Yan requests an audience, which surprised Ye Zong, who asked, The Guild Leader is here. Quickly, invite him in. A few moments later, Ji Yu Yan, while walking, kept sneezing. He entered the room and hurriedly greeted, City Lord. Ye Zong laughed heartily. Guild Leader Ji Yu Yan. No need to be so polite, just treat this place as your own home. Then, noticing Ji Yu Yan's expression, which puzzled Ye Zong, he asked, Why does Guild Leader Ji Yu Yan look so serious? I wonder what brings you here this time. Ji Yu Yan anxiously looked left and right, Ye Zong said. Guild Leader Ji Yu Yan, rest assured, everyone here is on our side. Even a black gold rank expert couldn't infiltrate this place. Ji Yu Yan snorted and said, There are some things I don't know if I should say or not, Ye Zong suggested. Guild Leader Ji Yu Yan, just speak your mind, don't hesitate. He said, I've always suspected that there's an unspeakable secret between the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild. Some time ago, Shen Ming, the elder in charge of the Sacred Family, led the Dark Guild's subordinates to attack Ni Li. After capturing them, we interrogated them and learned about some of their family's schemes. Hearing this made Ye Zong surprised. I didn't expect something like this to happen. But relying solely on Shen Ming's testimony is probably not enough to determine the relationship between the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild. We need concrete evidence, Ji Yu Yan replied. Of course, I know that we can't do anything without evidence. Afterwards, the Sacred Family suddenly bought a large quantity of elixirs from us. We secretly put soul-chasing pills in those elixirs to track their movements, and sent people with 3 demonic hound beasts to track them. Ye Zong hurriedly asked, Did you find anything? Then Ji Yu Yan said with a serious face, The Dark Guild. After talking for a while, Ye Zong paced back and forth anxiously, saying, The power of the Sacred Family in Glory City is unshakable. Just confirming these things won't do anything. Even with Shen Ming as a witness, it won't shake the position of the Sacred Family. He turned to say, Ye Xiu, we must also investigate carefully. Ye Xiu appeared abruptly, saying, Okay, startling Ji Yu Yan. Ji Yu Yan said, Our previous investigation of the Sacred Family has attracted attention, making the Sacred Family vigilant. Lord Ye Xiu should also be cautious, Ye Xiu said, I understand. Their family has at least 3 black gold demon spiritualists, not to mention the Dark Guild behind them. So the 3 discussed for a while, and then Ji Yu Yan bowed and took his leave. Ye Zong saw him off, saying, Safe travels, Guildmaster. After Ji Yu Yan left, the city lord sighed and said, Recently, there aren't many trustworthy and useful people in Glory City. The city walls are being built higher and higher, but fewer and fewer geniuses are emerging. Relying on the city walls alone can't stop the demon beasts. I'm afraid Glory City will have a hard time resisting those demon beasts, Ye Xiu reassured. City Lord, don't worry. Don't we still have the younger generation, Yunxie and Ni Li? In the future, they will definitely become the pillars of Glory City. Ye Zong chuckled and said, I just don't know if Glory City can last until then. These words silenced Yang Xiu as well. Ye Zong remembered and said, "That's right. Han Sher should be back in a few more days. 2 years ago he was already a 1-star gold-ranked demon spiritualist. I wonder how he is now." Ye Han is Ye Zong's adopted son. From a young age his aptitude was outstanding. He possessed a Saiyan Soul Si and was highly valued by Ye Zong. This year he is 20 years old and has always been training outside with the supreme elder in the family. He is an excellent demon spiritualist who has undergone countless trials. Ye Zong has always been very proud of Ye Han, and even intends to cultivate him to become the next city lord. Ye Shu thought to himself. Although Ye Zong has always treated Ye Han like his own son, in the end, Ye Han is still an outsider. This city lord position should still be passed on to Ye clan's descendants. Moreover, Yun Care has already demonstrated outstanding cultivation. The successor to the city lord position should perhaps be carefully reconsidered. He sighed, thinking, I don't have any good feelings towards Ye Han. Then he said, that's right, a part of the Wanmo Yaoling array has been set up, and should be able to display some of its power. Would the city lord like to go and take a look? Ye Zong asked in surprise. What did Ni Li say? Ye Shu replied. Ni Li said that the Wanmo Yaoling array is divided into 8 smaller arrays, and the power of these 8 smaller arrays is quite good. Moreover, after they are combined, the power is even more astonishing. So far, Ni Li has completed one of the smaller arrays, and can display some of its power. Ye Zong happily said, Okay, let's go take a look. On the side of the city lord's mansion, in the eastern area, the architecture here was originally very magnificent, but because of the Wanmo Yaoling array, it has all been leveled to the ground. Suddenly, there were lightning bolts in the sky above the pillars, and a dazzling demon spirit appeared. Ye Zong looked at it with a grimace, saying, Destroying my courtyard, I want to see if this formation is as powerful as he says. So Ye Zong strode over aggressively. Ni Li looked over and asked, You guys are here? Upon getting closer, Ye Zong was surprised to sense the enormous energy, looking up at the sky in a daze, asking, This is the Wanmo Yaoling Great Array. Ni Li replied, This isn't the Wanmo Yaoling Array, but only a small part of it. This is the Tai Yi Killing Array. Hearing this made Ye Zong stunned. Ni Li crossed his arms and taunted, Even though it's just a small part, it's still no problem to mess up those gold-ranked bastards. Making Ye Zong a little annoyed, he shouted, Bastards! Disdainfully asked, Just based on this. Raising his fist, he asked with a faint smile, Do you know how strong a black gold demon spiritualist is? Making Ye Shu, who was standing beside him, speechless. Then Ye Shu hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. City Lord, perhaps Ni Li didn't mean it that way. He's just helping us to better understand the power of this formation. Being a black gold demon spiritualist, how could he easily let it go like that? But Ni Li calmly said, I did mean it that way. So what if you're black gold? You're just trash. Making the 2 old guys freeze like desert cacti, he continued. Relying on this is enough to deal with them. Making Ye Zong's blood boil, he snorted coldly. I also want to see how powerful it is. Ni Li smiled in surprise. Oh, City Lord, I want to remind you in advance, this is only a part of the Wanmo Yaoling array. If the entire formation is completed, then you probably won't need to look anymore. Ye Zong was surprised, then asked sternly, Then what if I can break this formation? Ni Li replied quickly. If you can break it, then I'll call you Dad. Making Ye Zong snort coldly in disgust. If I break this formation, then you must stay away from my daughter in the future. Ni Li asked back, Then what if you can't break it? When Ye Zong pondered, Ni Li said, If you can't break it, then in the future, you're not allowed to interfere in matters between Zi Yun and me. Ye Zong confidently agreed. It's a deal. So he jumped into the formation. But Ni Li spoke up. If a killing formation has to wait until someone enters before it can display its power, then it's too mediocre. He smirked, leaving Yetun beside him completely puzzled. Quickly, Ni Li touched down, emitting a surge of aura. Then, his hands moved, forming seals to activate the formation. Instantly, the sky changed color, and the pillars lit up with surges of lightning. Ye Zong was completely shocked by the formation displayed before his eyes. He exclaimed, Looks like you've got some skills after all. Ye Zong began to unleash a brilliant soul force that surrounded his body. The power emitted was extremely strong, causing Ni Li and Ye Tun beside him to be dumbfounded in surprise. Ye Zong's body gradually transformed. Scales appeared with bulging muscles and a long tail that created an explosive sound. Ye Zong's power now looked very domineering on his strong body. Even Ni Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Black Scale Lightning Dragon, a sub-dragon type. It actually has the bloodline of the dragon race. Not a bad demon spirit. Too bad your opponent is the Tai Yi Killing formation. He immediately raised his hand to control the formation. Go. The formation also advanced according to his command. City Lord Ye Zong glared and shouted, It's coming! Suddenly a leopard bear demon spirit rushed forward. Ye Zong recognized it as a Mingxiang, bright bear. Even this kind of demon spirit can be controlled by the Taiyi killing formation, so he desperately waved his hand. The two powers collided, creating an explosion. Boom! Then continuous rumbling explosions erupted with the collision of these two powerful forces. Ye Zong praised, "Kid, not bad. You can actually unleash 8 parts of Mingxiang's strength." Then, he launched a palm strike straight at Mingxiang's chest, causing it to roar and be knocked away. At that moment, Ye Zong stomped his foot heavily on the ground, channeling the power in his body. Seeing this, Ye Tu spoke up. Recognizing, Ye Zong wants to use Darkfire. If hit, the Mingxiang demon spirit will definitely be seriously injured. Over here, when he was ready, Ye Zong unleashed a stream of dark energy. The black energy rushed straight towards Mingxiang, creating a cloud of dust. Even Ye Zong was confused. What is this? While he was confused, suddenly a force flashed past him. Then, appearing before Ye Zong, was a blackwater slime mold. It spat out a stream of black energy back at Ye Zong. Seeing this, he quickly jumped back to dodge, bewilderedly thinking, a black gold-ranked blackwater slime mold. I'm afraid only a legendary demon spiritualist can destroy it. Which old ancestor left it behind? At this moment, this demon spirit continuously spewed black smoke to attack him, causing Ye Zong to jump around dodging. He exclaimed, I didn't expect that the Taiyi killing formation could unleash nearly 80% of the power of this almost uncontrollable demon beast. If I get hit, I'm screwed. Thinking to himself, this little Taiyi killing formation can not only control black gold demon spirits, but also make them cooperate with each other. It's really too scary. Just as he was thinking this, Ye Zong was targeted by the demon spirit from above. He thought in surprise, I didn't expect that there were so many scary demon spirits in my treasure vault. Suddenly, a bunch of all kinds of demon spirits appeared around Ye Zong, all aiming to attack, causing him to coldly snort and burst out with a bright aura. Nilai, seeing the city lord like this, said in surprise, as expected of the city lord, he really has a backup plan. Ye Zong's whole body has changed. He is completely beastified. Then he rushed to attack the demon spirits fiercely. Ye Zong used his tail to slap the Mingxiang across the face, and then jumped down to the ground, bracing himself, and declared, just a few black gold demon spirits. Don't underestimate me. Then he jumped up and rushed straight towards the remaining demon spirits. Neely smirked and raised his hand, commanding, Flame Serpent, Kun Spirit Bird, go! Instantly, the two demon spirits opened their maws wide and charged forward, teaming up to attack Ye Zong. But he wasn't that easy to deal with. He unleashed a punch at them, sending the two demon spirits flying. Ni Li also turned serious, gesturing for the other two demon spirits to attack, but Ye Zong was unbelievably strong. He blocked both with his bare hands, creating a series of earth-shattering explosions. The city lord was straining himself, his arms starting to tremble. Ni Li recognized the opportunity and quickly summoned Dark Gold Bear to advance. The Dark Gold Bear immediately pounced, catching Ye Zong off guard and slamming him backward. This made the Dark Gold Bear ecstatic, and it roared triumphantly. On Ye Zong's side, he was sent sprawling, but he quickly righted himself, thinking, he even knows how to feint. At that moment, the flame serpent opened its jaws wide behind him and darted forward. Ye Zong exclaimed, Dark Gold Bear, its power is indeed formidable, and what a weird trick. Never heard of a spiritualist who can fuse with a dark gold level Dark Gold Bear. Immediately, the battle-crazed Dark Gold Bear roared and lunged. The two sides charged at each other, ready for a life-or-death struggle, when suddenly, a red force from the flame serpent zipped over. It quickly wrapped around Ye Zong, immobilizing him, leaving him bewildered, thinking, what's the point of hitting me with that? Just as he thought this, the Dark Gold Bear appeared before his eyes. It unleashed a flurry of punches on Ye Zong, hitting him squarely and leaving him gasping for air. The Dark Gold Bear roared excitedly and prepared its finishing move. Unleashing a 1,000-ton punch, the flame serpent quickly released Ye Zong, sending him crashing into the ground with a loud bang, shattering the ground into pieces. At this moment, Ye Zong's feelings were extremely complicated. Being defeated by a junior in front of him, completely and utterly losing, not to mention losing all face, made him uncontrollably angry. But on the other hand, he thought that if the Lesser Heaven Spatial Array was this powerful, then the Myriad Demonic Beast Array would be even stronger, meaning Glory City had another trump card. It didn't stop there. The demon spirits all rushed forward, punching Ye Zong enthusiastically, causing Neely to gape and remind, aren't you admitting defeat yet? Suddenly, his arm trembled as he reached out, but Neely ignored him, shouting, order, beat him hard for me, making the Dark Gold Bear growl, then unleash a 1,000-ton punch, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Then the Dark Gold Bear sat straight down on Ye Zong and roared with great vigor, causing Ye Zong to sink further down, with cracking sounds from the ground intensifying. Ye Zhu stood frozen, sweating profusely, sighing, the city lord still isn't using his full strength. After all, accidentally killing a demon spirit would still be a loss for the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, on Yezong's side, the cold hard floor was being sat on by the dark gold bear's butt, causing his blood to rush to his head as he coldly snorted, exploding with power in a boom. Dust and debris filled the air, sending the dark gold bear flying in astonishment. Ye Shu exclaimed, "Oh no, the city lord is angry." But Nili calmly said, "Being angry is useless," and so he controlled the demon spirits to charge again. Seeing this, Yeshu went over to persuade Nili, "How about we stop here? If we continue, the city lord will lose a lot of face." "How about you concede?" Nili pouted and said, "How can I do that? I made a bet with him earlier. If the lesser heaven spatial array is broken, then won't I not be able to see Xiyun in the future?" Ye Zhu was speechless when both of them were equally stubborn. But Ye Zhao still tried to lean down and persuade Nili, but he bluntly said, "Your persuasion is useless." Ye Shu sighed. The daughter and the father-in-law have always been rivals. He could only watch with wide eyes as the battle continued. Ni Li relentlessly controlled the demon spirits to attack Ye Zong, stuffing his mouth with ash, but he still refused to give up and struggled to fight. 2 hours passed, and Ye Zong was panting heavily, thinking to himself, Ni Lai is still being merciful, not using a single killer move. If this were a life-or-death duel, I'd probably be dead already. But even so, I'm at my limit, but still determined. No, I can't admit defeat. Once I admit defeat, I'll have to yield on the matter between Ni Li and Yun Yunyer. Even I failed against him, not to mention Yunyer, who's still inexperienced. Who knows, one day Yunyer might be seduced by this brat. While he was thinking, a demon spirit seized the opportunity to ambush him, causing Ye Zong to fall to the ground and revert to his original form. At this moment, the demon spirits gradually dissipated, and the city lord lay motionless on the ground. Ni Lai slowly walked over and asked, "Well, city lord, have you lost?" Ye Zong lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Nili's smug face made him uncomfortable, and he snorted coldly. As Nili grinned gleefully, suddenly Ye Zong's hand grabbed his foot tightly. Then, with lightning speed, he lifted Nili high into the air, leaving him dumbfounded. Ye Zong said, "You little brat, you're eyeing my daughter, and still setting traps for me. I really can't stand you." Ni Li angrily shouted, "City lord, you're going back on your word, so shameless." Ye Zong replied with a sly smile, "Shameless, so what? If I wasn't shameless, how could I deal with you?" Then he smacked his butt. Ni Lai cried out, "A scholar can die but not be humiliated. Why are you hitting my butt?" Ye Zong glared and said, "Why? Because I'm Ye Ziyun's father, got it? Let's see if you dare to eye Yunyer again. See how I deal with you." He kept smacking Nili's butt. He shouted, "Do you know who you're hitting? If I get angry, the consequences will be severe." Nili struggled and shouted, "Let go." Ye Zong smirked and asked back, "You're angry? I'm the one who's angry. Anything else to say?" Then he hit his butt hard again. Nili howled, "If you can't eat it, then destroy it, you old rogue." Ye Zong raised his hand again and said, "So what if I'm an old rogue?" Immediately, a series of butt slaps occurred, leaving Ye Zhu speechless. Ye Zong asked sternly, "Kid, do you submit?" Nili said angrily. "You're a dirty player. I don't submit." Ye Zong took the opportunity to strike repeatedly, saying, "Okay, then I'll hit you until you submit." Thus, a barrage of blows and Nili's butt came together, causing his butt to swell up like a flower. Nili bitterly cursed, "What a waste of being a city lord. You're clearly an old hooligan." Ye Zong didn't care, saying, "So what?" Ye Zhu could only stand by silently. A day passed quickly. Nili supported his blooming butt as he walked back to his room, resentfully thinking, "Originally, I wanted to avenge the city lord's previous actions, but I didn't expect to be tricked by him like this. Sooner or later, I'll get my revenge." On the other side, Ye Zong and Ye Zhu walked down the road back. Ye Zhu was about to speak up and ask, "City lord, this supreme killer array." Before he could finish, Ye Zong burst out laughing heartily, leaving Ye Zhu stunned. Ye Zong said happily, "Sorry, Ye Zhu, go on." When Ye Zhu leaned in and said, "This supreme killer array." Before he could finish, Ye Zong burst out laughing again. He laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, leaving Ye Zhu speechless. "City lord, why don't we talk after you finish laughing?" Afterwards, Ye Zong's laughter echoed throughout the city lord's mansion. The guards who heard it said to each other, "What's wrong with the city lord today?" The one next to him asked. "Could it be that something good happened? I haven't seen the city lord laugh so happily in years." Meanwhile, Ye Shu silently watches Ye Zong, thinking, "In these years for glory, the city lord has sacrificed too much. He rarely smiles, and can barely even see his own daughter. Ye Zong wasn't like this when he was young. Perhaps his current state is better for him." Scene change to Ye Ziyun's mansion. Ni Li is dragging his body back here. Suddenly, Ni Yu runs over and hugs him tightly. The little girl asks with wide eyes, "Bro, where did you go? I've been looking for you for ages." Ni Li puts Ni Yu down. Because his butt is killing him, he rubs her head, smiling gently, and says, "I just went out for a bit." Suddenly, he senses someone approaching, and someone calls out, "Ni Li." He turns around and recognizes it's Ningzher, and asks, "What are you doing here?" Ningjia replies, "I went to the mansion you were staying at, but I couldn't find you. I was worried something might have happened to you, so I came here to find Ye Ziyun, and then I found out you'd moved here." Hearing this, he scratches his head and smiles, asking, "What did you want to see me for?" Ningxia blushes shyly and says, "I just finished making some osmanthus cakes, and I wanted to bring some for you to eat." Then she holds out the basket in her hand. Nili looks at it and sighs, saying, "You shouldn't have bothered." At the same time, Ye Ziyun is also taking a stroll and spots this scene. Nili sees Ziyun coming and scratches his head awkwardly, so she turns around and leaves, making Nili's face fall. The atmosphere becomes awkward. With this love triangle, Nili then smiles lightly and suggests, "Since everyone's here, why don't we go inside and talk?" He takes a few steps, then bends over and cries out in pain because his butt hurts too much, making Ninger worry and rush over to ask, "Nili, what's wrong?" She helps him inside. Xingyun also turns back in confusion and sees them holding hands, making her uncomfortable. Over here, Ningxia asks, "You don't seem comfortable, are you?" Nili replies, "I just got beat up, my butt's all floured up," making Ningxia blankly ask, "Who beat you up?" Nili grits his teeth and says, "Who else but that old geezer Ye Zong in the city lord's mansion? Who else would dare to hit me? And he even used the power of a black gold demon spiritualist so I can't heal it." Making Ninger ask in confusion, "The city lord, he hit your butt," thinking, why would the city lord hit Nili? And even if he did, why would he hit his butt? Oh no, I really can't imagine that scene. Suddenly Ziyun hears this and runs over to ask, "Nili, are you alright? Why did father hit you again? Didn't he agree to let you stay?" Suddenly she says with a sad face, "Nili, you should leave soon. Father definitely won't let you off." Nili says bluntly, "Don't worry. If your father really wanted to kill me, he wouldn't just hit my butt. Besides, I helped him set up a formation. This time it's because he couldn't beat me, so he resorted to dirty tricks, which really disappointed me. I didn't expect him to be so shameless," Ziyun shouts. "Nili, I don't allow you to say father is shameless. He also pretends to be innocent and says, 'Okay, I was wrong.'" Ninger asks with concern, "Ningerli, how do you feel?" Based on the city lord's strength, Ningerli must be seriously injured. Saying this, Ninger's eyes start to tear up, thinking, has Nili always been abused like this since he came to the city lord's mansion? Nili smiles reassuringly, "I'm fine." Ningxia, it's just a little difficult to walk. Xingyun speaks up and asks, "Nili, is there any elixir that can heal the injury?" He then smiles with a perverted look and says, "I don't have any elixirs, but I do have some ointment. Which of you is willing to help me apply it?" Hearing this makes both girls blush shyly. Nili then sighs and says, "Sigh. Women suffer. I can only suffer a little bit." Suddenly Ningxia speaks up and suggests, "Nili, I'll help you apply it." Thinking in her heart, I was able to recover from my cultivation mistake. Because of Nili, now that Nili is injured, I must help him. Nili is stunned and hesitates. When Ziyun speaks up at this moment, think I'd better do it, seeing as how my dad was the one who hurt Nili in the first place. Cue Nili thinking, I thought no one would agree to this, Ning suggests. We should probably check on Nili's injuries first, Ziyun agrees. And just like that, Nili's being helped into the room by two babes who could launch 1,000 ships. Once they're inside, he turns around and says, "Xiao Wu, you stay outside," then slams the door shut, leaving her standing there like a deer in headlights. Inside the room, Nili leans over the bed and slowly lifts his shirt in front of the two girls, gazes, then a strange sound comes from the room, making Xiao Wu outside totally confused. Right now, Nili's being a champ, trying to tough it out while the two sweeties apply medicine to his behind. The two of them are blushing as they put on the ointment, glancing at each other shyly. Nili pipes up, easing the tension. "I remember when you two were little, you were besties. Ziyun always kept the teddy bear you gave her." Ziyun asks, surprised, "How do you know that? I'm so nostalgic about that time. That bear is my most precious childhood memory." Ning was my only friend, but, Ning continues, "We're from two different worlds. You're a princess of the city, and I'm just a common girl. There'll always be a gap between us that can't be bridged." Xinyun says. Ning suddenly stopped coming around after that, making Ning suddenly emotional and start trembling, and she gets a little rough with the medicine, making Nili yell, "Ning that hurts," she says embarrassedly. "Sorry." Nili forces a smile. "No worries, haha, keep going." In the next few days, Xiao Ning also frequently gave all kinds of food, and cultivated with Nili. Before long, Nili had set up another divine lightning killing array. He says to Ye Shu, "Alright, I've left imprints in your and Ziyun's soul force. You can both activate these two killing arrays." Ye Shu says, "Nili, pass this imprint on to the city lord." But he pouts and says, "Give it to him." Do you know what he did to me? Unless he comes begging me, forget about it. With that, he runs off. I gotta go cultivate. Leaving Ye Zhu thinking with a long face. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for the city lord to reconcile with Ni Li, but at least the answer I got from Ni Li can be passed on to Ye Zong. A few hours later, as night falls, soldiers are patrolling the mansion. One of them sighs and snorts coldly. Another quiet night. I don't think anyone's dumb enough to break into the city lord's mansion, but in a corner of the wall, a bunch of dudes in black appear, breaking in. The leader asks, "Have you guys checked it out yet?" "What are those pillars?" one of them says. "Not too clear yet, but there's some info that a young guy urged those big pillars to take down Ye Zong," making the leader surprised and ask, "How could it take down Ye Zong?" The guy answers, "It's unbelievable, but I saw it with my own eyes." The leader sighs. "No wonder Longsha wanted to send us to the city lord's mansion to investigate." Another one says, "Boss, with the strength of our dark guild plus a few tricks, wiping out Glory City wouldn't be hard, so why doesn't the demon lord want to take action?" The leader answers, "You guys are underestimating Glory City. Those families living inside Glory City have been inherited for so many years, there must be a lot of secrets." He slowly gets up and continues. "The 3 supreme families, the 7 noble clans, and hidden forces of other families can't be underestimated either. This time, 7 of us are attacking the city lord's mansion, so you guys have to be careful. Don't underestimate them, and you must capture that kid alive." Another one suggests, "Boss, you just watch. With our strength, how can a few black gold demon spiritualists in the city lord's mansion stop us?" With that, they all rush out with surging energy, while the leader stands and smirks, and disappears into a cloud of smoke. Cut to inside the city lord's mansion. At the martial arts stage, a group of guys in black are standing in a circle, with a blue stone floating in the middle. They're chanting, so that the gem emits energy down to the ancient text they've created. Quickly, a source of light bursts out, illuminating the entire place. The patrolling guards immediately noticed and asked each other, "Why is there light coming from the arena? Go check it out." So the soldiers rushed down, and when they arrived, they saw the black-clad figures and shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" But before they could act tough, they were instantly killed by the black-clad figures and sent straight to the coffin squad. Seeing this, the remaining people tried to run, but it was too late. They dashed like the wind, unable to escape the Grim Reaper's scythe. After those strikes, the Dark Guild members returned to their positions and continued chanting, causing the blue stone to shake violently. Immediately afterward, the ground gradually cracked open, and lava flowed out with rumbling sounds. A summoner shouted, "Appear, Abyss Demon!" Then, the ground split wide open and the lava beneath erupted violently. Explosions burst forth, and the rising demons roared madly. The Dark Guild members floated in a circle above. They had completed the summoning ritual. Instantly, a giant Abyss Demon appeared with booming sounds, emerging from the ground. A black-clad figure laughed wildly. "Ha ha, slaughter them!" As soon as the Abyss Demon heard this, it got fired up and immediately incinerated the young man in a burst of flames. Then, it unfurled its huge wings, with flames swirling around it, causing the Dark Guild members to scream in panic. They don't distinguish between friend and foe, run, but how could they escape from such terrifying power? At this moment, chaos erupted in the city lord's mansion as people shouted, "Someone has broken in, go check it out." Xu Feng, who was cultivating, was startled and thought in surprise. Someone broke into the city lord's mansion? Seriously? And causing such a big commotion, Ye Ziyun also rushed over and asked, "What's going on?" Then, explosions thundered from the distance, and flames lit up the entire sky, shocking both of them. Xu Feng thought, "In my previous life, the city lord's mansion was never infiltrated, and the southern area was never attacked either, even though the defense force there was the weakest. But even if they occupy that area, it won't do them any good. Is this a feint to the east and attack the west?" Xu Feng instructed Ziyun. "Take Xiao Wu and hide in the secret chamber." But she exclaimed, "I want to go too," Xu Feng persuaded. "You're only a 5-star silver rank, you're no match for them, and you have to protect Xiao Wu," Xiyun worriedly asked. "What about you?" Xu Feng replied, "I have ways to protect myself, and I also have 2 formations. I'll lure the enemies out, and maybe even eliminate 1 or 2 of them." With that, he soared into the sky, thinking to himself, Ziyun's secret chamber can connect to the city lord's location, so Ye Zong's reinforcements should be arriving soon. On the south gate side, the soldiers were rushing to fight the demon, and the battle was extremely chaotic. The Abyss Demon ordered the other demons to attack. The soldiers shot arrows, but they were no match for the demons. The rain of arrows kept pouring down, but were burned to ashes in the flames, causing everyone to cry out in horror. Another one is coming. As soon as the lava touches the ground, it will turn into a little flame demon. At this time, Ye Zhu transformed and rushed to beat the little flame demons. "Senseless," he said. "Quickly lure it to the west gate. Use the Divine Lightning killing formation to deal with it, otherwise the entire City Lord's mansion will be destroyed by it." Ye Zhu glanced over and spotted another demon rushing over, so he threw a punch that sent it sprawling. On the other side, some Dark Guild members on the rooftop lamented to each other, Damn it, we can't even see the shadow of that little brat. This detached room is empty. Did Ye Zong arrange another place for him to stay? Another person snorted coldly. Don't think about that anymore. Find him first. Even if Ye Zong and the others take action, they won't be able to defeat the Abyss Demon quickly. We still have time. We already wasted a Void Stone to summon the Abyss Demon, so we absolutely can't let it go to waste. Split up and search. Meanwhile, Ni Li was still using Shadow Devil to hide and observe. Scouting around the area, there's more than just one black gold rank expert. Suddenly, an explosion erupted nearby, causing a shockwave. The two sides involved in the explosion were fighting, creating a cloud of dust. The man in black immediately transformed, turning into a bizarre beast, and then launched countless extremely poisonous darts. The darts flew straight at the bald guy, catching him off guard because the attack was too fast. He couldn't block in time. Just when he thought he was about to kick the bucket, someone suddenly rushed forward to intercept Lord Gong Liang. He transformed into a blood alligator demon spirit, and his aura exploded. The bald guy narrowly escaped death and exclaimed, "Many thanks, Lord Gong Liang." Suddenly, a stone pillar spun rapidly and slammed over. Gong Liang quickly rushed over, lightning crackling around him. He used his tail to strike at the man in black, causing him to dodge just barely. Sensing danger, he said, "Black Gold 3-star. I'm no match for him." He quickly and cleverly split into two and ran in different directions to confuse them. Seeing this, Gong Liang asked, "Ice Mirror Clone, you dare mock me," and chased after him. At this moment, Gong Liang's hand suddenly turned red, generating incredible power, aiming to get close and give this guy a palm strike when suddenly, one of his accomplices above was aiming at him. Seeing this, the bald guy below reminded him, "Careful, there's still one more." Hearing this, Gong Liang looked up and saw the man in black flying towards him. Before he could react, the bald guy jumped up and quickly threw a punch forward to block. Suddenly, the man in black laughed scornfully, saying, "A black gold 1-star martial artist dares to stop me." Gong Liang hurriedly shouted anxiously, "No." He didn't want the bald guy to sacrifice himself in vain, so he had no choice but to let the other guy run and turned back, launching a punch towards the man in black. As the man in black was attacking the bald guy, Gong Liang rushed forward with lightning speed to intercept. Therefore, both sides directly exchanged palm strikes, creating a dazzling explosion in the sky that was so powerful it was like a sun illuminating the night. This attack sent both of them flying back with a loud crash. The man in black immediately turned around to leave, saying, "Gong Liang Shu, your reputation is indeed well deserved. If there's a chance next time we'll fight again. This time, please forgive me for not being able to entertain you." Gong Liang looked at him and thought to himself, "His strength is no lower than mine, Black Fox Demon Spirit. I wonder what kind of character he is." He then returned to his human form. He looked at the bald guy lying on the ground and angrily shouted, "Damn it! No matter where you run, Gong Liang and I won't stop until you're dead." Then, he yelled, giving the order, "Chase after them for me." The subordinates quickly followed him to pursue these Dark Guild members. Ni Li, still hiding, was shocked and thought, "Another Black Gold expert died at the hands of the Dark Guild. Damn it." When Glory City was attacked, I witnessed countless Black Gold experts fall, including the real Gong Liang. Unexpectedly, the Dark Guild is sparing no expense to attack the City Lord's mansion. He realized that history had changed. Suddenly, Ni Li noticed that someone was targeting him. Right behind him, a black-robed figure from the Dark Guild was creeping up, ready to pounce. He chuckled gleefully, thinking, "Little brat, I finally found you. Where do you think you're going to run?" Just as he was about to lunge and take down Ni Li, suddenly, Ni Li started acting. "Lord Ye Zong, what brings you here?" The black-robed dude freaked, thinking, "Oh crap, why is Ye Zong here?" He froze like a deer in headlights and looked over. When he looked back, Ni Li was already running for his life, and he realized he'd been tricked. Didn't expect this little punk to be so sensitive. He switched into track and field mode and chased after him, yelling, "Think you can escape from this, Grandpa? No way." Meanwhile, Ni Li was running with the speed of a shadow devil, making the black-robed dude struggle to keep up. The others were thinking, "What kind of demon spirit is that fast?" Ni Li was also thinking. "To deal with a black gold rank demon spiritualist, I can only rely on the Tai Yi killing array. The Abyss Giant Demon is also getting closer, the Godly Thunder killing array. They actually summoned the Abyss Giant Demon. Even if I use the Godly Thunder killing array now, I'm not sure I can eliminate it. Targeting me specifically will come at a great cost. Is it really necessary? No matter how awesome I am, I'm not worth them taking such a risk, right? Unless the Dark Guild knows that the methods for formulating elixirs from the Alchemist Association are all mine. Only that can explain everything." At this moment, the black-robed dude was also chasing after Ni Li with his tail between his legs. Ni Li was still running for his life, thinking, "If you guys want to play, bring it on. Even though I'm just a silver rank 5-star, I still have plenty of tricks up my sleeve." The black-robed dude was right on Ni Li's tail, threatening, "Let's see where you can run." He reached out, using his sharp claws to attack him. Just when he thought he had grabbed him, Ni Li's body suddenly vanished into thin air, causing him to faceplant hard. He wondered in confusion. This kid can't even smell him anymore. That's quite impressive. No wonder we have to personally take action. He walked around muttering. He's gotta be around here somewhere. He definitely hasn't gone far. During this time, Ni Li was hiding behind a rock, lamenting. The speed of dematerialization is too slow. He jumped onto the roof of a house. Right at that moment, the black-robed dude spotted him and chased after him, making Ni Li moan to himself. As expected, he was still hiding, waiting for me to show myself. Afterward, Ni Li landed on the ground, grabbed the hilt of the sword behind him, and unleashed the heavenly meteorite thunder god sword. When the sword was drawn, countless lightning bolts appeared, shining brightly like a network of electricity, causing the dude to gape. He stammered. What kind of weapon is this? It can actually draw out the divine power of lightning. While he was confused and puzzled, Ni Li unleashed a downward slash, creating a violent burst of explosion covered in lightning. Quickly, the sky filled with lightning bolts crashing down, but the black-robed dude managed to dodge all of them. He gritted his teeth, asking, "You think this is enough to escape?" Ni Li ran and said, "This sword of mine can't kill a black gold rank demon spiritualist right now, but the Taiyi killing array can." Finally, he was able to lure him here. He sheathed his sword and began to form hand seals. The pillars began to light up, making the dude stare blankly, thinking, "This is the Liu Yun sect, also can suppress the giant pillar." He threw off his cloak and said, "You little brat, you want to get close to the stone pillar?" "No way." Then, a sharp horn grew out of his back, saying, "If Longsha hadn't ordered us to capture you alive, you would be dead this time for sure. First, I'll break your arms to prevent you from forming hand seals." After speaking, he unleashed the skill Miao Yu, thinking to himself, "My poisonous thorns will leave even a black gold rank demon spiritualist with only one path: death. With his strength, there's no way he can dodge." However, when the poisonous thorns approached, they were blocked by the sword behind his back. Thanks to that, Xu Feng wasn't bothered at all, and instead returned the favor, then said with a faint smile, "Many thanks for the gift," which made him go insane and yell, "Damn it, frick!" thinking, does that guy have eyes in the back of his head? Instantly, Ni Li, who was inside the formation, made a hand seal. His body immediately floated into the air, surrounded by the pillars. That guy stared, dumbfounded, thinking, is it really possible to suppress formations even at the Lianye sect? Just as he was panicking, the demon spirit, the furious panda, appeared and roared as it charged forward. Before he could react, he was immediately attacked by the furious panda and sent flying a meter away. He thought in shock, "Too strong. This doesn't look good. Retreat is the best plan." He quickly bent over, turned around, and ran away. Ni Li, seeing this, couldn't possibly let him escape so easily, so he made a hand seal to control it. And instantly, the flame serpent appeared and charged forward. In an instant, it tightly bound him. He then struggled to break free from the flame serpent and said, "I'm Miao Yu, what is this ridiculous joke?" But the more he struggled, the tighter the flame serpent became, surrounded by other ferocious demon spirits. He hesitated and said, "If I use that secret technique to destroy the flame serpent, I'll be exhausted due to the side effects, and it's just a 5-star white-silver bug." Suddenly, the flame serpent tightened more and more, making him unable to breathe, so he reluctantly used the berserk heart. Immediately, the flame serpent was severely injured by this outburst of power, spitting out snake BD. He furiously erupted with overwhelming power. Ni Li looked at it solemnly, thinking, "Berserk heart, huh? Although it can increase strength, it will also cause you to lose your will." He stared intently, thinking, "Now you won't escape." At this moment, Ni Li commanded the furious panda to charge forward. It powerfully charged straight at him and attacked, but that guy, having just powered up, was no less fierce. He jumped up and threw a kick, then launched himself onto the furious panda, making a surprise move. He was actually able to slap the furious panda, dislocating its jaw, which made Ni Li think in surprise. He's only at the black gold 2-star level, but he can unleash such great strength. Fortunately, the furious panda is a black gold demon beast with extremely strong defense. Miao Yu wants to escape, and the furious panda might not be able to catch up, but he's already lost his mind. Immediately afterward, the furious panda unleashed a counterattack punch, causing him to take the hit and crash straight into the ground, shattering the ground with a loud crash. Not stopping there, the furious panda raised its large foot and slammed it into his body with a crash, causing him to scream in agony, and then another punch came flying, making the ground below erupt with this 1,000-pound blow. Immediately, this Miao Yu couldn't bear it, and spat out blood, transforming back into human form. Just as he finished dealing with this guy, Gong Liangshu and his subordinates arrived, his face full of surprise. Ni Li then spoke. "This guy is a black gold demon spiritualist from the Dark Guild. He's not dead yet. Please help escort him to the City Lord's mansion prison." Gong Liangding looked extremely surprised, thinking to himself, capture a black gold demon spiritualist alive? Then he ordered his subordinates to escort him to the prison. Everyone immediately acknowledged the order. Ni Li said, Sorry to bother you, Gong Liangding asked. The formation, the Bongdiep sect, appeared, went over and looked at everyone, captured a black gold powerhouse demon alive, sweating profusely, stunned and blankly looked at Nili, and exclaiming, "This little brat is really formidable." Then Nili Lai threw the mark to the city lord, saying, "These are 2 seals to control the Taiyi killing formation and the divine lightning killing formation. Once you refine these 2 stone talismans, you can control these 2 great formations." Seeing this, Ye Zong was full of questions and asked, "No conditions. You're willing to let me control these 2 killing formations?" Nilai scoffed. "If it weren't for the special circumstances, I wouldn't give it to you. I'll leave things here to you all. I'm going to check out the divine lightning killing formation." After speaking, he darted off. Ye Zong watched him leave, and a faint smile bloomed on his face. Gong Liang looked over and said, "City Lord, that kid?" Ye Zong immediately said, "Not a bad kid. The younger generation surpasses the older. I'm afraid us old guys will have to give way soon." On Ye Xiu's side, the soldiers were fiercely fighting the flame demons, while Ye Xiu was manipulating sources of lightning to surround and attack the abyssal colossal demon worm. Finally, Ye Xiu gathered his strength to form a seal, creating countless bolts of lightning that continuously struck, thinking to himself, "The divine lightning killing formation can only barely control it. Other places are still very dangerous." He looked over, and his face darkened as he saw the guards being knocked down. Black gold experts are all holding back the abyssal colossal demon. The little flame demons keep appearing, and the guards have suffered heavy casualties. By the time we eliminate it, there probably won't be many elites left in the Wind Snow family. At this moment, lightning bolts rained down from the sky. Someone was watching from afar, and another person used soul force to transmit a message. "Family head, they are attacking the city lord's mansion. What should we do?" The person watching was Chen Zhanglong, the family head of the Kongming family. He said, "No matter what, our Kongming family will be a solid backing for the Wind Snow family. Chen Fei, lead 3 black gold demon spiritualists to reinforce the city lord's mansion, and the others should closely monitor other parts of the city lord's mansion to avoid being ambushed." Meanwhile, Yanshu was thinking, the other families must have already made their move. Scene change at the sacred family. Someone ran in to report, "Family head, they are attacking the city lord's mansion. What should we do?" Shen Hong said, "Longsha separated from us to act alone because he doesn't want us to interfere. It's best to stand by and watch, but the other families have all sent people to reinforce the city lord's mansion. You also lead 2 black gold demon spiritualists over there. Remember to just pretend, no need to really take action." The subordinate immediately accepted the order and left. Back at the city lord's mansion, the guards were constantly being scattered by the little flame demons. The soldier who was hit screamed, "Damn it! These flame demons are extremely bloodthirsty." They became more and more excited and maniacally laughed. "Ha ha." Just as they were about to rush forward and finish off the soldier who had lost the ability to fight, someone fortunately rushed forward to block them and save the youth. The people behind quickly came to support, saying, "The Kongming family has come to help." And then a group of experts from the Winged Dragon family came to help. The Heavenly Soul family came to help, and the Alchemist Association came to help. The guards happily said, "Experts from all the families are here, let's counterattack." They rushed forward with great momentum, quickly charging at the flame demons and dealing with them. Chen Fei said, "Small demons keep appearing, that path must be sealed off." So they joined forces and rushed forward, reversing the situation. On the side of the divine lightning killing formation, sources of lightning were now being released. Ye Zhu exclaimed, "Great! The major families have all come to help." Then he glared at the abyssal colossal demon in front of him. "Now, only by eliminating this bastard will our mission truly be complete." The strength of the abyssal colossal demon can even be compared to a legendary demon spiritualist. It's very difficult to eliminate it, with only the divine lightning killing formation and our few black gold demon spiritualists. Suddenly Nili appeared and said, "Leave it to me," Ye Xiu happily said. "Nili, you're here." He landed. "No need for words." Then he put his hands together to form a seal, and struck down with lightning, then turned to Ye Xiu and said, "Let me lend a hand." He also nodded in agreement, and said, "But the divine lightning killing formation has concentrated all the lightning energy released by the lightning-type demon spirits, and can only slightly wound it," Nili replied. "I have a way." So he took out the heavenly meteorite divine lightning sword, and slashed down. A powerful source of lightning surged into it, creating a deafening explosion. This move caused the flame demons to be struck and scream miserably. Ye Xiu was surprised and thought to himself, "That sword is channeling lightning, enhancing the power of the lightning demon beast in the formation. This will increase the power of the divine lightning killing formation." Afterwards, the power of the killing lightning formation was multiplied, striking down countless powerful sources of thunder. Then the gathered force formed a dazzling column of lightning, causing the people below to be stunned. Immediately, Nilai used this power to strike directly at the Abyss Giant Demon, creating a violent explosion that hit the enormous demon head-on. This move had an immediate effect, injuring it, and causing its whole body to tremble, Ye Zhu exclaimed. "It's injured." But the giant demon glared back, suddenly standing up and swinging its newly acquired massive sword from Tan Vlok right at the center of the formation, causing the lightning sources to spark and short-circuit brilliantly. It kept hacking down with its sword. Seeing this, Nili sweat dropped and sighed. What immense strength! A few more hits, and the Divine Lightning Extermination Formation will be destroyed. The Abyss Giant Demon relentlessly chopped down, creating a violent, fiery explosion. Nili worried. If this continues, it's not good. Damn it, if only the myriad demonic spiritual array were complete. I could instantly kill even a god. Suddenly he saw his chance. As the Abyss Giant Demon swung its sword to chop down, a surge of lightning struck the demon, knocking its sword away. Ni Li shouted, "Senior Ye Zhu, grab that sword!" At this moment, the demon reached out to grab the sword. Ni Li hurriedly yelled a reminder. "Use 2 more lightning strikes. My soul force is almost depleted," Ye Zhu agreed. "Okay everyone, come with me." Then he transformed and charged towards the demon with everyone else. Seeing this, the demon roared madly. Ni Li chanted from outside, "You won't get that giant sword back!" Instantly, a surge of lightning erupted, blocking its hand from picking up the sword, and Ye Zhu's group seized the opportunity to quickly move the sword away. But life isn't always a dream. The demon saw this and grabbed for it, causing Ye Zhu to yell, "Crap!" Out of options, Ni Li breathed heavily and tried to unleash the heavenly meteor divine lightning sword, shouting, "Hurry! I'll use my last bit of soul force to cover you." He poured his strength into the slash, and a brilliant burst of soul force erupted. Suddenly, Ni Li froze in panic as he felt the sword rapidly absorbing his soul force. "I only have silver rank 5-star soul force. It's not enough for it to absorb." Suddenly, Ni Li's chest lit up, and he screamed in horror, "Damn it, I can't afford to pass out right now." He tried to pour his strength into the sword to strike down. Meanwhile, Ye Zhu was about to be struck by the demon's hand, trembling in terror and screaming, "Screw it, this is the end." As the demon closed in, Ye Zhu trembled and called out Ni Li's name. Meanwhile, Ni Li didn't let them down, and managed to unleash a powerful sword strike that hit the demon, stunning it stiff as a board. Its body jolted with an explosive burst of light, its whole body trembling before the bewildered eyes of Ye Zhu and the others. As he unleashed this attack, Ni Li fainted and fell freely, and the Abyss Giant Demon couldn't hold on either, and face-planted onto the ground with a thud. Seeing this, everyone wondered, "Who is that young man?" Another person replied, "You don't know. He's the super genius of the Tianyin family." By this point, the giant demon had been hit by Ni Li's attack and collapsed to the ground, a massive hole in its chest from the slash, while Ni Li had also fainted. Everyone shouted, "The Abyss Giant Demon has fallen. Let's go support them in the south." And they all charged forward, fired up and yelling as they fought. Chen Fei sighed. They can use a channel formation to seal Lai Fengtian, then destroy the formation and be done with it. He then picked up a huge rock and threw it at the lava demons, causing them to scream in terror. On this side, Ye Zhu walked over to Ni Li, who was lying motionless. He then picked him up and flew away. Meanwhile, a black-robed figure in a corner looked up and said, "The prey has appeared." But then this guy suddenly burst out laughing. "Just kidding, I'm not making a move anytime soon. I know you're already on your guard, I'm out of here. This time you win, but next time it won't be so easy." Ye Zong, standing there all cool, thought with a puzzled look. That aura disappeared. Looks like he's not planning to attack. We couldn't find his location from beginning to end. Truly unsettling. If he really wants to make a move, I fear I can't easily defeat him. Suddenly, a bald guy ran over to report, "Lord Ye Zong, bad news. The 3 black gold demon spiritualists we captured earlier are all dead." Hearing this, Ye Zong was astonished, and he asked, annoyed, "Was it done by the Dark Guild?" "What's their strength?" the guy replied. Reporting to the city lord, no one broke into the prison at all. The 3 of them died for no reason. Without even a wound, Ye Zong sighed. The Dark Guild's methods are truly something. It's probably something like a soul seal. Once someone's captured, they activate the magic to kill them. With methods like this, no subordinate dares to betray them. No wonder the Dark Guild is so mysterious we still can't find their hideout. On the Dark Guild side, the leader spoke up. A total of 8 black gold demon spiritualists were killed by the Abyss Giants. 1 was killed by Ye Zong, and 2, unexpectedly, 1 was dealt with by that kid. The people sent to the Tianyin family to capture his parents also had no gains. He crossed his arms and cursed his subordinates. A bunch of useless trash. One of them crawled over to plead, "Lord, we never expected those 2 weird ancient formations to be so powerful." The leader immediately shouted, "Shut up!" Finishing speaking, he held out his hand, In his hand were 3 stones carved with words. The leader threatened, "Next time you screw up, you'll end up like these 3. This made the subordinate immediately bow and answer, "Understood." The leader turned and ordered, "Let's go, we're going back to report to the demon lord." The whole group quickly darted off like a gust of wind, but what they didn't expect was that Zhao Fei on the tree had observed everything. After they left, it also hurried back to the city lord's mansion. Switching scenes to Nili's room, Xiao Yu was crying and sobbing. "Big brother Nili, please wake up soon." Waha, Ye Shu on the side asked, "Lord Yezong, how is he?" Xinyan also asked worriedly. "Father," Yezong replied, "if it was just overusing his soul force it would be fine, but his soul C is completely drained. There's indeed a bit of a problem." After a few seconds of thought, Yezong turned and said, "Ye Shu, bring out that mist leaf grass for Nili to use," making Ye Shu hesitate and say, "That grass was obtained by Lord Ye Mo after a narrow escape, under the protection of a legendary demon beast. If we use it now, it will be very difficult for him to advance to the legendary rank." But Yezong decisively said, "Hurry up and get it. Saving someone is more urgent." So Ye Shu had no choice but to obey. Yezong at this time turned to see his daughter sobbing. Seeing her expression, Yezong realized that daughters can't be kept at home once they grow up. Quickly, a moment later, Ziyun brought a bowl of medicine and fed it to the unconscious Ni Li. After she finished feeding Ni Li the medicine, she hurried to take care of him attentively, causing Yenzong standing behind to also be stunned, thinking that he probably shouldn't interfere in the affairs of young people, so he sighed and called out, "Yenzia, let's go." During this time, while Nili was immersed in unconsciousness, he saw again the scene of Glory City being occupied by demon beasts. Countless people running around in chaos. The demon beasts were slaughtering countless people. They were growling ferociously. Beside Nili at that time was his father. He shouted at Nili to run away quickly, instructing, "You must live on." And he threw himself forward to fight to the end, causing Nili to be extremely heartbroken when he saw his beloved father fighting without sparing his life. Afterwards, he suddenly saw himself being tightly embraced by Ziyun, but in just a blink of an eye, she disappeared, causing Nili to be extremely bewildered. Suddenly, he saw Ziyun's body lying motionless in a pool of blood before his eyes. That scene seemed to be deeply etched in his mind, making Nili stunned and motionless. Back in reality, he's still passed out on the bed, tears streaming down his face as he calls out, "Xin Yun." But meanwhile, Ninggaer is right here witnessing this, and it stings her heart, and Xin Yun is all confused, like, why is Nili dreaming about me? And he's so heartbroken he's crying buckets. Is she, Ye Ziyun, the one he's into? Ninggaer clearly likes Nili so much, Ziyun thinks to herself, Ninggaer. At this moment, Ninggaer is heartbroken seeing Nili like this, and tears start falling, so she wipes her eyes. Then she turns to Xin Yun and says,